Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul, Shocking Tang San, in the Douluo continent, in the village of Holy Soul. Old Jack, I simply cannot comprehend why you allow such a useless individual to remain in our Holy Soul village. Every child of appropriate age in the village has awakened their martial soul. Yet he, Chun Yu, has not even manifested a scrap of a martial soul, and his soul power is a mere level 0. Indeed, while only little San from our Holy Soul village has qualified for school, the other children at least awakened various agricultural martial souls, which will enable them to perform farm work more efficiently. Yet this Chun Yu, he shows not even a shadow of a martial soul. Old Jack, what purpose does it serve to nurture this wastrel? Isn't it just a waste of provisions? Haha, a waste is one thing, but look, he even fainted from heat stroke this early in the morning. What a joke. Alright, quiet down. You all know that little Yu is an orphan, having wandered into our Holy Soul village. Under the shade of the trees, Chun Yu slowly came to consciousness, his head pounding painfully, and the cacophony around him only exacerbated his irritation, prompting him to shout, "Can you all shut up? What's all this noise for? Can't a person get a decent sleep?" His youthful voice silenced the crowd, and in the next moment, countless pairs of eyes turned simultaneously towards Chun Yu beneath the tree. The atmosphere felt peculiar, and Chun Yu abruptly opened his eyes wide. Something's amiss. I was punished by my master to hold a horse stance for 10 hours, returned to my room, and collapsed into sleep, but this situation is... Good heavens, why are so many people staring at me? While I'm aware that I possess a certain charm, I hardly expected to be the subject of such a public spectacle just for taking a nap. Hold on, their clothing is rather peculiar. Are they filming something? Chun Yu suddenly noticed that his voice sounded off, far too youthful. He glanced down at himself and was further astonished. My hands, my 8-pack abs, my magnetic voice, how have I transformed into a child? A jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that I have traversed to another world? Memories surged into his mind all at once. Douluo continent, Holy Soul village, martial souls, soul masters, and the term waste. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He comprehended that he had truly crossed over into a realm where strength is revered and soul masters reign supreme. In the Blue Star, he was the heir of ancient martial arts, Chun Yu, yet this body in Holy Soul village also bears the name Chun Yu. However, this unfortunate child sharing his name is a wandering orphan, fortuitously taken in by the village chief, Old Jack. Nonetheless, he had been afflicted with an exceptionally frail constitution from a young age. Not only was he a waste without a martial soul, but he also succumbed to heat stroke, merely from standing under the sun for a short while, ultimately meeting a tragic end. And thus, Chun Yu found himself in this body. This is the legendary star of a waste, and he's merely a little brat? My goodness, what a predicament. Ding! Suddenly, a melodic notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the shock system. The villagers of Holy Soul are astounded, expressing disbelief that a waste dares to shout, with an average shock level of 60. As this is the host's first shock, your performance is exceptional, and rewards are doubled. You have received the Super Novice Gift Pack. Ding! The gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul. In the ethereal realm of Chun Yu's soul, an ancient colossal dragon, adorned with fiery phoenix. Wings and devoid of a visible tail, nearly filled the entirety of his soul ocean. Each scale of the dragon was as vast as half a football field, and its razor-sharp horns seemed capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the magnificent dragon's size diminished dramatically. Yet from its body emanated a potent, primal aura that spiraled within Chun Yu, revitalizing his frail form with immense vitality. Following this, the dragon's soul penetrated into the palm of his right hand, instantly flooding Chun Yu's entire being with overwhelming power. What? A system? Shocked? Though Chun Yu had watched various time travel dramas, he never imagined he would one day become the protagonist of such a tale. However, before he could untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, a robust arm lifted him off the ground with ease. You little waste. Who were you shouting at just now? Chun Yu swore he had never encountered this rugged, dark-skinned man with a scruffy beard before, yet a name flashed in his Minlin Shan. Seeing Chun Yu, who resembled a small chick in his grasp, a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on Lin Shan's face, which made him feel deeply insulted. Chun Yu was notorious in Saint Soul Village as a well-known failure. Even inferior to that title in the past, Chun Yu would avoid Lin Shan at all costs, terrified of him. But today, this boy exhibited no signs of fear. You little waste. Are you itching for trouble? As Lin Shan's words fell, he was met with the chilling gaze of Chun Yu, whose eyes held no emotion, sending a shiver down Lin Shan's spine. In Blue Star, Chun Yu was once a formidable practitioner of ancient martial arts, easily keeping at bay throngs of 30 or 50 adversaries, but true stronghold carries its own dignity. And now, with the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul refining his essence, Chun Yu felt his strength rapidly rejuvenating. Who do you call a waste? Lin Shan trembled, instinctively loosening his grip. Beep. Lin Shan felt an unexplainable sensation, akin to witnessing a ghost, with a shock level of 99. Congratulations to the host for the increase of soul power by 1 level. A warm current surged through Chun Yu, subtly enhancing his various physical attributes. So this is the effect of soul power indeed. It is extraordinary. Upon landing, instead of retreating, Chun Yu bent his legs and executed a knee strike, forcefully colliding with Lin Shan's soft abdomen. This straightforward knee strike technique was the most effective offensive maneuver that Chun Yu's youthful body could muster. The abdomen is the most vulnerable part of the human body, and the sudden impact rendered Lin Shan's face pale, causing him to clutch his stomach and double over in agony. What a precise strike. The technique employed is nothing short of perfect. Not far away, atop a dirt slope, stood a diminutive figure, his eyes shimmering with a violet glow, while a small sprig of blue-silver grass floated in the palm of his right hand. He was Tang San, the sole individual granted the qualification to enter the Soul Master Academy during this awakening of martial souls. Chun Yu's recent series of fluid attacks left Tang San in a state of astonishment. The once unremarkable Chun Yu possessed such remarkable skills, a level of finesse that even Tang San himself could not achieve with such effortless grace. Ding! The host's exquisite martial arts have stunned Tang San for the first time, with a shock level of 99. Tang San remarked, "You could perform martial arts too?" Reward. Soul power increases by 5 levels. Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Tang San a child of similar age to himself, now isolated from the crowd? How could he be so astonished? Could it be that he is extraordinary in his own right? Or perhaps this Tang San possesses a supernatural ability to perceive events occurring far away. In the next moment, Chun Yu quickly realized that his previous shock of Lin Shan had been of the same magnitude, yet his own soul power had only increased by 1 level, while the shock level for Tang San had multiplied 5-fold. Could it be that Tang San's strength vastly surpasses Lin Shan's, thus altering the rewards from the shock system? The seemingly unassuming Holy Soul Village was teeming with hidden talents. Chun Yu felt that this world was beginning to reveal its intriguing complexities. Fool! How dare you strike your uncle Lin Shan? You show blatant disrespect for your elders. How has Chun Yu become so formidable? I can't believe I just thought that was incredibly cool. Among the villagers, there were questions, scoldings, and expressions of admiration. Ding! You have defeated Lin Shan. The villagers expressed their astonishment. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, with an average shock level of 80. Reward. Soul power increase. Host reaches full innate soul power. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chun Yu finally understood that shock was a means to elevate oneself. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yu addressed the villagers who criticized him in a childlike yet assertive tone. Lin Shan acted first. I merely taught him a lesson. The truth is evident. How dare you indiscriminately accuse me without discernment? Just because you are a worthless being without a martial soul or soul power. In the Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme, and no matter how skilled you are, before a soul master, you are merely an ant. One villager shouted. Chun Yu's lips curled into a faint smirk, a hint of derision evident. So your reasoning is that simple whoever has the might holds the authority. Well then, from this moment, you may all silence yourselves. Raising his right hand, from his previously empty palm emerged a slender serpent, no thicker than chopsticks. Yet on the serpent's head and abdomen were several protruding bulges, as if something within was striving to emerge. A formidable aura emanated from the serpent, causing everyone to weaken in their knees, collapsing before Chun Yu in submission. Ding! The martial soul has manifested. The entire populace of Holy Soul Village is utterly astonished, with an average shock level of 99. The path to awakening the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul has commenced. Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul juvenile stage. Upon awakening, the host's soul power reserves triple, and the speed of soul power cultivation also triples. The Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul can grow by absorbing the essences of soul beasts and the martial souls of soul masters. Ding! Tang San expressed. Almost knelt as well. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Tang San. Once more reward. Enhanced version of the Xiantian Treasure Record. Xiantian Treasure Record Divine Level. Increases the number of God-slaying grade hidden weapons, enhances the compendium of divine grade spiritual herbs, and provides methods for concocting the exquisite immortal poison. Yet at this moment, Chenyu was not preoccupied with these rewards. Wait a moment, I distinctly saw a divine dragon. Just now, how has it transformed into a mere serpent? Could it be that the system has made an error? Or perhaps it has succumbed to a state of confusion? You, Lord Su Yuntao, explicitly stated that you possess no martial soul. What on earth is happening here? To outsiders, however, Chun Yu appeared as a sparrow that had transformed into a phoenix. None, not even Tang San, could have anticipated that just half a day ago, Chun Yu was deemed devoid of a martial soul. Yet now he has miraculously manifested one. Moreover, based on the formidable presence emanating from the martial soul, it was evident that the grade of Chun Yu's martial soul far exceeded that of the esteemed Lord Su. Yuntao, Chun Yu was not a waste, he was, in fact, a true genius. In an instant, the attitudes of all present toward Chun Yu underwent a complete transformation. Even Lin Shan wore a smile of eager flattery. For the Soul Masters, the significance to their Holy Soul Village was monumental. Apart from Tang San, they now had another option, which was Chun Yu. Chapter 2. Shaking hands with Tang San, the soul beast approaches. Observing the villagers around him, their faces adorned with expressions of ingratiation. Chun Yu's lips twitched slightly. Some individuals changed their demeanor more swiftly than one could turn a page. Yet there remained kind souls. Chun Yu walked directly to old Jack. This esteemed village head was the only elder in the village with whom Chun Yu felt any affinity. During his most destitute times, it was old Jack who single-handedly shielded him. Thank you, Grandpa Village Head, for your unwavering care for me. Old Jack himself was taken aback. The child regarded by all as a waste had turned out to be an extraordinary talent, though their recent aggressive actions might have left Chun Yu feeling disheartened. Child, Grandpa Village Head, you are you, and they are they. Chun Yu, can discern good from evil. Before his transmigration, Chun Yu was a core disciple of an ancient martial family. For him, the standards for distinguishing between good and bad were exceedingly clear. As for how others treated Chun Yu, regardless of whether it was good or bad, he would reciprocate in kind of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That was Chun Yu's first principle in dealing with the world. Xiao San, come here quickly. This time, you will have companions accompanying you to the Nodding Academy of Soul Masters. That moment, Tang San descended from the small hill. Upon seeing him, old Jack immediately grasped Chun Yu's hand and welcomed him. Seeing Tang San up close, Chun Yu was somewhat surprised. This child of similar age possessed a gaze imbued with a maturity typically found only in adults. This young lad named Tang San appears to be rather exceptional. Just as Chun Yu was appraising Tang San, the latter extended his hand toward Chun Yu. Hello, I am Tang San. Although they lived in the same village, Tang San rarely roamed the streets apart from indulging in liquor, and Chun Yu had been residing at old Jack's home. Thus they had seldom crossed paths. This encounter marked their formal introduction. Hello, I am Chun Yu. As their hands clasped, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, for at that moment, the Xiantian skill within him began to operate uncontrollably. Although Tang San's Xiantian Gong was merely at the minor completion stage, it was certainly beyond the capacity of someone as slender as Chun Yu to withstand. Be careful. Just as Tang San was about to withdraw, a faint glow unexpectedly emanated from Chun Yu's palm, effortlessly blocking the internal energy impact of the Xiantian Gong. Is this soul power? And he possesses innate full soul power as well. Due to the influence of the Xiantian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, the soul power stored within Chun Yu was 3 times that of Tang San, allowing him to easily withstand the internal energy's impact. In this close encounter with Chun Yu, Tang San distinctly sensed the depth and mystery surrounding him. From martial soul to soul power, this individual, once deemed a waste, proved to be even more exceptional than himself, stirring within Tang San a small sense of defeat for the first time. Congratulations to the host for continuously astonishing Tang San. Within a single day, Tang San remarks that you must be the protagonist. Reward, divine level skill, 9 turns Xiantian Gong. 9 turns Xiantian Gong. An enhanced version of Xiantian Gong, cultivation of which allows soul power to possess various attributes, increasing the host's cultivation speed 5-fold. Through this encounter, Chun Yu also discovered Tang San's possession of internal energy. As an ancient martial artist, he could instantly recognize it as authentic Taoist internal power. Interesting, in this world, there exists another individual who possesses elements from an alternate realm. My path is not solitary. Just as Chun Yu contemplated discreetly inquiring about Tang San's origins using a covert signal, Imperial Jade Liquor, a sudden, clear roar of a tiger resonated from the village entrance. Immediately following, a staggering figure burst into the crowd. Village Chief is a soul beast. The villager delivering the news bore several deep gashes across his chest from sharp claws. Fortunately, the wounds were not fatal, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Soul beast. The villager's words sent shockwaves through the crowd despite the remote location of Shenghun village. They were not nestled among towering mountains, and it was rare for even wild animals to intrude upon their settlement. Everyone remained calm. All able-bodied individuals, come with me, gather the elderly, women, and children here. Lord Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall should not be far. Xiao San. Hurry and notify him. Tang Xin hesitated for a moment, seemingly torn between staying and leaving, but under the persistent urging of old Jack, he ultimately departed from the back of the village. All of you, follow me. Soon, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted at the village entrance, and judging by the noise, it appeared the villagers were at a disadvantage. Is the soul beast truly that formidable? Given its imposing stature, perhaps I should observe the spectacle? Chen Yu stealthily approached the village entrance, where the ground was already stained red with blood. Many young men bore various degrees of claw marks, but fortunately, no one had lost their life. All eyes were filled with trepidation as they gazed at the soul beast encircled in the center. Yet, no one dared to step forward easily. Although the villagers of Shenghun had not treated Chen Yu kindly previously, he could not stand idly by while others were in peril. Goodness, if Wu Song had encountered this tiger back in the day, would there still be tales of him conquering it? This was the first time Chen Yu had seen such a colossal tiger both in height and length. It was at least double the size of any tiger he had ever known. This is indeed a century-old soul beast, the spiked-back black-striped tiger. Its name is derived from its sleek black stripes and the razor-sharp spines on its back, resembling arrows. Xiao Yu, who summoned you here? Quickly, take cover. Old Jack's heart tightened as he saw Chen Yu's sudden appearance. This young lad harbored the potential to become a true soul master, and he must not meet his demise here. Yet, the next scene involving Chen Yu left everyone in astonishment. The shock of the onlookers. Chen Yu boldly sprinted straight towards the spiked-back black-striped tiger. Chen Yu is courting death. Everyone believed that this time, Chen Yu was doomed. Who could have anticipated that this was, in fact, a calculated move on his part, considering the prowess of his ancient martial skills and the system he possessed? If he could not defeat it, surely he could escape. In a moment, the system's notifications resounded incessantly. However, this time, the shock rewards appeared to be somewhat underwhelming. Ding! Old Jack was taken aback. Questioning whether the child had lost his sanity, his shock level reached 99, awarding him a gold soul coin. Ding! Zhao Old Third was equally astonished, exclaiming that the child truly had gone mad. His shock level also registered at 99, earning him a shovel. How many of those are needed? Despite accumulating around 180 rewards along the way, it seemed that the only truly valuable item was that solitary gold soul coin. It appears that the stronger the individuals who were shocked, the more prestigious the rewards I can receive. After conducting 2 experiments, Chen Yu finally grasped that in order to attain high-value rewards from the system, one must seek individuals with soul power either stronger or comparable to their own as targets of astonishment. Ding! The spiked-back black-striped tiger was shocked, indicating that the ferocious little rascal had indeed frightened this adorable tiger. The reward was a soul tool, the bloodthirsty dagger. Just as Chen Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, the system's notification chimed once more. This time, the target of astonishment was none other than the soul beast before him. The bloodthirsty dagger, forged from the bones and spines of the century-old spiked-back black-striped tiger, capable of slicing through hair and severing iron effortlessly. The dagger possesses an active skill, bone severing, capable of shattering all defensive soul skills below the rank of soul sovereign. This skill can be upgraded. This is truly a divine artifact. In the hands of Chen Yu, a subtle weight was felt as he grasped the dagger, measuring merely 1 foot in length. Within his palm, this dagger was adorned on both sides with intricately carved images of 2 vividly lifelike, thorn-backed black-striped tigers. The design of the blood groove on the dagger mirrored the shape of the thorns upon the back of the tiger. Chapter 3, 7-Star Ghost Steps. Slaying soul beasts. This dagger is indeed a remarkable treasure, perfectly aligned with my ancient martial art skills. In his past life, Chen Yu practiced an ancient martial art known as the Starfall technique, a formidable close combat skill, with the dagger being his weapon of choice. The Starfall technique not only encompasses powerful movement techniques, but also boasts the most formidable offensive maneuvers. Just moments ago, Chen Yu was troubled by the lack of a suitable weapon. Now, wielding the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes, his combat prowess has undoubtedly increased several-fold. If Chen Yu had been contemplating retreating earlier, with the bloodthirsty dagger in hand, He now grins with confidence. Little feline, you must tread carefully from this point onward. Qinyu, facing the ferocious, spiked-back, black-striped tiger, wore a relaxed smile, yet his eyes betrayed a grave seriousness. The first lesson for ancient martial artists is to disdain their opponents through sheer presence while valuing them in the heat of battle. This spiked-back black-striped tiger had never encountered such a daring human child. Even the adults were no match for it, let alone this little one. With a thunderous roar that compelled everyone to clasp their ears in agony, Qinyu, however, remained unfazed, having previously sealed his own hearing. As an ancient martial artist, Qinyu could accurately identify every acupoint on the human body with his eyes closed and articulate the functions these points governed. The tiger's roar not only affected hearing but could also disrupt Qinyu's offensive maneuvers in combat. Anticipating all potential factors that might impede him, he had taken appropriate precautions. Suddenly, as the spiked-back, black-striped tiger bared its fangs, poised to devour the diminutive creature before it, Qinyu's figure inexplicably vanished from the tiger's sight. What was happening? The tiger was bewildered. Had it perhaps exhausted too much energy on those female tigers in previous nights, leading to a hallucination? Ding! Once again, the spiked-back, black-striped tiger was astonished, rewarded with a century-old soul ring. At this moment, Qinyu found himself utterly devoid of energy to concern himself with system rewards. Previously concealed from the gaze of the spiked-back, black-striped tiger, he suddenly reappeared beside it. This was the technique recorded in the Starfall art, known as the 7-star ghost steps. The 7-star ghost steps possess no fixed rhythm. It is a miraculous movement technique devised from the principles of the mysterious art of Qi Min Dunjia. When mastered to perfection, it becomes inscrutable to both gods and demons. Just moments ago, Qinyu had employed the 7-star ghost steps to evade the tiger's line of sight. The blood-red glow ignited in the eyes of the bloodthirsty dagger, illuminating the blade with a faint crimson sheen. With a swift thrust, the spiked-back black-striped tiger's resilient fur proved as fragile as tofu beneath the dagger's edge, which seamlessly penetrated its flesh. A roar erupted from the tiger, a sound of agony that echoed through the ages. In nearly a century, no human spirit master had managed to inflict harm upon it. Yet today, a mere child had succeeded. Although the injury was minor, the humiliation was profound. Indeed, how much damage could such a diminutive dagger truly inflict upon the mighty spiked-back black-striped tiger? Ding! The minor display of skill that inflicted injury upon the spiked-back, black-striped tiger left the villagers of Holy Soul Village in astonishment, earning Qinyu a Soul Guidance Device upgrade stone. This stone could be utilized to upgrade any soul guidance device, boasting a success rate of 100%. The bloodthirsty dagger was indeed a soul guidance device, and without hesitation, Qinyu activated the upgrade. As a golden light flickered across the dagger, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully utilizing the Soul Guidance Device Upgrade Stone. Activating the second skill of the Bloodthirsty Dagger, Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, for every instance of damage inflicted upon an opponent, the user shall recover 1% of their stamina. This skill cannot be upgraded. Though at first glance, this 1% recovery may seem rather insignificant, it is crucial to note that with each strike, Qinyu could restore 1% of his stamina. With his prowess, he could easily rejuvenate himself in mere moments. This was a formidable skill that could transform Qinyu into an unstoppable force on the battlefield. With a forceful thrust of his arm, Qinyu yanked the dagger downward, unleashing a jet of crimson from the body of the black-striped tiger, revealing a gaping wound nearly half a meter long upon its abdomen. This time, instead of a wretched cry, the century-old soul beast leapt 3 feet into the air in agony. The villagers of Shahun village stood agape, their mouths wide open in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that just a moment ago, Qinyu had been perceived as a mere waste, yet now he resembled an invincible god of war, leaving even the ferocious soul beast utterly defenseless beneath his prowess. Ding! The host had astonished multiple times today, causing the system to be equally astonished, indicating that no rewards could be claimed, as the daily limit had been reached. Tomorrow, the first reward for astonishment would be doubled. What an extraordinary system! Was it concerned that Qinyu might become too powerful? Oh well, since there were no further benefits to be gained. The role of this little cat has now been fulfilled. With a chilling gaze, Qinyu transformed the dagger in his hand into a myriad of phantoms. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, appeared upon the body of the spine-back, black-striped tiger. This was the first attack move recorded in the Meteor Descend technique, the meteor's 9 consecutive flashes. Although this was but the weakest of its moves, it represented the utmost power that Chunyu could muster at that moment. Suddenly, 9 identical images of Chunyu emerged around the spine-backed black-striped tiger, each performing distinctly different actions. In an instant, even the tiger could not discern which was the true Chunyu. With a fierce determination, the 9 Chunyus lunged simultaneously at the spine-backed black-striped tiger, seemingly sealing its fate. Yet, at that critical moment, the once bloodied and faltering tiger's eyes suddenly blazed with an intense light. This swift transformation sent a shiver of foreboding through Chunyu. A roar erupted as a surge of black spiritual energy emanated from the spine-backed black-striped tiger, colliding with the 9 Chunyus. In an instant, 8 of the illusions dissipated, leaving only the true Chunyu standing. Just as the crowd gasped in astonishment, believing Chunyu would suffer grievous harm, he deftly stepped upon the air, propelling his body upward by half a meter, narrowly evading the tiger's spiritual assault. The realization that a soul beast could wield spiritual power for attack was an eye-opening experience for Chunyu. This maneuver, however, caused the tiger's charged strike to miss its target, signaling the loss of its final opportunity. With a fierce glint emerging from the bloodthirsty dagger, the bone-cutting skill elevated the dagger's armor-piercing capability to its zenith. With a single strike, Dust Feather pierced through the most formidable skull of the spiked-back, black-striped tiger. The beast widened its fierce eyes, the brilliance within them gradually dimming. Thud. The massive body of the tiger crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Did Dust Feather truly slay a soul beast all by himself? Ding. The villagers were utterly astonished, and the system announced that no rewards could be issued today. But tomorrow's rewards would triple. From the corpse of the spiked-back black-striped tiger, numerous pale yellow glimmers began to emerge, coalescing into a faint yellow ring at the center. Is this the soul ring that enables soul masters to break through their power barriers? It certainly appears quite marvelous. This soul ring resembles the halo atop an angel's head. Could it be that Dust Feather must place this soul ring upon his own head to absorb its essence? If so, Dust Feather would become the legendary figure of a winged, luminous being. Chapter 4. Twin Martial Souls. The Divine Punishment Sword. Just as Dust Feather pondered how to absorb the soul ring, a subtle pulling sensation emanated from the palm of his left hand, drawing the century-old soul ring into his grasp. What could this mean? Had he successfully absorbed the soul ring? Yet, there was no noticeable change in the celestial dragon phoenix on his right hand. Rather, Dust Feather felt as if something were about to sprout from the center of his left palm. However, this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before fading into silence. Could it be that the energy of a single soul ring was insufficient? Dust Feather caressed his chin, reflecting on the substantial rewards granted by the system, among which was a century-old soul ring, along with nearly 10-decade-old soul rings surely sufficient. As Dust Feather's left palm absorbed these soul rings, a reaction finally occurred once more. This time, an astonishing sensation of searing heat coursed through the meridians of his left arm, extending throughout his entire being, even penetrating the depths of his soul. Soon after, this power coalesced within Dust Feather's palm, taking the form of a diminutive sword-shaped martial soul. This short sword was entirely black, surrounded by faint tendrils of dark lightning. The martial soul was none other than the celestial punishment god-slaying sword. At this moment, the second martial soul of Chun Yu has finally awakened. In truth, Chun Yu does possess a martial soul. However, the martial soul of the celestial punishment god-slaying sword requires the consumption of a substantial amount of soul power to manifest fully. The meager amount of soul power he possessed during his initial awakening was utterly insufficient to satisfy the demands of the celestial punishment god-slaying sword, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as a talentless individual devoid of a martial soul. In reality, Chun Yu harbors an exceptionally powerful and rare martial soul. Furthermore, his origins in this world are anything but ordinary, though he remains unaware of this truth. The surname Chun is quite rare in the Douluo continent. However, there exists a formidable sword Douluo of the same name. Could it be that Chun Yu shares a profound bloodline connection with the illustrious sword Douluo, Chenxian? Approaching us now is an individual whose soul power is undoubtedly formidable. It must be the esteemed Lord Su Yuntao. Chun Yu immediately retracted his 2 martial souls. Although he was not entirely aware of the significance of possessing twin martial souls for a soul master, he instinctively chose to conceal a portion of his strength. The adage, "A tree that stands out will be felled by the wind," resonated deeply within him. "Xiao-san, where exactly is the spiked black-striped tiger you mentioned? I perceive no trace of soul beasts within the village." upon hearing that a century-old soul beast had invaded the Holy Spirit village. Specifically a spiked black-striped tiger of considerable strength, Su Yuntao promptly returned with Tang San. However, the village was unusually quiet, instilling in Su Yuntao a sense of unease. Could it be that the entire village had fallen victim to the claws of the spiked black-striped tiger? Yet, as Su Yuntao and Tang San stepped into the village with trepidation, they were profoundly astonished by the scene before them. In Holy Spirit Village, regardless of age or gender, everyone was engaged in joyous song and dance, encircling the lifeless form of a spiked black-striped tiger that had long since met its demise. Dead. Su Yuntao could scarcely believe his eyes. Even he would require considerable effort to subdue such a beast. Among the nearly 300 villagers, there was not a single true soul master capable of vanquishing such a formidable soul beast, unless they had summoned a more powerful soul master. In the midst of everyone, a mere 6-year-old child appeared to hold significant status, standing at the very center of the gathering. Xinyu, you have saved the lives of everyone in Holy Spirit Village. I, Lin Shan, previously treated you poorly. I truly am not worthy. Lin Shan struck himself hard across the face, an action that alleviated Chun Yu's lingering resentment. Old Jack, which soul master was responsible for slaying this spiked black-striped tiger? Su Yuntao, observing the wounds on the tiger, deduced that it had undoubtedly endured brutal torment in life. The fatal blow that ultimately claimed its life had struck precisely between its eyes. Only a 3-ringed soul sovereign could have crushed the skull of the spiked black-striped tiger from the front, while Su Yuntao was merely a 2-ringed great soul master. In the Douluo continent, soul masters are categorized by their soul power levels, with the 10th level acting as a watershed. The ranks ascend from soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul sovereign, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, Douluo, and title Douluo. Su Yuntao was a 26th level great soul master. Possessing innate full soul power, Tang San and Chun Yu were akin to soul scholars endowed with 10th level soul power. Lord Su Yuntao, you are mistaken. It was none other than Xiaoyu who delivered the fatal blow to the spiked black-striped tiger. Dust Feather. Su Yuntao and Tang San turned to look at Dust Feather simultaneously. Su Yuntao had some recollection of him. During the awakening of martial spirits, Dust Feather didn't even possess a martial spirit. Although Su Yuntao couldn't comprehend how this was possible, the fact that Dust Feather was deemed a failure was indisputable. How could a 6-year-old child, devoid of both a martial spirit and soul power, possibly slay a 100-year-old soul beast like the spiked-back black-striped tiger? Either old Jack had lost his senses, or Su Yuntao had misheard. Ding! The system astonished Su Yuntao, declaring that there was indeed not a single drop left. The first shock reward for tomorrow would be multiplied by 7. Ding! Once again, it shocked Tang San, who had nothing more to say, truly astonishing. Tomorrow's reward would be multiplied by 15. Dust Feather, did you truly slay this spiked-back black-striped tiger? Su Yuntao turned to inquire directly, genuinely unaware that Dust Feather possessed such capabilities. Had he almost overlooked a genuine genius soul master? Esteemed Su Yuntao, you flatter me, replied Dust Feather modestly. I merely had the fortune of circumstance. After all, that great beast happened to charge into my dagger. Dusty Feathers chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance. Was it merely luck? Su Yuntao could hardly believe Dusty Feathers' words. There must be deeper truths concealed beneath the surface. Yet, he could not accept the notion that a mere 6-year-old child had vanquished the spike-back black-pattern tiger. Even if one were to commence cultivation from the womb, it would be inconceivable to attain the prowess of a soul master. Surely, a soul master of greater strength had passed through Saint Soul Village. For reasons unknown, the villagers had conspired to concoct an excuse, attributing all the accolades to this young lad. Little did they realize that their cleverness would ultimately backfire. Su Yuntao was clearly overthinking the situation. In his perspective, Old Jack and the others' intentions were simply to ensure Dusty Feathers gained entry into the Soul Master Academy. Young one, I recall you possessing no martial soul, even if I were to act as your recommender. Though Su Yuntao refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, Dusty Feathers had already grasped the implication. Lord Su Yuntao, in truth, I do possess a martial soul. Dust Feather unfurled his right hand, and the celestial dragon Phoenix martial soul immediately began to move with remarkable agility. However, the celestial dragon Phoenix martial soul was still in its nascent stage, lacking the defining characteristics of a dragon and phoenix. At present, it resembled an ordinary small snake. Moreover, this time, Dust Feather deliberately suppressed the martial soul's dragon might, making it appear to Su Yuntao as merely an ordinary beast martial soul. A beast martial soul? Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why Dustfeather had not previously displayed any signs of a martial soul. Nevertheless, since Dustfeather possessed a martial soul, and it was not a useless one, he was indeed qualified to enroll in the Martial Soul Academy. Dustfeather, here is your letter of recommendation to the Nuoding Academy. With this document, you may proceed to Nuoding Academy to learn how to become a true soul master. Su Yuntao did not inquire further, preparing to hand Dustfeather a letter bearing the seal of Nuoding Academy. I am most grateful to you, Sir Su Yuntao. As Chenyu extended his hand to receive the recommendation letter, a large group of unfriendly individuals suddenly burst into the village entrance. Master Su Yuntao, you seem to be exhibiting some favoritism, old Jack remarked, his face betraying a hint of anger as he recognized the elder at the forefront. Weiss, what is the purpose of your intrusion into the territory of our Holy Soul Village with this band from Fire Earth Village? Chapter 5, 25-fold Reward. The host seeks mercy. Fire Earth Village and Holy Soul Village are neighboring settlements, yet their relationship is far from amicable. In fact, it is quite antagonistic. This discord is not uncommon among many villages, primarily due to the fixed quota of students that the Nodding Soul Master Academy accepts each year. When one village enrolls a greater number of children, it inevitably affects the admission opportunities of others. The long-standing rivalry between Holy Soul Village and Fire Earth Village has thus fostered a deep-seated enmity. Recently, Fire Earth Village awakened 2 children with normal martial souls. But all the recommendation letters in Su Yuntao's possession had already been distributed. Upon inquiry, they discovered that a boy with a blue-silver grass martial soul from Holy Soul Village had claimed one of the coveted spots, inciting their indignation. It was this very grievance that prompted Village Chief Weiss to lead a group in a brazen attempt to seize the recommendation letter. Old Jack, surely you can't expect all the good fortune to be hoarded by your Holy Soul Village. I've heard that this year you allocated a recommendation letter to a child with a worthless martial soul. Why not relinquish that letter to us at Fire Earth Village? In return, perhaps our village could offer you protection in the future, Weiss stated, his tone laced with a sense of assuredness, as if he had already secured victory over old Jack. Weiss, do not overstep your bounds. That recommendation letter was granted to our Holy Soul Village by Master Su Yuntao. Are you truly intent on forcibly seizing it? Old Jack retorted, resolute in his refusal to yield. Today, regardless of Weiss's personal involvement or even the prospect of direct conflict between the villages, old Jack would never surrender the letter. If it comes to that, I hope Holy Soul Village can withstand the wrath of Fire Earth Village, Weiss countered defiantly, clearly unyielding in his intent to return empty-handed. Su Yuntao chose to remain silent. Although distributing the recommendation letters was his responsibility, he no longer had a say in what transpired thereafter. Weiss, go ahead and try? Old Jack signaled to Lin Shan, who raised his arm and called forth nearly 100 young men to shield Tang San and Chen Yu. Old Jack, it seems your old bones have lived long enough. Weiss began to make a move, only to be interrupted by Chen Yu's languid voice. I ask, what brings you, this old man, to our Holy Soul Village uninvited? Throwing a fit like a petulant child? Have you consumed all semblance of elder wisdom? Chen Yu's words were sharp, provoking both Weiss and the group from Earthfire Village considerably. You, Weiss, infuriated, trembled with his white beard, pointing a finger at Chen Yu, but struggling to utter a single word. What do you mean by you? The letter of recommendation is in my possession. If you wish to preserve even a shred of your dignity, feel free to come and take it from me directly. As Dustfeather articulated his thoughts with such resolve, even Weiss, no matter how shameless, could not possibly seize the recommendation letter from Dustfeather's grasp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ding! The onlookers from the Fire Village were struck with awe. Host, do not go too far. The shock reward multiplies 18-fold. It seems you are not as formidable as you boasted moments ago. However, since you have journeyed so far to wreak havoc in our Holy Soul Village, we shall not allow you to leave empty-handed. Here is the proposition. You may choose one amongst you to engage me in combat. Should you emerge victorious, the recommendation letter shall be yours. Yet, if I prevail, I'm afraid you all must kneel thrice and bow 9 times to offer your apologies to the village elder. Then, you shall depart from our Holy Soul Village. Chen Yu waved the recommendation letter in his hand, yet the words that escaped his lips contradicted his current age. Both Vis and the villagers of Douluo Village were momentarily taken aback, only to respond with a chorus of furious rebukes. In their eyes, Chen Yu was merely a child yet to fully mature, audaciously attempting to admonish these adults. It was akin to a small potato attempting to weigh itself without an understanding of its own worth. Old Jack, is this truly the progeny of your sacred soul village? Such unbridled arrogance. Weiss gazed once more at Xinyu, this time not merely intending to reprimand the young lad, but to bring disgrace upon the entire sacred soul village. Xiaoyi, come here. Weiss beckoned, and a child of similar age to Xinyu stepped forward, albeit with a stature nearly double that of Qinyu's. Defeat this boy, and you shall earn the chance to enter the Soul Master Academy. Go forth. The youth from Douluo village was named Wang Yi, who had awakened his martial soul a good 6 months prior to Xinyu. With a thunderous clap on his chest, Wang Yi summoned forth his black bear martial soul. A formidable ironback black bear, boasting a soul power of level 9, this encapsulated his entire prowess. Ah, having slept through the morning, I still feel drowsy. Tell me, has your grand entrance concluded? If this were a bodybuilding contest, you would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Xinyu, listless and yawning repeatedly, hardly regarded his opponent before him. This nonchalance left Wang Yi, who had been under scrutiny since childhood, somewhat exasperated. However, Wang Yi was perplexed about what constituted a bodybuilding competition. With the ironback black bear martial spirit and a soul power of level 9, he indeed had the qualifications to obtain a recommendation letter. Yet, Xinyu, this intriguing young lad, exhibited no semblance of fear or anxiety. Beside them, Su Tao quietly observed the duel between the two youngsters, eagerly anticipating Chen Yu's forthcoming performance. The ironback black bear martial spirit suddenly surged to its full height, transforming Wang Yi's arms into massive bear paws. With a sweeping motion, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Yet, Chen Yu did not flinch. Instead, he extended a single palm and, to the astonishment of all present, effortlessly absorbed Wang Yi's full force strike. Innate full soul power. Su Tao could not suppress his exclamation. Aside from Tang San, Chen Yu also possessed innate full soul power. Moreover, considering the qualitative difference between Chen Yu's beast martial spirit and Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit, Chen Yu's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass Tang San's. Su Tao felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he could recruit such a prodigy into the spirit hall, it would be a monumental accomplishment. How could this be possible? At this moment, Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He himself was a level 9 soul power user, and with a martial spirit renowned for its strength, yet Chen Yu had managed to block his full force strike without even unleashing his martial spirit. How could they possibly compete? It was akin to a dimensional suppression. I have stated before that this is not merely a bodybuilding competition, no matter how impressive the pose. It is merely a fade, aesthetically pleasing yet devoid of practical utility. With a gentle push of his arm, Chen Yu unleashed a surge of hidden force that instantly repelled Wang Yi. At that moment, Wang Yi's arms tingled with a numbing sensation, hanging limply by his sides. This outcome was a mere consequence of Chen Yu tempering his strength. Had the full power of the hidden force erupted, Wang Yi's arm bones would have shattered into splinters. So, what say you, esteemed residents of Douluo village? Is it not time for you to honor the wager made earlier? In Chen Yu's heart, there was not a trace of embarrassment. It was the people of their Douluo village who had deliberately put themselves forward, inviting him to strike. When an opportunity presents itself, one should seize it without hesitation, especially when it requires little effort. Ding! The number of stunned spectators exceeded 400, and the rewards for astonishment multiplied 25 times. The system lamented, "Host, please spare me. I truly cannot bear this any longer. Woe is me." Chapter 6. A World in Shock. Refusal of the Spirit Hall. Did I not see correctly? Xiaoyi has actually been defeated? Who is Wang Yi? He is the most gifted child of Douluo village, praised even by Su Tao upon awakening his martial spirit. Yet, who could have imagined that today, in Xinghun village, this prodigy they had held dear would be effortlessly vanquished by a seemingly inconspicuous individual. Furthermore, Chen Yu had only utilized a single move from beginning to end. The members of Douluo village felt as if they had been struck across the face, the sting burning fiercely, particularly for Weiss, who felt as though he had lost all dignity in the course of his life. I refuse to accept this. There is no way I could be defeated by you. Wang Yi, having just regained his breath, felt his face flush crimson with shame. At that moment, disregarding their prior agreement, he once again swung his fist toward Xinyu. I have already given you a chance, but it seems you are rather ungrateful. Dust Feather is not a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Having already shown restraint, she found that Wang Yi, however, did not appreciate this courtesy. A hint of coldness flickered within her eyes. Xiaoyi, do not act impulsively. Weiss attempted to intervene, but Wang Yi had already dashed forward. It was over. Weiss's heart sank, his spirits plummeting to the depths of despair. Setting aside the prior agreement between the parties, Wang Yi's actions blatantly violated the established rules. Furthermore, Weiss noted that Su Yuntao's gaze towards Dustfeather had transformed significantly, as if he were beholding an unparalleled treasure. Wang Yi's assault on Dustfeather was akin to a headlong collision with a brick wall. Su Yuntao might even hold the entire Fire Earth village accountable for Wang Yi's reckless behavior. Indeed, before Wang Yi could reach Dustfeather, Su Yuntao casually waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that effortlessly sent Wang Yi flying. In midair, Wang Yi's eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Humph, Village Chief Weiss. Are you questioning my criteria for recommendations? With Su Yuntao having chosen his stance, he had no intention of extending any goodwill towards the people of the Fire Earth village. His faint voice reached Weiss's ears, causing his body to tremble violently, his previously erect posture collapsing into a stoop. I would not dare. The judgment of the esteemed steward is beyond reproach. It is indeed our Fire Earth village that has instigated this trouble, and I implore your forgiveness. Weiss's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, and he no longer dared to linger, leading the people of the Fire Earth village away in disarray. Ha! Trash from the Fire Earth village, be quick to depart. The villagers of St. Soul village had long endured bullying from the Fire Earth village, but today, they finally had a moment of vindication. The catalyst for this shift was none other than Dustfeather, who had previously been regarded as a waste. Dustfeather. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I extend to you a formal invitation to accompany me to Spirit City. In Su Yuntao's eyes, the Fire Earth village was insignificant. What he valued was Dustfeather's extraordinary talent for cultivation. With innate full soul power and a beast martial spirit, Dustfeather's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass that of a soul sage, and with a stroke of good fortune, she might even attain the rank of Soul Douluo or a title Douluo. In due time, Su Yuntao, as Dustfeather's recommender, would see his own status within the Spirit Hall rise correspondingly. However, to Su Yuntao's astonishment, Dustfeather shook her head in refusal. This unexpected turn of events left even old Jack, who had just displayed unrestrained joy, utterly dumbfounded. Ding! Refusal of Su Yuntao's invitation. Shock rippled through the crowd. Dustfeather had declined the opportunity to study in Spirit City, with a shock level reaching a striking 99. The system reported a crash, bestowing a staggering 50-fold shock reward. Wuhuan City, a sanctum nestled within the hearts of all soul masters, is a realm many lower-tier soul masters may never enter during their lifetimes. Yet, Qinyu has resolutely declined this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qinyu, perhaps you remain unaware of the profound significance Wuhuan City holds for soul masters. With your innate full soul power, you would undoubtedly receive the utmost attention there. With an array of training resources at your disposal, I would stake my soul on it, within a span of 5 to 10 years. You are certain to emerge as one of the most exceptional soul masters among the younger generation. Though Su Yutao faced rejection, he bore no semblance of anger. Instead, he grew even more earnest in his persuasion. Lord Su Yutao, I am grateful for your kind intentions, but I have wandered since childhood and have long grown accustomed to a life of freedom. Though Wuhuan City is indeed splendid, it is bound by numerous rules and regulations. Thus, I believe my presence there would only be a source of trouble for you, and I find that the Soul Master Academy suits me far better. Qinyu waved the recommendation letter in his hand, yet there lay a deeper reason behind his rejection of Su Yuntao. He possessed the astonishing system, which promised an abundance of cultivation resources far surpassing those offered by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Qinyu's dual martial souls were rather unique. Until he fully comprehended their intricacies, he would not casually choose a faction to align with. Qinyu, are you truly not going to reconsider? Su Yutao was taken aback by the stubbornness of this young lad, who was so readily discarding such a monumental opportunity. Lord Su Yutao, I have made up my mind, and I shall not regret the choice I made today. Ah, very well. This was indeed your freedom to choose. What a pity, what a pity. Su Yutao sighed several times in regret before he decided not to linger any longer in the Holy Soul Village, his figure gradually fading into the horizon. Xiaoyu, you are far too impulsive. The Spirit City is the gathering place for all high-ranking soul masters. If you were to accompany Lord Su Yuntao there, your strength would undoubtedly soar. Why must you choose the Noting Academy? Old Jack lamented, his disappointment palpable. Grandpa Village Head, rest assured. Even if I do not go to the Spirit City, there are few in this world whose cultivation speed can rival mine. The 2 shock rewards had already amplified Qinyu's cultivation speed by a staggering 8-fold. and this figure would inevitably increase in the future, even if Xinyu merely ate, drank, and slept daily. The speed at which his soul power surged was astonishing. Tang San's gaze towards Xinyu took on a more profound meaning. It was no small feat for one so young to turn down the olive branch extended by the spirit hall. True strength does not arise merely from dependence on a particular faction. It is often the strong who enable a faction to endure and thrive. Were he in Tang San's position, he too would have unhesitatingly rejected Su Yuntao. For he and Chun Yu were of the same ilk, those who possessed the heart of a true warrior. In Tang San's mind, Chun Yu's image had unconsciously grown significantly larger. Alas, my child, old Jack recognized that it was too late to voice any further concerns. The missed opportunity was truly regrettable. Grandpa Village Head, let us not waste the corpse of this spiked-back black-patterned tiger. Let us distribute it to the uncles and aunts. Chun Yu deliberately diverted the conversation, directing everyone's attention toward the formidable spiked black-striped tiger. The fresh flesh of soul beasts is a rare treasure, particularly that of beasts over a century old, whose flesh is imbued with a wealth of essence. Even an ordinary person would reap substantial benefits from consuming it. As dusk fell, the entire Sacred Soul Village buzzed with excitement, celebrating the emergence of two soul masters and bidding farewell to Tang San and Xinyu, Yu, who were set to embark on their journey to Notting Academy the following morning. Come, Xiaoyu, Xiaosan, Uncle Lin raises a toast to you. Remember to return to the village often. Lin Shan, thoroughly intoxicated, slurred his words, while Tang San, having been compelled to drink, flushed crimson. In contrast, Xinyu welcomed every offering, one hand grasping a tiger leg taller than himself, the other holding a large bowl, indulging in his feast with unrestrained delight. As he savored the meal, Xinyu murmured, "This tiger would be a protected species in my world, yet the flavor of its meat is truly exquisite." Chapter 7. What is your Wi-Fi password? After a night of revelry, Xinyu awoke from his sprawled position to the bright light of the next morning, realizing that Tang San, who had once slept beside him, had mysteriously vanished. That Tang San is indeed quite enigmatic. The 9 turns mysterious heaven skill activated automatically, requiring no conscious effort on Xinyu's part, and a rich scent of alcohol emanated from his fingertips, instantly clearing his head. Seizing the opportunity while everyone remained in slumber, Xinyu began to organize the rewards from the previous day's events, taking the time to meticulously review his memories and plan for the future. Upon opening the system, a detailed array of records promptly appeared before him. Xinyu, age 6, possesses an innate full soul power. The system's prize pool has accumulated a reward multiplier of 50 times. He is endowed with dual martial souls. The martial soul, Ingtian Dragon Phoenix, juvenile phase, allows for a single awakening, enhancing the host's soul power reserve by threefold and accelerating soul power cultivation speed by threefold. Thus far, no soul rings have been added. The Ingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul can be further developed by devouring the essence of soul beasts and the martial souls of soul masters. The martial soul, Heavenly Punishment God-Slaying Sword, has been activated, yet its abilities remain sealed, requiring the activation of bloodline power for automatic unsealing. No soul rings have been appended as of now. Skill set, Xiantian Treasure Talisman. Divine Grade increases the quantity of God-Slaying Grade hidden weapons, expands the compendium of Divine Grade spiritual herbs, and provides methods for concocting the Exterminate Immortals poison. 9 transformations of Xiantian, an enhanced version of Xiantian skill, allowing the soul power to possess multiple attributes, with the host cultivation speed boosted 5-fold. Starfall Technique, an ancient martial art, featuring the Meteor 9 flashes, enhances the proficiency of 7 stars ghost steps by 1. The Soul Guidance Device, Tiger-Striped Bloodthirsty Dagger. Bone Cutter, capable of shattering all defensive soul skills below the soul respect level. This skill can be upgraded. Bloodthirst, the Tiger-Striped Bloodthirsty Dagger restores 1% of the user's stamina for each instance of damage inflicted upon the opponent. This skill cannot be upgraded. The initial day's harvest can be deemed passable. Crucially, today there is an additional wave of stacked rewards, indicating that the skill repository shall soon brim with more treasures. Apart from these significant gains, the scattered items hold little importance. The sole valuable item on Xinyu is the Gold Soul Coin. It is truly unexpected that a scion of ancient martial arts has nearly sunk to the depths of poverty. What can a single coin accomplish? Xinyu, feeling a tinge of frustration, sighed softly, yet took great care to secure the Golden Soul Coin close to himself. In his previous life, he was a destitute wretch, and in this lifetime, He harbored no desire to perpetuate such a title. At that moment, a flicker of unusual purple light caught the corner of Qinyu's eye, emanating from the east. The purple aura rising in the east? That shouldn't be. For was it not said that such a unique energy field could only manifest when one reached the pinnacle of the three flowers gathering at the crown? Could it be that within this sacred soul village, there exists a peerless master adept in the art of inner cultivation? With a heart full of curiosity, Qinyue swiftly darted towards the source of the purple light. Utilizing the seven-star ghost steps, he covered the several thousand meters in merely half a minute. In the clearing, a diminutive figure sat cross-legged, gazing eastward, yet his eyes radiated an extraordinary purple luminescence. It is indeed you, Tang-san. Along the way, Qinyue had suspected that this phenomenon was likely orchestrated by Tang-san, and witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat astonished. The eye technique is known to be one of the most challenging secret arts to cultivate and is exceptionally rare. It seems imperative to engage in a serious discussion with Tang-san. The internal energy and eye technique are not native to the Douluo continent. Perhaps Tang-san, like himself, is not an indigenous inhabitant of this realm. Who is it? As soon as Qinyue approached, Tang-san immediately sensed his presence. A few cold stars shot forth from between Tang-san's fingers, aimed directly at the vital points of Qinyue's body. Hidden weapons. This further solidified Qinyue's judgment. Tang-san, hold your hand. It is I. Dust Feather casually picked up a few stones from the ground, and, employing the technique of concealed weaponry, struck down the steel needles launched by Tang-san. Dust Feather? How did you come to be here? Tang-san, harboring a persistent wariness towards this individual who had abruptly transformed from a mere wastrel into a prodigy, could not shake the feeling that Dust Feather's actions were far beyond the capabilities of a mere 6-year-old. Tang-san, since we both harbor secrets, why not speak plainly? What is the password to your Wi-Fi? What? Tang-san's mind was overwhelmed with confusion. What is Wi-Fi? No matter. Do you believe in the existence of light in this world? Like Digga, Taro, and armored warriors. Ding. Dust Feather's words compelled Tang-san to question his very existence. He felt compelled to respond. Your mind is not functioning properly. Shock value, 99. Would you like to claim today's accumulated 50-fold reward? If not claimed, the reward multiplier will increase once more. I shall not claim it. Tang-san scoffed. The higher the reward multiplier, the greater the chance of obtaining exceptional treasures. This is a life lesson Dust Feather learned after investing significant sums at the Goose Factory to draw skins. Now, the system found itself in a quandary. Host, are you intending to drain me all at once? Ding. Shock reward increased to 60-fold. Dust Feather, what exactly do you wish to convey? Tang-san, having been interrupted in his cultivation, felt increasingly irked. The incomprehensible words spilling from Dust Feather's lips seemed a deliberate mockery. However, if this Tang-san was from the same era as I, he should not be at a loss for understanding these terms. Could it be that he had traversed time from the ancient past? Upon reflecting on this, Qinyue awkwardly performed a gesture of respect reminiscent of those seen in television dramas. Qinyue, what is it that you truly intend to do? Tang-san's patience had nearly worn thin, his tone laced with a subtle chill. Is it still insufficient? How adept Tang-san is at feigning composure? Qinyue, determined to uncover the truth, boldly confronted them regarding their identities. Since they all hailed from different realms, continuing the charade seemed rather pointless. Transmigration? Tang-san was utterly bewildered. In his era, the concept of transmigration was non-existent. Was he losing his mind? Tang-san had no desire to squander time with Qinyue, whom he deemed a fool, and thus made his way towards the exit. Could it be that he was mistaken, and Qinyue was not a transmigrant after all? Qinyue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and hurried after him. Tang-san, I must apologize. I wasn't fully awake earlier and ended up rambling on nonsensically. Please don't take it to heart. Wait, don't run away. I assure you, I am not insane. Hey, children ought to be polite. I have already offered my apology, yet you still choose to ignore me. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, soon arrived at the doorstep of Tang-san's home. As Qinyue drew near, a wave of intense heat assailed him. Emanating from the furnace where only a few pieces of wood lay, yet the flames danced with extraordinary vigor. Centuries-old fire-sunken timber. With a fleeting glance, Qinyue immediately recognized the wood in the furnace as an exceedingly rare material. Renowned for its remarkable ability to expedite the refinement of fire, attribute soul power for soul masters. Yet, within this modest blacksmith shop, this century-old fire-immersed wood was merely being used as firewood. What a peculiar household condition this is. One might even call it extravagant. However, It was evident that Tang San was oblivious to this fact, as he continued to haul more fire-immersed wood from the house, tossing it into the furnace without a second thought. Inside, the sound of thunderous snoring echoed, suggesting that the one sleeping within was none other than Tang San's father. Tang Hao, the sole blacksmith of Holy Soul Village. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Tang Hao. Tang San, are you still upset? I was merely jesting with you earlier. You seem to have taken it quite seriously. As Chunyu stepped into the courtyard, the sound of snoring from within abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, he felt a sudden tremor from the two martial souls within him, causing the foot he had just lifted to retract instantly. A master. An undeniable master. The snoring resumed almost immediately, and if one were not attentive, it would be imperceptible. Yet, Chunyu felt as if he had been locked in the gaze of a primordial beast, an overwhelming sense of pressure that penetrated his very soul, starkly vivid. Ding. The host has been shocked, resulting in a halving of the accumulated reward multiplier. Halved. That was akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of hell. 60 times and 30 times are not rewards of the same caliber. System, you are intentionally withholding labor compensation. I shall lodge a complaint against you. While Chunyu was mired in this predicament, Tang San had already deftly prepared breakfast and brought forth a steaming bowl of porridge for Chunyu. Hurry, eat something. Soon. Grandpa Village Chief will take us to the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Though Tang San appeared cold and aloof, he genuinely possessed a good heart. This little fellow, with a mouth like a knife but a heart of tofu, truly had noble intentions. However, just as Chunyu finished his porridge, a voice, audible only to him, whispered in his ear, "After you finish, find me at the cliff behind Holy Soul Village." Although Chunyu had never heard this voice before, its tone bore an undeniable authority. If I do not comply, will the owner of that voice not simply end my life? Regardless, even if it leads me to the gates of hell, I shall venture forth. Chunyu set down his utensils and greeted Tang San before swiftly making his way towards the hills beyond the village. It was peculiar that he had summoned me, yet failed to arrive himself. Such lack of punctuality from a master diminishes one's dignity. As Chunyu leisurely strolled along, he found himself surrounded by an eerie emptiness near the cliffs, prompting him to silently scoff. So, you are Chunyu, endowed with innate full soul power and an exceptional beast martial soul. What, pray tell, is your true purpose in approaching Tang San in this sacred soul village? A figure materialized behind Chunyu, enveloped in an astonishing aura of soul power, causing even the sunlight above to distort in their presence. Although Chunyu could not discern the stranger's visage, the following utterance made this master, who had deliberately concealed their appearance, shudder slightly. You must be Tang San's father. Uncle Tang. Ding. The awestruck Douluo Tang Hao registered a shock value of 1. Affirming that even though his identity had been discovered, he, as Douluo, must maintain the composure befitting a master. Should the shock reward be cumulative? Cumulative. Having inexplicably lost half of his reward multiplier previously, Chunyu was determined to reclaim it. Yet, the revelation that Tang San's father was a titled Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, sent a jolt through Chunyu's mind. What a marvel! This Holy Soul Village harbors such unparalleled masters. Young one, do enlighten me on how you discern my identity. With his identity laid bare, Tang Hao chose to reveal his appearance. He was a rugged middle-aged man, boasting a robust physique and eyes filled with the weight of experience, as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of the mortal realm. However, the deep-seated sorrow nestled within the depths of Tang Hao's gaze did not escape Chunyu's keen observation. It was evident that this titled Douluo had endured some great ordeal, which was likely the reason he chose to languish in this humble Holy Soul Village. Firstly, while I was at the blacksmith shop, my martial soul seemed to be under significant threat, and aside from Tang San, you were the only other person present. Moreover, the ability to transmit sound privately requires the parties to be relatively close. If they are more than 100 meters apart, it becomes ineffective. Thus, I deduced that it was you who communicated with me. Tang Hao was somewhat taken aback. This mere 6-year-old child possessed a level of astuteness that rivaled that of many adults. Of course, prior to your appearance, all of this was mere speculation. But the moment you manifested, I was utterly convinced. Oh, this is rather intriguing. Pray tell, what led to your certainty? It is the scent that clings to you. A smoky odor that only one who has spent years by the forge would possess. Tang Hao glanced down at his short shirt, astonished that such a minute detail had eluded no scrutiny from Chunyu. Ding. The astute analysis once again astonished Douluo, accruing a shock value of 10, with the shock reward now multiplied to 50 times. The consecutive astonishment had restored the multiplier, and with this momentum, Xinyu was confident he could elevate the reward multiplier to triple digits. With that, my curiosity regarding your identity has only deepened. Are you from one of the 3 great imperial families, or perhaps from the upper 3 sects or the lower 4 sects, or do you hail from the Spirit Hall? Upon the utterance of the word Spirit Hall, a barely concealed aura of murderous intent emanated from Tang Hao, causing the entire cliff to tremble as if a colossal beast had violently stomped upon it. Truly, as a titled Douluo, his power is nothing short of astonishing. To be honest, I too am eager to uncover my origins. Uncle Tang, it seems our thoughts align. Whether it is true or false, I shall discern it with but a single test. A formidable presence surged from Tang Hao, enveloping Xinyu completely. Crack, crack. Within Xinyu's body, the distinct sound of bones grinding against each other resonated. Although he possessed an array of ancient martial techniques, he found himself utterly devoid of any chance to resist in the presence of a titled Douluo. Uncle Tang, do you intend to force a confession through coercion? Under the weight of his own imposing aura, Xinyu was surprisingly able to speak with such an effortless tone, which left Tang Hao in a state of astonishment for the 3rd time that day. Ding! In all these years, Tang Hao had never experienced 3 consecutive shocks. The rewards for his astonishment had multiplied. 100-fold accumulation of rewards, and Xinyu had remarkably accomplished his objective ahead of time. Is it truly this simple? It seems I can push myself further still. At this moment, Xinyu's gambling nature was laid bare, as he unexpectedly chose the option of non-acceptance once again. In a mere 10 seconds, the ease on Xinyu's face dissipated. At that instant, the twin martial spirits within him manifested under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Tang Hao. A startling roar of a dragon and the clear chime of a sword echoed simultaneously. Although Xinyu's martial spirit bore no additional soul rings, he managed to disperse the oppressive force that Tang Hao had imposed upon him. Astonishingly, a 6-year-old child with merely a level 10 soul power had actively shattered the imposing aura of a titled Douluo. Had this scene not unfolded before Tang Hao, he might have found it hard to believe. Ding! The ultimate shock reverberated through Tang Hao, who mused internally. Have I been inactive for too long, leading to a decline in my skills, unable to subdue even a mere child? The shock reward doubled once more. Ding! The shock reward multiplied by 300. The system expressed its exasperation. If you continue to exploit this, I shall be undone. Twin martial spirits. A flicker of inexplicable light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, as he had only just learned that Tang Sen also possessed twin martial spirits. In the small Holy Spirit village, 2 soul masters with such extraordinary gifts had emerged. The odds of this occurrence? Well, it had only transpired once in the entirety of Douluo continent's hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, Tang Hao was certain that Xinyu had no ties to the Spirit Hall. It was inconceivable that the Spirit Hall would allow such a prodigy to remain in the insignificant Holy Spirit village, deliberately approaching Tang San. It was hardly a prudent transaction. Chapter 9. Joining forces. Facing assassination. Oh no. Could it be that the Haotian Douluo harbors murderous intent towards me due to the existence of twin martial spirits? Xinyu, this time, truly felt a profound sense of crisis. He and Tang San both possessed twin martial souls, and in certain aspects, Xinyu's innate talent surpassed that of Tang San. Would Tang Hao, influenced by his relationship with Tang San, consider eliminating Xinyu here? However, at this moment, Tang Hao chose to retract his formidable aura, which brought a sense of relief to Xinyu. Xinyu, if you agree to fulfill a certain request of mine, I could assist you in return, Tang Hao stated, his arms crossed behind him, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xinyu. Uncle Tang, you are being overly formal. Whatever the matter is, Xiaoyu will see it through for you. Xinyu was lamenting the lack of opportunity to connect with the esteemed Haotian Douluo, when, to his surprise, Tang Hao extended a gracious olive branch. Regardless of the circumstances, Xinyu was determined to seize this rare opportunity with unwavering resolve. Observing Xinyu's enthusiastic response, which resonated like thunder as he patted his chest, a subtle smile graced Tang Hao's face. Little one, you dare to agree before I even reveal the matter at hand? Tang Hao remarked playfully. Uncle Tang, you certainly wouldn't send me into the jaws of danger. I surmise this must pertain to the little third one. Xinyun's words indeed surprised Tang Hao. He had not anticipated that Xinyun could be so astute, discerning the truth in an instant. Indeed, it pertains to the matter of the third party. You are to accompany me to Nottingham Academy today. However, the third party has never been adept at socializing since childhood, and I have pressing matters that prevent me from remaining by his side for protection. I fear he may suffer as a result, thus I wish to Tang Hao, having just observed the maturity beyond his years in Qinyun, was suddenly struck by this notion. Uncle Tang, I comprehend your intentions. In her heart, Qinyun mused that, in truth, your son possesses no less cunning than my own. It is merely that you, as a father, remain oblivious to your son's true nature. I shall not allow you to assist me without recompense. You may now pose a single request, and regardless of its nature, I shall fulfill it. To be candid, Qinyun did not face any particularly pressing dilemmas. Her agreement with Tang Hao was solely motivated by her desire to cultivate a closer rapport with the esteemed Douluo. Then, Uncle Tang, could you assist me in uncovering the truth of my origins? As Qinyun beheld the god-slaying sword of divine punishment in his grasp, he recognized that this martial soul remained in a state of confinement, only to be awakened by the power of his bloodline. Thus, this matter stood as the solitary challenge for which Qinyun sought the assistance of another. Very well, let today's events remain a secret from Xiao San. Tang Hao remarked coolly before his figure dissipated into thin air. Truly, he was a titled Douluo, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Upon Chun Yu's arrival at the village entrance from the precipice, Tang San and Old Jack had been awaiting his return. Little Yu, where have you been? Tang San inquired. Oh, nothing significant. I merely took a moment to feed Ah Huang, which caused a slight delay. My apologies. Ah Huang was a little yellow dog from the village and had previously been Qin Yu's only companion. Of course, Qinyun would not reveal Tang Hao's matters. One must possess integrity, after all. By midday, Qinyun and his companions had traversed nearly a third of their journey. If they quickened their pace, they should arrive at Nodding City by evening. However, ever since departing from Holy Soul Village, Qinyun felt as though a shadow trailed behind them. Although this individual consciously maintained a distance, the faint aura of malice was palpable to Qinyun. It was not only Qinyun who sensed something amiss. Tang San also detected the unease. The two exchanged a glance, each perceiving a profound look in the other's eyes. Grandpa Village Chief, let us take a rest beneath that shade. I and Xiao San will gather some wild fruits for you. Before Old Jack could protest, Chun Yu and Tang San had already vanished into the thick woods. These two little ones have suddenly grown so close. Nevertheless, it is a fortuitous development. For in Nodding City, you shall need to rely on one another. Indeed, as soon as Chun Yu and Tang San changed their direction, that persistent shadow plunged into the forest after them. You have followed us for most of the day. You must be quite weary. Why not step forward and have a chat? The eyes of Qin Yu and Tang San were filled with a chilling intensity. For they had lurked in the shadows for so long that the arrival of the newcomer could only be deemed ominous. Yet, they remained unaware of the true identity of this enigmatic presence. How did you two little ones manage to uncover my whereabouts? A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in a form-fitting attire that accentuated his formidable aura. Though he believed his ability to conceal his presence was commendable to our eyes, it was akin to being stripped bare under the glaring sun, leaving nothing concealed. The unreserved tone of Chun Yu gradually darkened the expression of the man. Little one, has your guardian not taught you to keep a low profile in public? Qin Yu immediately retorted with sarcasm, I beg your pardon. But this must be a reflection of your childhood. I possess no tail, thus I have no need to lower my head in shame. This individual is known as Li Gui, a notorious assassin whose hands are stained with the blood of not only ordinary people but even soul masters. However, his exorbitant fees render him unattainable for the average person. Moreover, who could possibly harbor such a desire to bring about the demise of both Chun Yu and Tang San? Qin Yu is already identified as suspect, this from the Earthfire Village. Aside from having conflicts with this individual, he possesses no other enemies. If my conjecture is correct, it was indeed Earthfire Village that employed you. Qin Yu deliberately deceived Li Gui, and the slightest glimmer of evasion in Li Gui's eyes did not escape Qin Yu's keen perception. Indeed, it was that old rascal Weiss. For the first time, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Qin Yu's heart. Originally, Weiss was merely a passerby in his mind, yet he insisted on making a scene, evidently seeking to meet his maker. It was heard that the two of them had just awakened their martial souls. What a pity that two young soul masters were destined to meet their untimely end today. Li Gui refrained from further trivialities, raising his fist to strike at the heads of Qin Yu and Tang San. However, what Li Gui was unaware of was that before him stood not two meek lambs, but rather two young tigers emerging from the mountains. As dust settled and feathers drifted down, Tang San elegantly extended his arms like a graceful ape. In unison, the two of them executed a pull and a thrust, unexpectedly sending Li Gui tumbling to the ground in a most humiliating manner. With a grunt, Li Gui expelled the grass from his mouth, seething with rage. How could such a formidable assassin be bested by a pair of mere children? You two little brats are courting death. Beneath his feet, two soul rings, one white and one yellow, emerged, while behind him, a colossal mantis, adorned with two pairs of wings, raised its sharp forelimbs. The martial spirit, four-winged mantis, belonged to a level 25, two-ring soul master. This was the source of Li Gui's confidence as a renowned assassin, rivaling the strength of Su Yuntao. This was the first time Qinyu engaged in combat with a soul master. The previous Wang Yi could hardly be regarded as a true soul master, whereas this Li Gui possessed two soul rings. Qinyu, you take the left, and I will take the right. Let us unite to besiege him. Tang Xin had long since concealed several steel needles in his palm, indicating that Li Gui's displayed prowess had instilled a modicum of pressure upon him. Let us commence. With a sudden weight in his palm, Qinyu summoned the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes, its carved eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue. At that moment, this divine blade yearned to quench its thirst with the blood of its adversaries. Chapter 10. A stunning revelation that terrifies the assassin upon witnessing the stance of Qinyu and Tang San. Li Gui was momentarily taken aback. Had it been any other child, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Yet these two young ones displayed neither plea for mercy nor a trace of terror upon their faces. Such calmness was not characteristic of ordinary children. It became evident why that old man Weiss, despite exhausting the entire savings of the underground village, sought to enlist my aid in eliminating these two. Li Gui felt a heightened sense of caution. It was the first time in his extensive career as an assassin that he regarded two children with such seriousness. Today, I shall impart to you the inaugural lesson within the realm of soul masters, and it shall also be your final lesson. Li Gui's first soul ring suddenly illuminated. A gentle wave of soul power radiating towards his four-winged mantis martial spirit. The first soul skill, side slash. The mantis's razor-sharp forelimbs were raised high, and in the blink of an eye, they cleaved downwards, unleashing two swift arcs of brilliance that carved deep gashes into the ground. The assault of the soul skill was significantly swifter than Qinyu's ancient martial techniques in concealed weapons. Moreover, the steel needles forged from fine iron were effortlessly deflected by Li Gui's first soul skill. 7-star ghost steps, ghostly shadows. Just as Li Gui triumphantly believed that his strike would effortlessly annihilate Qinyu and Tang San, the two youngsters inexplicably vanished from his sight. What sorcery is this? Li Gui's soul attack met with empty air, an unexpected turn of events that left him astounded. Ding! The 7-star ghost steps astonished Li Gui, earning a shock value of 99. As the reward multiplier exceeded the cumulative limit, the reward would be automatically dispensed. The system indicated that it could finally settle its accounts in one fell swoop. To be frank, Qinyu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Had the reward multiplier been elevated a few more tiers, it would have been perfect. Ding! The reward has been issued. Please check your account. As Qinyu opened the reward, he was taken aback, utterly astonished. Clearly, this reward was remarkably generous. Indeed, it was so lavish that Qinyu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the system. No matter how meager the 300-fold reward may seem, it should at least yield a divine artifact, or at the very least, a soul ring of 100,000 years, which would be somewhat acceptable. Yet, presenting me with merely 3 gold coins, what does that signify? Does the system hold me in such low regard? Indeed, the so-called 300-fold reward amounted to a pitiful 3 gold soul coins. What a tremendous loss, a loss that feels as though I have been robbed blind. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have opted to claim the rewards in batches. Perhaps then I might have drawn something worthwhile. What a scam. Truly a monumental disappointment. Qinyu, filled with anguish, clicked her tongue, directing all her resentment towards Li Gui. After all, who else could she blame for coincidentally crossing paths with her wrath? Meteoric descent, 9 shooting stars. At that moment, 9 identical manifestations of Qinyu abruptly materialized within Li Gui's line of sight. Following this, 9 glimmers of cold light streaked through the air, leaving Li Gui with 9 gaping wounds, each bleeding profusely. The bloodthirsty skill activated, restoring the host's vitality by 9%. A warm current surged through Qinyu, instantly restoring his physical strength to its peak condition. This bloodthirsty skill proved quite remarkable, allowing me to engage in combat with nearly no expenditure of energy when combined with my Meteor 9 flash. At that moment, Tang San also made his move. Adorning his right wrist was a silent wrist crossbow, and he had positioned himself perfectly in the blind spot behind Li Gui. Whoosh! The wrist crossbow shot forth, producing almost no sound, yet Li Gui's second soul ring flared to life. To everyone's astonishment, two pairs of special wings emerged from behind Li Gui. Their surfaces covered in a shell as hard as that of a beetle. Although Tang San's silent wrist crossbow was effective in its surprise attack, its power was somewhat lacking. The short bolt penetrated merely half an inch before losing momentum, becoming lodged within the shell. The second soul skill, Mantis Wings. In an instant, the two pairs of wings unfurled, lifting Li Gui into the air. A flying soul skill, one of the most challenging abilities to master, was unexpectedly bestowed upon Li Gui with his second soul ring. You little beast, how dare you harm me? I shall make you wish for death. The playful glint in Li Gui's eyes was replaced by an overwhelming murderous intent. At this moment, his inner fury had been completely unleashed. With a swift motion, the wings behind Li Gui snapped together, and his body dove downward, his arms transforming into the forelimbs of the mantis spirit, as if he intended to cleave Chen Yu into countless pieces. Oh, I haven't settled the score with you yet. And here you are, trying to teach me a lesson. My temper, I fear, cannot be contained against the primal force within me. In the palm of Chen Yu's right hand, a diminutive serpentine martial soul began to stir gracefully, enveloping Li Gui in a faint yet formidable aura of draconic might. In an instant, Li Gui's entire being quivered violently, and his four-winged mantis martial soul hastily retreated into his body. The activation of his second soul skill was abruptly interrupted, causing him to emit a harrowing cry before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep impression in the solid earth. Though the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul remained in its nascent stage, its pure draconic essence was unwavering, while the four-winged mantis, being merely an ordinary beast martial soul, was utterly overpowered. Furthermore, given Li Gui's inherently low soul power, he was incapable of maintaining the manifestation of his martial soul in the presence of the celestial dragon phoenix. Ding! The might of the dragon phoenix astonished Li Gui, registering a shock level of 100. He had succumbed to fear. Ding! A shock first kill grand gift package was obtained. Automatically opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine bestowed soul ring. Divine bestowed soul ring. A special soul ring forged from the convergence of the world's power by a godly entity. The higher the user's soul power rank, the greater the quality of the acquired soul ring. There exists a minuscule probability of 0.0001 to obtain a divine grade soul ring. At this moment, Li Gui remained with his mouth agape, his face a mask of terror, yet his pupils had dilated to their utmost, signifying that life had fled him. It is likely that even Li Gui himself never imagined that after his extensive reign in the assassin realm, he would meet his end at the hands of a mere novice. It appears that this system can be utilized in such a manner, a valuable lesson learned. Chen Yu was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the assassins of Douluo continent would possess such timid hearts. The moment he revealed his martial soul, the opponent had already perished. Chen Yu felt as though he had yet to even warm up. What on earth is your martial soul, to possess such terrifying power? Tang San remarked, as he stowed away the hidden weapon he had just drawn, his gaze reflecting a hint of astonishment. I am equally in the dark. When it comes to knowledge of martial souls, I am even less informed than you. Chen Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging the truth in his words. Even now, he remained uncertain of the specific abilities of the celestial dragon phoenix. Upon arriving at Notting Academy, clarity would surely dawn upon him. The village elder awaited our return. So let us proceed. Though Chen Yu had taken a life, both he and Tang San exhibited an extraordinary composure, as if they had encountered such circumstances countless times before. This Tang San must, like me, be a traveler from another realm. Otherwise, a mere 6-year-old child would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear upon witnessing such a scene. Rather than maintaining such a serene demeanor, Chen Yu hastily departed from the location. His thoughts already fixated on the ignoble actions of the Fire Earth village and that wretched old man, Weiss. How dare they hire an assassin to eliminate me? The days of the Fire Earth village are numbered. I abide by a principle. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one wrongs me, I shall repay them 100-fold. Their actions have clearly crossed the boundaries of my patience. When I return from the Notting Academy, it will be the Fire Earth village that suffers. Xiaoyu, San, why have you taken so long? It's getting late. We must continue our journey, old Jack remarked, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly innocent Chen Yu had just taken the life of a second-ring soul master. The trio journeyed in silence, their silhouettes gradually fading on the winding mountain path. Chapter 11. Arrival at Notting. The lowly gaze of a dog as dusk settled. The three finally arrived at the city of Notting. However, they had missed the opening hours of the Nodding Academy and would have to wait until the morrow to complete their enrollment procedures. Unfortunately, lodging in Nodding City came at a steep price, and even old Jack felt the sting. Not to mention Tang San, who possessed but a single silver soul coin. Even if the three of them shared a room, it would still cost 10 silver soul coins. Yet, for the sake of allowing the weary youngsters to rest well for the night, old Jack gritted his teeth and led Chinyu and the others towards a modest inn. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, the trio was abruptly halted. "Hey, beggars should use the back door. This front entrance is no place for you wretches." The receptionist, lacking any semblance of courtesy, roughly shoved old Jack, causing him to stumble perilously close to the ground. This insolence made both Chinyu and Tang San's expressions turn icy. How dare a mere gatekeeper exhibit such arrogance, oblivious to his own station? You are courting death. The emotionless gaze of Chinyu sent a shiver down the spine of the doorkeeper, a seemingly youthful lad who, despite his age, evoked a sensation akin to that of facing a fierce tiger. Yet, leaning against the tavern, the attendant managed to maintain a semblance of composure, albeit stripped of his prior arrogance. "What? Am I mistaken? Dressed as you are, either beggars or rustic bumpkins, you dare to seek lodging? Do you have any idea how much it costs to stay a night at our Hongyun hotel? Even if you were to empty your pockets entirely, it would scarcely amount to the value of a single room key. The Hongyun Hotel, though merely a modest establishment in the city of Nodding, charges a fee of 15 silver soul coins for a night's stay, while the exchange rate between gold and silver soul coins on Douluo continent stands at 1 to 1,000. Thus, 15 silver soul coins represent the entirety of old Jack's earnings for half a year. Oh, now I truly comprehend the origin of the phrase "a dog s I looking down on others." Chinyu possessed a total of 4 golden soul coins, equivalent to 4,000 silver soul coins. Previously, he believed that exchanging 3 golden soul coins for a 300-fold cumulative reward was a regrettable decision, leaving him feeling quite impoverished. However, he soon realized that these golden soul coins held considerable value in Nodding City, at least for the moment, allowing him to deliver a stinging rebuke to the attendant. "You insolent fool, whom do you dare to insult as a dog?" Once employed at the Fortune Hotel, he had always walked with an air of superiority, yet today, the disdainful tone of Chinyu rendered him somewhat embarrassed. "3 beggars, I shall grant you a mere 10 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I shall ensure you do not leave this Nodding City." Slap. In response, he received a resounding slap, the clear imprint left on his right cheek, delivered by none other than Chinyu himself. You wretched creature, you dare strike me. I shall have your head today." Before he could finish his threat, his left cheek met with another slap, this time from Tang San. In the span of mere moments, he was unable to comprehend how Chinyu and Tang San had acted. "This is outrageous. How dare beggars cause a ruckus in my Fortune Hotel?" The attendant scurried back inside, and soon, several burly men emerged, surrounding the trio. "You little rascal, it has been ages since anyone dared to disrupt my establishment. You must possess the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard to disregard me, Scarlu." Scarlu, what a dreadfully cliché name. Chinyu cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man who spoke, the scar that traversed his right eye evidently the source of his moniker. Yet, Chinyu could only perceive a faint ripple of soul power emanating from these individuals, even weaker than that of Wang Yi from the past. A group of worthless beings. Not even soul masters dared to bellow before me, let alone the fact that this establishment is under your protection. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, I would turn it upside down. Old Jack is the sole person of significance in Chinyu's heart. Without him, Chinyu would have long succumbed to hunger or the cold. Thus, the indignities suffered by old Jack must now be repaid 100-fold. He chuckled. "Ah, young one, you are indeed fearless like a newborn calf, but today I shall unveil to you the treachery of society." Scarred Lu signaled to his subordinates, who eagerly rolled up their sleeves, their eyes glinting with malicious intent as they fixated upon Chinyu. Old Jack, fearing that Chinyu and Tang San might face peril, hastily attempted to offer an apology, only to be intercepted by Chinyu. "Village elder, today we shall demonstrate to these city hounds what it truly means to have their fangs shattered and swallowed whole." As Chinyu stepped forward, the astonishing dragon might emanating from his heaven dragon phoenix martial soul caused these individuals to falter, their legs buckling beneath them as they collapsed onto the ground. This was merely a restrained display of power. Had he unleashed the full pressure of his martial soul, they would likely have perished from sheer terror. Akin to the unfortunate assassin, Li Gui. Ding. The thugs were intimidated, achieving a shock level of 99. earning 3 vouchers for luxurious suites at the Elan Hotel in Notting City. The Elan Hotel is the most prestigious establishment in Notting City, where a standard room costs 500 silver soul coins per night, while a luxurious suite commands a price of 1 gold soul coin per night. You are a soul master of Notting Academy? Scarred Luke could hardly fathom that the 6 or 7-year-old child before him possessed such a formidable beast martial soul, with soul power significantly surpassing his own. The sheer magnitude of soul power, combined with an awakened martial soul and Chun Yu's tender age, painted a clear picture. He was undoubtedly a newly enrolled student at Notting Academy this year. The status of Notting Academy in Notting City eclipsed even that of the City Lord's mansion, and Scarred Luke, no matter how audacious, would not dare challenge the Academy. I have been blind and have offended the esteemed soul master. Scarred Luke suddenly knelt before Chun Yu, his head knocking against the ground rhythmically. Hee, Brother Scar. Weren't you just eager to deal with me? I am still waiting. A faint, cold smile played at the corners of Chun Yu's mouth as Scarred Luke, upon witnessing this, ruthlessly kicked the already petrified servant far away. Damn it, this is all your fault for deliberately setting me up, the esteemed soul master declared. I too have been manipulated. Had I known it was you staying at our hotel, I would have certainly come out to greet you personally. Scarred Luke, ever the astute one, cleverly utilized the servant to divert Chun Yu's attention. Is that so? But isn't your Hongyun hotel unwelcoming towards beggars like us? With a resounding slap, Scarred Luke's hand descended upon the servant's face like relentless raindrops. In no time, the servant's once pristine white teeth were entirely knocked out. I warned you not to speak carelessly. I admonished you against sowing discord. I told you not to set me up. When Scarred Luke lifted his gaze again towards Chun Yu's direction, he found that Chun Yu and his companions had already vanished around the corner. Boss, do you think that kid was merely putting on an act? One of Scarred Luke's subordinates questioned in a hushed tone. Acting? What nonsense! I've been navigating through Notting City for so long. Do you think I lack the discernment? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, you wouldn't even know how you perished. Chapter 12. Conflict at the Academy. Encountering Wang Yi meanwhile, Chun Yu casually inquired about the precise location of the Elan Hotel and, in a short while, arrived at its grand entrance. That Hongyun hotel pales in comparison to this one. It's as if they belong to different realms altogether. Little Yu remarked. This hotel is so opulent. Staying here for a night must cost quite a fortune. Old Jack said somewhat apprehensively, fearing that a single tile here might equate to 3 thatched cottages in St. Soul Village. Grandpa Village Chief, you need not worry. I have this. Chun Yu reached into his bosom and produced a luxurious suite voucher for the Elan Hotel. Little Yu, where did you acquire this voucher? If my memory serves me correctly, such vouchers are only granted to soul masters with fortunes exceeding 100,000 gold soul coins. Although old Jack resided in the Holy Soul Village, he had diligently prepared the young ones for their adaptation to life in Notting City, gathering an array of curiosities and anecdotes from that place. Among these was the Elan Hotel. Well, can I say that I found it on the road? Chun Yu was evidently reluctant to speak. Yet Tang San surmised that this was a trophy acquired by Chun Yu from that assassin. Grandfather Village Chief, you needn't concern yourself with this. Let us consider it a stroke of fortune from the heavens and relish this moment. With Chun Yu on one side and Tang San on the other, they accompanied old Jack into the Island Hotel. Indeed, the premier hotel in Notting City was starkly different from the third-rate establishments like Hongyun. The staff did not exhibit any semblance of negligence towards Chun Yu and his companions, despite their attire. Delectable cuisine, sumptuous beds, and refreshing hot showers made for the most comfortable night Chun Yu had experienced since arriving in the Douluo continent. The hotel even took the initiative to customize a new set of clothing for the trio. It was no wonder that Island Hotel thrived, as this feeling of homecoming was something other establishments could never replicate. Early the next morning, the trio, rejuvenated from head to toe, returned to the entrance of Notting Academy. Many onlookers presumed that a noble elder was escorting his 2 grandsons to register. Excuse me, is this the place for new student enrollment? Old Jack cautiously inquired of the guard stationed at the academy's entrance. The guard, upon noticing the trio's expensive attire, refrained from being dismissive and promptly replied, Sir, the new student registration is located at the south gate. You may enter the campus through there to save considerable time. Just as Chun Yu and his companions were about to step inside Notting Academy, a sharp voice of derision rang out from behind them. TSK, TSK. Who would have thought that even the impoverished Holy Soul Village could afford such lavish clothing for you 3? Have your villagers sold their coffins to scrape together this amount? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Wang Yi from the Earthfire Village. Standing before Wang, he was a youth adorned in splendid attire with his hair elegantly styled. The only son of the Lord of Nodding City, Mo Yuan. It was unclear how Wang Yi had managed to associate with Mo Yuan, but he seemed to be living considerably better than before, even showing a notable enhancement in his soul power. Wang Yi, it seems you are the one who was left searching for your teeth after that encounter. With a faint smile, Chen Yu retorted, you. Humph. Had it not been for your reliance on the esteemed Su Yuntao, the outcome of our contest would have been uncertain. The mention of old wounds left Wang Yi visibly flustered. Wang Yi, do you recall my previous counsel? These country bumpkins are merely inconsequential figures. Engaging in debate with them diminishes our stature, Mo Yuan remarked, closing his folding fan with an air of pretentiousness. Yes, young master. Wang Yi's expression turned serious as he promptly bowed in respect. It became evident that Wang Yi and Mo Yuan were not friends, but rather master and servant. Wang Yi, I had thought your arrival in Nodding City was to align with some prominent figure. Instead, it appears you are merely serving as a lackey. The disdain on Chen Yu's face became increasingly evident, causing Wang Yi, who already harbored a sense of arrogance, to flush with embarrassment. Were it not for Mo Yuan's servant, Wang Yi would never have set foot in the esteemed Nodding Academy. To be Mo Yuan's dog is far more noble than being one of you muddy peasants. Nodding Academy is not a place where just any commoner can gain entry. Mo Yuan's father, the current lord of Nodding City, Mo Tianxing, commands respect, even from the director of the academy. He even granted Mo Yuan a small privilege, allowing him to bring one servant to study at the academy. Remarkably, that privilege was bestowed upon Wang Yi. Is that so? Compared to being a mere beast, I would much prefer to live as a free spirit. Chen Yu had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with the two individuals and intended to proceed further into the academy. However, this time, he was halted by the gatekeeper. I apologize, please understand, as Chen Yu perceived the regret in the guard's eyes. He comprehended that all of this was instigated by Mo Yuan. Chen Yu was not unreasonable, since entry was impossible here. He decided to take a detour to report at the southern gate. However, Mo Yuan obstructed their path. Oh, did this young master ever permit you to leave? Truly, a bunch of unsophisticated country bumpkins lacking any decorum. Yet before Mo Yuan could finish his taunt, he was met with a resounding slap to the face. The assailant was none other than Chen Yu, who at that moment was delicately wiping his palm with a pristine handkerchief, as if he had just come into contact with something unsightly. The implication was unmistakable. Striking your face, Mo Yuan, has sullied my hand. Ding. Slapping the son of the city lord into a stupor, average shock level 99, reward, a storage-type soul-guiding artifact, the Xiantian treasure ring. Upon the index finger of Chen Yu, there appeared a silver ring intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a design depicting countless celestial stars. Country bumpkin, do you know who I am? I shall sever your hands. Mo Yuan had never been struck by another throughout his life. Today, in this public setting, it was a most unprecedented occurrence, leaving this pampered young master both astonished and furious. At this moment, the singular thought occupying Mo Yuan's mind was the desire to eliminate the trio before him. Chen Yu, you have sought your own demise. The most elated individual in the arena was none other than Wang Yi, whose astonishment at Chen Yu's bold slap to Mo Yuan's face quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. Given Mo Yuan's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would let this matter rest without personally extinguishing Chen Yu and all those associated with him. If you seek my hands, you must first possess a blade swift enough. Chen Yu is not to be underestimated. He has heard of numerous threats more severe than Ma Yuan. And even if Mo Xingxing were to utter these words personally today, Chen Yu would remain utterly unfazed. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated through the air as Ma Yuan received yet another slap. With the discord irreconcilable, it is time to embrace battle, for Chen Yu relishes combat above all else. What are you inept fools waiting for? Seize those three individuals. I shall relish their gradual torment. Two distinct handprints marred Ma Yuan's face, rendering this pampered nobleman an image of utter disgrace. Chapter 13. The intern shocks the audience indeed. At these words, Wang Yi and the guards stationed at the entrance swiftly encircled Chen Yu and his companions. Except for Wang Yi, the others merely acted as passive executors of Ma Yuan's commands. Chen Yu and Tang Sen evidently recognized this as well. They exchanged a glance and then dashed off in two divergent directions. With the flick of their fingers, a barrage of hidden weapons was unleashed. The Starfall technique. A dazzling display of meteoric flashes. On one side, slender steel needles flew like fine hair. On the other, a young warrior of ancient martial arts moved with spectral agility. In scarcely any time at all, they had dispatched more than a dozen guards, leaving only Wang Yi and Mo Yuan behind. Mo Yuan gaped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth for quite some time. He could hardly fathom that Chun Yu and Tang San possessed such formidable combat prowess. After all, those guards had been meticulously selected from the military elite. Yet, within a mere span of seconds, these seasoned warriors, hardened by years of battle, lay defeated on the ground. Remarkably, neither Tang San nor Chun Yu had even called upon their martial souls throughout the encounter. They had been so loquacious moments ago, yet now they appeared as if struck dumb. Chen Yun approached Moyer step by step, and with each advance, Moyer's body trembled violently. I warn you, do not draw closer. My father is the Lord of Notting City, and with a mere word, I could ensure that you three meet a fate without burial. In that moment, Moyer's words carried no hint of menace, especially to Chen Yun, who found them utterly laughable. If Chen Yun were truly intimidated by Moyer's status, he would not have delivered that slap earlier. Wang Yi, is this the master you have painstakingly sought? It seems your support is not as formidable as you believed. With a flick of his fingers, Chen Yu unleashed a sharp gust of wind that pierced through Mo Yuan's calf, creating a gaping, bloodied hole. Ah! Mo Yuan cried out in anguish, immediately clutching his right leg and rolling on the ground, his pitiful state sending shivers down Wang Yi's spine. Chen Yu, you are doomed. Young Master Mo is the sole heir of the Lord of Mo City. This time, it will not only be you. Your entire Sacred Soul village shall cease to exist. Wang Yi, sensing the fierce gaze directed at him by Chen Yu, spoke with a tremor of bravado laced with fear. Is that so? Yet, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. With a surge of power from his foot, Chen Yu propelled 2 fragments of stone like bullets, shattering Wang Yi's kneecap. This irrevocably condemned Wang Yi to a life of immobility. For him, the transition from a soul master to a cripple was a fate far more unbearable than death itself. This was but a modest retribution from Chen Yu against the village of Douluo. This is merely the beginning. Leaving behind the 2 who writhed in agony, Chen Yu departed with an air of nonchalance. Ding! The iron-fisted method instilled fear in Mo Yuan, yielding a shock value of 99. Along with a reward, a transformation voucher for the God of Slaughter. The God of Slaughter transformation voucher, when utilized, grants one the capability to wield 1/10,000th of the power of the Shura God, though this ability lasts only for a single turn. The Shura God. Could it be that such divine beings truly exist in this world? Chen Yu felt a twinge of surprise. If deities truly existed in this world, he would indeed wish to behold them with his own eyes. Even a mere fraction of their power could effortlessly annihilate beings of the tidal Douluo caliber. Alas, the opportunity to strike was limited to a single instance, which was rather regrettable. Xiaoyumi mused, you have just forged a deadly enmity with Mo Yuan, and he will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. This Notting Academy is certainly not a sanctuary for us. Old Jack no longer concerned himself with whether Chun Yu and the others could gain entry into Notting Academy. The paramount priority was to safeguard Chun Yu's life. Grandfather Village Chief, if I flee, it would spell misfortune for everyone in Holy Soul Village. If I truly feared Mo Yuan, I would have knelt and begged for mercy just now. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Should he fail to recognize his place, I would not hesitate to ensure that our esteemed Lord Mo's lineage comes to an end. Although Chen Yu's voice retained a childlike innocence, the chilling intent within his tone left even old Jack feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Xiaoyu, now is not the time for impulsive decisions. Old Jack attempted to dissuade him. However, Tang San, standing nearby, concurred with Chen Yu's choice. Grandpa Village Chief, what Chen Yu says is indeed correct. Our safety lies within the Soul Master Academy. No matter how arrogant Mo Yuan may be, he must still adhere to the rules of Notting Academy. Yet, if we return to Holy Soul Village, Mo Yuan will unleash his wrath upon everyone in the village, and at that point, the situation will spiral out of control. At the southern gate of Notting Academy, there stood a distinguished Gold Card certified student and a work-study student. Gold Card students enjoy complimentary accommodation and meals, while work-study students must pay a certain fee each month to continue their studies at the academy. Although both were recommended by Su Yuntao, Chen Yu received the highest-tier golden recommendation, whereas Tang San was only granted a spot as a work-study student. Teacher, might it be possible for you to change my status to that of a work-study student as well? What? As Chen Yu uttered these words, the surrounding individuals gazed at him with the incredulity typically reserved for fools. A gold medal certified student, whose admissions each year number only a handful, represents the epitome of brilliance among all newcomers. Moreover, Nodding Academy bestows various special privileges upon such individuals, an opportunity that most could scarcely dare to dream of. Yet, Xinyu chooses to forfeit this honor to embrace the status of the lowest-ranking work-study student. What could possibly be his reasoning? Ding! The choice has astounded the newcomers. With an average astonishment value of 88, earning him 10 gold soul coins as a reward. Little one, am I mistaken? Are you jesting with me? The instructor responsible for registration inhaled deeply, barely managing to suppress his astonishment. Teacher, we both hail from the same village. This lad is quite the enigma. I have promised his father to look after him diligently. Besides, I have no desire to be thrust into the limelight. Thus the title of work-study student suits me far better. Dustfeather placed an arm around Tang San's shoulder, exuding a certain brotherly demeanor. Who needs your care? Tang San furrowed his brow, pondering when his father had enlisted Dustfeather's assistance, as he was completely oblivious to this arrangement. Little one, you must think carefully. If you regret this decision in the future, there will be no opportunity to turn back. Without uttering a word, Xinyu swiftly inscribed his name in the work-study student section, exhibiting not the slightest hesitation. Even Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Xinyu had seamlessly transitioned from an exemplary gold medal student to a mere work-study student. This fellow, indeed. Tang San's perception of Xinyu shifted ever so slightly at that moment. Xinyu's actions stemmed from a concern for Tang San. Fearing that he might fall victim to Mo Yuan's schemes, their companionship would provide mutual support. However, public opinion diverged sharply, with many believing that Xinyu had lost his senses. Was that lad intoxicated? How could he forsake the opportunity of being a golden student to become a mere work-study student? Who can say? Perhaps his admission was obtained through questionable means, leaving him apprehensive about being exposed. Nevertheless, I find this young fellow remarkably audacious. What could be the reason behind it? Regardless of the chatter surrounding him, Xinyu was thoroughly enjoying his exploration of Nodding Academy. In his previous life, he had never attended school. And today, he finally fulfilled the longing that had persisted through 2 lifetimes. Unbeknownst to everyone, a man in his 30s or 40s, clad in the simple garments of an ordinary teacher, lightly tapped his finger on the names of Xinyu and Tang San. Chapter 14. Resolute. Xinyu declines. Old Jack accompanied Tang San and Xinyu on a brief tour, but noticing that the day was still young, he decided to return to Saint Soul Village. Xiaoyu, Xiao-san, you will have to rely on yourselves from now on. After Old Jack departed, Xinyu and Tang San made their way to the dormitory designated for work-study students. Yet, just as they were about to step into the dormitory area, an anxious voice called out from behind them. Please, wait a moment. Xinyu, intrigued, turned around and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the mentor's attire. Could it be that they still wished for him to reclaim the status of a golden student? Esteemed teacher, may I inquire about your purpose? Tang San responded with utmost courtesy, offering a slight bow. You are Xinyu and Tang San, correct? Both hailing from the Holy Soul Village, and you have recently awakened your martial spirits, possessing innate full soul power. Upon hearing this, Xinyu raised an eyebrow lightly. The secret of their innate full soul power had never been disclosed to outsiders by the two of them. How could this person possibly be aware of it? The only one privy to this secret was the esteemed Su Yuntao from back then. Esteemed teacher, are you perhaps affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Xinyu spoke softly, expressing his discomfort with having his secrets scrutinized. However, given that this individual was an esteemed mentor at the academy, it would be ill-advised to oppose him right from the start. No, I am not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. However, I have indeed acquired knowledge of your identities through their information channels. Of course, you are free to doubt my words, and that is quite acceptable. I merely wish to inquire if you possess innate full soul power. Dustfeather nodded slightly, since he was already aware of his origins, denying it would hold little significance. Moreover, Dustfeather was curious about this individual's true intentions. Indeed, it beautifully aligned with my theory of the 10 core competitive spirits of martial souls. The man appeared rather exhilarated, clenching his fist, and continued, I apologize for my earlier excitement. You may call me master from now on. However, I am not an official mentor at the Nodding Academy. I merely earn my living here. Nevertheless, you too must be exceedingly cautious and never disclose the secret of your innate full soul power, especially you, Tang San. You are the 3rd soul master in the history of Douluo continent to possess dual martial souls. Upon hearing these words, both Tang San and Dustfeather's expressions changed simultaneously, Tang San in shock and Dustfeather with a hint of surprise. It turns out Tang San also possessed dual martial souls. No wonder his strength was on par with mine. Before Dustfeather was aware of Tang San's martial soul circumstances. It was akin to Tang San being oblivious to the fact that Dustfeather possessed twin martial souls as well. What exactly are your intentions? At this moment, Tang San's body subtly arched, resembling a leopard poised to strike. Tang San, do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill will towards you. I merely seek to demonstrate to the world that the martial soul theory I have been researching is indeed valid. Martial soul theory? Chen Yu expressed a modicum of interest in the matter, gesturing for Tang San to refrain from taking immediate action. My awareness of Tang San's dual martial souls stems from the awakening of his blue-silver grass martial soul and his innate full soul power. The strength of a soul master's innate soul power is intrinsically linked to the martial soul they awaken. A more potent martial soul corresponds to a higher innate soul power. Clearly, the blue-silver grass martial soul does not reach such heights, and the only plausible explanation is that Tang San possesses more than one martial soul within him. Upon hearing the master's elucidation, Tang San's wariness diminished somewhat, while Chen Yu found his interest piqued. This theory is indeed intriguing, yet it remains merely your hypothesis. What if, instead, it is a mutation of Little San's martial soul? With the multitude of soul masters and martial souls across the continent, it is inevitable that one or two anomalies will arise. Mutated martial souls, so you are aware of their existence. The master gazed at Chen Yu with wide eyes. For few were privy to the knowledge of mutated martial souls. Chen Yu, merely 6 years of age, could hardly fathom the secrets of such phenomena. In truth, Chen Yu did not fully grasp the concept of mutated martial souls. He merely ventured a bold conjecture. Indeed, mutated martial souls do exist. Yet the direction of such mutations is beyond our control, with a significant likelihood, around 60 to 70%, that the mutation will lead to adverse outcomes. There exists less than a 0.5% chance that a martial soul may attain a superior quality. In the case of plant-type martial souls such as blue-silver grass, the probability of mutation is nearly non-existent. Therefore, what Tang San possesses cannot be a mutated martial soul, but rather a dual martial soul, the master asserted with great conviction. Master, your theories on martial souls are undoubtedly unique, but how do they pertain to us? Surely, you do not intend to solicit our assistance in promoting these theories? The master shook his head, and Chen Yu perceived a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. No, the recognition of my theories by the world is of little consequence. My true desire is to inquire whether you would be willing to allow me to guide your future cultivation. What? On the very first day of enrollment, someone comes forward to offer guidance. This is unprecedented in the history of Nodding Academy. While others might have rejoiced at such an opportunity, Chen Yu shook his head decisively, rejecting the master's offer. I apologize, but I already have a master. The master referred to by Chen Yu is the old man who introduced him to the ancient martial arts world. Although Chen Yu is no longer on Blue Star, the old man's position in his heart remains irreplaceable. Ding. Refusal of the master, shock value 0. The system indicates that, at last, the host has experienced a moment of failure. No shock reward granted. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Chen Yu could not help but be momentarily taken aback. It seemed the master had already anticipated his refusal, revealing himself to be quite an intriguing individual. However, Tang San appeared to be somewhat stirred. The master's recent words had indeed opened a new realm of possibilities for him. Master, Little Sam possesses a sharper intellect than I do. Having him as your disciple will undoubtedly elevate your 10 core competitive theories of martial souls to new heights. Chen Yu deliberately made faces at Tang San, urging him to hastily pay his respects to the master. In truth, Chen Yu's words were not merely for show. He was acutely aware of his own capricious nature, which rendered him incapable of settling down to delve into these theories. However, Tang San was an entirely different matter. He was exceptionally suited to absorb this knowledge and was likely to make even greater strides. Master, please accept me. After the master departed with Tang San, Chen Yu found himself alone in the dormitory. At that moment, aside from a few unoccupied beds in the southeast corner, the remaining beds had already been allocated. Wang Sheng. Another newcomer has arrived, remarked a youth named Wang Sheng, who appeared to be 4 or 5 years older than Chen Yu. Clearly a senior at Nodding Academy and the leader among the group of work-study students. Hey, kid, are you also a freshman this year? Chen Yu appeared rather foolish, leading Wang Sheng to believe he had encountered yet another novice. Indeed, I am Chen Yu. From now on, we shall all be friends. Should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to call upon my name. Chen Yu casually draped his arm over Wang Sheng's shoulder, a feat only achievable due to Chen Yu's current height. Novice, who do you think you are to utter such bold words? Wang Sheng's expression darkened, as Chen Yu's action had undermined the authority he had just begun to establish as the leader of their dormitory. However, had Wang Sheng been aware of Chen Yu's previous remarkable achievements, he would likely have refrained from such remarks. This Chen Yu, who barely reached his shoulder, was audacious enough to confront even Mo Yuan. Chapter 15. The first encounter with Xiaowu, Tang San as a shield. I, Chen Yu, do not easily forge friendships. Rejecting my companionship would undoubtedly be your loss. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, in the brief span of just a few days, he had begun to resemble a child more and more. And this fleeting moment of childhood was a blank in his past life, a solitary regret. At such a tender age, he displayed an audacious demeanor. Wang Sheng let out a cold snort, exuding a hint of extraordinary soul power. Simultaneously, a battle tiger spirit instantly manifested itself upon him. In that moment, Wang Sheng's muscles and bones swelled dramatically, and soon a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, loomed before Chen Yu. A white soul ring spiraled slowly around Wang Sheng, revealing that he was indeed a battle soul master with a soul power of level 17. The battle tiger spirit was considered to be of above-average caliber among beast spirits, and coupled with Wang Sheng's innate soul power, he could contend even with a level 20 Grand Soul Master. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yu merely stifled a yawn. I ask you, are you prepared? I find myself a bit weary. The actions of Chen Yu undoubtedly reignited Wang Sheng's fury, as his enormous hand, transformed into a tiger's claw, descended mercilessly towards the crown of Chen Yu's head. A fierce howl accompanied by an overwhelming force compelled the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Yet, at the very epicenter of the impending assault, Chen Yu remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Behold, as I reduce you to a mere pulp with a single strike. Wang Sheng harbored no intention of holding back. This blow encapsulated the entirety of his formidable strength. However, the ensuing spectacle left everyone astounded, their mouths agape in silence. Unable to utter a single sound, Chen Yu merely extended a single finger, effortlessly deflecting Wang Sheng's strike. Your soul power has astonishingly reached level 10. Are you truly endowed with innate full soul power? At merely 6 years of age, Chen Yu has just awakened his martial soul, yet astonishingly possesses a soul power of level 10. This unprecedented phenomenon can only be attributed to an innate full soul power, a fact that even the most naive among us would recognize. Yet, how could such a prodigy be relegated to the ranks of labor students? Could it be that the Crown Prince is merely indulging in a taste of ordinary life? Ding! In the most dashing manner, he deflected Wang Sheng's attack, garnering a shock value of 99 and earning a Millennium Battle Tiger Soul Ring as a reward. A Millennium Soul Ring, while not extraordinary, is certainly superior to a Century Soul Ring. Impossible. Even if you possess innate full soul power, how could you possibly withstand my strike without even utilizing your martial soul? Wang Sheng's mind reeled. Could it be that geniuses have such unconventional methods? Ah, Wang Sheng, although your strength is somewhat acceptable, it is regrettably too scattered. You may triumph over opponents with inferior soul power, but against adversaries of equal caliber, this shall become your Achilles heel. With a deft flick of his fingers, Chen Yu struck precisely at the joint of Wang Sheng's wrist, the most vulnerable point of his arm's strength. Consequently, a cry of pain escaped Wang Sheng's lips, and his arm fell limply by his side, utterly devoid of any power. Was it truly the end for the formidable Wang Sheng? Ding! The battle was resolved with simplicity and brutality, yielding an astonishing average shock value of 99, and earning the essence of a millennium-old soul beast. Essence of the Millennium Soul Beast, a substance formed from the concentrated essence of a soul beast spirit, capable of enhancing the length of the Qingtian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit. Chen Yu promptly clicked to use it, and the Ying Tian Long Huang martial spirit opened its small mouth, swallowing the essence in one gulp, its form seemingly growing slightly larger. The Ying Tian Long Huang martial spirit juvenile phase now had a growth length of 110. Indicating that if Chen Yu were to acquire 9 more thousand-year soul beast essences, he could elevate the martial spirit to the next stage. Such an evolution would significantly enhance the capabilities of the martial spirit. One could only hope that such rewards would multiply. Just as everyone gazed at Chen Yu with admiration, a petite figure suddenly burst through the door. A girl? The dormitories at Notting Academy are strictly segregated by gender. How could a girl unexpectedly enter their quarters? Who is the leader here? The young girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, sported a long scorpion tail braid that cascaded down to her perky backside. and her adorable bunny ear accessories perfectly accentuated her mischievous and lively nature. Yet, the words that came from her charming lips were imbued with a wild and combative spirit. What a beautiful little girl! Upon his first glance, Chinyu was momentarily captivated, yet soon another enchanting figure emerged in his mind. Even after arriving in the continent of Douluo, his memories of her remained undiminished, growing ever more vivid. This cherished figure, known as Ning Hanyao, was the love of Chunyu's life, yet she departed from this world during a perilous mission. From that day forth, Chunyu's demeanor transformed into one of relentless ferocity, often incurring the reprimands of his master. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? They say you are the new leader of this dormitory. Let us engage in a duel and see whose strength prevails." Chinyu took a deep breath, forcing down the profound sorrow that lingered in his heart, and once again donned a facade of nonchalance. A gentleman ought not to engage in conflict with a lady, especially not with a girl of such trivial stature. It would indeed tarnish my dignity. Instead, why not let the two of you spar? At that moment, Tang Sen happened to enter through the door, and before he could fully emerge, Chinyu had seized him as a human shield. "He is my elder brother, possessing strength that far surpasses mine. If you can defeat him, the position of leader shall be yours." Tang Sen gazed at Chinyu in utter disbelief, lamenting his misfortune. He had done nothing, yet found himself thrust into a duel. Was this not a predicament for both the father and the son? "Very well, let us engage in battle." No sooner had he spoken than the girl, with her long legs, launched herself at him like an arrow released from a bow. To his astonishment, she was enveloped by a yellow 100-year soul ring. The first soul ring was indeed a 100-year one. Had all the prodigies of this new cohort emerged simultaneously? Wang Sheng had thought Chinyu formidable enough, only to discover that this petite maiden was even more ferocious. "Control the crane and capture the dragon. Xianyu hand." A faint purple hue surfaced in Tang San's eyes as his hands emitted a luminous sheen akin to jade. The clash between the Xianyu hand and the girl's legs resulted in a hard confrontation, causing Tang San to retreat 3 steps, while the girl merely stumbled back 1 step. The disparity in strength between soul masters with and without soul rings was astonishing. Chinyu discerned the underlying dynamics. Although Tang San's soul power was only 1 level lower than that of his opponent, her strength surpassed Tang San's by nearly 50%. Thus, in this exchange, Tang San had indeed been bested. "Your arms are as solid as iron," the girl complained, then continued, "I am called Xiao Wu, as in dance. What is your name?" "I am Tang San. In this contest, I concede defeat." Tang San withdrew his Xianyu hand, as he had been thrust into this battle by Chinyu from the outset. Now that he had lost, he could simply bow out. "Not so fast. I know you haven't yet exerted your full strength. This match does not count. Let us fight again," Xiao insisted, determined to challenge Tang San once more. Chapter 16. Encounter with Mo Yuan. Unwavering in combat, we concede defeat. If this continues, my brother's frail frame will surely be battered. Henceforth, you shall be our leader. Chinyu, with a carefree demeanor, boldly selected the number of participants and playfully addressed Xiao Wu as boss, while resting his hand on Tang San's head. Observing this, the others in the dormitory followed suit, including Wang Sheng, who was no exception. "This is dull. I shall not play with you anymore," Xiao Wu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration before dashing away from the boys' dormitory. "Phew, that little troublemaker has finally left," Wang Sheng sighed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had never encountered such a fierce girl. Truly, she possessed the face of an angel but the heart of a devil. "Oh, I just informed the teacher about Mo Yuan, and he advised us to maintain a low profile at Nodding Academy. No one here dares to provoke Mo Yuan." Wang Xing continued. "The teacher added that we need not fear, no matter how arrogant Mo Yuan may be. He would not dare to act directly within the confines of Nodding Academy." Mo Yuan. To be honest, Chinyu had never regarded Mo Yuan with any seriousness. Even if his father, Mo Tianxing, were to arrive, Chinyu would feel no fear. After all, what could a mere second-generation heir accomplish? As night fell, Xiao Wu forcefully kicked open the door of the boys' dormitory and brazenly lay down on the empty bed right next to Tang San. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Tang San's face flushed red, losing all semblance of his earlier composure. "I'm going to sleep," Xiao Wu replied earnestly, tilting her head, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was in the boys' dormitory. That night, apart from Xiao Wu and Chinyu, everyone else suffered from insomnia, and the next day, they all appeared in class with dark circles under their eyes, yawning incessantly. "Young master, we have uncovered the identities of those 2 boys. One is named Tang San. and the other is Qinyu. They hail from a small place called Holy Soul Village. Mo Yuan, with his leg wrapped in bandages, winced with every slight movement, and the pain in his body ultimately transformed into hatred towards Qinyu. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Get to the point. He snapped. Yes. Qinyu and Tang San leave Nodding Academy every afternoon to visit the blacksmith shop in the west of the city. Nodding Academy is located in the east, and a round trip from the blacksmith shop takes at least half an hour, making it the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Make arrangements. Today, I want the corpses of those two boys to appear in the mass grave. Mo Yuan's eyes blazed with two flames of fury. In this Nodding City, no one would escape the grasp of the illustrious Mo family. Through these days of interaction, the bond between Qinyu and Tang San had grown significantly closer. It is not that Tang San is inherently proud. Rather, it is the mature soul within him that renders him unable to engage with peers of his age. However, Qinyu is an exception, for Tang San perceives an inexplicable maturity emanating from him. Furthermore, Qinyu astonishingly possesses a remarkable talent for crafting hidden weapons, with a significant portion of his knowledge even unrecorded in the Xiantian treasure record. This incited Tang San's curiosity to the extent that he wished to delve into Qinyu's mind to uncover the multitude of secrets it might harbor. Xiao San, I have some thoughts regarding the Zhuge divine crossbow. The ordinary bowstring cannot withstand the immense tension exerted by such a powerful weapon. Should we not consider alternative materials, such as the Xianbing silkworm silk? Xianbing silkworm silk? Tang San had never encountered this material before. Yet, could mere silkworm silk truly serve as a substitute for a resilient bowstring? This notion left a question mark hovering in his mind. Just as the two engaged in their animated discussion, an increasing number of unfamiliar faces began to converge behind them. Alas, it seems that whenever we find ourselves in the midst of joyous conversation, there are always those who unwittingly intrude. Qinyu let out a resigned sigh, pondering why there seemed to be such a surge of individuals seeking their own demise this year. Were there truly so many fools released into the world en masse? A full 20 or 30 of them completely sealed off both ends of the street. The small vendors, sensing impending danger, hastily fled, abandoning their stalls without a second thought. They recognized the unique insignia of the Lord's Manor upon these individuals. The Lord's Manor was the most formidable power in Nodding City, and no one dared provoke it. The two young lads had unfortunately caught the attention of the Lord's Manor, and their fate seemed sealed. Indeed, look, even the young Lord Mo Yuan has arrived. TSK. These two boys are truly unfortunate. These individuals were elite guards of the Lord's Manor, each one boasting at least the prowess of a first or even second-ring soul master. Mo Yuan, seated in a palanquin carried by 8 men, had his eyes cast down, glinting with a frenzied intent to kill. Qinyu, Tang San, you two certainly possess an audacious spirit. Instead of keeping a low profile at Nodding Academy, you brazenly stroll into the streets. I am uncertain whether to commend your courage or to deem you utterly foolish. With a subtle gesture, Mo Yuan signaled for the 20 or 30 individuals to gradually tighten their encirclement, leaving Qinyu and Tang San seemingly without escape. Qinyu, it appears the lesson I imparted to you a few days ago was not sufficiently profound. Rest assured, today I shall ensure you remember this for a lifetime. Though Qinyu wore a smile upon his face, Tang San, standing nearby, discerned a trace of subtle coldness in his tone. 7-star ghost step. This time, Qinyu did not engage in idle chatter with Mo Yuan. His figure shimmered momentarily in place, and when he reappeared, he was already before one of the individuals. Such swiftness. The person instinctively sought to summon his martial soul, only to be met by Qinyu's diminutive fist. The Shike point is the nexus where one's soul power converges and circulates, commonly referred to as the Qi Gate. With a precise strike, Qinyu's fist landed squarely upon the divine point of this man's abdomen. A subtle infusion of soul power effortlessly penetrated, and in the next instant, the soul energy he had just summoned dissipated entirely. The man crumpled like a boiled shrimp, arching his back as he slowly fell. A gasp escaped the lips of all present. How could the elite of the city lord's manor be so easily vanquished? Or was this young lad, Qinyu, merely feigning weakness to ensnare his foes? Ding! A devastating blow had been dealt to the guards of the city lord's manor, astonishing over 500 onlookers, and the reward of 100 strands of Xianbing silkworm silk was bestowed upon him. Just as Qinyu had mentioned the silk, it was now within his grasp. Why are you all still standing there? Attack! Eliminate these two brats! The remaining guards, roused by Mo Yuan's frantic command, immediately trembled with urgency. activating their respective martial spirits and charging toward Chun Yu and Tang San. Come forth. The more, the merrier. With a deft flick of his wrist, Chun Yu summoned the bloodthirsty dagger, its tiger-striped blade resting in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of soul power coursed through his body. Possessing 3 times the soul power of an average soul master at his level, Chun Yu's aura rivaled that of a level 20 Grand Soul Master. Despite the fact that his actual soul power was merely at level 10. What a peculiar boy, mused Zhao Long, the strongest among the group, who had recently acquired his second soul ring. Yet, in comparison to the ceaseless fluctuations of Chun Yu's soul power, Zhao Long felt somewhat inferior. Second soul skill. Wooden armor defense. Zhao Long's second soul skill was a defensive type, derived from a century-old soul ring, making it extraordinarily difficult to penetrate, even for Grand Soul Masters of equal rank. Starfall technique, Meteor 9 flickers. Suddenly, Chun Yu's form multiplied into 9 indistinguishable replicas, leaving the hundreds of eyes present unable to discern the real from the illusions. In an instant, Chun Yu struck with unhesitating precision, a flash of crimson light marking his attack. Zhao Long felt a chill in his chest before darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. He was baffled. With his level 20 soul power and the defensive capabilities of his second soul ring, he could not fathom how he had failed to withstand Chun Yu's dagger. The dagger's skill, Bone Cutter, could bypass all defensive soul skills beneath the rank of Soul Sovereign. How could Zhao Long's mere Grand Soul Master prowess possibly withstand Chun Yu's lethal strike? Chapter 17. Defeating the Young. The old arrived captain. The captain is dead. The actions of all halted as Chun Yu swiftly dispatched Zhao Long, casting a chilling terror over the remaining members. Ding. Instantaneously eliminating Zhao Long has shocked the remaining guards. Shock level 99. Reward. 1,000 years soul beast essence. To acquire the second essence, so effortlessly left Chun Yu regarding the others with a peculiar gaze, akin to that of assessing a collection of gold coins. If these individuals could yield him similar rewards, his Ying Tian Long Huang martial spirit could ascend today. You bunch of useless fools. A mere child has frightened you into submission. I shall summon my father to send you to the borders. Mo Yuan shouted in exasperation. Let us all attack together. No matter how strong this boy may be, a pair of fists cannot contend with a multitude. He cannot possibly defeat us all in a single strike. At the mention of the borders, a shiver ran through everyone. The borders were fraught with conflict against soul beasts, where among 100, only a scant 2 or 3 would return. That was far more terrifying than the boy before them. Together. Yet, the moment they took a single step forward, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Roar. The Ying Tian Long Huang martial spirit materialized around Chun Yu, its pure draconic might causing all the others' martial spirits to retract within, trembling in fear. An exceptional beast martial spirit. Only a truly extraordinary martial soul can command respect and instill awe in other martial souls. To encounter such a prodigious talent in the modest town of Notting is nothing short of remarkable. Ding. The Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul registers an astonishing shock value of 99. The system deems the host's actions of overpowering these lesser opponents for the sake of rewards utterly disgraceful, thus granting a Millennium Spirit Beast Essence as a reward. Starfall Technique. Meteor Strike. This technique surpasses the Meteor 9 strikes, concentrating all of Chun Yu's soul power and physical strength into a single, devastating thrust. Even a soul master renowned for their defensive prowess would likely find it insurmountable. To onlookers, it appeared as a fleeting glimmer, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, each guard bore a faint crimson mark upon their throats. One strike, and 29 soul masters fell in an instant. Is this child even human? Ding. The Starfall technique executed a swift kill, averaging a shock value of 99. The system indicates a desire for silence. Reward. 2 Millennium Spirit Beast Essences. Ding. Detection of 30 unclaimed martial souls. Shall they be devoured? Devour. Chun Yu maintained a calm demeanor as the Yanlong Phoenix martial soul opened its maw, drawing forth the martial souls from the bodies of those present, consuming them with a voracious appetite. Coupled with the recently acquired soul beast essences, the growth of the Yanlong Phoenix martial soul surged dramatically. At this moment, it reached a growth length of 710 in its juvenile stage. When calculated, 15 martial souls equated to a single essence from a millennium-old soul beast. However, had these individuals possessed greater soul power, the contribution to the growth length from their martial souls might have been even more substantial. Chun Yu, you, do not approach. The roles of hunter and prey shifted in an instant, as the once dominant Mo Yuan now resembled a stray dog, writhing on the ground as if desperately seeking to evade Chen Yu's gaze. Yet, the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger had returned a portion of Chen Yu's vitality, and with one of his legs severed, Mo Yuan stood no chance of escape. "Dear young Master Mo, since you are here, shall we engage in a good conversation?" Chen Yu stepped on Mo Yuan's hand with feigned carelessness. "I apologize, young Master Mo, for trampling upon your noble hand. I am aware that you detest anything unclean. Allow me to remedy the situation." The dagger in Chen Yu's hand twirled, instantly severing a large chunk of flesh from Mo Yuan's hand. "Ack!" Mo Yuan's anguished cries reverberated through the entire street, yet not a single face bore an expression of pity. Instead, many revealed looks of sheer delight. For it seemed Mo Yuan had long been despised for his nefarious deeds. "Devil, you are nothing but a devil." Mo Yuan lamented deeply, filled with regret. Who could have anticipated that a mere quarrel would escalate into such a bloody affair? If he could turn back time, Mo Yuan would undoubtedly ignore the provocations of Wang Yi's underling. "I am a devil," he acknowledged. "Now, I shall treat my enemies in a manner befitting a devil." In Chen Yu's eyes lay a chilling coldness. Mo Yuan's previous actions had compelled Chen Yu to issue a death warrant in his heart. Should he allow Mo Yuan to return, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. If necessary, he could simply leave Notting Academy. The world was vast, and there were countless places to go. Thus, Mo Yuan, your fate is sealed. The bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger gleamed with a frigid light as it descended directly towards Mo Yuan's head. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice imbued with extreme fury resonated from above, carrying with it a terrifying wave of soul power. Within Chen Yu's body, the soul power had been utterly depleted during the meteor strike, rendering him incapable of withstanding the impending sonic assault. However, this did not impede his ability to employ the seven-star ghost steps with a series of swift movements. Chen Yu distanced himself from Mo Yuan's location. "Lord City Master." "It is the esteemed City Master." Mo Tianxing, the Lord of Notting City, forcefully parted the throngs of onlookers, surrounded by hundreds of armored soldiers. Upon witnessing Mo Yuan's pitiful state, coupled with the carnage littering the ground, his fury ignited like never before in all his years. "Under the bright light of day, you dare harm my child and slay my guards. What have you done to the laws of Notting City? Bring forth those two wretches and execute them on the spot." Without hesitation, Mo Tianxing laid all blame upon Chun Yu and Tang San, showing no interest in discerning who was truly at fault. The city master truly embodies the essence of a commendable leader. The scorn etched upon Chen Yu's face was utterly unmasked. Is this the privilege that accompanies high status? With a mere word, one can invert truth and falsehood. Kill them. Mo Tianxing's countenance was as dark as the depths of the ocean. With a wave of his hand, dozens unleashed their martial souls. An overwhelming tide of soul power cascading towards Chun Yu and Tang San. Seven-star ghost steps. Ghostly shadow disappearance. Yet, Chen Yu and Tang San glided through the vibrant onslaught of soul techniques like two elusive loaches, nimbly evading the attacks, seemingly with energy to spare. There is indeed some skill involved. Mo Tianxing had anticipated easily subduing these two youngsters, but reality delivered a sharp rebuke. A cadre of inept individuals. These guards had grown far too comfortable in Notting City, having forgotten their innate combat instincts. Each one resorted to the simplest of attacks, and some were so inept they couldn't even aim properly, their soul techniques careening wildly and striking the surrounding structures. "This is utterly absurd. All of you, get out of my way." Mo Tianxing bellowed, an imposing wave of formidable soul power emanating from him. A massive black scorpion martial soul brandished its razor-sharp tail and colossal pincers. He was a rank 53 Soul King. 5 soul rings materialized around Mo Tianxing. A perfectly standard configuration of white, yellow, purple, and purple. Is this the oppressive aura of a Soul King? Indeed, it is terrifying. Chen Yu's body momentarily faltered under the overwhelming pressure, rendering his 7-star ghost steps incapable of exhibiting its usual agility. The two insignificant beings met their end. Mo Tianxing slowly raised his right arm, a terrifying aura rapidly coalescing within his palm, while across from him, Chen Yu and Tang San found themselves utterly immobilized. Must I reveal the secret of my twin martial souls prematurely? In the past, when both martial souls manifested, they shattered Tang Hao's imposing presence. The mere aura of a Soul King pales in comparison to that of Tang Hao. However, should Chen Yu choose this path, he would undoubtedly become the target of widespread animosity, potentially inviting even greater troubles. Chapter 18. The Useless Master, ultimately retreating from a formidable foe. In the palm of Chunyu's left hand, a diminutive black hole began to materialize, from which a peculiar sword-shaped martial spirit, enveloped in swirling black lightning, was poised to emerge. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from behind him. It was the master. "Lord Mo, please show mercy." Upon noticing the mentor's attire of the nodding academy adorning the master, Mo Tianqing furrowed his brow slightly, though the soul power he had been gathering began to dissipate. Despite being the lord of Nodding City, he felt compelled to afford the academy some respect, for many powerful soul masters within the city were graduates of Nodding Academy. Should this force unite, it could potentially upend his lordship's residence. "This instructor, this is not the Nodding Academy, and the corpses on the ground belong to my lord's residence. I advise you not to interfere recklessly," Mo Tianqing stated, half explaining and half threatening. "Lord Mo, I have already observed the rights and wrongs of this matter. We are both aware of the nature of the world. Let us each take a step back and settle this peacefully," the master suggested. Each time Tang San and his companions ventured out, the master had followed them discreetly, but he had not anticipated such a conflict arising today. Even if he wished to intervene, it would be too late, as Chunyu's actions were executed with remarkable speed. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Mo Tianqing scoffed, impatience flickering in his eyes. "Father, there is no need to heed him. This man is either not a true instructor of Nodding Academy or merely a menial with no significance." Mo Yuan swiftly interjected, aware of the master's true identity. This only deepened the dark expression on Mo Tianqing's face. How dare a mere lackey speak to him with such audacity? "Humph, I nearly fell for your ruse. Then let the three of you perish together." This time, Mo Tianqing showed no mercy, as his fourth soul ring erupted with a rich purple glow. Fourth soul skill, Scorpion Tail Hook. This soul ring was derived from a 1,500-year-old three-tailed scorpion, and the skill involved the swift extension and retraction of its tail, boasting speed that surpassed ordinary weapon spirits, making it an exceptionally potent close combat attack. "Master, be careful." Tang San, with his hands laden with various concealed weapons, acted swiftly as Mo Tianqing displayed intent to strike. The hidden projectiles shot forth before Mo Tianqing could make his move. "Humph, such childish tricks dare to be paraded before me," Mo Tianqing dismissed, but as several steel spikes pierced through his soul power barrier, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. The bone-piercing nail, the most formidable concealed weapon Tang San could wield, possessed the power to dismantle an opponent's protective aura. Seizing the opportunity while Mo Tianqing was distracted, Tang San lunged toward the master, as the menacing, razor-sharp tail hook whistled perilously close overhead. It was but a hair's breadth from obliterating the master's head with Mo Tianqing's soul skill. Bone-cutting. Behind Mo Tianqing, Chunyu suddenly materialized like a specter, brandishing a bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes. Its blade shimmered with a menacing sharpness, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger's fangs. The third soul skill, Scorpion Bone Armor. This was Mo Tianqing's sole defensive soul skill. Although it stemmed from a century-old soul ring, it was more than adequate to withstand the assaults of a soul master. Clang. The tiger-striped dagger struck against the unique outer shell enveloping Mo Tianqing, producing a crisp sound akin to metal clashing against metal. The dagger's bone-slicing ability failed to penetrate this formidable armor. Boom. In retaliation, Mo Tianqing delivered a powerful punch to Chunyu's chest, the sheer force resonating within his body with the unmistakable sound of cracking bones. Remarkably, after enduring my strike, he still remained alive, although Chunyu suffered severe injuries. This punch was insufficient to claim his life, for the physical constitution of a dual-wielding soul master far surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. Moreover, Mo Tianqing did not unleash his full strength with that strike, allowing Chunyu to narrowly escape calamity. Ding! Mo Tianqing was slightly taken aback, earning a shock value of 10 and receiving a Jade Bone Pill as a reward. Jade Bone Pill. Consuming this pill can swiftly heal fractured bones. Chunyu swallowed the elixir in his hand without leaving a trace, and a warm current surged from the edges of the fractured bones in his chest, restoring his grievous injuries in the blink of an eye. "Kid, how did you recover so swiftly?" Upon witnessing Chunyu spring back to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, Mo Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It is commonly said that injuries to the muscles and bones take 100 days to heal, yet Chunyu had barely taken 3 seconds to be lively once more. This could only be described as a miracle. Ding. The efficacy of the jade bone pill astonished Mo Tianqing, earning him a shock value of 99 and a reward of 2 millennia-old soul master essences. The dragon phoenix martial spirit devoured these 2 essences, leaving only 1 more essence needed for an upgrade. I am curious to see just how many lives you possess. Just as Mo Tianqing intended to strike again, he heard the master's threatening words whispering in his ear. Mo Tianqing, should you dare to make a move, I will reduce your city lord's mansion to rubble overnight. Huh? A mere errand boy dares to threaten me? How utterly ridiculous. Mo Tianqing, seemingly amused, retracted his attacking stance and gazed at the dust-laden master with keen interest. I truly wish to see how you intend to fulfill that statement. The master hesitated momentarily before producing a unique token, resembling neither jade nor wood. You may choose not to believe me, but surely you recognize this? Mo Tianqing's previously disdainful expression shifted to one of alarm as his gaze fell upon the token in the master's hand. This is the elder token of the spirit hall. How could you? Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Mo Tianqing knelt before the master, unaware of the esteemed elder's arrival. Tianqing deserves 1,000 deaths for his transgressions. The token bore the etching of a black hammer, a 7-layered tower, and a colossal dragon of lightning. Yet above these symbols was an angel adorned with 3 pairs of wings, suggesting its status surpassed the others. On the reverse side of the token, the words Spirit Hall were inscribed. This was the identity token belonging to someone of elder rank within the Spirit Hall. However, how could this master, who appeared to be a mere errand worker at Nodding Academy, possess such ties to the Spirit Hall and even hold a respectable position therein? It seemed this master had a wealth of untold stories behind him. Though Mo Tianqing was the lord of a city, his status paled in comparison to that of a lowly steward within the Spirit Hall. For even the current royal family of the Heaven Do Empire treated the Spirit Hall with utmost respect. Such was the immense power that the words Spirit Hall represented. Let today's events conclude here. Should you wish to engage in any underhanded dealings, consider the consequences. Are they burdens you can bear, Mo Tianqing? The master stowed the token away and gracefully led Tang San and Chen Yu past Mo Tianqing, who showed no intent to obstruct them, even gesturing for his subordinates to clear a path. Chapter 19. Xiaowu's Humiliation, Emerging Affection's Father. How could you let those 2 brats go? I want to kill them. As Mo Yuan witnessed Mo Tianqing's act of release, he immediately began to shout, yet the entire street, save for his voice, fell into a knowing silence. With a sharp slap, Mo Tianqing struck his cherished son for the first time. Silence yourself. Upon seeing his father's ashen visage, Mo Yuan became acutely aware that matters had spiraled beyond Mo Tianqing's control. Though arrogant and overbearing, he was not devoid of intelligence. The token presented by the master undoubtedly signified something of great import. Once Chen Yu and his companions vanished down the street, Mo Tianqing summoned his subordinates to manage the aftermath, personally escorting Mo Yuan back to the Lord's manor. Rest assured, my son, I shall avenge this humiliation in due time. For now, focus on recovering at home. I shall take care of everything else. Never before had Mo Tianqing felt such disgrace. Although the master was incapacitated, he was determined that those 2 young men would not escape unscathed. Summon the headmaster of Nodding Academy. A glint of cunning sparkled in Mo Tianqing's eyes. This time, he intended for Chen Yu and Tang San to meet their demise within the confines of Nodding Academy, thereby absolving himself of any suspicion. Without evidence, even the master would be powerless against him. Within Nodding Academy, he warned, Little San, Little Yu, Mo Tianqing is a man who harbors grudges. You must never venture beyond the gates of Nodding Academy without caution. In due course, I shall personally escort you to the soul hunting forest to acquire your first soul ring. Chen Yu nodded, with a master by his side. Mo Tianqing would undoubtedly refrain from any deceitful tricks. Master, what enchantment does that token possess that even Mo Tianqing fears it so? The master pondered for a considerable time before revealing his past. It turned out that he once had a significant connection with the Spirit Hall, even serving as an honorary elder for a period. However, due to certain circumstances, the master severed ties with the Spirit Hall and wandered until he arrived at Nodding Academy. Although the master did not disclose the specifics of what transpired, Chen Yu understood that altering the course of a person's life must involve profound matters. Let us not dwell on this any longer. You shall remain at the academy for the time being, and I will seek to uncover Mo Tianqing's recent activities. As Chen Yu and Tang San returned to their dormitory, they unexpectedly collided with Wang Sheng. who appeared to be in a state of acute distress, as if he was grappling with a formidable dilemma. The moment he laid eyes on Chun Yu and Tang San, he seized them as though they were a lifeline. Without uttering a word, and hurriedly urged them toward the college square. I remarked, Wang Xing, it seems as though you were in quite a rush. As if you were being pursued by flames. Cheney had recently endured a fierce battle and intended to rest, but unexpectedly found himself being dragged around by Wang Sheng, as if they were preparing to run 3 laps around the academy. Cheney, Tang San, where have you two been all day? Our dormitory has been besieged. And with you two absent, we could only rely on Sister Xiaowu to hold the fort. What? You say Xiaowu is engaged in a scuffle? When did this occur? Upon hearing that Xiaowu had gotten into a confrontation, Tang San immediately grew tense, which elicited a flicker of inexplicable light in Cheney's eyes. It seems you are not entirely devoid of emotion after all. As Wang Sheng continued to run, he recounted the events. During lunch earlier that day, upperclassmen noble students had the audacity to harass Xiaowu and even attempted to lay hands on her. Naturally, Xiaowu would not allow them to have their way. She swiftly dispatched them with a few well-executed throws, leaving them bruised and battered. Wang Xing and the others thought the matter concluded, but upon their return to the dormitory, they were confronted by a large group blocking their entrance. The leader of this assembly was Wan Qin Shuang, the son of the deputy lord of Nodding City. Once again, it seemed they were entangled with those from the lord's estate. Dusty Feathers smacked his lips, having just reprimanded the son of the city lord earlier that day, and now found himself confronted by the son of the deputy city lord. Was it fate that he was perpetually at odds with these offspring of the elite? Beside him, Tang Sen remained unfazed by the title of deputy city lord. Should even a single strand of hair be harmed from Xiaowu, he would ensure that the adversary paid a price 10-fold or even 100-fold. Little San, he reassured, with master by our side. Do not fear the repercussions from the city lord's manner. Moreover, one must never allow their beloved to be trifled with. Tang San wholeheartedly agreed with the first half of Chun Yu's statement, yet the latter half caused a flush to rise on his cheeks. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never experienced love even once. Chun Yu's playful teasing left him at a loss for words. At that moment, the square was bustling with students, packed tightly in layers, while at the center of the crowd, a chaotic brawl was unfolding. The 7th dormitory's students possessed relatively weak soul power, and the upperclassmen wielding several soul-guiding devices had already gained the upper hand as the battle commenced. Only Xiaowu, with the agility afforded by her soft bone rabbit spirit, managed to hold her ground, even managing to incapacitate 3 or 5 opponents. However, as time passed, her soul power gradually waned, and defeat was merely a matter of time. How audacious for a group of penniless students to challenge our esteemed Qin Xiao, a voice sneered. The boy surrounded by a throng appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, adorned in opulent attire worth a fortune. He was Qin Shuang, the leader of the aristocratic 1st dormitory. At this moment, Qin Shuang's lecherous gaze roamed over Xiao Wu's delicate figure, as if he wished to devour her whole. Such a beautiful little girl, I must possess you, he thought. Xiao Wu's distaste was evident as she furrowed her brow. In a moment of distraction, she was struck by a surge of soul power on her shoulder. Humph. Xiao Wu let out a muffled groan, clearly having sustained an injury. Be careful, you lot. Do not harm my woman. Qin Shuang's words ignited a surge of anger within Xiao Wu, while onlookers reveled in the chaos, thoughtlessly inciting the situation further. Just then, a furious voice broke through the crowd, Tang Sen S. Some words should not be spoken lightly, and some jokes, once taken too far, must be paid for with your life. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu had not known each other long, their connection felt as though they had been acquainted for millennia. Xiao Wu was Tang San's Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch her would meet their demise. Ah, here come 3 more seeking death, one of Qin Shuang's companions boasted arrogantly. Yet, what awaited him was a shoe, caked in dirt. Smack! The shoe met the face of the boastful youth with such force that the imprint of its sole was left indelibly marked upon his visage. Ah, my apologies. The shoes are a bit large, not quite fitting. I truly apologize, came the retort. With one foot bare, Chun Yu hopped playfully to the center of the square, his shoe perfectly matching the one adorning his other foot. You are courting death, young man. Chapter 20, a lesson for you. A matter of moments. Who are they? They are the offspring of the city's affluent merchants and political magnates, having lived their lives in opulence, surrounded by admirers, never having experienced the sting of humiliation. Yet today, Qin Yu not only slapped one of them in the face, but did so with the sole of his shoe, a grave insult indeed. Qin Shuang's countenance grew increasingly somber. Although Chun Yu's blow had not struck his face, he was regarded as the spiritual leader among the noble students. If he remained silent now, he risked losing the respect of his peers henceforth. Just as Qin Shuang was about to speak, he met the icy gaze of Tang San. Qin Shuang, if you seek a fight, I, Tang San, will stand by you to the end. With that, Tang San gently pulled Xiao Wu behind him. Though his frame was somewhat slender, Xiao Wu felt an extraordinary sense of security, as if with Tang San by her side. She need not fear the tempests of the outside world. However, the intimacy displayed by Tang San and Xiao Wu only intensified the jealousy festering within Qin Shuang, who had long regarded Xiao Wu as his own prized possession. How audacious! This mere work-study student dares to defy me. The accumulation of old grievances and new animosities had driven Qin Shuang to the brink of madness. Everyone, attack together. Let us teach these country bumpkins a proper lesson. Regardless of life or death, Qin Shuang no longer cared about the regulations of the academy. He simply wished to erase the troublesome Chun Yu and Tang San from existence. A bunch of worthless trash, unworthy to be my opponents. With a swift sidestep, Chun Yu deftly evaded the attack that came from behind, and in the process, he even managed to don his shoes. There is no need for me to lift a finger against you. Dust Feather raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the man behind him, an overwhelming force that shattered his sternum. If you are a man, then cease your cowardice, he declared. Tang San escorted Xiao Wu out of the heart of the battlefield, and when he lifted his gaze once more, Qin Shuang beheld a pair of eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Ghost shadow, mysterious steps. In an instant, Tang San's figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers, followed by a series of piercing sounds slicing through the air from all directions. Ah! The anguished cries rose and fell like waves, as those who fell to the ground were impaled by steel needles, each measuring a mere inch in length. Yet, in the final moment, Tang San chose to hold back. Had he not, these hidden weapons would have struck not just their limbs, but their hearts and throats as well. On the other side, Dust Feather was equally relentless, each kick sending an opponent soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, resulting in broken bones and severed tendons. In a short span, the number of those writhing and wailing on the ground had surpassed 30. You all. At that moment, Qin Shuang could no longer maintain her previous composure. The combat prowess exhibited by Dust Feather and Tang San was utterly astonishing, dispatching these senior students with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Ding! The thunderous display of power astonished Qin Shuang, earning her a shock value of 99 and a reward of 1 level in soul power. However, Dust Feather had yet to acquire his first soul ring, rendering this enhancement temporarily unattainable. It appears that you so-called talented upperclassmen are not as formidable as you claim. I have yet to even warm up, and you are already faltering? With a hint of boredom, Chun Yu kicked the last remaining opponent aside, leaving only Qin Shuang standing on the field. Crack! Crack! Chun Yu deliberately cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp sound of bones grinding against each other. This unnerved Qin Shuang, causing his complexion to pale as he retreated repeatedly. Do not come any closer. My father is the deputy mayor of Nodding City. At that moment, Qin Shuang attempted to intimidate Chun Yu with his status. However, unbeknownst to him, Chun Yu had thoroughly dealt with Mo Yuan, the spoiled heir, just half a day earlier. So your father is the deputy mayor? How terrifying, Chun Yu replied mockingly. Yet, I must confess, I despise being threatened above all else. Without uttering a word, Chun Yu delivered a swift kick, sending Qin Shuang flying several dozen meters away. Qin Shuang's face flushed crimson, struggling to catch his breath for quite some time. It was truly uninteresting. Teaching a lesson to such rubbish was a matter of mere moments. At that moment, a throng of academy mentors rushed into the square, led by an elderly gentleman. Upon witnessing the wailing students sprawled on the ground, their expressions turned grim. Each of these individuals was a noble student, representing the most prestigious aristocratic forces of Nodding City. The gravity of the situation could not be understated. It all hinged on how the principal of Nodding Academy would respond. The principal has arrived, a voice cried out, and Qin Shuang, feeling as though he had encountered a savior, sprang to his feet, no trace remaining of his earlier defeated demeanor. Principal Kuolin, you must impose severe punishment on Chun Yu and Tang San, those work-study students. They are not only prone to violence, but also disregard the academy's rules as if they were mere trifles. Just look at the injuries inflicted by these two. The frail old man with white hair was none other than Kuolin, the principal of Nodding Academy, a soul master of level 47. He had just returned from a meeting with Mo Tianqing when he learned of the large-scale brawl that had erupted within the academy, an occurrence that had not happened in decades. To be candid, Kulin felt a twinge of displeasure. However, when he discovered that two work-study students had managed to defeat this group of upperclassmen, his initial anger transformed into astonishment. Ding. Principal Kulin of Nodding Academy is astonished. Shock value, 60. Reward, soul power increased by 1 level. At this moment, Chen Yu also turned his gaze towards the elusive Dean, whose presence was both formidable and enigmatic. In the depths of Kulin's eyes, Chen Yu discerned a flicker of surprise. It seemed that the Dean had been aware of my existence long before, perhaps concealing even more secrets beneath the surface. Chen Yu harbored a subtle wariness towards Kuei Lan. Yet he remained uncertain about the extent of the threat Kuei Lan posed to him. Please tidy this place up and arrange for the injured students to receive medical attention. You three, follow me, Kuei Lan commanded, leading Chen Yu and Qin Shuang away. Just as Xiao intended to follow, she was halted by Tang San's significant glance. Within the confines of Kuei Lan's office, Qin Shuang instinctively distanced herself from Chen Yu, clearly intimidated by the formidable prowess he had exhibited previously. Chen Yu, Tang San. I have perused your records. You are both newly enrolled this year, particularly you, Chen Yu, who astonishingly relinquished your status as a gold medal student. I am quite curious about the motivations that led you to make such a choice. Dean, do you truly concern yourself with these trivial matters? Moreover, the freedom to choose is mine alone, Chen Yu replied. The words of Chen Yu were imbued with a subtle chill, which only deepened Kailan's dissatisfaction. For Chen Yu had spotted a valuable gift bearing the insignia of the city lord's mansion upon Kailan's bookshelf, suggesting a close camaraderie between Mo Tianqing and Kailan. An enemy's ally is, by simple deduction, an enemy in turn. This is a truth that Chen Yu certainly comprehends. Then why? Kailan inquired. Did you gather a crowd to engage in brawls, resulting in injuries to so many students? Indeed, the true nature of the fox was revealed. A faint, icy smile graced the corners of Chen Yu's lips, revealing that their esteemed dean had evidently aligned himself with Mo Tianqing. The impending conflict conveniently provided Kulin with a pretext for retribution. Why, dear dean, do you not inquire as to who instigated the altercation? Since you have already predetermined my guilt, what purpose does this questioning serve? In a tone that was both faint and ethereal, Chen Yu struck directly at the psychological Achilles heel of Kulin. Indeed, he had just returned from an audience with Mo Tianqing and had acquiesced to one of his demands. Chapter 21. A bet is placed, a journey to hunt souls. This request entailed Kulin expelling 2 students from the academy. Initially, Kulin held steadfast to his principles. Yet when Mo Tianqing presented a soul-guiding device of considerable value, his resolve began to waver. Nevertheless, he aimed to maintain a dignity befitting his position as the dean, deliberately asserting that he would provide a response in 3 days. At that moment, Chen Yu and Tang San fortuitously became embroiled in the academy's brawl, presenting Kulin with the perfect pretext. The academy's instigation of trouble, resulting in their expulsion from Nodding Academy, was an irrefutable justification. However, the sole predicament lay in the fact that the instigators were Qin Shuang and her group. Devising a means to obscure this truth was the only dilemma that plagued Kulin. Dust Feather seemed to have discerned the intricate calculations within Quilin's heart, boldly taking a seat directly before him. Esteemed Dean, he remarked. With matters laid bare to this extent, further pretense would serve little purpose. Wouldn't you agree? We both understand that Nodding Academy has increasingly aligned itself with the city lord's manor, even contemplating a potential alliance. Moreover, you are unwilling to remain merely a minor dean within Nodding Academy. You aspire to leverage Mo Tianqing to fulfill your own ambitions. Am I not correct in my assertions? Having encountered individuals like Kulin far too often in his previous life, Dust Feather could candidly express the sentiment. A wanton individual still seeking to uphold the faade of virtue. Kulin could hardly believe that a mere 6-year-old child possessed such profound insight, even articulating the very truths he found most difficult to voice. Ding! An epiphany unveiled. Quilin's astonishment reached a staggering 99, earning him a soul-guiding device upgrade stone as a reward. Dust Feather promptly activated the skill, and the power of the tiger stripe bloodthirsty dagger's bone-slicing ability ascended to an entirely new echelon. Bone slicing, enhanced level 1. This skill can bypass any defensive soul techniques belonging to those below the Soul Master rank. The leap from Soul Elder to Soul Master is indeed a significant progression. If the tiger stripe bloodthirsty dagger previously posed a threat only to Soul Elders, Now even soul masters find themselves within the dagger's capacity to penetrate defenses. Therefore, let us speak candidly, esteemed Dean. You wish to leverage us to curry favor with Imo Tianqing, and we too desire to seize control of our own destinies. Given this alignment of interests, let us engage in a wager. The dust swirled as Yuhua nonchalantly crossed his legs, completely disregarding the presence of Kuolin. Humph. How dare a mere soul master negotiate terms with someone of my stature in the soul sect? Kuolin's expression turned icy, erasing any semblance of the benevolence he previously exhibited. While I may not be worthy of your attention, do you truly believe we lack support? At that moment, the master entered the room, followed closely by Xiao Wu. It became apparent that Tang Xin had intended for Xiao Wu to seek out the master before his departure. Given the master's ability to intimidate Imo Tianqing, it was only natural that he could also quell the arrogance of a mere academy president. Master, what brings you here? Get out. Kuolin, evidently unaware of the master's true identity, viewed him merely as a menial figure within the academy. Tang San's gaze turned frigid upon hearing Kuolin's words. The master was his most revered teacher, and Kuolin's attitude had incensed the typically good-natured Tang San. Kuolin, I could overlook all your past transgressions, but today, if you dare to bully my student, I shall not stand idly by. The master displayed no trace of fear, a stark contrast to the impression he usually conveyed. Students? Huh, how utterly ridiculous. A useless individual daring to take on the role of a teacher. Very well. Let this great waste of space and his two little wastes of space exit my academy together. Kuolin's scorn was unabashed, but in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, as he leapt from his chair as if confronted by a ghost. In the master's hand was a token signifying his status as an elder of the spirit hall. Upon seeing the token, Kuolin's first thought was to strike himself across the face repeatedly. An elder of the spirit hall held a position of esteem comparable to that of a prince within the Heaven Do Empire. Indeed, their status exceeded that of a mere prince. Even the current Emperor Xueye would treat him with utmost respect. Yet, what had he just said? Each word could very well condemn him to death 100 times over. Long Elder. Why you? Kuolin was utterly bewildered. If the master possessed such a title, why would he willingly perform menial tasks at Notting Academy? Should he reveal his identity, Kuolin would gladly relinquish his position as president. Kuolin, it seems you have forgotten the dying wish of your elder brother, Kuein, who instructed you to sever all ties with forces like the City Lord's mansion. However, everything you have done over the years stands in stark opposition to your brother's final wishes. It turned out that the master shared a close bond with Kuolin's elder brother. In a state of despair, the master sought merely a place to belong, which led him to remain at Notting Academy. Of course, his decision not to become a formal mentor was his own, a secret even Kuolin was unaware of. Just moments ago, Xiaoyu had proposed a wager. But I hope to amend the terms. Kuolin, if you emerge victorious, the three of us shall depart Notting Academy immediately, severing all ties with you henceforth. If you lose, you must relinquish the position of dean. The esteemed Notting Academy, established by your elder brother, must not fall into ruin at your hands. As for the manner of the contest, let us engage in a soul duel, a match of 2 against 2, where the victorious side shall compel the vanquished to honor the wager. Kalon had initially intended to curry favor with the master. Yet the master's words revealed to him that the rift between them had become irreparable. Master, are you truly pushing me towards my demise? Kalon understood the gravity of this gamble. He could only emerge victorious, for losing would mean the loss of everything. Alternatively, I could, in my capacity as an elder of the Spirit Hall, strip you of your deanship, the master remarked, his tone indifferent to Kalon's evident agitation. Since you, esteemed elder, are so confident, I have no further words to offer, Kalon said, his eyes darkened with malice, clearly enraged. Xiao San, Xiaoyu, let us depart. The master did not linger, leading the two away, leaving behind a pale-faced Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, return and summon your father and Lord Imo. Inform them that I have matters of great importance to discuss. From the earlier skirmish between Qin Shuang and Tang San, it was evident that the less capable students of Notting Academy stood no chance against Qinyu. If Kalon wished to win this wager, he could only rely on the strength of Imo Tianqing. Humph, even if I cannot reach you, can I not best your 2 students? Kalon slammed his palm against the back of the chair, shattering the solid wooden dean's chair into splinters. Meanwhile, the master tidied up briefly before leading Tang San and Qinyu out of Notting Academy, their destination being the soul-hunting forest outside Notting City. Xiao San, Xiaoyu, do not underestimate this upcoming soul duel. Given Quellen's character, he will undoubtedly seek the assistance of Mo Tianqing. In my estimation, your opponents will be at least great soul masters, if not soul ancestors. Rest assured, master, we shall not disappoint you. Chapter 22. The Soul Hunting Forest. The king of the Nether Wolves, the Soul Hunting Forest, despite its name, is essentially a designated area within each city, a specially enclosed space for the breeding of soul beasts. Although artificially created, the Soul Hunting Forest is fraught with peril. While the majority of soul beasts within this forest are of the 10 and 100-year variety, there also exist some resilient 1,000-year beasts. The objective of Tang San and Xinyu on this journey is to hunt 200-year soul beasts. According to the Master's theory of martial souls, the maximum age for the first soul ring that a soul master can absorb is 432 years. The closer the age of the soul ring is to this figure, the more potent the soul skill becomes. It is truly remarkable how the master has deduced such theories. When it comes to martial souls, there seems to be nothing he does not know. Previously, Xinyu had intended to absorb the Millennium Battle Tiger Spirit Ring. However, it is evident now that had he forcefully attempted to absorb that Millennium Spirit Ring at that time, he would have likely perished from the explosive backlash. At the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest stood 2 squads of formidable soldiers, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. These individuals were not the guards of Nodding City, but rather elite forces from the Spirit Hall. Upon the master merely presenting an elder's token, these soldiers immediately knelt before him, and 2 of them voluntarily opened the gateway to the Soul Hunting Forest. Beyond the gate lay a world of wonder, reminiscent of a true primal forest. Towering trees reached heights of several dozen meters, their dense canopies nearly obscuring 80% of the sunlight above. This rendered the air below exceptionally chilly and damp, infused with the scent of decaying leaves and withered branches. Rustling sounds continually emanated from the towering bushes surrounding them. The source unknown, perhaps the movements of spirit beasts or wild animals. The master unfastened the belt that was wrapped around his waist and handed it to Tang San. Since you became my disciple, I have yet to present you with a gift. This storage-type soul-guiding device shall serve as my first offering to you. Inside, you will find a small vial containing insect repellent powder. Share it with Xiaoyu and scatter it along our path. Master, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Tang San initially protested, only to be halted by Xinyu. Xiao San, do you not understand? This is not only the master's heartfelt intention, but also the first task he has entrusted to you. In this primal forest, even the most inconspicuous snakes, insects, mice, or ants may harbor deadly venom. The master must focus his energies on locating a suitable spirit beast and has no time to address these minor matters. Qinyu's insights elicited a silent nod of approval from the master. Indeed, Qinyu's thoughts were remarkably astute, able to discern so much from such a trivial matter. The trio had traversed a significant distance throughout the day, and according to their pace, they should now be nearing the heart of the Soul Hunting Forest, a notorious gathering ground for formidable soul beasts. Xiao San, ignite the beast incense. Advanced soul beasts are exceedingly sensitive to the scents of humans. Only by utilizing the beast incense crafted from various soul beast excrement can we mask our odor, Tang San instructed. Just as he lit the pitch-black incense, he heard Qinyu's deliberately lowered voice. Xiao San, Master, perhaps we have already attracted unwanted attention. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of soul beasts sprang forth from all directions. It was the spectral wolves. These wolves, classified as a 10th-tier pack soul beast, may not possess great strength individually, yet they never operate alone. When they strike, it is always in a ferocious swarm. And even a century-old soul beast would think twice before confronting them. Moreover, should more than 100 spectral wolves appear, one could be certain that there would be a wolf king among them, a creature that is undoubtedly a soul beast over a century old. As far as the eye could see, there were no fewer than 60 or 70 spectral wolves, and more continued to emerge from the dense thicket. Have Qinyu and his companions inadvertently plunged into a den of wolves? Howl. A piercing and resonant wolf's howl echoed from a nearby distance, unmistakably indicating the presence of a spectral wolf king. Luo Sanpao. The master's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated encountering the most formidable of adversaries, the spectral wolf, so soon upon entering the soul-hunting forest. Unless one could vanquish the spectral wolf, it would relentlessly continue its assaults, undeterred. Stay close to me, you two. For the spectral wolf is ferocious by nature, and the scent of blood will only incite its madness further. For the first time, Xinyu beheld the master's martial soul, which bore a resemblance that was 7 parts pig and 3 parts dog. Although this Luo Sanpao lacked formidable strength, it possessed a nimbleness that was unparalleled by other martial souls, resembling more a pet than a true martial spirit. Master, how come your soul power? Chen Yu was further astonished to discover that the master possessed only 2 soul rings. Given the master's age, even with a slow cultivation pace, he should have achieved at least the level of a soul master. Yet, as it stood, the master had once mentioned that his martial soul was a variant type, unfortunately mutated in a negative direction, thus capping his soul power at a lifetime maximum of 30 levels. Tang Xin understood that the master's lifelong struggle stemmed from his martial soul. The master's fervent research into martial souls was driven by the desire to find a solution to his own predicament. However, the complexities of martial souls were far beyond human alteration, and despite dedicating his entire life to the pursuit, the master ultimately found himself empty-handed. Luo Sanpao, help us carve a path. The 2 soul rings from the master simultaneously descended upon Luo Sanpao. Subsequently, the master gestured for Chen Yu and Tang San to cover their mouths and noses. Chen Yu, curious about the connection between the soul skill attack and this action, was astonished when Luo Sanpao turned its back to the nether wolf and raised its rotund rear. Thunderous fart, shake the heavens and earth. A sound akin to thunder erupted, rivaling the roar of the nether wolf king, as an astonishing wave of sound surged forth, propelling dozens of nether wolves into the air, leaving Chen Yu momentarily dumbfounded. By the heavens, this soul skill is indeed extraordinary. Don't just stand there, run. Taking advantage of the breach created in the encirclement of nether wolves, the trio dashed toward the opening. However, mid-escape, the familiar howl of wolves echoed once more. Disoriented from the farting sound, the nether wolves shook their heads and regained their footing, with the gap closing rapidly before their eyes. Fart like smoke, induce slumber. Luo Sanpao. At that moment, the master unleashed his second soul skill, releasing a dense yellow fog from Luo Sanpao's sensitive area. Although the scene was rather undignified, those nether wolves entering the fog appeared intoxicated, promptly collapsing to the ground in disarray. My second soul skill has a narcotic effect, but its duration is limited. Stay close to me. Yet, the master had scarcely taken a few steps when a shadow, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, leapt forth and struck Luo Sanpao, sending it flying. The master, connected to it by their shared essence, let out a muffled groan, evidently suffering some injury. The nether wolf king. The master fixed his gaze ahead, observing a colossal wolf king, its size dwarfing that of ordinary nether wolves by over 10-fold, adorned with a unique purple tuft of fur upon its back. This purple mane constituted a third of the wolf king's length, marking it as a nether wolf king over 350 years old. The master meticulously examined the extent of the purple fur covering the wolf king's back. Once this purple reaches the tip of the wolf king's tail, it will no longer be merely a century-old soul beast, but a true millennium soul beast. Chapter 23. Surrounded and in distress. Xiaoyu, your martial spirit is a beast martial spirit, and it is an exceptional one known for its offensive capabilities. The soul ring of the Netherworld Wolf King is a splendid choice for you. The master turned to Chen Yu and said, realizing that there was no opportunity left for escape. The only way to deter the other Netherworld wolves was to slay the Wolf King. Very well, then you shall obediently become my first soul ring. Chen Yu took a deep breath and charged towards the Phantom Wolf King alone. Little 3, Master, I kindly ask you to hold back the other Phantom Wolves for me. Although the Phantom Wolf King possessed formidable strength, in Chen Yu's eyes, it was not an invincible foe. With a series of swift turns, Chen Yu astonishingly vanished from the line of sight of the Phantom Wolf King. By the time it regained its senses, Chen Yu had already materialized above its head. The bloodstained dagger, with its tiger-striped blade, prepared to sever bone. A rich crimson glow enveloped the blade's edge, amplifying its armor-piercing prowess to the utmost. Just as Chen Yu believed success was within reach, the tail of the Phantom Wolf King unexpectedly surged, doubling in length, and struck with the force of a steel whip against Chen Yu. Utilizing the 7-star ghost steps, Yao Guang is the first layer of the 7-star ghost steps, capable of manipulating the refraction of surrounding light to create a remarkably lifelike illusion. The Phantom Wolf King's long tail struck the illusion, while Chen Yu's true form emerged beside the Phantom Wolf King. Clang! The initial use of Yao Guang startled the Phantom Wolf King, yielding a shock value of 99, and increasing the proficiency of the 7-star ghost steps by 1,000 points. For every 1,000 points of skill proficiency, the power of the skill is enhanced by 1%. Chen Yu sensed that the speed of the 7-star ghost steps had noticeably increased, albeit slightly. However, If such enhancement accumulates over the years, the benefits it would bestow upon him are self-evident. Goodness, he had nearly met his demise. Just a fleeting moment ago. Xinyu truly felt as though death was imminent, had he not successfully cultivated the 7-star ghost steps to the first level beforehand. He would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences today. Little Yu, the ghostly wolf, possesses a copper head, iron tail, and a vulnerable waist. Its weakness lies in that very waist. The master and Tang San exerted their utmost efforts to keep the ordinary ghostly wolves at bay, but it appeared they could not hold out much longer. I shall not squander your time. There will be no further opportunities for you. Xinyu infused his entire soul power into his right arm, amplifying the might of the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul to its utmost limit. The resounding echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries reverberated throughout much of the soul-hunting forest. Even the millennium soul beasts within the forest curled up in trepidation, trembling and too fearful to move. Opposite Xinyu, the king of the nether wolf could hardly withstand the overwhelming pressure. With a mournful howl, it collapsed to the ground, its limbs giving way as a foul liquid seeped out from beneath it. The once formidable wolf king was so frightened that it lost control of its bodily functions. Had it not been witnessed by the master himself, he would have found it hard to believe. Even the most exceptional martial souls, without the enhancement of any soul rings, could not paralyze a ferocious century-old soul beast with mere aura alone. Could it be that the martial soul possessed by Xinyu surpassed even the finest of martial souls? The finest martial souls are already the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer, which are among the most elite. Yet, the heavenly dragon phoenix manifested by Xinyu evidently harbored greater potential than these illustrious souls. Tom was a mere second. However, the reason the heavenly dragon phoenix could unleash such a terrifying aura was due to the consumption of Xinyu's own soul power. With a total soul power thrice that of an average soul master, he could only sustain this state for a fleeting second. Starfall technique, meteor strike. A beam of light no wider than a finger streaked through the air, and before the king of the netherwolf could utter a sound, shallow gashes appeared on its head and waist. These wounds spread like a spider's web, extending throughout the wolf king's body. In a single strike, the king of the netherwolf was mercilessly cleaved into countless fragments of varying sizes. Panting heavily, the exertion of 2 consecutive formidable moves had drained Xunyu's soul power completely. Were it not for the heavenly dragon phoenix granting him a soul power equivalent to 3 times that of a soul master of the same rank, he might have been reduced to a mere husk after only half a move. Buzz. Above the mangled corpse of the netherwolf, a soul ring of a vibrant hue, far richer than that of the spiked-back black-patterned tiger, hovered serenely in the air. This signifies my first soul ring. A glimmer of subtle delight flickered in Xinyu's eyes as he reached out, poised to absorb the soul ring. However, a sudden furrow of his brow caused him to instinctively retreat a step. With a resounding crash, a colossal boulder weighing several thousand pounds plummeted to the ground, mere inches from his nose, sending tremors through the earth beneath everyone's feet. I wondered why these ordinary nether wolves had yet to disperse. It became evident that there was not just one nether wolf king present. Typically, a pack of wolves consists of only one king, a universal truth. Yet this group of nether wolves was peculiar, possessing both a male and a female wolf king. Moreover, these 2 kings were bound by marriage. The female wolf king had just perished at Xinyu's hands, and the formidable male wolf king had now made its appearance. Its purple fur surpassed 4/5 of its body, suggesting that this nether wolf king had reached an age of 700 or 800 years. Meanwhile, the master felt a jolt of fear upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the male wolf king. An 800-year-old nether wolf king possessed power that could rival a human soul master of level 37 or above. Such a powerful soul beast was far beyond the capability of a mere second-ring soul master and 2 youngsters devoid of even a single soul ring to withstand. Release the fog of sleep, Ro-San Pao. Ro-San Pao could only launch 3 attacks within a short span, and this strike was the master's final resort. Yet, a layer of grayish light radiated from the nether wolf king, effectively repelling the hypnotic mist of Ro-San Pao, keeping it at bay. This was dire. The nether wolf king had already awakened its intelligence, making any escape from its grasp exceedingly challenging. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing, unleashing a torrent of various hidden weapons that fell like raindrops. However, the ordinary projectiles could not pierce the tough hide of the nether wolf king. With a fearsome roar, the nether wolf king was drawn to Tang San's actions, granting Xinyu a fleeting moment of respite. Yet, as Xinyu sidestepped, the nearby thicket rapidly withered, ultimately turning to ash, and from the heart of that thicket emerged a vibrant 4-meter-long snake, darting towards Chunyu with lightning speed, intent on striking. The mandala snake. A toxic soul beast nearing 400 years of age. The master gasped in alarm. The mandala snake was even more terrifying than the Netherwolf King, not only due to its incredible speed but also because it harbored lethal venom capable of slaying century-old soul beasts. Should Chunyu be bitten, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Ro Sanpao, the master bellowed, and the rotund figure of Luo Sanpao collided with Chunyu, propelling him out of the mandala serpent's attack range. While the serpent's bite landed squarely on Luo Sanpao, with the Wolf King in front and the mandala serpent behind, Chunyu had yet to regain his strength, and the master had succumbed to poisoning, leaving only Tang San to face the dire predicament. Was this truly the end? Chapter 24. The Divine Punishment Sword. A blade that pierces the firmament. Part 1. In a moment of desperation, the soul power within Tang San surged uncontrollably into the palm of his left hand, manifesting a weapon spirit in the form of a rugged and imposing hammer. This hammer appeared to be merely half a meter in length, yet its weight was an astonishing 800 pounds. Imagine a 6-year-old child wielding such a colossal hammer. What a bizarre sight it would be. Furthermore, Tang San's strikes were not devoid of finesse. Upon closer examination, each swing was perfectly synchronized, forming a complete set of martial techniques. Had the master been conscious, he would surely have recognized that the hammer technique Tang San wielded was the renowned chaotic cloak hammer method, a signature skill of the esteemed Haotian sect, the strongest among the 3 great sects. Bang! Tang San pivoted and struck back with the hammer, sending the Phantom Wolf King staggering back several meters. With his other hand, employing a technique reminiscent of the scattering of wild geese, he hurled the few remaining hidden weapons towards the mandala serpent behind him. However, these ordinary projectiles merely grazed the serpent's scales, igniting sparks without penetrating its formidable hide. How resilient its scales are. In truth, the mandala serpent's defenses surpassed even those of the Phantom Wolf King, a fact that Tang San had not anticipated. Yet, his actions incited the wrath of the 2-century-old soul beasts, and in an instant, both beast kings abandoned their original prey, directing their cold gazes solely upon Tang San. This is bad. Although Tang San possessed the advanced agility of the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, his current soul power could not sustain him for long. He could only fight while retreating towards the entrance. These 2-century-old soul beasts were far beyond his capacity to confront directly. If he could retreat, then the master and Chunyu would be safe. Tang San had resolved to sacrifice himself to provide a glimmer of hope for the other 2. Little San, how can the mantle of heroism rest solely upon your shoulders? Do not forget that I am here as well. Though Chunyu had only regained a modicum of soul power, he steadily rose from the ground. Hiss. The mandala serpent expelled a scarlet forked tongue from its mouth, and with a swift flick of its long tail, it lashed out with the force of a whipping gale towards Chunyu. 7-star ghost steps. In the final moment, Chunyu finally moved, his agile form narrowly slipping beneath the serpent's tail. Simultaneously, the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger in his hand glimmered with a brilliant light, effortlessly piercing through the gaps between the serpent's scales. A trickle of pale purple blood erupted from the wound. Feeling the excruciating pain from its tail, the mandala serpent unleashed its ferocity, opening its maw to reveal a set of razor-sharp fangs nearly a foot long, which lunged directly at the exhausted Chunyu. Yet, the serpent's bite passed right through him. This was merely an illusion. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The true Chunyu materialized behind the mandala serpent, wielding a uniquely crafted metallic crossbow. This was the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, forged through the combined efforts of Tang San and Chunyu, yet left incomplete due to the lack of a suitable bowstring. However, Chunyu had previously acquired the exquisite Xianbing silkworm silk, an ideal material for crafting the bowstring. Bang! In just 1 second, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow unleashed a barrage of 16 finely forged iron bolts, their whirling tips tearing through the serpent's formidable scales, with nearly 2/3 of the shafts embedded within. Roar! Struck by this devastating blow, the colossal serpent thrashed violently, its foul blood splattering across the ground. Ding! Counterattack in dire straits, shocking the poisonous attribute soul beast. The mandala serpent, with a shock value of 99, rewarding a Millennium Mandala Serpent Soul Ring. Get away from me. Meanwhile, Tang San faced the Netherwolf King. Though the situation was fraught with peril, he was far from defeat, and circumstances seemed to be gradually improving. Just then, Chen Yu felt a sudden darkness enveloping his head, as if he had been thrust into the depths of night, despite it being midday, a time when light should be most abundant. Dust Feather lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his expression evidently fluctuating with intensity. To his astonishment, there lay a colossal python stretching nearly 100 meters in length. When compared to this behemoth, the mandala serpent appeared utterly insignificant. This magnificent creature was known as the unicorn python, a soul beast that undergoes a molting process every decade, during which its length increases by an entire meter. By this reckoning, the unicorn python before them was indeed a millennium-old soul beast. Cough, cough. You must flee at once. This is no ordinary millennium soul beast. At this moment, the master regained consciousness, yet his complexion had turned a ghastly shade of purple, clearly indicating that the venom had permeated his very bones. Master Tang San, momentarily distracted, was sent flying by the swipe of the underworld Wolf King. Although Dust Feather had severely wounded the mandala serpent, the crossbow bolt had failed to strike a vital point. It merely slowed the serpent's movements, which were no longer as swift as before. Compounding their dire situation was the ominous presence of the even more fearsome unicorn python, looming nearby with predatory intent. It seemed that Dust Feather and his companions found themselves in an inescapable predicament. Must they resort to their final gambit? Chen Yu reached into his bosom, recalling that he had previously acquired a transformation token that would grant him a fraction of the Azura God's immense power. With such strength, even a millennium-old soul beast could be effortlessly vanquished. However, utilizing it here seemed somewhat extravagant. Nevertheless, he thought, preservation of life must take precedence. With a resolute grit of his teeth, Chen Yu was on the verge of activating the Godslayer transformation voucher when he suddenly felt an unusual burning sensation emanating from the palm of his left hand. This is my second martial soul. At this moment, tendrils of black lightning began to snake their way along Chen Yu's arm. Though these arcs of lightning were no thicker than a pinky finger, the tumultuous energy they contained was enough to halt the three soul beasts in their relentless pursuit. Cheney appears to be enveloped in a peculiar state, his fingers grasping the air as a formidable long sword, entirely black in its blade, gracefully descends into the palm of his hand. This sword measures 3 feet and 3 inches in length, its ebony blade adorned with a myriad of crackling arcs of lightning. Though Cheney remains motionless, clutching the celestial punishment god-slaying sword, the ground around him is relentlessly ravaged by the fierce sword aura, leaving behind deep, unfathomable scars. Oh, whoa. The sky within a 10-mile radius darkens ominously, as if the very forces of nature now bow beneath the might of a single sword. Subsequently, countless robust bolts of lightning and serpentine dragons writhe and twist within the dense clouds, the overwhelming pressure sending the soul beasts below into a panicked retreat. Behold, what is this phenomenon above the soul-hunting forest? The soldiers stationed outside the forest have also witnessed the gathering storm clouds. The sheer terror emanating from this display causes their martial souls to tremble violently. The celestial punishment god-slaying sword, a single stroke capable of shattering the heavens. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and within them, he could only perceive the silhouette of a diminutive sword. Yet, the surrounding space trembled violently, and the ground beneath him instantaneously collapsed, forming a colossal pit hundreds of meters wide and unfathomably deep. Have you beasts had your fill yet? Chapter 25. The Divine Punishment Sword Slays the Gods. A single stroke shatters the firmament. Part 2. With a crackle, countless bolts of black lightning descended upon the heart of the soul-hunting forest, sending splinters of wood flying and soil scattering in all directions. Oh heavens! Could it be that a soul beast over 10,000 years old has emerged from the depths of the forest? The exterior guards' expressions changed dramatically. They had been stationed here for decades and had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Someone immediately relay the situation in the soul-hunting forest to Spirit City, reporting that a formidable thunder-type soul beast of 10,000 years might be present. Request the urgent dispatch of powerful reinforcements. Within the forest, Chen Yu, wielding the Divine Punishment Sword, began to slowly lift off the ground. It is known that aside from flying-type soul skills or martial spirits, only soul masters who have attained the soul sage level possess the ability to fly. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yu had not even acquired his first soul ring. Yet he was able to tread upon the void. This scene cast doubt upon the martial spirit theories that the master had studied for the first time. Ding! The second martial spirit manifested, astonishing the master and rewarding him with the revised version of the 10 competitive theories of martial spirits. This revised theory can be regarded as a supplementary version based on the Master's research, incorporating many aspects of martial spirit knowledge that even the Master had not previously explored. However, Yu had no mind to examine these matters at this moment. With the divine punishment sword slowly raised, it pointed skyward. In the next instant, countless bolts of black thunder converged into the divine punishment sword's martial spirit, invigorating every cell within Yu's body with astonishing vitality. A black dragon claw tore through the thunderclouds, instantly shattering the stones and vegetation below into countless fragments, swept away by the wind. Heavens! This is a dragon claw? At this moment, not only the guards outside the forest, but even the citizens of Nodding City witnessed the dragon claw descending from the heavens. Moreover, this claw emerged from a massive dark cloud, appearing as though it had rent the very fabric of the sky. Is this to destroy our Nodding City? The violent power contained within the dragon claw caused Imo Tianqing to change color in alarm. This was at least a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Yet, who could have anticipated that this was merely the manifestation of Yu's second martial spirit, the divine punishment sword, invoking the forces of heaven and earth? Slash! The long sword in Yu's hand suddenly descended, as the enormous claw of the thunder dragon swiftly emerged from beyond the clouds, plunging directly toward the trio of soul beasts below. With a sharp sound, the sword known as the heaven-punishing god-slaying sword only managed to carve out a third of its arc before halting in midair, subsequently causing Yu to spew forth a copious amount of blood, evidently suffering from a backlash. In the next instant, the heaven-punishing god-slaying sword trembled violently, inexplicably vanishing into thin air, yet the descending dragon claw showed no signs of abating. Its ferocious power transformed a substantial portion of the soul-hunting forest into charred earth. A chilling notification echoed, forcefully utilizing the unsealed heaven-punishing god-slaying sword martial soul has resulted in severe backlash. The sword must consume 1,000 soul rings of 1,000 years or older to be reactivated. 1,000 soul rings of such age. That would necessitate Yu to slay 1,000-year soul beasts. It was unclear whether this endeavor had resulted in a net loss or gain for him. In any case, it seemed he had indeed garnered nothing of value. A rumble resounded. This time, the ground shook violently within a radius of several hundred miles, resembling a significant earthquake. Yet, who could have imagined that such commotion stemmed from a mere soul master? Crack! Within the area enveloped by the dragon claw, sand and stones melted under the intense heat, transforming into exquisite, glass-like formations, visually stunning but crumbling at the slightest touch. The three soul beasts had been reduced to ashes by the rampant power of thunder, and the surrounding pack of nether wolves were similarly affected. The most prominent sight was the white 10-year soul rings scattered about. Cough, cough. Yu struggled to control his body, barely landing on the ground. The forcible use of the heavenly punishment sword had caused visible ruptures within his meridians. Fortunately, he managed to halt his actions at the last moment. Otherwise, that strike could have cost him his life. However, the injuries to his meridians would require at least a month's recovery to return to their original state. With the soul duel scheduled with Kulin in just a few days, it appeared that only Tang San would be able to take the stage. Humph. Do you think feigning death will allow you to escape my gaze? The dagger in Yu's hand sliced through a gleam of light, instantly vanishing beneath the charred earth. Suddenly, a mandrake snake, its body reduced to a mere half, surged forth from the ground, a bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes embedded in its head. Alas! If only I possessed a modicum of soul power, I could effortlessly vanquish this beast. The soul power of Yu had been entirely depleted, and coupled with the backlash from his internal injuries, he could hardly evade the dying counterattack of the mandala snake. However, midway through, a small black hammer fortuitously landed at the tail end of the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger, causing the razor-sharp blade to plunge deep into the head of the mandala snake. Yu, are you all right? Tang San quickly supported Yu's swaying body, astonished to discover that Yu possessed such formidable power and, like him, wielded a twin martial soul. Ding! The revelation of the twin martial soul shocked Tang San, with a shock value of 99, prompting him to wonder how long Yu intended to keep the secret from him. Reward: Divine Level Secret Technique, Abyssal Demon Eye. Abyssal Demon Eye, a passive ability that allows one to see through all illusions in the world, disregarding the disparity in soul power between both parties. Active skill: Heavenly Deity. Consumes one's mental energy to ensnare the opponent in an abyssal illusion. The duration and potency of this skill fluctuate based on the soul power difference between both sides. Illusionary abilities, indeed. This time the system has bestowed upon me a remarkable treasure. In encounters between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting moment. If Chun Yu could induce a momentary lapse in his opponent at the most critical juncture, it would be sufficient to alter the entire course of battle. Xiao-san, hurry and extract the snake gall from the mandala snake. It can alleviate the poison afflicting master. In the theoretical framework of the Reforged edition, Chun Yu made a remarkable discovery. The venom of the mandala serpent is not without its antidote. The serpent's gall is indeed the sole remedy for its poison. Upon consuming the gall, the master's visage began to lose the ominous purple hue of the toxin, which allowed Tang San to breathe a sigh of relief. Little San, this place is not meant for prolonged stay. Given the commotion I just caused, it is likely that many are already heading this way. You must take the remnants of the mandala serpent and the master to the other side of the soul-hunting forest. Once the master regains consciousness, he will instruct you on how to absorb the spirit ring. Dust Feather plopped onto the ground, panting heavily. And what of you? I can no longer move. Besides, if I were to be left here alone, they would not suspect that I orchestrated the recent events. Your departure would render me safer. Furthermore, the mandala serpent's soul rings are exceedingly precious. One cannot dismiss the possibility of jealousy arising, leading to unforeseen complications. In truth, Dust Feather revealed only a fragment of his reasoning. The more significant motive lies in his desire to utilize the heavenly punishment God-slaying sword to absorb all the soul rings present. The accumulation of soul rings spanning decades and centuries could equate to the energy of 2 or 3 millennia's worth, at the very least. Very well, take utmost care. As soon as the teacher awakens, I shall seek you out. It's nothing, go ahead. With a gentle smile, Chun Yu waved his hand, waiting for Tang San's figure to vanish into the forest. As he summoned the heavenly punishment divine sword martial soul, a terrifying force instantly devoured the hundreds of soul rings before him. Chapter 26. The First Millennium Soul Ring Ding. The total age of the soul rings consumed by the heavenly punishment divine sword martial soul amounted to 4,572 years, equivalent to 4 millennium soul rings. With an unsealing progress of 41,000, Chun Yu let out a somewhat heavy sigh, astonished that the accumulation of hundreds of soul rings had not even reached 5,000 years. By this calculation, the goal of acquiring 1,000 millennial soul rings still seemed a distant aspiration. However, there was a glimmer of good news. After absorbing the beast soul of the unicorn-horned serpent, the Ying-Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit finally met the requirements for advancement. Ying-Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, growth phase secondary awakening, resulting in a 6-fold increase in the host soul power reserve and a 6-fold acceleration in soul power cultivation speed. Moreover, the appearance of the Ying-Tian Dragon Phoenix underwent a marked transformation. 2 small, pointed horns sprouted from its previously bare head, gradually shedding its serpentine appearance and resembling the recently encountered unicorn-horned serpent. With the reawakening of the martial spirit, Chun Yu's soul power reserves and cultivation speed significantly improved. And should he successfully absorb the first soul ring, his strength would likely experience a qualitative leap in the shortest time possible. The soul ring of the unicorn-horned serpent indeed appears to be an excellent choice. Chun Yu's gaze fixated upon the soul purple millennium soul ring in the arena, where one could faintly discern the shadow of the single-horned serpentine dragon roaring defiantly towards the heavens. Had the master been present, he would undoubtedly have endeavored to prevent Chun Yu from absorbing this millennium soul ring. According to his theory, the upper limit for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring should be 423 years, yet the soul ring before him, belonging to the single-horned serpentine dragon, boasted an astonishing age of 1,300 years. This surpasses the master's perceived limit by a staggering 3-fold. If Chun Yu were to absorb this soul ring, it is likely that he would instantly meet his demise. However, he appears remarkably confident, for according to the revised theories, the limit of a soul master's first soul ring can be elevated to an astonishing 1,400 years. The prerequisite for this, however, is that the soul master must possess twin martial souls. Martial souls serve as vessels for soul power. Ordinary soul masters, with only a single martial soul, can absorb soul rings of significantly lesser age compared to those with twin martial souls. Moreover, the twin martial souls that Chun Yu possesses are of the highest caliber, suggesting that this millennium soul ring should lie well within the limits of what he can endure. Considering the passage of time, those outside should be arriving shortly. I must hasten my efforts. Chun Yu settled into a meditative posture before the soul ring, as the heaven dragon phoenix martial spirit entwined itself around the soul ring at the very instant. A resonant hum echoed through the air. The terrifying soul power contained within the Millennium Soul Ring erupted with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath Qinyu, fracturing it into fissures the size of a fist. Is this the might of a Millennium Soul Ring? Indeed formidable, a stark contrast to the mere Century Soul Ring. It is as if there exists an insurmountable chasm between them. Within Qinyu's body, an overwhelming surge of soul power flooded in, causing the previously fractured meridians to throb with a faint pain once more. To be candid, Qinyu ought to have first recuperated from his injuries before absorbing the soul ring. However, time was not on his side. Absorbing the soul ring while injured posed an immense risk for Qinyu. Roar. Within Qinyu's body, the power of the soul ring manifested as the form of a unicorn serpent, for the soul ring harbored fragments of the unicorn serpent's essence. This rudimentary creature, driven by instinct, thrashed about within Qinyu, seemingly intent on escaping. Humph. It is your privilege to become my first soul ring. Since we have reached this juncture, you shall be still. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Qinyu's mouth, clearly indicating that the impact of the unicorn constrictor had further inflicted harm upon him. Twin martial souls, heed my call and subdue. Chinese dual martial souls differ slightly from Tang San's. Both the heavenly dragon phoenix and the divine punishment god-slaying sword harbor a flicker of autonomous will, which significantly eases Chinese task of absorbing the soul rings. A dragon phoenix, with its two formidable claws, firmly restrained the head of the one-horned serpent, while the divine punishment god-slaying sword impaled the serpent's tail, effectively suppressing it without any chance of resistance, with the residual spirit of the one-horned serpent no longer causing chaos. The turbulent energies within Cheney gradually calmed. It was now time to reap the rewards. The two martial souls continuously siphoned energy from the soul ring, with the heavenly dragon phoenix taking the lead and the divine punishment god-slaying sword providing support. Subtly, a nascent soul ring began to manifest around Cheney. As time progressed, the form of this soul ring became increasingly refined, and a rich yellow glow gradually infused with hints of lavender. Gather for me. At a certain moment, Cheney abruptly opened his eyes, and two streams of potent energy shot forth, shattering a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds into fragments. Simultaneously, Cheney's soul power surged at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a rocket's ascent. Levels 11, 12, eventually reaching level 15, where the acceleration of his soul power finally began to stabilize. However, one must not forget that Cheney had previously received rewards that enhanced his soul power, ultimately settling at level 17. To absorb the first soul ring and experience an instantaneous elevation of 7 levels in soul power is truly remarkable. Furthermore, due to the abundant nourishment of soul power, Cheney's internal injuries had completely healed. With my current soul power, combined with ancient martial techniques, I now possess the strength to contend even against a soul sovereign. At last, I can barely ensure my own safety. Just as Cheney prepared to inspect the abilities granted by his first soul ring, several sounds of rushing air approached rapidly. A soul sovereign and 9 grand soul masters were arriving at an astonishing speed. With eyes as profound as an abyss, Qinyu, having cultivated the abyssal demon eye, can now perceive the faint traces of ants traversing several thousand meters away. To his astonishment, the 10 individuals within his sight are not the guards from outside the forest, but rather clad in the attire of the Lord's mansion. Mo Tianqing, it seems you could no longer restrain yourself. Indeed, these 10 are the assassins that Mo Tianqing dispatched to eliminate the master and his companions. Prior to this, Mo Tianqing was well aware that the master, accompanied by Chun Yu and Tang San, had ventured into the soul-hunting forest to acquire soul rings. Yet, even with his audacious nature, he would not dare to assassinate an elder of the spirit hall within the confines of the soul-hunting forest. However, the circumstances have now shifted. For due to Qin Yu's utilization of the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword, chaos has erupted outside the soul-hunting forest, presenting Mo Tianqing with a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the turmoil. Yet, your subordinates have arrived a moment too late. Let them test my strength. A faint chill graced the corners of Chun Yu's lips, as within the soul-hunting forest, the true nature of hunter and prey remained an enigma. What manner of soul beast could so effortlessly devastate the very fabric of the soul-hunting forest? The 9 esteemed soul masters, seasoned warriors with countless hunts under their belts, had faced no less than 70 or 80 soul beasts. Yet, even those of a millennium did not possess such terrifying destructive power. It was clear that only a soul beast of 10,000 years, and one of formidable strength at that, could be responsible. The sole sovereign among the group bore a grave expression. Though he verbally speculated that a 10,000-year soul beast might be the culprit, his heart whispered otherwise. For he had once been fortunate enough to witness a soul beast of that caliber. And the destructive force it wielded was incomparably different from the devastation laid before him today. Surely, a being stronger than a 10,000-year soul beast could only be the legendary 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, across the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, such soul beasts were exceedingly rare, with even the majority of titled Douluo having never laid eyes upon one. Thus, this notion remained merely conjecture. However, apart from the 100,000-year soul beast, what force could wreak such havoc upon the soul-hunting forest? This conundrum left all in a state of perplexity. While the true architect of chaos had already stealthily shifted its ground. In a 1 versus 10 scenario, my chances of victory are slim, thus. The path to triumph lies in the strategy of division and conquest. Although Chun Yu possesses confidence, it is not without discernment. Only a fool would engage in a task that is evidently arduous and thankless. My lord, observe the traces here. They suggest that someone recently absorbed a soul ring in this very spot. In the area where Chun Yu once cultivated, the ground bears circular imprints resembling ripples on water. A natural consequence of an energy shock following a breakthrough in soul power. Furthermore, within the scorched earth, remnants of serpentine bones and scales can be faintly discerned. It is evident that someone has slain a soul beast here and absorbed its soul ring. Under such a terrifying tribulation, there exists an individual brazenly absorbing a soul ring. This person is undoubtedly extraordinary. The traces they left behind. Shall we pursue them, my lord? Yes. According to intelligence, during the past 3 days, only our target has entered the soul-hunting forest, making it highly probable that these traces belong to them. The failure to erase the evidence was not an oversight by Chun Yu, but a deliberate act. Should these individuals follow the traces, they will discover that similar marks extend in all directions, each path distinctly different. If they intend to continue their pursuit, they will inevitably need to disperse their forces. To enhance the credibility of this ruse, Chun Yu has left behind only 5 clues. Soon, these individuals will be led to follow the footprints diverging in 5 different directions. My lord, could it be that more than 3 individuals have entered the soul-hunting forest? No. This is a cunning deception intended for our eyes. How sly these individuals are to attempt to mislead us in such a fashion. Yet they have overlooked the fact that we hold the numerical advantage. Apart from myself, the 9 of you shall form 4 small teams, each pursuing a different direction. If you encounter our target, eliminate them if possible. Understood. The 10 of us will completely disperse in this location, all of which is observed by Chun Yu from a kilometer away. The bait has finally taken. Next. If we can first deal with this soul venerable, the other 9 grand soul masters will pose no significant threat. Chun Yu cautiously concealed his form, inching closer to the soul sovereign. The deeper he ventured into the thicket, the more unease settled within the heart of this sovereign from the city lord's manor. A long-standing sense of crisis warned him that he might have fallen into a trap. Suddenly, a startling flash of cold light erupted behind him, catching the soul sovereign completely off guard. He had not anticipated that someone had been trailing him, and the speed of the assailant's attack left him no time to react. With a sickening sound, a gaping bloodied hole, 2 fingers wide, appeared in his shoulder. Yet, when he turned to confront his attacker, he found nothing but emptiness. As if the strike had been delivered by a deity. Martial soul, black-haired evil ape, manifest. The soul sovereign swiftly activated his martial soul as 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and yellow, lit up in succession. His first soul skill, Earth's Pulse, allowed him to merge his soul power with the ground within a 100-meter radius, enabling him to discern the precise location of his opponent through the vibrations transmitted by the earth. His second soul skill, Earth Spike, transformed the mud and stones into sharp stone spears, launching a swift counterattack based on the feedback from his first skill. The synergy of these 2 soul skills rendered the area within 100 meters a veritable vacuum, impervious to any intrusion. However, Chun Yu was evidently unaware of the soul sovereign's formidable abilities. Just as he stepped forward, the sovereign detected his presence and unleashed a barrage of stone spears towards the same spot. Chun Yu realized that his cover had been blown, and thus chose to abandon any pretense of concealment. Brandishing his bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes, he struck with precision, effortlessly cleaving the stone spear in 2 with the razor-sharp blade. "Ah, it is you," the soul sovereign remarked. having evidently familiarized himself with the likenesses of Chenyu and his companions in advance, instantly recognizing Chenyu's identity. I must say, Mo Tianxing is rather impatient. Can he not wait just a few days? Why send so many to assassinate me? Chenyu toyed with the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger in his hand. Observing the man before him, who seemed less like a soul master and more akin to a helpless child. The actions of the city lord are not for someone of your youth to judge frivolously. This soul master, known as Lone Wolf, served as a personal guardian to Mo Tianxing, boasting a formidable rank of 34. Behind him, over 100 stone spears coalesced, indicating his intent to resolve the confrontation with a single strike. Perfect, let me demonstrate the first soul skill I have just acquired. A resonant sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a phoenix's song emanated from within Chenyu, as a vibrant yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. Curiously, while Chenyu had previously absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, which should have been a pure purple hue, it had inexplicably transformed into the yellow of a century-old soul ring. This phenomenon was attributed to the auxiliary ability of the heavenly dragon phoenix, which could alter the color of the soul ring according to Chenyu's will, albeit only to a lower tier. Thus, a purple soul ring could only be manifested as a 100-year yellow soul ring, but never as a black 10,000-year soul ring. Ding! The manifestation of the soul ring astonished the lone wolf, yielding a shock value of 80 and a reward of an additional 10 years to the soul ring's age. What? The soul ring that had already been absorbed could actually be upgraded again. This revelation filled Chenyu with joy, suggesting that the growth potential of his soul ring was boundless. Meanwhile, the lone wolf was even more taken aback, despite Chenyu possessing only a single soul ring. It was of the 100-year caliber, a feat attainable only by prodigious soul masters. Ordinary soul masters would struggle to achieve a 100-year level with their first or even second soul rings. The master was an exception, having painstakingly elevated his first 2 soul rings to the 100-year level in pursuit of becoming a true powerhouse. Yet, he had remained forever stuck at the 29th level of soul power for decades without a hint of breakthrough, even with a 100-year soul ring. The disparity in soul power between them was substantial, making it impossible for Chenyu's mere first soul technique to contend with the lone wolf's second soul technique. However, the ensuing scene rendered the lone wolf even more astonished. First soul technique, Dragon Tooth Charge. The soul ring of the uniquely horned flood dragon transformed into a dragon-shaped phantom, enveloping Chenyu entirely, akin to a streak of light, as it collided head-on with the sharp stone spear. Yet, under the aegis of the dragon-shaped wind, Chenyu sustained no harm whatsoever and effortlessly shattered all the stone spears. The Dragon Tooth Charge concentrated soul power into a singular point, enhancing both breakthrough and explosive force while granting immunity to all control techniques below the 3rd soul skill. Additionally, during the duration of the Dragon Tooth Charge, attack power would be amplified by 100%, combined with Chenyu's already 6-fold greater soul power reserve compared to his peers. The cumulative effect rendered his attack power nearly equal to that of the lone wolf. Ding! The initial use of the soul technique astounded the lone wolf, yielding a shock value of 99 and increasing the soul ring's age by 50 years. Although the lone wolf was astonished, he was not without response. 3rd soul technique, Evil Ape Fist. Black fur sprouted from the lone wolf's arms, and his hands swelled to several times their original size, resembling the hands of an ape. At that moment, as the lone wolf unleashed a punch, 2 waves of condensed energy collided directly with Chenyu's approaching form. Bang! A thunderous sound of collision resonated amidst the swirling dust, akin to 2 colossal mountains crashing together. Chapter 28. Slaying the Lone Wolf. Tang Sen emerges from seclusion. A tremendous force dispersed the dust that hung in the air, and soon after, a majestic dragon soared forth, colliding with the lone wolf. How could this be possible? The lone wolf was consumed by a singular thought. How could his 3rd soul skill possibly falter against Chenyu's first? Clearly, something was amiss. Yet, the lone wolf remained oblivious to the fact that, despite possessing only a single soul ring, Chenyu's was a millennium-old one. Even the combined strength of the lone wolf's 3 soul rings likely paled in comparison to the potency of Chenyu's singular ring. With a resounding crash, the lone wolf's body was sent hurtling backward, toppling dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt. However, it was evident that his twisted left arm was irrevocably damaged. A soul master of his stature, grievously injured by a mere soul practitioner, such news would be met with disbelief. This young man was nothing short of a prodigy. For the first time, the lone wolf felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In terms of age, soul power, and even shamelessness, he far surpassed Jinyu. Yet the outcome left him with a stinging humiliation. It seemed that even a soul master was not invincible. Jinyu gently clapped his hands. He had yet to unleash his full strength, yet it was evident that the lone wolf was no longer a match for him. Do not get too complacent, young one. With your mere soul power of over 10 levels, let us see how long you can endure. The lone wolf had already resolved to employ a strategy of delay, intending to prolong the confrontation until his allies arrived. The recent clash of soul techniques had created quite a commotion, and his subordinates, undoubtedly alerted by the noise, were hastening towards this location. Jinyu was acutely aware of the scheming machinations of the lone wolf. Once the 9 arrived at this locale, even with a millennium's worth of soul rings, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. The Starfall technique unleashed, a dazzling display of 9 identical Chinyus materialized before the lone wolf. To the latter's astonishment, his primary soul skill failed to discern which of them was the true Jinyu. With a swift motion, the lone wolf found himself struck by 9 blades, each penetrating vital areas of his body. Ding! The annihilation of a soul master of formidable prowess granted a level up in soul power. Until his last breath, the lone wolf remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how he fell to the hands of a mere soul master, rendered utterly defenseless. In a flurry, the 9 figures descended, and upon witnessing the lone wolf's wide-eyed, lifeless stare, expressions of utter shock adorned their faces. Boss, he is dead. This was a soul master of great renown, a figure who would rank among the elite in Nodding City. Yet today, he had inexplicably perished within the soul-hunting forest. Search. The perpetrator cannot have fled far. The 9 spread out in a line, meticulously scouring the surroundings like a great net. Remarkably, they maintained their composure, avoiding any semblance of chaos in the face of such a shocking event. At this moment, Jinyu lay concealed behind the body of the lone wolf, utilizing its lifeless form to shroud his own presence. No one would have anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child could possess such audacity. The first soul skill, entanglement. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the woods. It was none other than Tang San. It appeared that little San had successfully absorbed his first soul ring, and the time to act had arrived. Jinyu kicked aside the corpse of the lone wolf, and the bloodthirsty dagger, adorned with tiger stripes, gleamed with a faint crimson light as it sliced through the throat of one of the Grand Soul Masters. In an instant, the sharp blade severed all vitality from the unfortunate soul. Warm blood surged forth from between his fingers, and astonishingly, he had not even unleashed his martial spirit before having his throat slit. An ambush. The actions of Jinyu and Tang San finally roused the remaining soul masters from their stupor. However, at this moment, Jinyu had already entered a mode of slaughter. His first soul skill, Dragon Tooth Charge. A dragon-shaped phantom charged towards the remaining individuals like a tank, exuding a terrifying aura that was far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. The second soul skill, Freeze, followed by the third, Phantom Stab. Yet, these formidable soul masters were not lambs awaiting slaughter. They swiftly activated their martial spirits, unleashing a barrage of soul skills upon Jinyu simultaneously. Nevertheless, the Dragon Tooth Charge rendered all control-type soul skills ineffective. With a mere collision, these individuals fell like a line of dominoes. Simultaneously, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, ensnaring these people tightly. Blue-silver grass. A hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of the soul masters. How much power could mere blue-silver grass possess? Yet, in the next heartbeat, their faces turned an ashen hue. As they summoned the soul power within them, they found themselves unable to sever the blue-silver grass binding them. Furthermore, the edges of the grass blades were laced with sharp barbs, resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent, slicing through the skin of these soul masters and injecting the venom of the mandala snake into their bodies. This was the essence of Chinyu's first soul skill. The blue-silver grass had inherited the tenacity and toxins of the mandala snake, swiftly transforming into a formidable control-type martial spirit. With a loud explosion reminiscent of smoke, the hypnotic slumber of the 3 cannon was invoked. Immediately, a round little dog raised its rear and released a thunderous fart enveloped in yellow smoke. The soul masters inhaled this anesthetic mist, compounded by the spreading venom of the mandala snake within them, causing them to become dizzy and gradually lose the strength to struggle. Jinyu raised the dagger in his hand, intent on eliminating the assassins from the Lord's mansion. However, the master intervened. Xiaoyu, do not be hasty in your actions. Since Mo Tianqing seeks to annihilate us, we must repay him with a grand gesture. The master's countenance was etched with a frigid demeanor. Had it not been for Chun Yu and Tang San's remarkable astuteness, they might have fallen victim to Mo Tianqing's treachery today. Though the master regarded life and death with indifference, he would not allow his sole disciple to be wronged. While death may be evaded, the consequences of living cannot be escaped. Chun Yu consecutively struck the backs of several powerful soul masters, and in the next moment, the soul beasts within them inexplicably surged forth uncontrollably. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix soul possesses the extraordinary ability to evolve through the consumption of soul beast essences in the souls of other masters. Since you have so graciously presented yourselves, I shall not refuse. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix opened its mighty jaws and devoured the 9 souls in one swift motion. Ding! The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix has absorbed a soul, growth level 9100. Both the master and Tang San exhibited expressions of utmost astonishment. Even the master, who had dedicated decades to the study of souls, was witnessing, for the first time, such a bizarre soul that could consume others to enhance its own power. Ding! The absorption capability of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix left the master and Tang San in a state of shock, their astonishment levels peaking at 99. As they both pondered the extraordinary spectacle they had just witnessed, rewarded with 10 essences of Millennium Soul Beasts. After a considerable time, the master finally regained his composure, his expression turning gravely serious. Xiao Yu, the abilities of your soul must never be displayed in public, especially with regard to the spirit hall. They will regard you as an aberration, and at that point, you may find no place in the entire realm of soul masters. Chun Yu had anticipated that the master would reject him, yet what he received instead was the master's earnest guidance. Master, I comprehend your intent. Chapter 29, Return to Nottingham. Undercurrents stirring the tall trees stand out in the forest, inviting the winds to bring them down. The Spirit Hall has always been a revered sanctuary in the hearts of all soul masters. And every action and word from the Spirit Hall naturally serves as a decree that influences the entire realm of soul masters. Should Chun Yu's extraordinary abilities be deemed as aberrant by the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly face ostracism from the entire community of soul masters, even to the extent of being hunted down. Moreover, the act of devouring another's spirit is a transgression against the heavens, unless one is a mortal enemy. It is prudent to refrain from excessive actions. Indeed, unless someone harbors intentions to kill me, I too would not resort to such measures against them. Chun Yu nodded slightly. Adhering to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. However, should someone wish to deliver goods to his doorstep, Chun Yu would not refuse. Just as this time, Mo Tianqing's gift of 10 individuals was indeed an opportunity for Chun Yu to accumulate points. Before departing, Chun Yu casually extracted the martial soul of the lone wolf and thoroughly looted his soul coins. In Notting City, within the city lord's mansion, Mo Tianqing sat across from 2 individuals. One was Kuei Lan, and the other was Qin Wu, the deputy city lord of Notting City. City Lord Mo, why have you summoned me in such haste? Kuei Lan inquired, troubled about the upcoming soul combat tournament in 3 days. Yet, Mo Tianqing appeared utterly unconcerned, leaving Kuei Lan perplexed. Did Mo Tianqing already possess a strategy to counter the enemy? Kuei Lan, perhaps we need not wait for that so-called soul combat tournament. The major issue may already be resolved, Mo Tianqing remarked leisurely, lifting a cup of tea to savor it. What do you mean by that? Kuei Lan asked, bewildered. Did Mo Tianqing intend to ally with the master against him? After all, the master was an elder of the Martial Soul Hall, a position far more esteemed than that of a mere academy director. In truth, Mo Tianqing suggested that news of the master's demise might soon echo from the soul-hunting forest this very afternoon. Qin Wu had orchestrated the ambush, assembling a team of 1 soul sovereign and 9 grand soul masters. Such a powerful assassination squad would be more than sufficient to deal with even a novice soul master, let alone 3 elderly individuals. Furthermore, given the recent violent tremors in the soul-hunting forest, it was unlikely anyone would care about the fate of the 3 masters. Even if their bodies were discovered, no one would trace the incident back to Mo Tianqing. At worst, it would be reported that the masters perished amid a soul beast riot. As Qin Wu laid out his plan, Kuei Lan's expression shifted from shock to a knowing smirk. Ha ha ha. It appears that City Lord Mo and Deputy City Lord Qin possessed remarkable foresight, devising such a brilliant scheme. Perhaps I have been overly anxious. Kuei Lan, from now on, we are all family, so there is no need for division. By the way, I require 2/3 of the Academy's enrollment quota for next year. I need to train a cadre of elite soul masters to bolster the power of my lordship's mansion. With a clap of his hands, Mo Tianqing summoned dozens of men, each carrying large crates that entered in single file. As the crates were opened, blinding golden light illuminated the entire hall. To everyone's astonishment, each crate was filled to the brim with golden soul coins. The enrollment quota is negotiable, Imo Tianqing said, while Kuei Lan's gaze remained fixated on the golden soul coins, his greedy expression eliciting a hint of disdain from Imo Tianqing. Report. City Lord, urgent news. At that moment, a figure burst into the room, their frantic demeanor causing a flicker of irritation to cross Imo Tianqing's face. Have you lost your senses? What a disgraceful display of panic. Imo Tianqing scoffed, rebuking the intruder. Speak. What could possibly have you so flustered? Qin Wu inquired with a hint of indifference. The man took a deep breath and continued. The assassination plan in the soul-hunting forest may have failed. What? Imo Tianqing abruptly rose from his seat. A soul master and 9 grand soul masters could not even eliminate a worthless master and 2 mere children without soul rings. Is this a jest? Lord Imo, did you not just boast about the certainty of this matter? Kuei Lan's face darkened. Should the master discover that this debacle was orchestrated by Imo Tianqing, the entire lordship would surely face catastrophe. Even more dire, Kuei Lan himself would be implicated. Director Kuei Lan, do not fret until the situation is fully clarified. We must remain composed. Imo Tianqing directed his gaze towards the individual below, his voice chilling. Explain to me the details, precisely. The specifics are unclear to me as well. I only know that those 3 emerged from the forest safely under the protection of the guards. Yet the leader of the Lone Wolf and his entourage have yet to appear. I fear they may infuriating. Imo Tianqing kicked over the table before him. Given the gravity of the situation, he was acutely aware that the Lone Wolf and his team had likely perished within the soul-hunting forest. But who had slain this elite assassination squad? Was it the guards from outside the forest, the soul beasts within, or had the master and his companions dispatched them? Imo Tianqing's sole concern now was whether the identities of the Lone Wolf and his team had been exposed, and if the master had already notified the Spirit Hall. Bring forth orders immediately to seal the city gates, and dispatch all spies to monitor the major routes. Should anyone from the Spirit City be discovered, report it at once. Understood. In an instant, the Lord's estate became a hive of activity, with over 1,000 individuals departing towards the city's outskirts within mere moments. Is this the flawless plan you spoke of, Lord Imo? Kuei Lan lamented inwardly, regretting his trust in Imo Tianqing's frail vessel to navigate these turbulent waters. Director Kuei Lan, stay calm. Regardless of whether the Lone Wolf's group has been exposed, even if they were, we shall deny all ties, and the Spirit Hall will be powerless against us. Moreover, the Lone Wolf's crew has rarely shown themselves at the Lord's estate, and without evidence linking them to us, their demise is advantageous. Furthermore, the journey from Spirit City to our Nodding City spans thousands of miles. Even a tidal Douluo would require days on the road, providing us ample time to enact our plans. Qin Wu, the strategist for Imo Tianqing, remained notably less enraged than his superior. Qin Wu, cease the riddles. Share your strategy without hesitation. At this moment, our only opportunity for redemption lies within the soul duel. As long as we can, outside the city of Nodding. Chen Yu and his companions are progressing slowly along the road, appearing utterly unperturbed. Xiao Yu, Xiao San, this soul duel will undoubtedly be far from easy. You must be mentally prepared. Although the master possesses a degree of understanding regarding Chen Yu and Tang San's abilities, Imo Tianqing will not easily concede defeat. In fact, he may resort to desperate measures and escalate his actions. Rest assured, master. Imo Tianqing is capable of devising assassination tactics, which reveals the darkness of his heart. Xiao San and I are already on guard. If my suspicions are correct, Imo Tianqing and Kuei Lan are likely plotting another scheme. You may compete without reservation. I will handle the remaining matters. While the master is exceedingly reluctant to become entangled with the Spirit Hall once more, this time. To permanently resolve the issues with Imo Tianqing and Kuei Lan, he must rely on the strength of the Spirit Hall. A storm is brewing, and it seems that the skies over Nodding City are about to change dramatically. With a somber demeanor, Chen Yu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Chapter 30. The Fool is Myself. In recent days, the atmosphere in Nodding City has been decidedly tumultuous. This unrest is attributed to the imminent soul-fighting tournament, compounded by Imo Tianqing's intensified patrols within the city. It feels as though Nodding City has entered a state of wartime readiness. Can such a seemingly trivial tournament wield such significant influence? Have you heard? This tournament, ostensibly an internal conflict within Nodding Academy, bears the shadow of Lord Imo Tianqing. Are you implying that Notting Academy and the Lord's Manor have conspired solely to deal with those 3 individuals within the academy? Surely, you jest. You remain oblivious to the fact that during this period, the headmaster of Notting Academy has been frequently residing at the Lord's Manor. And I have heard that Headmaster Kuelin's opponent this time has an extraordinary background. Not only is the city abuzz with speculation, but unrest also brews within Notting Academy itself. Kuelin has neglected the management of the academy, leading to frequent altercations among students, resulting in a clear division into 2 factions. One faction, led by Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang, comprises the noble students, while the other consists of numerous work-study students, with Chun Yu and Tang Sen absent. The crowd has put forth Xiao Wu as their spokesperson. Xiao Wu, my brother Qin Shuang believes it is your fortune that we have taken notice of you. If you are willing to align with us now, I shall overlook your past transgressions. Mo Yuan, with bandages wrapped around his arms and legs, has once again displayed his characteristic arrogance. As the saying goes, once the scars have healed, the pain is forgotten, yet Mo Yuan, whose injuries have yet to mend, has already forgotten the beating he endured. Humph. Mo Yuan, Qin Shuang, do you think Notting Academy is your family estate? This is not the Lord's Manor. It is not your place to dictate our fates. Xiao Wu has always held a low opinion of these so-called young masters, especially as Qin Shuang has increasingly bullied the work-study students, while the academy's mentors turn a blind eye. Xiao Wu understands that Notting Academy has deteriorated. Qin Shuang, it seems this girl is quite obstinate. I had intended to show you leniency, but she does not appreciate it. Qin Shuang attentively massaged Mo Yuan's shoulders, wearing a sycophantic smile. Indeed, my brother, you have extended enough grace to your younger sibling. It is she who lacks discernment. Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction at Qin Shuang's reply. In that case, I shall not hold back. Everyone, attack. At Mo Yuan's command, the hundreds of followers behind him surged forward, encircling the mere 100 work-study students. The qualifications and strength of the work-study students were already significantly inferior to those of their adversaries, and with the disparity in numbers, the outcome of this brawl was all too evident even before it commenced. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's soul power was not inferior to that of the noble students. In fact, it seemed to surpass theirs by a subtle margin. Coupled with her first soul skill, she could easily take on 10 opponents. However, her strength alone was insufficient to alter the overall situation. Before long, apart from Xiao Wu and a few others, the remaining work-study students lay on the ground, wailing in despair. TSK, little girl, I didn't expect you to possess such formidable strength. I can offer you one more chance to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. If you eliminate the remaining few, I shall let you go, he declared with a hint of arrogance. Though Xiao was panting heavily, her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Pa, I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. You think I would betray my comrades? That is a delusion. A cold smirk crept across Mo Yuan's lips as he replied calmly, since you are so stubborn, I shall grant you your wish. With a mere glance from Mo Yuan, dozens of individuals surged toward Xiao Wu. No matter how agile she was, she would find it challenging to fend off so many attackers. Is it not shameful to bully a girl in such numbers? In an instant, a colossal dragon-shaped apparition materialized at the center of the battlefield, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The advancing crowd was sent flying by the force of the dragon's charge. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. With a cacophony of thuds, the bodies of those attackers soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The relentless sounds of impact echoing like a relentless drumbeat against Mo Yuan's heart. Chun Yu, you are alive? Yet what terrified Mo Yuan even more was the figure enveloped in soul power. It was indeed Qin Yu, the one who had shattered his leg and rendered his hand useless. The voice of Qin Yu is the source of Mo Yuan's nightmares each night. Death? What a joke. I will undoubtedly live longer than you. With a casual wave of his hand, Dust Feather unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped phantoms, transforming them into dozens of piercing soul arrows that once again inflicted severe damage upon several individuals. Simultaneously, an abundance of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath the feet of the crowd, ensnaring nearly 100 people, including Mo Yuan, as if they were mere meat dumplings. The razor-sharp blades of the grass had already sliced through their skin, and the paralyzing effects of the mandala snake's venom began to permeate the blood of each person. Thud, thud, one by one, they toppled over as if intoxicated, and behind them, Tang San, his face icy, advanced step by step towards Mo Yuan. Was it you who incessantly threatened Xiao Wu? As Mo Yuan opened his mouth to plead for mercy, he was met with a merciless slap from Tang San. The force of the blow sent Mo Yuan spinning several times in place. Such a delightful act of retribution could hardly be complete without my participation. With a swift motion, Chen Yu delivered a resounding slap to the other side of Mo Yuan's face, lifting him off the ground entirely. At that moment, Mo Yuan found himself on the precipice of despair, a singular thought echoing in his mind. After all this pretense, it turns out I am the fool. As Mo Yuan crumpled to the ground, his face swollen grotesquely like a pig's head, the remaining noble students hurriedly scattered in every direction. Ding! The awe-inspiring display astonished the noble students. With over 500 witnesses, an average shock value of 99, resulting in a doubled reward. His soul power surged 2 levels. At this moment, Chen Yu's soul power had reached the 19th level, merely a step away from breaking through to the esteemed rank of a 20th level soul master. Just then, a voice filled with fury echoed from beyond the square. You audacious wretch! How dare you commit such acts of violence in broad daylight? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? With nary a glance backward, Chen Yu displayed a faint smirk of derision, even placing his foot upon Mo Yuan's head. Indeed, it was I who did this. Mo Tianqing, what power do you possess over me? Arrogant, utterly audacious. In stark contrast, Mo Yuan's earlier actions appeared pitifully feeble beside Chen Yu's. Chen Yu aimed to convey his unwavering defiance towards Mo Tianqing, daring to trample upon his son before his very eyes. This exemplifies the essence of Chen Yu's character. Should you find this intolerable, feel free to retaliate. Such audacity. Mo Tianqing's eyes instantly reddened with fury. He was about to strike when he was firmly restrained by Qin Wu. Do not act impulsively, exercise caution, for there may be treachery at play. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Wu could no longer contain himself. For Chen Yu had dragged the lifeless body of Qin Shuang beneath his feet, placing one foot upon his head. You wretched creature! You seek your own demise. Chapter 31. The Demon Leopard Lu Hong. Bloodblade Yuan Rui. Listen, I must say, the combined age of you 2 old fellows exceeds a century. And yet you remain so rash. I must warn you, my strength knows no bounds. Should you provoke me, I may inadvertently cause your precious sons' heads to burst apart like ripe watermelons. With a slight exertion of his feet, Chen Yu spoke, causing Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang's heads to plunge deeper. Despite their desperate struggles, Chen Yu's legs remained as immovable as if they were rooted in place. Stop. You must restrain your strength. In an instant, the expressions of Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu, who had initially appeared ready to devour Chen Yu, transformed into one of utter submission. After all, they only had this solitary offspring, and they dared not gamble with their son's life. Ding. In a deliberate attempt to provoke Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu, their audacious actions astonished the onlookers, resulting in an enhancement of 50 years to the duration of Chen Yu's first soul ring. After several accumulations, this soul ring now approached an astonishing 1,500 years, surpassing the majority of soul masters' third soul rings by a considerable margin. Indeed, had you submitted sooner, I could have found some peace of mind. Chen Yu withdrew some of his strength, allowing Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang the opportunity to lift their heads and catch their breath. This wretched creature! I shall not rest until he is utterly obliterated. Mo Tianqing had already passed a death sentence upon Chen Yu in his heart. Should the opportunity arise, he would personally take action, slicing the flesh from Chen Yu's body piece by piece to assuage his bitterness. Chen Yu, this is Nodding Academy. If you still consider yourself a member of this institution, release Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang. At this moment, Koolan also arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the noble students sprawled haphazardly on the ground, a flicker of indignation flashed in Koolan's eyes. Chen Yu and Tang San's actions undoubtedly put Principal Qilan in a difficult position. If this were to become known, it would tarnish the reputation of Nodding Academy under his leadership. Principal Qilan, now you seem to remember your role as the head of Nodding Academy. Yet, when our work-study students were bullied, why did you not rise to uphold justice? Chen Yu scoffed without reservation, causing Koolan's complexion to alternate between pale and flushed, rendering him quite embarrassed. However, you did utter a truth just now. I, Chen Yu, am indeed a member of Nodding Academy. You see, I possess a far clearer understanding of my own identity than you, esteemed Dean. The underlying implication of Chen Yu's statement is that you, Koolan, have forgotten the founding principles of Nodding Academy, aligning yourself with Mo Tianqing. Do not forget that you are the principal of Nodding Academy, not a mere pawn of Mo Tianqing. You 2 little mutts, scurry back to where you belong. With a swift kick, Yu sent Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang tumbling at the feet of Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu. I shall slay you. Qin Wu could no longer contain the fury raging within him, and a colossal yak's martial spirit materialized behind him, for soul rings exuding an overwhelming aura. The martial spirit, Snowy Domain Wild Bull, belonged to the four-ringed Battle Soul sect. As the deputy city lord of Nodding City, Qin Wu possessed considerable strength. Yet, Qin Yu displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he crossed his arms, seemingly relishing the spectacle. TSK, TSK. How commendable of the deputy city lord to take matters into his own hands against a mere soul master. It seems such a dedicated deputy city lord is indeed a privilege for you all. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered outside Nodding Academy. Even Mo Tianqing was perplexed by the sudden influx of onlookers. Observing the scornful expressions on the faces of the crowd, Qin Wu instinctively retracted his martial spirit. A deputy city lord must maintain a certain stature. Attacking Qin Yu now would undoubtedly tarnish his authority and reputation, and for someone in a position of power, preserving one's face is paramount. Qin Wu could not afford such disgrace. As for the reason behind the assembly of so many people outside Nodding Academy, it was largely due to the work-study students within. It was not uncommon for these students to work outside the academy across various industries. Previously, Tang Xin had instructed them to disseminate news of the soul fighting competition, and today, that effort had drawn a significant audience. Cunning lad. Such a tactic makes it difficult for me to act rashly. Tang San's maneuver was designed to restrain Mo Tianqing and Qin Wu, as long as they refrained from intervening. The soul fighting competition would be devoid of many unpredictable elements. Dean Kuolin, let us commence. Mo Tianqing, with a grim expression, was the first to stride towards the audience, prompting Qin Yu to exhale in relief. Had Mo Tianqing disregarded his reputation and launched an attack on Qin Yu, the latter would have been compelled to resort to his most formidable techniques to survive. Fortunately, Mo Tianqing still held some reservations, marking a rare victory for Qin Yu and Tang San in their wager. However, the dark gaze of Mo Tianqing loomed like a silent threat. This soul-fighting competition was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. As hundreds of students were carried away, the once chaotic square regained its spaciousness. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, you must be cautious. Before stepping onto the arena, Xiao made a gesture of encouragement towards Qin Yu and Tang San, who responded with a smile. Although they remained unaware of the true intentions of Mo Tianqing and Kuolin, as long as their opponents did not exceed the Soul Sovereign level, securing victory in this competition was well within their grasp. Yet, at that moment, an audible gasp rippled through the crowd. Look, aren't those two the right-hand men of City Lord Mo? But why are they wearing the attire of Nodding Academy? As Qin Yu gazed ahead, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, their adversaries had already taken their positions in the square. Judging by the fluctuations of soul power emanating from these two individuals, it was evident that they far surpassed the level of a grand soul master. Two soul emperors, indeed, they hold us in rather high regard. Qin Yu and Tang San exchanged a glance, each perceiving the caution reflected in the other's eyes. The disparity between a soul master and a soul sovereign was indeed vast. From the very outset, this soul duel was devoid of any semblance of fairness. The spectators outside began to murmur among themselves. Mo Bao Luhong and Bloodblade Yuan Rui were notorious for their bloodthirsty nature. This was no mere contest of souls, but rather an evident one-sided massacre. Wasn't this supposed to be a soul duel within the Nodding Academy? How could these two be representing the Academy when they had no affiliation whatsoever with it? This was nothing short of bullying. Unjust. Indeed, unjust. In an instant, voices questioning the fairness of the duel surged, even drowning out the words of Kuolin. Silence. Finally, it was Mo Tianqing who took the initiative to speak, his voice imbued with soul energy, booming like thunder, swiftly overpowering the protests from the crowd. You may not be aware, but although Lu Hong and Yuan Rui serve as two commanders of my City Lord's Manor, they were once graduates of Nodding Academy. You may verify this with Dean Kuolin. Is it not permissible for former students to represent their academy in battle? Mo Tianqing's remark silenced the crowd, for there was a modicum of reason in his assertion. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yu spoke with a hint of indifference. Indeed, whether or not they are graduates of Nodding Academy is a mere detail that can be confirmed by Dean Kuolin. There is no need for everyone to dwell on this matter. I trust that Dean Kuolin possesses a strong sense of professional ethics. ISNC that right. Dean Kuolin? Chapter 32, Soul Master vs. Soul Sovereign, Part 1. Upon first hearing, Qin Yu's words appeared to be a defense for Kuolin, yet upon closer examination, they revealed a deeper significance. On one hand, Qianyu highlighted the ease with which the identities of Mo Bao Luhong and Xueran Yuan Rui could be fabricated. On the other, he placed Kuolin squarely in the eye of the public storm. Should it later be uncovered that Luhong and Yuan Rui were not graduates of Nodding Academy, Kuolin would be left utterly humiliated, likely losing any standing in Nodding City thereafter. Naturally, Kuolin would never engage in such despicable acts. However, he was compelled to maintain this charade. For if Luhong and Yuan Rui succeeded in vanquishing Qianyu in this contest, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. Conversely, both Kuolin and even Mo Tianxing would find themselves in a dire predicament. It turns out that the source of the Lord's troubles stemmed from these two youngsters. Let me see if you truly possess extraordinary abilities. Mo Bao Luhong wore an expression of disdain, viewing the mere soul master as a being he could easily crush with a single finger. To him, this soul battle was merely a child's farce. While he would not claim extraordinary powers, it was evident that the two of you were far from worthy. Qianyu retorted without the slightest hesitation, causing both Luhong and Yuan Rui to change their expressions. Huh, are the youngsters of today so arrogant? Old Yuan, shall I take the lead, or will you? Luhong scoffed, his fingers tightening as an astonishing wave of soul power surged forth. You seem eager. Let these two youngsters witness the terror of a demon leopard. Yuan Rui instinctively took a step back, seemingly unwilling to engage, which was understandable. How could two mere soul masters contend with a soul venerable? Haha, with just one round. I shall dispatch these two brats, Luhong proclaimed, his fists colliding as his immense soul power caused the air around him to quiver. From beneath his feet, 3 soul rings rose in succession, and a pitch-black demon leopard soul beast sprang forth, its razor-sharp claws leaving deep gashes on the ground. 1 round. You truly overestimate yourself. Dear uncle. Qianyu took a deep breath, flanking Luhong alongside Tang San, subtly forming a pincer attack. Let us wager, he proposed. If you fail to defeat both of us within a single exchange, you shall bark like a dog 3 times. At this moment, Qianyu had yet to unleash his martial soul, deliberately laying a trap for Luhong to willingly step into. You certainly possess a remarkable confidence. Very well. If I fail to eliminate both of you within a single round, I shall concede defeat. As anticipated, Luhong foolishly took the bait, seemingly unaware that the Soul Master, Lone Wolf, had already fallen to Qianyu. Had he been privy to this information, Luhong would likely not approach the situation with such ease. You made this declaration yourself, so do not renege on your word. With a powerful kick, dust feathers struck the ground, causing the hard stone tiles to shatter into numerous cracks. At that moment, the majestic aura of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul suddenly enveloped the entire arena. Such an overwhelming pressure from the martial soul. Not only did Luhong and Yuan Rui spring to their feet, but even Mo Tianxing and Kalan, along with their companions, were taken aback, their expressions devoid of any previous disdain, replaced instead by profound astonishment. Ding! The Dragon Phoenix manifested, stunning the audience, with a shock value of 99. And a reward of a tenfold amplification coupon for the Martial Soul Pressure. Martial Soul Pressure tenfold amplification coupon, upon use. The pressure of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul will be amplified tenfold for a duration of 10 seconds. Qianyu would not hesitate to utilize the amplification voucher. As he approached Luhong, reducing the distance to a mere 3 meters, he promptly activated it. In an instant, Luhong felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, causing even the soul power coursing within him to come to an abrupt halt. The magical leopard spirit within him withered to its utmost degree. Furthermore, the soul ring that had just illuminated Luhong's being dimmed significantly, yet there were no signs of interruption in Qianyu's soul technique. The first soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. Amidst the resounding roar, the dragon mingled with the pitiful wails of the magical leopard. Onlookers could only witness Luhong being forcefully propelled like a lifeless log by Qianyu's soul skill. Almost immediately, several strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, binding Luhong's limbs securely. At that precise moment, Tang San also activated his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Bind. The magical leopard spirit, being an agility-oriented spirit, naturally possessed only modest defensive capabilities. The sharp edges of the blue-silver grass sliced through Luhong's skin, allowing the venom of the mandala snake to swiftly infiltrate his body. The paralyzing effect rendered Luhong somewhat dazed, just as Qianyu's lethal strike approached. Bone Cutter. The razor-sharp blade of the blood-striped dagger surged towards Luhong's vital heart, only to be abruptly intercepted by a blood-red longsword. It was none other than Yuan Rui who had intervened, wielding his spirit, the bloodthirsty sword. Ah, in such haste? Alas, you shall never comprehend the terrors of the adversary you face. Dustfeather seemed to have anticipated Yuan Rui's intervention, displaying no hint of surprise on his countenance. At that moment, the figure of Dustfeather before Yuan Rui quivered slightly and vanished from his sight. The seven-star ghost steps, Yao Guan. What Yuan Rui had intercepted was merely a clone conjured by the seven-star ghost steps, while Dustfeather's true form had already positioned itself beneath Lu Hong. Simultaneously, the dragon-shaped illusion formed by the dragon tooth thrust raised its sharp dragon horns, aimed directly at Lu Hong's vulnerable back. The dragon tooth thrust not only bestowed Dustfeather with formidable breakthrough capabilities, but also the dragon horn represented its most potent offensive technique. Panic surged through Yuan Rui as the third soul ring on his body, also a Millennium Soul ring, suddenly illuminated. An astonishing sword aura, extending nearly 10 feet, erupted from his bloodthirsty sword. The third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Sword Slash. When the third soul skill clashed with the first, the outcome was predictably evident. However, this strike from Yuan Rui not only failed to cleave through Dustfeather's soul skill with ease, but was instead gradually overwhelmed by the ascending dragon shadow. This was inconceivable. Ding! The dragon tooth thrust triumphed over the bloodthirsty sword slash, with a shock value of 99 in their soul skill contest. And the age of the soul ring surged by 100 years. With the soul ring's age increasing once more, the power of the dragon tooth thrust escalated dramatically, and Yuan Rui found himself unable to contain Dustfeather's thrusting force. The reason was straightforward. Although Yuan Rui's third soul ring was also a millennium ring, it was derived from a sword-stabbing beast that had just surpassed a millennium, falling short by a staggering 600 years compared to Dustfeather's unique horned serpent soul ring. Do not underestimate this 600 years. It represented a 60% increase over Yuan Rui's soul ring in terms of age value. When converted into soul skill potency, it was approximately 60% more powerful. While there remained a notable disparity in soul power levels between Yuan Rui and Dustfeather, the difference in their soul rings compensated for part of that gap. It was under these combined circumstances that Dustfeather could withstand Yuan Rui's third soul skill without faltering. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San did not merely stand by as a spectator, he produced a specially crafted metal crossbow. Dozens of icy beams shot forth from the mechanism, enveloping the figures of Yuan Rui and Lu Hong within the attack range of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. In that critical moment, Lu Hong reached into his robe, retrieving a crimson pill, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. Instantly, a dense blood-colored mist erupted around Lu Hong, while his soul power surged, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Third soul skill, instant kill of 100 leopards. Chapter 33, Soul Master vs. Soul Sovereign, Part 2, The Once Subdued Demon Leopard Martial Spirit. Oppressed beneath the might of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix Martial Spirit, began to reveal intricate dark red patterns upon its ebony form, as though it had donned an entirely new coat of fur. Moreover, the demon leopard martial spirit appeared to disregard the intimidation emanating from the dragon phoenix martial spirit, its eyes shimmering with a remarkable madness. Nearly 100 identical demon leopard martial spirits surged forth in all directions, severing the blue-silver grass that had tightly entwined itself around Lu Hong's limbs. The Soul Transformation Pill. Kuei Lan was well aware that Mo Tianqing possessed the knowledge to concoct this malevolent elixir. The Soul Transformation Pill could exponentially amplify the martial spirit's power of the user, elevating it several times, even dozens of times, within a short span. However, the side effects of such a pill were quite pronounced. This potion relied on exhausting the potential of the Soul Master. Once its effects waned, the user's soul power would plummet by an entire realm, just like Lu Hong. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, his soul power would descend to the level of a great soul master. This was Lu Hong's final desperate gambit. Despite possessing the soul transformation pill for nearly a decade, he had never resorted to using such a perilous concoction. Yet today, faced with merely 2 individuals possessing soul power in the teens, Lu Hong was compelled to consume the soul transformation pill. Although his soul power had reached a level comparable to that of a soul king, he felt no joy. Only profound humiliation resided within him. Who could have anticipated that Qian Yu's first soul skill would surpass the might of a soul venerable's third soul skill? Such an anomaly was indeed absurd. It was likely that the realm of soul masters would not witness another like him for centuries. Clang. The arrows shot from the Zhuge Divine crossbow were also swiftly shattered, as though no force remained capable of approaching within 10 meters of Lu Hong. the soul transformation pill. Yuan Rui and Lu Hong had known each other for decades, and he too was taken aback by Lu Hong's choice to confront the current predicament in such a manner. Given Lu Hong's age, the prospect of returning to the rank of Soul Venerable seemed nearly impossible, meaning he would henceforth be rendered half incapacitated. Infuriating. In a fit of rage, Yuan Rui wielded his bloodthirsty sword martial spirit, managing to suppress Chun Yu's dragon tooth thrust once more. Xiao San, it is time. With a deft flick of his fingers, Chun Yu unexpectedly ensnared a translucent thread around Lu Hong's arm, the other end firmly grasped by Tang San. The thread, woven from the ethereal silk of the Xianbing silkworm, not only served as the bowstring for the Zhuge divine crossbow but was also remarkably sharp. With merely a slight exertion, the delicate Xianbing silk effortlessly severed Lu Hong's arms. The vivid crimson blood splattered across the ground, and the scene unfolded with such swiftness that even Lu Hong himself felt no sensation as his limbs vanished without a trace. What manner of technique is this? In just a single round, the tide of battle had shifted once more. With the once vigorous Lu Hong rendered incapacitated by Chun Yu's singular strike. It is worth noting that Lu Hong had yet to unleash his full potential since consuming the transformation soul pill, only to be reduced to a state of helplessness, leaving Mo Tianqing momentarily bewildered. Ding! A single strike to incapacitate a soul master yields an average shock value of 99, granting a reward of a 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring. A glimmer of realization sparked in Xin Yu's eyes. With his current strength, he was no match for a 10,000-year soul beast. However, if his soul power were to reach level 20, could he not absorb this 10,000-year soul ring at the second ring? The mere thought of a 10,000-year second soul ring was exhilarating. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Lu Hong, Yuan Rui, momentarily distracted, was sent sprawling dozens of meters away by a sudden collision with Qin Yu. The question of when Lu Hong had been caught off guard perplexed not only Mo Tianqing, but all the onlookers as well. It turned out that the mysterious ice silk was concealed within Tang San's first soul skill. From the very beginning, Tang San understood that he could not possibly control a soul master for an extended period with his first soul skill. Thus, the entanglement of the blue-silver grass was merely a ruse. The true lethal strike lay in the seemingly insignificant ice silk. Having lost both arms and a significant amount of blood, Lu Hong's vision darkened, and he collapsed backward. A dignified soul master, outwitted by the cunning of two 6-year-old children, was a testament not only to his negligence but also to the meticulous planning that Qin Yu and Tang San had executed prior to the match. This level of cunning astonished even Qin Wu, who found himself unexpectedly struck by a peculiar thought. Perhaps Qin Yu and the others had anticipated their participation in this soul fight as part of their overarching strategy. If that were the case, then all the plans I previously devised might also. At this moment, Qin Wu's thoughts raced, prompting him to create a slight distance from Mo Tianqing. It appeared prudent to prepare an escape route in advance. Meanwhile, Qin Yu cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Hong and Yuan Rui. Previously lauded for their prowess, the reality now proved that seeing was not always believing. The words of Qin Yu, light and ethereal, nearly caused Yuan Rui to spew forth a mouthful of old blood. The number of soul masters who met their demise at the hands of these two was no fewer than 250. Describing them as burdened with blood debts would not be an exaggeration. Yet, these two reckless individuals found themselves, from the very onset, in a state of one severely injured and one lightly wounded. It can be said that from this day forth, in the city of Nodding, the names of Mo Bao Lu Hong and Bloodblade Yuan Rui would become two monumental jokes. Even Mo Tianqing would find it impossible to reinstate their positions. So let them perish together. Yuan Rui had no intention of conceding defeat. Instead, he withdrew a soul transformation pill and swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. Having learned from Lu Hong's lesson, a fierce radiance, imbued with astonishing momentum, surged forth. Even the onlookers, hundreds of meters away, felt the air cut by the sword energy, leaving their garments marred with numerous gashes. Bloodblade Yuan Rui had truly lost his mind. Everyone, retreat quickly. In an instant, all present hastily withdrew. While Qin Yu and Tang San, at the center of the assault, could only evade in trepidation under the immense pressure of the terrifying sword energy. Die! Die! Yuan Rui had completely succumbed to madness. The vivid blood light on his bloodthirsty sword continued to devour the remnants of Lu Hong's blood on the ground. The more blood he absorbed, the stronger the power of his weapon soul became, relying on the ability to enhance his weapon soul's strength through the consumption of blood. This fellow's weapon soul was indeed peculiar. Dust feather furrowed his brow slightly, and even with the agility of the seven-star ghost steps, he found himself unable to evade the dense sword energy surrounding him completely. Moreover, an even greater concentration of sword energy was converging towards him and Tang San. At this rate, they would be utterly dismembered. Amidst this tense atmosphere, one figure stood out as a stark contrast, Mo Tianqing. Originally, he had lost all hope. Yet upon witnessing Yuan Rui's reckless attacks, he began to clap joyfully, indicating that, aside from himself, all his subordinates were mere pawns ready for sacrifice. This display further fueled Qin Wu's feelings of subtle repulsion towards Mo Tianqing. Mo Tianqing, it is not that I wish to betray you. Rather, you are simply unworthy of such loyalty. Chapter 34. Fish Die, Nets Break. More importantly, Qin Wu had recently acquired a piece of intelligence. The contents were straightforward, consisting of but a single sentence. The Soul Sage of the Spirit Hall has arrived in Notting City. The fact that the powerful figures of the Spirit Hall had arrived in Notting City so swiftly left even Qin Wu astounded. It seemed that the master was not merely a name-seeker. He must have informed the Spirit Hall long before this, for otherwise, even a Soul Sage would require at least 10 days to travel from Spirit City to Notting City. This soul fighting competition was not merely Mo Tianqing's and Qin Wu's final opportunity. Rather, it heralded the tolling of their doom. Qin Wu, being a shrewd individual, was certainly not inclined to remain aboard Mo Tianqing's precarious vessel, which could sink at any moment. For someone like Qin Wu, there are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. If necessary, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own son. In comparison to Mo Tianqing, Qin Wu possessed a more profound potential for greatness. Once those two youngsters falter against Yuan Rui, I shall make my move. Thus, I can claim that I have turned from darkness to light. He observed the situation on the battlefield, which appeared to be leaning almost entirely in Yuan Rui's favor, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Second soul skill. All rivers flow into the sea. Countless slender sword shadows, barely an inch in length, shot forth from Yuan Rui, rendering him akin to a human porcupine. These innumerable sword shadows converged to form a remarkable river of blades, its grand momentum leaving the onlookers breathless. Was this the true might of Blood Blade Yuan Rui? Indeed, it was formidable. Concern began to swell among the crowd for Dust Feather and Tang San, who stood beneath the torrent of sword shadows. Once these countless blade shadows descended, even a soul zone would not dare to brush against their edges, let alone two mere soul masters who had only just acquired their first soul ring. In the face of absolute power, your so-called schemes and strategies are merely laughable. Today, you shall learn what it means to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. With a swift motion of his bloodthirsty sword, Yuan Rui stirred the crimson river, causing it to surge violently. The incessant sword aura spread forth, etching deep gashes into the ground. Yet, Qin Yu and Tang San did not retreat even a single step. Instead, they advanced together. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. First soul skill, Entanglement. A dragon silhouette, cloaked in numerous clusters of blue-silver grass, appeared as though adorned in a unique suit of armor. This was a special application of the first soul skill of blue-silver grass that Tang San had independently devised. Entanglement served not only as a formidable control technique to bind their adversary, but also as a resilient defensive shield to protect allies. The transition between offense and defense was merely a thought away for Tang San. Could this be a martial soul combination technique? A spark of realization ignited in the eyes of the master, who had merely mentioned the concept of martial soul combination techniques to Tang San and his companions. They had managed to grasp such an ability in such a short span of time. This was not solely a question of exceptional talent, but rather the profound connection between the two individuals. Although martial soul combination techniques and martial soul fusion techniques differ by just one word, the former possesses only 1/3 of the power of the latter. The martial soul combination technique is a skill that merges two or more soul skills, whereas the martial soul fusion technique integrates two martial souls into one. This distinction is fundamentally significant. The dragon silhouette, enveloped in the protective blue-silver grass armor, was a product of the martial soul combination technique. However, the relaxed expression on the master's face was fleeting, quickly replaced by a deep-seated concern. Even if Qin Yu and his companions successfully executed the martial soul combination technique, they faced an extraordinary foe. After consuming the soul transformation pill, Yuan Rui's strength had reached a level comparable to that of a true soul king, and it remained uncertain whether a technique that merely fused two first soul rings could withstand Yuan Rui's onslaught. Crack! The clash of two distinctly different energies erupted violently, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that threatened to obliterate the entire plaza. Qinyu and his companions found themselves enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. The relentless sound of shattering rocks echoed amidst the chaos, followed by the somewhat disheveled figures of Qinyu and Tang Xin bursting forth from the debris. Both bore injuries, with Qinyu particularly affected, as droplets of crimson blood dripped from one of his arms. Had they won? Mo Tianxing's eyes sparkled with astonishment at the scene before him, only for that joy to freeze upon his face. Although Yuan Rui had repelled Qinyu and Tang San, his chest bore a grievous wound, a gaping hole the size of a bowl, punctured by the sharp dragon horn. Cough, cough. Yuan Rui continually coughed forth glaring blood. His eyes filled with disbelief. Having consumed the soul transformation pill, he was unexpectedly defeated by two young adversaries working in tandem and in a direct confrontation. They shattered the power of his second soul skill. Could it be that Qinyu and his companions had concealed their true strength? Yet, only Qinyu understood that in that moment of fierce struggle, both he and Tang San had, in fact, lost. Had it not been for the sudden tremor of the divine punishment sword spirit within Qinyu at the last moment, dispersing the soul power amassed within Yuan Rui's bloodthirsty sword spirit, it was likely that their injuries would have been far more severe. Ding! Inflicting a heavy blow on Yuan Rui, the reward granted an enhancement of 50 years to the first soul ring. With Yuan Rui's defeat, this battle, which had initially seemed devoid of suspense, concluded with the two young ones emerging victorious. Talents arise in every generation. Mo Tianxing and Kuei Lan had evidently encountered a formidable challenge this time. A mere soul master managing to triumph over two soul ancestors. Today, I have witnessed what true genius looks like. Amid the crowd, jeers and derisive laughter echoed continuously, penetrating the ears of Mo Tianxing and Kuei Lan, rendering their expressions exceedingly grim. Yuan Rui, what are you waiting for? Mo Tianxing bellowed, prompting Yuan Rui to once again retrieve a soul transformation pill. It turned out that the leaders under Mo Tianxing had concealed two such pills. Consuming one had already granted Yuan Rui strength comparable to that of a soul king. Should he consume another, his power would likely escalate to a terrifying degree. However, taking two pills consecutively would bring Yuan Rui's life to its end, as this depleting act would exhaust all of his vitality. It could be said that even if Qinyu refrained from intervening, Yuan Rui would not survive for more than half a minute. Half a minute was ample time for the near-death Yuan Rui to accomplish much. Boy, prepare to accompany me to the grave. Ignoring the blood still flowing from his wounds, Yuan Rui unleashed a series of grandiose attacks that momentarily forced Qinyu and Tang San into a dire predicament. Indeed, Yuan Rui's final counterattack was exceptionally ferocious. You wish to perish together with me? Alas, you forget that a frenzied bear cannot catch a nimble little fox. Good luck trying to grasp even the hem of my garment. You might as well train for another 100 years. 7-star Ghost Steps. Chapter 35. The Fallen are without support. Cheney and Tang Xin glided like two slippery loaches, evading Yuan Rui's direct assaults with effortless grace. The latter's relentless attacks failed to connect with either of them, instead causing his own body to collapse at an accelerated pace. What a fool! Mo Tianxing discerned that Cheney intended to exhaust Yuan Rui to the point of death, yet Yuan Rui remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom. The longer this dragged on, the weaker Yuan Rui's vitality became. It would not be long before he succumbed to the depletion of his life force. Those two wretched individuals, must they compel me to intervene personally? Should Mo Tianxing take matters into his own hands, he would undoubtedly lose the support of the majority, a prospect he greatly dreaded. However, if Cheney and his companions triumphed in this soul duel, Mo Tianxing's subsequent days would be far from pleasant. Although few were privy to the assassination incident in the soul-hunting forest, secrets have a way of surfacing, and if this matter were to be exposed, Mo Tianxing's fortunate days would come to an abrupt end. These two youngsters, along with that master, must not survive today. Mo Tianxing gestured discreetly to Qin Wu, who understood and silently turned to depart. A direct attack is easily evaded, but a hidden dagger is difficult to defend against. I refuse to believe you can elude the concealed arrows. Mo Tianxing had already embedded dozens of assassins among the crowd, serving as his final safeguard, intended to counter the current predicament. Yet Cheney and Tang San remained blissfully ignorant of this looming threat. With a final flourish, Yuan Rui unleashed his third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Sword Slash. In that fleeting moment, the flesh on Yuan Rui's body shriveled dramatically, his long hair cascading away, rendering him akin to a skeletal figure. The last strike he delivered was imbued with immense power, cleaving the entire plaza in two with a Tinjong-long crimson blade of energy. Although Chenyi and Tang San managed to evade the brunt of the attack, they could not entirely escape the dispersing sword aura. In an instant, both were marked with nearly 100 wounds of varying depths, and soon after, their bodies crashed heavily to the ground. Dustfeather opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly indicating that his internal organs had suffered significant shock. I refuse to submit. The last strike delivered by Yuan Rui caused his body to dissipate like sand in the wind, his final words steeped in profound reluctance. Now is the moment. As all eyes were drawn to the fallen Yuan Rui, Mo Tianqing suddenly pointed skyward, channeling his soul power into a unique pattern. This emblem resembled a menacing scorpion, identical to Mo Tianqing's martial soul. The signal it conveyed was unequivocal: strike immediately and eliminate the target. Yet, not a single assassin hidden among the crowd took action, prompting Mo Tianqing's complexion to pale in an instant. What is happening? Has Qinwu forgotten to arrange for the assassins? In another corner of the deserted street, dozens of corpses lay scattered, the very assassins Qinwu had dispatched, now dealt with by his own hand. Mo Tianqing, if you seek death, do not involve me. Mo Tianqing's abrupt actions naturally attracted considerable attention, especially from the master, who promptly emerged from the crowd to shield Dustfeather and Tang San behind him. Mo Tianqing, what on earth do you intend to do? The master inquired coldly, showing not a hint of timidity despite Mo Tianqing's strength and status. Humph. Since events have escalated to this point, I have nothing left to conceal. If you all wish for my demise, then let us all perish together. The moment Mo Tianqing realized that the assassins had not acted as planned, he understood that everything had spiraled out of control. He stood at the precipice, trapped in a dilemma. Martial Soul Manifestation. The venomous-tailed giant scorpion Martial Soul instantly enveloped Mo Tianqing, and in the blink of an eye, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. A pair of colossal pincers replaced his arms, his spine protruding in such a way that his height nearly doubled. Strangely, a black scorpion tail more than 3 meters long sprouted from his back, its sharp hook dripping with highly corrosive venom. Soon, a half-human, half-scorpion monstrosity materialized before the astonished onlookers, representing Mo Tianqing's most formidable offensive form. Third soul skill, Venomous Scorpion Tail Strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Tianqing unleashed his soul skill, the once 3-meter-long scorpion tail extending several times further, its speed akin to lightning, leaving the spectators with only fleeting afterimages. Abyssal Demon Eye. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Yet, in the eyes of Qinyu and Tang San, they effortlessly discerned the trajectory of Mo Tianqing's scorpion tail attack. Coupled with the exquisite agility of the 7-star ghost steps, Mo Tianqing's scorpion tail strike could not graze Qinyu in the slightest. Mo Tianqing remarked, "Are you too akin to grasshoppers? How can you leap so effortlessly?" Despite having just endured 2 intense battles, Qinyu and Tang San appeared utterly unfazed. Is this truly the combat prowess of mere soul masters? Ding! The enduring combat strength astonished Mo Tianqing, and he received a binding talisman. This talisman, when utilized, would immobilize the opponent for 3 seconds, during which they would be unable to employ any soul skills, regardless of the disparity in soul power. Mo Tianqing, it seems your hounds lack in capability. I have yet to exert my full strength, and they are already doomed. As Qinyu deftly evaded the tempestuous onslaught of Mo Tianqing, he couldn't help but hurl scornful taunts. The dog has been defeated, and now its master has come to the fray. Mo Tianqing, it seems your desire to kill us runs deep. Alas, even you shall not lay a finger on me today. If you doubt my words, let us wager once more. The incessant chatter of Qinyu filled Mo Tianqing with profound disdain. With a resounding call, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, the scorpion's venomous miasma. As Mo Tianqing exhaled plumes of inky black poison, the toxic mist, upon mere contact with the ground's rubble, transformed the once sturdy stones into mere dust without warning. Such ferocious toxicity. Both Qinyu and Tang San felt a tightening sensation in their hearts. The scorpion venom possessed by Mo Tianqing could easily rank among the top 100 of the myriad poisons of the Tang sect. It was this very 5th soul skill that had enabled Mo Tianqing to vanquish numerous challengers and secure his position as the city lord. Yet, even he had not anticipated that one day he would employ his most formidable soul skill against 2 young souls of merely a dozen levels. Mo Tianqing, it appears that you are utterly intimidated, to the point of shying away from a mere challenge posed by a humble soul master. A challenge? Huh. What a farcical notion. Today, my intent is not to conquer you, but to eliminate you. This so-called challenge holds no significance for me. Several bulges began to swell on Mo Tianqing's back, as if something were poised to emerge from within. Chapter 36. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Fourth soul skill, Magic Scorpion's 8 stings. 8 sharp, pointed legs suddenly extended from these bulges, resembling the abdominal limbs of a scorpion. Moreover, these 8 limbs moved with the agility akin to that of Mo Tianqing's own arms, forcing Chun Yu and Tang San to retreat repeatedly, unable to completely evade the relentless assaults of these 10 limbs, even with the 7-star ghost steps. First soul skill, Bind. Several strands of blue-silver grass suddenly entwined around Mo Tianqing's arms and tail, yet augmented by the mandala serpent soul ring. The blue-silver grass failed to restrain him for even half a second. Humph! An ant shaking a tree. With a mere flick of his arm, Mo Tianqing effortlessly severed the blue-silver grass. At that moment, Chen Yu unexpectedly discovered that the ground beneath his feet had transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring his feet and rendering him unable to extricate himself. Moreover, there was an inexplicable force within the mire, relentlessly tugging at Chen Yu's body, causing him to sink deeper. This was Mo Tianqing's second soul skill, Black Abyss Marsh. Once ensnared within, even soul masters of the same rank would find it exceedingly difficult to escape, effectively serving as an alternative restrictive soul skill. You may perish. Mo Tianqing smirked coldly, channeling his strength into his legs, propelling his massive form into the air. His outstretched claws and sharp limbs became lethal weapons, descending directly upon Chun Yu and Tang San. Simultaneously, a noxious mist emanating from Mo Tianqing threatened to envelop both Chun Yu and Tang San. It seemed as though they had no avenue for retreat. Is that so? Yet, I beg to differ. On the petite visage of Chun Yu, there was not a trace of panic. Instead, a profound smile graced her lips. This smile, when perceived by Mo Tianqing, instilled within him an unsettling sensation. How could a mere soul master evoke such disquiet in a formidable soul king? It seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the reality was undeniable, for at that very moment, an extraordinary radiance emanated from Chen Yu's hand, rendering Mo Tianqing's body uncontrollable, and he collapsed to the ground. Perhaps due to the imbalance of his weight, he found himself headfirst in the earth, his legs aloft. The immobilization charm, indifferent to the disparity in soul power, restrained him for 3 seconds. Mo Tianqing, once again, had fallen into a trap. At this moment, the first soul ring on Chun Yu's body suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a breathtaking dragon's roar. Chun Yu, with Tang San, swiftly broke free from the constraints of the Black Abyss swamp. With the dragon tooth thrust, he disregarded all controlling soul techniques. No matter how strong the pull of the Black Abyss swamp, it could no longer restrain Chun Yu's movements. The tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger, severing bone. With swift steps, the dust-laden figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The speed of the 7-star ghost steps elevated to its zenith. In that instant, a breathtaking streak of light, akin to a meteor's tail, flashed before the onlookers, followed by the brutal severing of Mo Tianqing's tendons. It was not that the dust-laden figure hesitated to strike at Mo Tianqing's vital points. Rather, his heart, throat, and even his eyes were shielded by a thick layer of scales, leaving only the joints as his vulnerabilities. For brilliant sprays of crimson erupted as Mo Tianqing's limbs fell limply to his sides. At that moment, the binding talisman's control reached its final second. Xianbing silkworm threads. 10 translucent strands coiled around Tang San's fingers, and under the infusion of soul power, the originally delicate Xianbing silkworm threads transformed into remarkably rigid lines. With a mere exertion, these fine threads effortlessly pierced through Mo Tianqing's body. Perhaps due to the incapacitation of his limbs, Mo Tianqing could not evade Tang San's assault this time. The 10 Xianbing silkworm threads penetrated his chest and emerged from his back. A piercing scream erupted from Mo Tianqing's lips, echoing in anguish. Within a mere 3 seconds, his limbs were rendered useless, and his vital organs were compromised. Had it not been for the peculiar positioning of his heart, which differed from most, Tang San's Xianbing silkworm threads would have undoubtedly pierced through it. Our esteemed lord of the city, what words do you have left to utter? The dagger held by Chen Yu lingered ominously before Mo Tianqing. With but a slight thrust of his arm, Mo Tianqing's life could be effortlessly extinguished. How laughable. Here I am, Mo Tianqing, a man of great intellect, reduced to this by a mere boy. Truly, it is absurd. Mo Tianqing reclined on the ground, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In the face of defeat, he found himself devoid of words. At this juncture, he understood that his fate was sealed and chose to close his eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Yet beneath him, a scarcely audible sound emerged, unnoticed by Chunyu, who remained oblivious to the commotion. Principal Kuolin, where exactly have your thoughts wandered? From the corner of his eye, Chunyu caught sight of Kuolin stealthily slipping away into the crowd, prompting him to speak in a measured tone. Kuolin's entire being trembled violently. From the moment he witnessed Mo Tianqing's defeat, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Kuolin understood that from this moment forth, he would no longer be the esteemed dean of the Nodding Academy, and the days ahead would be shrouded in unending despair. The Spirit Hall, the Master, and even Chunyu and Tang Sen would not easily let him escape. Chunyu, do you truly intend to eradicate me without mercy? Kuolin, after all, was a formidable figure within the Spirit sect. Despite Chunyu's strength, after enduring several fierce battles, he would still retain a fraction of his spiritual power. Should Kuolin gamble his life, at least one of them, Chunyu or Tang San, would perish. Eradicate without mercy? Kuolin, when you allied with Mo Tianqing against us, did you ever contemplate sparing us from total annihilation? On Chunyu's face, there was neither sorrow nor joy, only the bloodthirsty dagger in his hand, adorned with tiger stripes, emanated a faint glimmer of sharpness. Ding! It struck fear into the Soul Sect's Kuolin, severely injuring the Soul King Mo Xingxing, with an average shock value of 99, automatically elevating the 9 transformations of the mysterious heavens to perfection. 9 transformations of the mysterious heavens. Perfection soul power cultivation speed is enhanced 20-fold, activating the chaotic spirit body. Chaotic spirit body initial stage allows for the seamless switching of various properties of soul power, automatically negating 10% of the opponent's soul skill potency while enhancing one's own soul skill potency by 10%. Xinyun was taken aback. After elevating the 9 transformations of the mysterious sky to its perfected state, he discovered it had an astonishing transformative effect. It must be acknowledged that this chaotic spiritual body significantly enhanced Xinyun's strength. Dean Kuolin, it seems you are now in a position to fulfill our earlier wager. Kuolin's expression darkened. It appeared that Xinyun was intent on forcing him into a corner. Indeed, Kuolin, we have all heard that the loser must exit Nodding Academy. Are you contemplating breaking your word? Yes. Kuolin, do not disgrace yourself utterly today. The jeers from the crowd were relentless, causing Kuolin's complexion to fluctuate between shades of pale and green. This was the very essence of the saying, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Indeed, a mere soul master was able to effortlessly defeat Mo Tianqing. Despite Mo Tianqing's shortcomings, he was undeniably a genuine 5-ring soul king. If this young man could be recruited into the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly ascend to the esteemed rank of title Douluo in the future. Among the crowd, a gaunt old man observed the events unfolding within Nodding Academy, and strangely, no one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of him. Chapter 37. The Hidden Serpent. Xinwu very well. A wager is a wager. I, Kuolin, concede today. Kuolin realized the tide had turned. Xinyun had boldly publicized the wager in preparation for this battle. And now, everything had been settled. With a fierce glare, Kuolin shot Xinyun a threatening look before departing. Just as everyone assumed this soul battle had reached its conclusion, Mo Tianqing, who had previously lain on the ground like a defeated dog, unexpectedly launched a counterattack. At this moment, Mo Tianqing bore no trace of his prior injuries. He seemed reborn from the ashes. Xinyun, prepare to meet your end. Mo Tianqing's 2 enormous pincers, resembling colossal blades, lunged toward Xinyun, capable of cleaving even a block of iron effortlessly. Yet at this moment, Mo Tianqing suddenly sensed that the soul power surging within him had vanished completely, as if his body were a punctured balloon, unable to retain even the slightest trace of soul energy. Xinyu took a slight step back, revealing the figure of Tang Sen behind him. At this moment, Tang San was already wielding 2 Zhuge Divine crossbows. Bang! 34 piercing beams of cold light tore through Mo Tianqing's armor, deeply embedding themselves within his body. Simultaneously, the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger in Xinyu's hand cut through the air, severing the lethal limbs behind Mo Tianqing at their roots. With a splatter, copious amounts of foul blood gushed from Mo Tianqing's mouth. He could not comprehend why Xinyu and Tang Sen responded with such swiftness, executing the most effective counterattack in unison. even among soul masters of the Soul King level. Few possess such remarkable agility of response. In truth, it was not that Qinyu and Tang San were particularly quick. Rather, Mo Tianqing had mistakenly believed that all his actions were concealed from Qinyu's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, under the gaze of the abyssal demon eye, all of Mo Tianqing's subtle maneuvers were laid bare before Qinyu. Mo Tianqing, your first soul skill bears a resemblance to the technique of the golden cicada shedding its shell. Does it not? The subtle tone of Chun Yu caused Mo Tianqing's pupils to constrict, for the capability of his first soul skill was known only to him. And even Mo Yuan was unaware of it. Yet, it was the master's theories on martial souls that inspired me. Mo Tianqing, your martial soul belongs to a certain type of crustacean soul beast. Thus there exists a probability of possessing a soul skill akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell, which allows for rebirth. Your previous silence was likely a means of conserving your strength. Qinyu slowly crouched down, speaking in a hushed tone. I feigned ignorance, deliberately provoking you to act, for you are, after all, the Lord of Nodding City. To strike you down in this public arena necessitates a compelling justification. Your ambush upon me was the very flaw I intentionally presented. You. Mo Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he fathom that such a mere child possessed such profound cunning? Everything was a trap meticulously laid by Qinyu in advance. Moreover, as I surmised, having been reborn through the power of soul techniques, your physical defenses must have significantly diminished, rendering you weaker than even an ordinary person. At this juncture, my hidden weapon could unleash its full lethality. Therefore, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow so effortlessly piercing Mo Tianqing's body is attributed to this very reason. Now that matters have reached this point, allow me to add one final remark. Mo Tianqing, your judgment of character is woefully poor. Have you truly not realized, until this very moment, that you are already poisoned? In truth, Qinyu had discerned from the outset that a considerable amount of toxin had accumulated within Mo Tianqing's body, the result of years of incessant buildup. This poison remains imperceptible under normal circumstances. However, once Mo Tianqing employs his soul power for an extended period, the latent toxins within him would relentlessly erode both his soul force and physical form. This has led to a significant depletion of his energy channels, which is why Mo Tianqing felt breathless and his soul power dissipated after merely using a few soul techniques. The consequences of his poisoning. The only one capable of administering this poison to Mo Tianqing without detection is none other than Qin Wu. Qin Wu, you traitor! Mo Tianqing was consumed by fury. He had never anticipated that his trusted confidant would turn against him in such a treacherous manner. A mouthful of reverse blood erupted, shattering Mo Tianqing's heart veins. Mo Tianqing, I had no desire to kill you, but your aggressive demeanor has undeniably crossed my threshold. Your self-inflicted plight is inescapable. May you embark on your journey to the afterlife in peace. With no hesitation, Qinyu's sharp dagger sliced through Mo Tianqing's throat. This formidable figure, who had dominated Nodding City for many years, had met his demise at the hands of an obscure young man. Meanwhile, Qin Wu, who had been lurking nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. With Mo Tianqing's death, the reins of power in Nodding City would fall into his hands. The poison of scattered souls had indeed aided Qinyu significantly. Now, it was time for me to take the stage. Qin Wu swiftly appeared in the square. Yet his gaze towards Chun Yu and Tang Sen bore no hint of malice. Instead, it resembled that of a benevolent elder regarding his younger kin, radiating warmth and kindness. I would like to express my gratitude to these two young heroes for ridding Nodding City of the scourge that was Mo Tianqing. What many do not realize is that Mo Tianqing was indeed a figure of immense wickedness, burdened by countless sins. It seems that Chun Yu had long anticipated that all of this was orchestrated by Qin Wu. From the very moment Qin Wu mysteriously vanished to the sudden poisoning of Mo Tianqing, everything is intricately linked to Qin Wu. If one were to liken Mo Tianqing to a ferocious wolf, then Qin Wu would undoubtedly be the venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. In this soul duel competition, the greatest beneficiary is not Qin Yu, but rather Qin Wu. On one hand, he has seamlessly ascended to the position of Lord of Noden City, on the other. With cool and abdicating, Qin Wu can temporarily assume control of the Noden Soul Master Academy in his esteemed capacity as Lord. It can be said that Qin Wu has transformed into the most powerful figure in Noden City. Congratulations to Lord Qin. In this instance, Qin Yu has become a mere instrument in the hands of others. Though he feels considerable discontent at being exploited, he refrains from confronting Qin Wu directly at this moment. Firstly, after enduring a series of fierce battles with Tang San, Qin is significantly weakened and unable to engage in further conflict. Secondly, Qin has conducted himself with such meticulousness that no flaw has been revealed, rendering any attempt to challenge him unjustified. Thirdly, the friction between Qin and Qin has been minimal, and the intentions of Qin are of no concern to Qin, especially since he does not plan to remain in Notting City for many years. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin graciously extends his congratulations to Qin before turning to depart. This gesture sufficiently conveys Qin stance. Qin cold demeanor elicited a chill in Qin eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. One day, I shall compel you to kneel before me and plead for mercy. Following this battle, the names of Chen Yue and Tang San resonated throughout the entirety of Notting City. Who could be unaware that the Notting Academy had birthed two prodigious youths, achieving the remarkable feat of vanquishing both Soul Respect and Soul King in a single day? Chapter 38. Old Jack raises the alarm, Qin Yue's fury for a full week. Notting City was engulfed in chaos, with various factions stirring restlessly, particularly those vying for the position of City Lord, of which there were many. During this time, Qin had suffered defeat at the hands of numerous opponents, yet the throng gathered before the City Lord's mansion showed no signs of diminishing. Meanwhile, Qin remained indifferent to who might ascend to that position. After a week of recuperation, he finally regained his vitality. "Little Yu, are you well?" The master and Tang San had vigilantly awaited at Qin Yue's door, anxious that he might encounter any unforeseen mishap. "I feel quite well," he replied. Dust Feather moved her somewhat stiff body. In fact, she had completely recovered in just one day, and for the remaining 6 days, she meticulously organized the abilities she had acquired. Qin Yu, at the tender age of 6, possesses a soul power of level 19. His dual martial souls are the heavenly dragon phoenix in its growth phase, which, upon its second awakening, augments the host's soul power reserve 6-fold and accelerates the cultivation speed 6-fold as well. The first soul ring, aged 1,678 years, grants him the soul skill Dragon Tooth Stab. His martial soul, the divine punishment God-slaying sword, has exhausted its power and is temporarily sealed for the second time. With an unsealing progress of 41,000, and no soul rings have been added as of yet. His martial skills include the Xiantian Treasure Talisman, God level, which enhances the quantity of God-slaying dark weapons, expands the compendium of divine herbs, and provides methods for concocting the extermination of mortal poison. The 9 turns Xiantian technique, perfected, is a strengthened version of the Xiantian technique, having awakened the chaos spirit body, which increases his soul power cultivation speed by 20 times. The Starfall art, an ancient martial technique, has granted him mastery of the Meteor 9 Flash, Meteor Strike, and 7-star Ghost Steps, with a proficiency level of 1,000, enhancing its power by 1%. The Abyssal Demon Eye is a god-level ocular technique. It possesses a passive ability that allows the user to see through all illusions in the world, disregarding the disparity in soul power between both parties. Its active skill, the Divine Descent, consumes the user's mental energy to ensnare the opponent in an abyssal illusion, with the duration and potency varying based on the soul power differential. His soul guide, the Bloodthirsty Tiger Fur Dagger, has been enhanced to level 1, enabling it to shatter all defensive soul skills below the soul sect. This skill is subject to upgrades. The Bloodthirsty effect allows the user to recover 1% of their vitality for each instance of damage inflicted upon the opponent. This skill cannot be upgraded. The theory of martial souls encompasses a recompiled edition of the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls, encompassing knowledge regarding god-level martial souls and god-level soul rings. In just a few months, Qin Yu's strength has multiplied exponentially since arriving at the Notting Academy, rendering him nearly invincible beneath the rank of Soul Sovereign. His soul power is 6 times that of his peers, equating favorably even against soul masters of levels 26 or 27, coupled with numerous formidable skills. Ordinary soul sovereigns are no match for him. Master, it is said that Notting Academy wishes to appoint you as its principal. Following the Soul Battle Tournament, the once obscure janitor of the Academy has suddenly captured the attention of all faculty and students, with numerous individuals approaching to persuade him to assume the role of principal. However, to everyone's astonishment, the master graciously declined. "Neither power nor wealth appeals to me. I prefer a life unencumbered by such hollow accolades," he stated calmly, having grown indifferent after years of wandering. Indeed, how could the modest principal of Notting Academy possibly be worthy of the master's stature? In Tang San's eyes, the master is the person he admires most, having independently developed the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls. This level of dedication is not something just anyone can possess. Had the master wished, coupled with his status in the martial soul palace, his name would have long resonated throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. Yet his ambitions lie elsewhere. Enough flattery from both of you. Let us not indulge in such praise. The master chuckled softly, and at that moment, Wang Sheng hurriedly approached. His expression somewhat anxious. Third brother, you should head to the academy's entrance. An old gentleman claiming to be Old Jack is specifically looking for you. Grandfather Village. A flicker of joy passed across the faces of Qinyu and Tang San as they exchanged a brief word with the master before dashing towards the entrance of the academy. At the gates of Nodding Academy, Old Jack still donned his humble attire, his garments speckled with remnants of mud, as if he had traveled a considerable distance. Moreover, his countenance bore no trace of relaxation. Rather, it was marked by a palpable concern. In just a few minutes, Old Jack had circled the entrance of Nodding Academy several times, occasionally glancing anxiously inside. Grandfather Village Chief. The simultaneous calls of Tang San and Chun Yu made Old Jack abruptly lift his head. After months apart, it appeared that Tang San and Qin Yu had grown taller and sturdier. Witnessing their well-being finally coaxed a long-awaited smile from Old Jack. Little Yu, Little San. Knowing that you are faring well brings me peace. Despite his efforts to mask his expression, Chun Yu discerned a hint of apprehension underlying Old Jack's words. Grandfather Village Chief, are you concealing something from us? Has something happened in the village? The fact that Old Jack had traveled such a distance from Holy Soul Village to Nodding City suggested that a matter of grave significance had indeed transpired. Likely linked to the two of them. No, everything in the village is progressing smoothly. There are no troubles at all. I came merely to see if you were doing well. There is nothing else. Old Jack hastily denied, yet this only deepened Xinyu's suspicions. By the way, there is one more thing. For the next year, you must not return to Holy Soul Village. That old fellow from Fire Earth Village, Vis, has made it clear that he intends to ensure you pay a price. So until you become formidable soul masters, do not venture outside Nodding City. Old Jack's words caused Xinyu to furrow his brow slightly. The audacity of Fire Earth Village was astonishing. Wasn't the lesson that Wang Yi received sufficient? No. It was evident that there were more severe issues at play. The only individuals who were aware of their origins and bore animosity towards them were a select few. If it were not Wang Yi, then only one person remained. Kuolin. Ever since that day he departed from Nodding Academy, he had seemingly evaporated from existence. Everyone assumed Kuolin had left Nodding City. However, it now appeared that Kuolin had likely ventured to Holy Soul Village. Grandfather Village Chief. Is it possible that Kuolin is currently in Holy Soul Village? Chun Yu's words caused a profound shift in Old Jack's gaze, which only served to reinforce Chun Yu's conviction. Kylon, you are walking a path toward your own demise. Cheney's fingers slowly clenched, for the significance of Shahan Village to him was akin to that of a cherished home. Kuolin's actions undoubtedly struck a nerve deep within Cheney. Grandpa Village Chief, is my father well? Tang Sin inquired anxiously. Given Tang Hao's notoriously irritable temperament, any potential conflict with Kuolin could have dire consequences. At that moment, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that even a mere sneeze from his father, Tang Hao, could easily vanquish a multitude of weakling spirit sections. Chapter 39. The Old Scoundrel Kuolin. Prepare to meet your Little San. Do not fret. Allow Grandpa Village Chief to explain. Your father has actually long since departed from Shahan Village. Old Jack hesitated before finally articulating. My father has left the village. Tang San's entire being jolted at the revelation. Since childhood, Tang Hao had never once stepped foot outside of Shahan Village. Where could he have possibly gone? Moreover, in Tang San's memory, his father exhibited no traces of spirit power, nor had he ever unveiled his martial spirit. To Tang San, Tang Hao was merely an ordinary man. Among the three present, only Cheney was aware of Tang Hao's true identity. During their conversation by the cliff's edge, Cheney had spoken at length with Tang Hao, who had once hinted that after Tang San's departure from Shanghan Village, he too planned to leave the small mountain hamlet. As for where Tang Hao had ventured, he had not disclosed, and Cheney remained uninformed. Little San, you must trust that Uncle Tang has his own plans, regardless of what he does. Although I am unsure why he chose to keep this from you, I can assure you that his intentions are solely to protect you. Furthermore, the Uncle Tang of reality differs from the impression you hold. At the very least, he possesses the ability to defend himself. With unwavering certainty, Chen Yu declared, which provided Tang San with a modicum of reassurance. Throughout their recent interactions, Tang San had come to understand that Qin Yu never spoke without conviction. Grandfather Village Chief. Since this predicament was instigated by us, let us resolve it ourselves. Old Jack was about to object when Master and Xiao Wu emerged simultaneously from the academy. Greetings. I am Xiao San's mentor. What Xiao Yu just stated is indeed correct. Quillen has unjustly directed his wrath towards the Holy Soul Village because of us. Morally and logically, we cannot remain passive, and I suspect Quillen has intentionally released you to convey this message to Xiao San and the others. His intention is straightforward, to lure them outside of Nodding City, so he can act. The master had already prepared his belongings, tossing them to Qin Yu and Tang San, indicating that he had anticipated old Jack's intentions. This esteemed soul master, Xiao San and Xiao Yu, are the greatest hopes of our Holy Soul Village. Even if the entire village were to face peril, we must safeguard these two flames. Old Jack resolutely stated that neither Qin Yu nor Tang San could sustain even the slightest injury, as this was his solemn vow before the entire village. Village Chief Jack. You may not yet be aware, but Xiao Yu and Xiao San have gained renown after their battle in Nodding City. Even the former lord of Nodding City, Mo Tianqing, was slain by their combined might. What? Xiao Yu and Xiao San killed the lord of Nodding City. Old Jack was overwhelmed. Feeling as if he were in a dream, two mere children, aged 6 or 7, had managed to topple such a formidable figure as Mo Tianqing. Was this a jest? Mo Tianqing was one of the few soul kings in Nodding City. Grandfather Village Chief, let us discuss as we walk. After a lengthy explanation, Old Jack reluctantly accepted the situation. Xiao Yu, Xiao San, you have certainly left me astounded. Outside the Holy Soul Village, they were already encircled by the people of the Earthfire Village, and lying on a stretcher, Wang Yi's eyes burned with intense resentment. It was Qin Yu who had crippled him, severing his potential to become a formidable soul master. Beside Wang Yi stood an elder, who was none other than Quillen. Dean Quillen, what are you waiting for? Those two timid turtles, Qin Yu and Tang San, will never return upon hearing this news. Keeping these villagers serves no purpose. However, Quillen's perspective differed markedly from Wang Yi's. No, if I were to kill these people, they would never return. But if I merely encircle them without attacking, that little wretch Qin Yu will inevitably come back. I still possess that much confidence. No sooner had Quillen spoken than a shadowy figure darted past the onlookers. Almost instantly, Wang Yi, who had been lying on the stretcher, was struck and flung away by a powerful slap, his heavy body spinning several times in the air. Ha! Quillen. You old wretch, have you lived for decades only to stoop so low as to attack these defenseless commoners? Emerging was Qin Yu, who, after delivering a sharp slap, felt disgusted by the dirt on his hands and disdainfully retrieved a white cloth to wipe them in a manner as if oblivious to his surroundings. Qin Yu, you little beast, you have indeed come. Kuei Lan momentarily froze, only to soon reveal a cruel expression upon his face. Third soul skill, White Crane spreads its wings. 4 soul rings appeared around Kuei Lan, with the third ring emitting a dazzling brilliance in an instant. A pair of pristine white wings sliced forth from Kuei Lan's back, the sharp sound of their passage causing those nearby to instinctively cover their ears. With a resounding crack, 2 transparent air blades were unleashed from the wings, crashing to the ground and sending clouds of dust into the air, while leaving behind astonishing fissures stretching several dozen meters on the surface. The martial soul, White Crane, belonging to a level 44 soul master. This was the true extent of Kuei Lan's power. Yet, at the moment Kuei Lan unleashed his soul skill, Qin Yu, employing the ghostly steps of the 7-star ghostly stride, abruptly vanished from sight. When Qin Yu reappeared, it was at Kuei Lan's side, a diminutive serpent-shaped martial soul materializing in his grasp. This was Qin Yu's martial soul, the Celestial Dragon Phoenix. A terrifying aura surged forth from the Celestial Dragon Phoenix, causing Kuei Lan to tremble, even momentarily halting the flow of his soul power within. First soul skill, Dragon's Tooth Thrust. The dragon shadow from Qin Yu collided fiercely with Kuei Lan, the immense force not only shattering the wings behind the White Crane but also fracturing his arm and sternum. Those who are not of the Sacred Soul Village shall pay a price today. The obsidian depths of Qin Yu's gaze swept over the faces of the villagers of Douluo, and those who found themselves under his scrutiny felt an immediate tightening of their entire being, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Fourth soul skill, Feather Blade Slash. Just as Kuei Lan steadied himself, he tilted his head back and swallowed several healing elixirs. A majestic white crane, towering at 5 or 6 meters, unfurled its wings, and dozens of sharp wind blades coalesced into a unique net of wind blades, enveloping Qin Yu entirely. My fourth soul skill is a group attack type, with a striking range that can extend over 100 meters. No matter how exquisite your movements, you cannot escape the clutches of my soul skill. The once contorted arm of Kuei Lan crackled as it visibly restored to its former state. Yet beneath Kuei Lan's soul skill, Chunyu revealed a hint of faint derision. Old dog Kuei Lan, though your appearance is unappealing, your aspirations are quite grand. The scenery of Xinghun village is indeed pleasant. It might serve as a fitting resting place for you. Qinyun's foot struck the ground with considerable force, and the soul power emanating from him shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. Koolan, let us see if you can gauge the might of this chaotic spirit body. Chapter 40. The chaotic dragon phoenix break beyond merely absorbing the opponent's attack power. The chaotic spirit body possesses the remarkable ability to enhance its own soul skill potency. Moreover, it harbors an even greater power, the capacity to transmute Qinyun's internal soul power into chaotic soul power. As the name suggests, chaotic soul power encompasses all attributes within a single essence, rendering it unnecessary for Qinyun to divert his attention in its management. In succinct terms, Qinyun's soul power can counter any soul power of others, while no form of soul power can subdue Qinyun himself. This is the formidable nature of chaotic soul power. With a roar, a tangible dragon form coiled around Qinyun, and though the fierce winds clashed against the dragon scales, producing a shower of sparks, they failed to inflict any harm upon him. The combination of the chaotic spirit body and chaotic soul power fortified Qinyun's defenses to a level comparable to that of a 4-ring defensive soul skill. For the first time, Koolan witnessed someone capable of withstanding his soul skill attacks with both martial soul and physical body. Ding! The chaotic spirit body subdued Koolan, yielding a shock value of 99. Koolan remarked, "Are you truly human?" In response, he awarded a level increase to the chaotic spirit body. Upon advancement, the chaotic spirit body's attributes doubled, absorbing 20 of the opponent's soul skill attack power while simultaneously amplifying its own soul skill potency by 20. In that instant, the power of the Dragon 2 stab nearly rivaled that of a 2,000-year soul ring. You think your meager soul power can sustain you for long? Koolan increased the output of his soul power, causing the size of the wind blades to swell nearly tenfold. However, Qinyun was not foolish enough to endure Koolan's assault with his physical body. The 7-star ghost steps coalesced into 2 identical Qinyuns, perfectly mirroring the fluctuations of soul power. In a moment of confusion, Koolan found himself uncertain of which Qinyun to attack. Starlit Meteor Strike. The 2 Qinyuns simultaneously proclaimed the identical name of their technique, and instantaneously, an additional 18 duplicates emerged on the battlefield. Having mastered the 7-star ghost steps to its pinnacle, even the clones could wield a portion of the original's capabilities, revealing the true terror of the 7-star ghost steps. With a total of 20 Qinyuns, Koolan's senses began to blur. Just as Koolan's attention was captivated by Qinyun, numerous strands of blue-silver grass, reminiscent of the mandrake snake, surged from the ground, ensnaring Koolan's limbs and wings entirely. This was Tang San's first soul skill, entanglement. And dread filled Koolan's heart as he realized he had completely forgotten about Tang San. Starfall technique, Meteor Strike. Dust Feather stood poised upon the immense dragon's head, harnessing the speed and strength bestowed by the dragon's fangs, thereby amplifying the power of the Meteor Strike to its utmost potential. The razor-sharp blade of the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger surged toward Koolan's heart with lethal intent. Yet, just when everyone anticipated Koolan's demise, a resounding clash of metal echoed from the dagger's tip, reverberating like a clear chime of gold against iron. Chinyu felt that the dagger in his hand did not pierce flesh and blood, but rather collided with the hardest of ores. The tremendous recoil surprisingly caused a sharp pain in his palm. Did you think that after the previous soul battle, I have gained nothing? Your close combat prowess is indeed commendable, capable of threatening even the life of a soul sovereign. To counter this, I have invested my entire fortune to acquire this treasure. Through the tattered fabric of Koolan's attire, Chunyu glimpsed a peculiar reflection characteristic of metal. This crocodile scale armor is a rare and exquisite piece. Even a soul king would require considerable effort to breach it, and you, a mere soul master, harbor delusions if you think you can pierce through this armor. Koolan tore apart the ragged clothing, revealing that the crocodile scale armor resembled a remarkable long tunic, safeguarding both her arms and torso. The surface of the armor was akin to the hide of a crocodile, uneven and rugged, yet the spot where the bloodthirsty dagger had struck bore no trace. compelling Chenyu to admire the resilience of the armor. Do you think this is the end? Huh, you are gravely mistaken. The length of the crocodile scale armor gradually extended, enveloping Kuolin's hands and transforming her palms into a pair of fearsome beastly claws. This armor, not only the strongest in defense, also possessed formidable offensive capabilities with its crocodile claws. Little creature, today I shall rend you to pieces with these claws. Kuolin crossed her claws over her chest, and then swiftly swept them aside, unleashing a barrage of fierce winds that surged forth. The power was not in the slightest inferior to Kuolin's fourth soul skill. Old dog, do you think your little chicken claws can stand against a true dragon? I say it is you who is indulging in fanciful dreams. Martial soul, manifest. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Chenyu propelled himself from the ground, causing a violent tremor that resonated through the earth. Enveloped in a cascade of vibrant hues, he transformed into the dragon phoenix, soaring majestically into the sky. The chaotic soul power, embodying all attributes of soul energy, unexpectedly harmonized with the Ying-Tian dragon phoenix martial spirit, unleashing its formidable strength to an unprecedented extent. Even Chenyu was taken aback by this unforeseen transformation. A thunderous roar of the dragon and the melodic cry of the phoenix echoed across the expanse of Holy Soul Village, momentarily overshadowing the presence of Kuei Lan. Impossible! You are not a soul sage. How could you possibly manifest your martial spirit's true form? Kuei Lan gasped in disbelief, gazing at the lifelike Ying-Tian dragon phoenix. It was essential to understand that a martial spirit manifestation typically only allowed a portion of the body to transform into the martial spirit's form. Yet Chenyu had conjured a complete Ying-Tian dragon phoenix, identical to the true form exhibited by a soul sage. It was no wonder Kuei Lan was utterly astonished. With a swift flick of its tail, the Ying-Tian dragon phoenix effortlessly shattered all of Kuei Lan's assaults. A mere swipe of its colossal claws obliterated the crocodile-scaled armor enveloping Kuei Lan. Before he could even utter a cry of anguish, Kuei Lan was forcefully driven deep into the ground. Though Chenyu had executed only 2 strikes, these 2 actions drained the chaotic soul power from his being, depleting even a significant portion of his vitality. Stripped of soul energy, maintaining the chaotic spiritual form became a challenge, as the multicolored radiance gradually faded from Chenyu's figure. Yet, a glimmer of delight illuminated his face. He had not anticipated that the fusion of chaotic soul power with the Ying-Tian dragon phoenix martial spirit would yield such overwhelming force. Since this technique was born from the amalgamation of chaotic soul power and martial spirit, he dubbed it the chaotic dragon phoenix break. This technique's potency would amplify with Chenyu's increasing soul power and martial spirit grade. However, its consumption of soul energy would rise proportionately. More crucially, the chaotic dragon phoenix break could only be executed 3 times in total. In essence, this was Chenyu's last-ditch effort, a desperate gamble he would reserve for dire circumstances. As for Kuei Lan, he had drawn the short straw. Who could foresee that something Chenyu had so casually concocted would harbor such terrifying might? Akin to a 6-year-old inadvertently crafting an atomic bomb and tossing it before Kuei Lan before fleeing, the virtue of caring for the elderly was clearly lost on Chenyu. Ding! The chaotic dragon phoenix break struck down Kuei Lan, and as the host created this soul skill, it sent shockwaves throughout the Douluo continent, earning him an astonishing super gift pack. Upon opening the package, Chenyu felt a searing wave of energy surge from his spine, cascading upwards until it finally subsided at the crown of his head. In an instant, Chenyu felt the weariness and weakness that had enveloped him dissipate, akin to receiving a comprehensive rejuvenation treatment. Could it be that this extraordinary gift was merely a chiropractic massage? Although it was rather pleasant, one might question the system's sincerity in its offerings. Chapter 41. Soul Bone. Dragon Spine Phoenix Wing. Aside from the initial surge of warmth, Chenyu waited for an eternity. Yet no further sensations emerged, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood in sheer disappointment. Was this not a case of being misled? The much-anticipated world-shattering gift turned out to be nothing more than a fleeting massage experience? Even television dramas would hesitate to portray such a scenario, let alone novels. Just as disappointment clouded Chenyu's visage, an inexplicable and excruciating pain suddenly radiated from his back. It felt as though a sharp blade were meticulously slicing through his skin, penetrating the muscles and reaching deep into the very bones, an ordeal far more harrowing than any form of execution. Could it be that Chenyu's previous criticisms had provoked the system's ire, leading it to contemplate his utter annihilation? Goodness, the system surely cannot play such cruel games. Chenyu was drenched in cold sweat, and her delicate face had turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of any trace of color. Xiaoyu, what is happening to you? Master and Tang San were witnessing, for the first time, such an expression of anguish on Qinyu's face, just as Tang San reached out to touch her. Master seized his arm. Xiao San, do not approach Xiaoyu recklessly. Although Master was uncertain about what had transpired with Qinyu. Her current state mirrored that of a soul master absorbing a soul bone with striking similarity. However, how could a mere 6-year-old child possess such a treasure as a soul bone? It is well known that even the majority of titled Douluo possess only 2 or 3 soul bones at most. A soul bone is a unique skeletal formation nurtured within a powerful soul beast, akin to a special soul ring that can be assimilated by human bones. The strength of a soul master is influenced by 4 factors: the martial soul, soul power, soul rings, and finally, the soul bones. It was indeed a mystery. A curious enigma. How many secrets did Xiaoyu conceal within her? Just as Master and Tang Sen looked on anxiously at the howling Qinyu, the villagers of Earthfire Village suddenly took action, aware that this was their sole opportunity to eliminate her. Should Qinyu regain her composure, calamity would surely befall Earthfire Village. Yet, as hundreds approached within 10 meters of Qinyu, they inexplicably transformed into burning fireballs, vanishing in an instant and leaving behind only a small cluster of ashes. This bizarre and merciless scene sent the remaining villagers of Earthfire Village fleeing in terror, hastening their retreat lest they become the next to be reduced to cinders. Master, look quickly. It seems there is something behind Qinyu. The air around Qinyu radiated a terrifying heat, his garments reduced to mere ashes. On his back, his spine writhed like a serpent, and with each undulation, the temperature surrounding him surged dramatically. In quick succession, the flora surrounding the Holy Soul Village seemed unable to withstand the intense heat emanating from Qinyu, spontaneously igniting in flames. It was at this critical juncture that Qinyu succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, in the fleeting moment of his collapse, a profound transformation began to unfold. The celestial dragon phoenix martial soul erupted uncontrollably into the sky, dark clouds swiftly gathering where there had once been clear blue. Countless bolts of lightning encircled the form of the celestial dragon phoenix, as the forces of heaven and earth converged in an unprecedented manner. In the heart of this powerful gathering, 2 extraordinary objects resembling skeletal remains began to take shape. Could these be soul bones? Even the master, a paragon of knowledge and experience, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The gathering of celestial energy to forge soul bones was a truly groundbreaking occurrence. Ding! The convergence of celestial forces and the formation of the dragon phoenix soul bone sent tremors through the very fabric of existence. Earning a reward, a yin-yang life and death talisman, granting its bearer a singular opportunity to reverse the cycle of life and death. Crack! Endless bolts of lightning rained upon the 2 unique soul bones, seemingly not to obliterate them, but rather to purge any impurities within, rendering them increasingly pure. I have truly witnessed the extraordinary today. For the first time, the master appeared flabbergasted. No wonder Qinyu was reluctant to accept him as a disciple. Even 10 masters combined would struggle to elucidate the scene before them. The ferocious lightning persisted for an entire hour before it finally abated. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the surface of the soul bones, they erupted in a blinding brilliance. A radiance so intense that even Tang San's purple extreme demon eye could not diminish its glare. Thud! The soul bones trembled slightly, and at that moment, across the entirety of the Douluo continent, both soul masters and spirit beasts felt their hearts skip a beat simultaneously. Ding! Achieving 3 astonishing feats within a single day rewarded the bearer with a divine-level gift package. Divine Gift Package. Upon activation, it bestows the legacy of a random deity. Ding! The package automatically opened, granting the fractured legacies of the ancient dragon god and the fire phoenix god. Within the mysterious heavenly treasure ring of Qinyu, 2 fragments of the skeleton of an extraordinary beast emerged, inscribed with ancient symbols. However, the inscriptions on the bones were incomplete, suggesting a shattered legacy. At that moment, 2 soul bones that hovered above Qinyu's head gradually descended, seamlessly merging with his body without any hindrance. As the fusion of the soul bones concluded, Qinyu's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, and 2 beams of brilliance shot forth from his gaze, obliterating the mountain peak 1,000 meters away. What astonishing power! Yet, this force manifested swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, causing Qinyu's eyes to roll back as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. This slumber lasted a full 7 days and nights. When Qinyu finally opened his eyes again, it was already the dawn of the 8th day. Alas! I have been in a state of unconsciousness for a whole 7 days. Chen Yu pressed her aching temples, seemingly still recovering from the strain. Ah, my soul bone. Though Chen Yu was on the brink of death that day, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. He felt the presence of 2 soul bones forged from the celestial energies by the dragon phoenix, yet at that moment, he sensed not a trace of their essence within him. Had he truly failed to absorb the soul bones? If that were the case, Chen Yu would surely be driven to despair, for these soul bones were far more precious than soul rings. The loss of 2 such invaluable treasures would be unbearable, even for a titled Douluo. Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Host has successfully absorbed the Dragon Phoenix, set Soul Bones. Soul Bone Collection Level, 27. Soul Bones acquired, Trunk Soul Bone, Azure Dragon Spine, External Soul Bone, Divine Phoenix Wing. Dust Feather opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for an extended period, as he had miraculously acquired the most precious Trunk Soul Bone and the rare External Soul Bone all at once. This occurrence could not merely be attributed to mere luck. Even in this new world, I, Dust Feather, shall strive to become the strongest. However, his laughter was short-lived, as a thunderous revelation soon struck him. Ding. The system detected that the host's physique was temporarily incapable of bearing the energy of the Dragon Spine Phoenix Wing Soul Bone. Thus, the Soul Bone would be entirely sealed. What? After toiling and nearly sacrificing my life to obtain this Soul Bone, you dare to seal it without consulting me? System. Did you ever seek my consent? Do you think your mother would approve of your unilateral decisions? Hey, system, I demand a flawless explanation. Chapter 42, Soul Sage Douluo. Inviting Dust Feather. Yet, regardless of the tone Dust Feather employed, the system remained utterly unresponsive, as if it had frozen. Fine, system, you win this round. I concede. With a sense of helplessness, Chen Yu flopped onto the bed. Feeling that possessing a treasure which he could only admire but not utilize was worse than having never acquired it at all, at least then, he would not have experienced such a profound disappointment. A gentle knocking at the door interrupted his melancholic thoughts. Upon opening the door, he found not only Tang Sen waiting outside, but also Master and Xiao Wu. For the past few days, Chen Yu has been in a state of unconsciousness, and these 3 individuals have visited him daily. Just now, Tang Sen heard some stirring from Chen Yu's room, prompting him to tentatively knock on the door. Chen Yu, at last, you have awakened. Tang San and his companions visibly exhaled in relief. Upon seeing the concerned expressions on their faces, Chen Yu felt a warmth in his heart, and his previously troubled mood eased somewhat. Master, Xiao San, I am sorry for causing you worry. Suddenly, the master lowered his voice and whispered in Chen Yu's ear. Xiao Yu, someone will come to see you shortly. No matter what he says, you must refuse him. A myriad of perplexities filled Chen Yu's heart as he contemplated who might be seeking him. Just as he was about to inquire, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. Drawing closer. From this laughter, Chen Yu sensed a formidable pressure of soul power, certainly that of a soul emperor or above. When had such a formidable being emerged in Saint Soul Village? Moreover, this enigmatic soul master was making a beeline for him. Ha ha ha, little one, you have finally awakened. I have been dreadfully bored these past few days. The newcomer was an elderly man, likely in his 70s, with disheveled white hair and a beard that appeared unkempt, resembling a bird's nest. Despite his lavish robe, which was clearly of fine craftsmanship, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the character Zhou Badong from Jin Yang's novels. On the robe, Chen Yu noticed a distinctive emblem that mirrored the design of the Elder's token from the Spirit Hall. Could he be affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Chen Yu furrowed his brow, secretly pondering whether the events in the soul-hunting forest had been exposed. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the elderly man gazed at him with the intensity one might reserve for a rare treasure. This unwavering stare left Chen Yu feeling quite uneasy. Such a young prodigy, capable of slaying Soul Douluo with the strength of a soul master, resisting the Spirit Hall, and even holding his ground against a Soul King for a round or 2. TSK, even the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall may not exceed your prowess. The old man, known as Elder Gu, was a genuine soul sage and the foremost authority of the Spirit Hall branch in the Barak Kingdom. Originally, he had come to Notting City to investigate the strange occurrences in the soul-hunting forest that had transpired days prior. However, the battle at Notting Academy had drawn Chen Yu and Tang San into Elder Ji's line of sight. Ah, esteemed Elder, my sincerest apologies. May I inquire as to your identity? Elder Gus smacked his forehead, realizing that his excitement had caused him to neglect a proper introduction. Ahem. I am the primary authority of the Spirit Hall branch in the Barak Kingdom and also an outer elder of the Spirit Hall. You may refer to me as Elder Go. I have come to extend an invitation for you and Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the words, Chinyu raised an eyebrow, realizing why the master had previously given such admonitions. Although Chinyu remained unaware of the intricate entanglements between the master and the Spirit Hall, his unwavering trust in the master led him to decisively decline Elder Ji's invitation. Elder Go, I sincerely apologize, but I currently have no intention of aligning myself with any faction. Initially brimming with pride after introducing himself, Elder Go was visibly taken aback by Chinyu's response. The Spirit Hall, a revered sanctuary in the hearts of all spirit masters, was a place many aspired to connect with yet found themselves unable to do so. Elder Gu had eagerly traveled to Holy Soul Village, enduring a week of anticipation, only to be flatly rejected by the very individual he sought to recruit. This left him in a state of disbelief. Youngster, do you comprehend the magnitude of what you are rejecting? This is an opportunity that could elevate you to unimaginable heights. Elder Gu exclaimed, his eyes widening in exasperation. Elder Gu, I truly apologize, but I have no plans to join the Spirit Hall. In comparison to the constraints imposed by such affiliations, I prefer a life of unbridled freedom. Elder Gu had not anticipated Shinyu's resolute stance. Yet he was loath to witness such a promising talent being squandered. The master-disciple relationship is based on mutual consent. I trust you understand this principle. Esteemed member of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the master positioned himself protectively in front of Chinyu, prompting Elder Gu to furrow his brow with visible displeasure. Who are you? I am conversing with this young one. What business do you have here? Elder Gu had been willing to lower himself to engage with Chinyu due to the latter's evident talent. Yet he was unfamiliar with the master and did not detect any formidable aura emanating from him. A mere Grand Spirit Master was hardly worthy of his attention, which explained the abrupt chill in Elder Ji's demeanor. I may not possess the stature to converse with you, but I believe you will recognize this. The master casually produced a token symbolizing the identity of an elder of the Spirit Hall. Elder Ji's previously indifferent expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The Inner Hall Elder's token. Beyond the Pope, the highest ranks within the Spirit Hall were held by the Inner Hall Elders. Though Elder Gu was the most esteemed figure in the Bala Kingdom, he was but a mere shadow in comparison to the Inner Hall Elders. Subordinate Gudat pays respects to the esteemed Elder. Elder Ji's expression turned solemn as he immediately bowed, half kneeling before the master. Regardless of the master's spirit power, as long as he held the token, Elder Gu dared not overstep. Such are the conventions of the Spirit Hall. Let this matter conclude here. Furthermore, please return this token to Spirit City. I shall have no further use for it. The master placed the Elder's token in Elder Ji's palm, signaling that he could take his leave. Elder, today, a series of peculiar events unfolded. First, Chinyu declined his invitation, followed by a mere great soul master brandishing an elder's token. Finally, this enigmatic elder unexpectedly expressed a desire to sever ties with the Spirit Hall. What on earth is happening? Am I still dreaming? Is this all just a figment of my imagination? Elder Gu pinched his thigh fiercely, the sharp pain bringing tears to his eyes. A testament to the unrelenting grip he had on himself. It is not a dream. It is indeed real. The master waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting no attachment to the elder's identity. Go, once you reach Spirit City, they will elucidate matters for you. Although Elder Gu was filled with confusion, he respectfully exited the courtyard, swiftly vanishing into the skies above Holy Soul Village. Xiaoyu, Xiaosan, Xiaowu, gather your things. Today we shall return to Nodding City. In the coming years, I will help you solidify your foundation, and once you break through to become great soul masters, I will arrange suitable spirit academies for you. Indeed. With matters settled here, Chinyu and his companions would not encounter any pressing troubles for the time being, the only remaining threat being Qin Wu. However, if Qin Wu possessed sufficient wisdom, he would undoubtedly refrain from opposing Chinyu, approaching him with the reverence one would show to ancestors. Chapter 43, 6 years later. Soto City, the most significant economic hub of the Barak Kingdom aside from its capital, contributes nearly half of the kingdom's fiscal revenue. At high noon, the scorching sun hung overhead, and waves of heat shimmered off the parched ground. The streets were eerily deserted, indicating that most had retreated indoors to escape the heat. From the city gates, however, 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, strolled forth. Xiao-san, I can't walk any longer. Carry me, pleaded one of them. These 3 were none other than Chinyu, Tang-san, and Xiao Wu, 6 years later. Xiao Wu donned a vibrant red outfit, her long scorpion tail braid cascading down to her calves. The passage of time had transformed her youthful innocence, revealing a hint of the allure that accompanies adulthood. Both Chen Yu and Tang San had matured from mere children into strapping young men, standing at an impressive height of approximately 1.78 meters, making them appear far beyond their 12 years. At that moment, Xiao Wu, in a playful manner, clung to Tang San's arm, swaying it gently. Could you two be a bit more considerate and spare a thought for the feelings of this single dog? Chen Yu deliberately covered her eyes, her fragile heart enduring 1,000 piercing blows. Xiao Wu made a playful face at Chen Yu, intentionally sticking out her tongue. Xiao Yu, I am the queen of the 7th dormitory. If you dare to tease me again, beware of my wrath. Besides, how many girls have you turned down over the years? Every day, the entrance of the 7th dormitory is graced with an additional 30 to 50 letters. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu silently shook his head. It was not that those young girls were unappealing. Rather, Chen Yu's heart was forever occupied by one person, Yaoer, who remained his eternal love. Yaoer, I truly miss you. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu found herself blissfully perched on Tang San's back, yet there was not a trace of perspiration on her forehead. She simply had no desire to leave. It is perplexing how the master thinks, forbidding us from applying to those renowned intermediate soul master academies, insisting instead that we join that so-called Shrek Academy. Tang San, have you heard of the Shrek Academy before? While carrying Xiao Wu, Tang San exhibited no signs of exertion. The master did not mention it to me earlier, but I trust his judgment. Apart from Xiao Wu and Chen Yu, the master was the person Tang San trusted the most. He would never compromise on any task assigned by the master. Thus, upon hearing that Tang San intended to join Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu and Chen Yu naturally followed suit. This sun is truly scorching. Xiao Yu, let us find a place to rest for a while and wait until it cools down before reporting to Shrek Academy. Although Tang San was indifferent to the oppressive heat, he was concerned about Xiao Wu getting sunburned. All right, I can't bear to witness your affectionate antics any longer. I need to splash some water on my face to compose myself. Chen Yu suppressed the longing in his heart, restoring his previously nonchalant demeanor. You little rascal. I challenge you to a duel. Xiao San, you shall serve as our referee. Over the course of 6 years at Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu has certainly earned a reputation for her combative spirit, to the extent that in recent years, students have taken to avoiding her presence altogether. Moreover, the trio frequently engaged in sparring matches, yet Tang San and Chen Yu have consistently shown a tendency to yield to Xiao Wu. No, Sister Xiao Wu. I was wrong. Please, spare me your extraordinary powers. As Chen Yu noticed Tang San continuously casting glances in his direction, he quickly comprehended the situation. Xiao Wu possessed a temperament that thrived on conflict. Should a battle erupt on this bustling street, it would likely endure for no less than half an hour. It was akin to tutoring the crown prince. He must allow Xiao Wu to triumph while ensuring she remained oblivious to any flaws in his performance. This was indeed a profound test of Chen Yu's acting prowess. Humph, Xiao Yu, pave the way ahead. Xiao San shall carry the burden of the family out of the palace. Remarkably, Xiao Wu had memorized her lines to perfection. Just as the trio strolled down the street, a group of inebriated individuals suddenly staggered into their path. Although Chen Yu and Tang San had attempted to sidestep them, these ruffians leered at Xiao Wu with unabashed scrutiny. Well, gentlemen, our luck today is splendid. We have chanced upon such a delightful young lady. The leader of the group, also a soul master, appeared to be accustomed to the arrogance of the city, showing little regard for the likes of Tang San and Chen Yu. At that moment, Chen Yu took a few steps aside, seemingly startled. Ba, may you all seek your own fortune. Who is Xiao Wu? She is the most significant person in Tang San's heart, and the actions of these individuals have entirely crossed his threshold of tolerance. Humph. A chilling glint flickered in Tang San's eyes as he supported Xiao Wu's delicate form with one hand, while unleashing a flurry of icy radiance with the other. Immediately, a chorus of horrifying screams erupted from those individuals, resonating like the lamentations of pigs destined for slaughter. Tang San, still too kind-hearted, merely administered a minor reprimand, striking at their vulnerable points. Had it been me, those individuals would have long since lost their heads. Brat, what have you done to me? The waves of pain coursing through their bodies swiftly dispelled the intoxication of alcohol, and they began to comprehend that the seemingly harmless youth before them was far from a soft target. This serves as a small lesson, a reminder that not everyone is someone you can provoke at will. With these words, Tang San strode forward, leaving behind a lingering sensation of pain that would torment them for a full 3 days, an alternative form of suffering. Brat, You seek death. Yet, these individuals appeared undeterred by the lesson, recklessly launching themselves at Tang San from behind. First soul skill, bind. However, as they made their move, countless blue-silver grasses ensnared their limbs, transforming from seemingly weak tendrils into chains forged of iron, crushing their bones with a cacophony of cracking sounds. You were given a first chance. This is your second. Without turning back, Tang San continued forward, his calm voice jolting them back to reality. The mere blue-silver grass martial spirit possessed such formidable binding power. Could this youth truly be a soul master? This minor incident did not dampen Tang San and Xiao Wu's spirits. Rather, it sparked a brilliance in Xiao Wu's eyes, and she tightened her embrace around Tang San's neck. Xiao San, let us rest here tonight. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xinyu spotted a lavishly decorated hotel. Particularly eye-catching for its exterior adorned with countless fresh roses forming the name of the establishment. Rose Hotel, Xiao San. I adore the decor of this place. Let us choose this one. Girls are naturally drawn to beautiful things, and Xiao Wu was no exception. Very well, my queen. We shall select this hotel. Tang San replied indulgently, their affectionate banter leaving Chunyu feeling slightly overwhelmed. I must say, you two have been showering me with love, and I can hardly digest it all. Could you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint? Chapter 44. The Rose Hotel, the charming Dai Xiao. The Rose Hotel, one of the most opulent establishments in Soto City, is also known by another moniker, the Lover's Hotel. Thus, when Xunyu and his companions entered the hotel, they were met with an array of inscrutable and teasing glances from onlookers. It was perplexing. Did we inadvertently adorn our faces with flowers? Why were they regarding us in such a manner? Dust Feather felt quite uncomfortable under the gaze of these individuals. Could it be that outsiders were deemed unworthy of residing in the Rose Hotel? Hello, please reserve 3 rooms for us, Tang San stated as he approached the front desk. But his request elicited an even more peculiar expression from the attendant. Excuse me, are you certain you wish to book 3 rooms? Is there a problem? Tang San inquired, puzzled by the attendant's reaction. Not a problem per se, but our hotel has only 1 room left, the attendant replied. 1 room? Tang San and Dust Feather exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such a grand establishment as the Rose Hotel had no additional accommodations available. It seemed this hotel was remarkably popular. In that case, we shall seek another hotel, Tang San suggested. If it were just Tang San and Dust Feather, 1 room would suffice. However, it was impractical for Xiao Wu to share a room with the 2 of them. At that moment, the attendant realized that the trio of young men and women did not share the relationship he had initially assumed. Please, wait a moment. I just recalled that we actually have 2 more rooms available. Would you consider negotiating and squeezing together? 2 rooms would work. Tang San and Dust Feather can share 1, while Xiao Wu has 1 to herself. Very well, we shall take the rooms. However, just as Dust Feather was about to make the payment, a hand intercepted him. I say, are you new at this front desk? These 2 rooms have been reserved by me for years. How bold of you to assign them to outsiders without my consent. It appears that the Rose Hotel has no intention of maintaining its operations. Xinyu turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, discovering that it belonged to a strikingly handsome young man with a mane of golden hair. His attire suggested a background of either immense wealth or nobility, but what set him apart were his extraordinary eyes. Remarkably, he possessed heterochromia. Beside him stood a pair of exquisite individuals. Astonishingly, they were rare twin beauties. Release your grip. Xinyu's hand was firmly grasped by the young man, who even resorted to the use of soul energy, causing a subtle displeasure to flicker across Xinyu's face. Although these 2 rooms belonged to the young man, there seemed to be no need for such force. You have yet to settle the score with me, and you shall not leave this Rose Hotel, the young man remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Xinyu, clearly underestimating the youth before him. I command you to release me. A chill laced the voice of Xinyu, who, had he not just arrived in Soto City, would have preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. He had nearly taken action moments ago. The ruckus was insufferable. The golden-haired youth was no stranger to confrontation. Upon being reprimanded by Xinyu, a dangerous glint ignited in his eyes. A white aura of soul power emanated from the young man, revealing him to be a remarkably young soul master of considerable strength. Just then, the manager of the Rose Hotel hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon witnessing the youth's menacing demeanor, a cold sweat broke out on the manager's brow. Young Master Dai, please do not be angry. Today's incident is a severe oversight on the part of Rose Hotel and has nothing to do with others. I implore you, do not take offense. Ha, Lu. This is no longer merely a matter between the Rose Hotel and myself. It now concerns me and this young lad. The youth known as Young Master Dai retorted. In Soto City, it has been a long time since anyone dared to reprimand me. Boy, you have indeed set a new precedent. Young Master Dai concentrated his soul power, gathering it around Chunyu, as if intending to humiliate him publicly through sheer force. Young Master Dai? In the past, my greatest pleasure was to thoroughly thrash the pampered noble science. You have certainly piqued my interest. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunyu retorted with sharp wit, seemingly oblivious to the increasingly potent soul energy enveloping him. I hope your bones are as sturdy as your tongue, he quipped. At that moment, the pupils of Dai Xiao began to converge, a clear indication to those familiar with him that he was genuinely incensed. With a flourish, he summoned his martial spirit. A magnificent white tiger materialized behind him, its form imposing as it gripped Chen Yu's hand with a claw transformed into a sharp, white-furred paw. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and another yellow, undulated around Dai Xiao, emanating the formidable aura of a soul master, which instantly turned the lobby of the Rose Hotel into a chaotic turmoil. An exquisite beast martial spirit, Chen Yu's adversary turned out to be a battle soul master. Tang San's expression hardened. The level of soul masters in Soto City indeed surpassed that of Notting City. Here was a youth who appeared merely 16 or 17. Yet he possessed 3 soul rings, with the third being a Millennium Purple Soul Ring. Such prowess could easily qualify him as an instructor at Notting Academy. Yet, Shinyu did not even lift his eyelids, as if the resplendent white tiger martial spirit before him held no significance whatsoever. A soul master, is that truly so formidable? The indifferent expression and nonchalant tone of Chen Yu elicited a flicker of astonishment from Dai Xiao. This young man was either oblivious to the formidable power of the Soul Sovereign or possessed strength that surpassed that level. Only these 2 possibilities could account for such a demeanor from Chen Yu. How audacious of him to feign composure at such a critical moment. Another massive paw, akin to a tiger's, sliced through the air with an astonishing sound, aimed directly at Chen Yu's head. Dai Xiao was eager to discover what this young lad truly had up his sleeve. Bang! Chen Yu effortlessly grasped the tiger's claw. Yet the violent shockwave shattered all the vases within the hall. Impossible. The previously arrogant Dai Xiao now displayed an expression of sheer terror for the first time. I had proclaimed that a mere soul sovereign was nothing remarkable, for I too am one. As the final syllable fell, Chen Yu's aura surged like an erupting volcano, astonishingly reaching the level of a soul sovereign in the blink of an eye. You are also a soul sovereign. Ding! Upon their first encounter, Dai Mubai was astonished, registering a shock value of 90, causing all soul ring ages to increase by 10 years. It turned out that Dai Xiao's true name was Dai Mubai, a battle soul sovereign with a soul power of 37, and he was merely 3 years older than Chen Yu, a 15-year-old soul sovereign, prior to Chen Yu's emergence. He was likely the youngest soul sovereign master in the history of Soto City. However, Chen Yu's appearance undoubtedly shattered the record set by Dai Mubai, and today, these 2 young prodigies encountered each other in such a manner. Yet, Dai Mubai's expression swiftly transformed from shock to excitement, as if Chen Yu were the long-awaited rival he had sought. Excellent. It has been ages since anyone has ignited my desire for combat, regardless of the outcome today. This venue shall be yours. Dai Mubai's muscles expanded, his golden hair morphing into a blend of black and white, with a royal pattern forming on his forehead. An air of majesty, befitting the king of beasts, emanated from him. The evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, a legendary figure in Soto City, unveiled his formidable power for the first time at the Rose Hotel. Chapter 45, Dragon Phoenix vs. White Tiger Roar. The imposing roar of the tiger caused the glass of the entire Rose Hotel to tremble violently, prompting numerous guests to flee in panic, rushing out of the hall. Before long, only 4 individuals remained in the spacious lobby. This fellow is too much to bear. Xiao San, we must assist Xiaoyu. Xiao Wu, being a spirited fighter, felt her blood surge with the external battle fervor. Little girl, this is Xiaoyu's fight. If we intervene, we shall be criticized for using our numbers to overpower him. Tang San swiftly blocked the eager Xiao Wu, causing her to pout in displeasure. Regardless of the noise, he remains the little king on the ground. You cannot meddle with the true king in the heavens. A subtle smirk flitted across Chun Yu's countenance as the celestial dragon Phoenix martial soul surged forth from him with remarkable ferocity. Its terrifying might, tenfold stronger than 6 years prior, struck the evil white tiger martial soul with a devastating blow, rendering it utterly feeble in an instant. What manner of martial soul is this? It has completely incapacitated my evil white tiger without a hint of resistance. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. His martial soul was already among the pinnacle of beast-type souls, even among the top 3 sects. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's martial soul only surpassed the evil white tiger by a slight margin. Yet, the pressure emanating from the celestial dragon phoenix dwarfed that of the evil white tiger by nearly 100-fold, presenting an insurmountable disparity akin to that between deities and mortals. Moreover, to Dai Mubai's surprise, the configuration of 3 soul rings on Qinyu mirrored his own, both featuring 2 yellow and 1 purple. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, this was a deliberate fade crafted by Qinyu. In truth, his soul rings were purple, black, and black. The first soul ring, derived from the unicorn Jiao Python, had been upgraded several times, now boasting an impressive age of 2,500 years. The second and third soul rings were rewards from the system's astonishing accolades, both being 10,000-year rings, endowing Qinyu with 2 formidable soul skills. If Dai Mubai were to discover that Qinyu's first soul ring surpassed his own third ring in strength, would he not be driven to fury? The second soul skill, White Tiger's Light Wave. Seizing the initiative was a principle Dai Mubai held dear. He unleashed a massive energy beam, as thick as a thigh, hurtling towards Qinyu. Yet, in the face of this ferocious soul skill, Qinyu merely raised his right palm with a serene demeanor. Does this lad intend to meet my White Tiger's light wave with his bare hand? Has he lost his senses? Dai Mubai thought in disbelief. He was all too aware of the formidable power behind the White Tiger's light wave. Even a soul king would hesitate to confront such a technique with mere flesh. However, the ensuing spectacle left Dai Mubai wide-eyed in shock, for the surging White Tiger's light wave was effortlessly repelled by Qinyu's palm, without so much as a shift in his stance. Ding! Withstand a soul skill with flesh and bone, astonishing the evil White Tiger Dai Mubai, earning a shock value of 99 and enhancing the growth of the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul by 10. Has he truly withstood it? Dai Mubai pondered in disbelief, questioning if this was indeed a feat achievable by a human body. He was nothing short of a monster among monsters. The reason Dustfeather was able to withstand that strike with his fleshly palm is twofold. On one hand, the manifestation of the celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit has endowed his dragon-formed hand with a resilience akin to that of adamantine. On the other hand, the chaotic spirit body absorbed 20% of the White Tiger's radiant energy. Thus, the breathtaking scene that just unfolded came to pass. Now, you ought to understand that my bones are as unyielding as my words. Regrettably, your feline martial spirit appears to be quite intimidated. In my humble opinion, it would be wise for you to relent and spare yourself the humiliation that may ensue. Qinyu gently flicked the sleeve of his garment, seemingly dismissing Dai Mubai entirely. I must confess that my previous arrogance was misplaced. You indeed deserve my utmost effort. Yet, this time, rather than displaying anger, Dai Mubai's eyes burned with a fierce determination. This caused Qinyu to regard Dai Mubai with greater respect. Although he was domineering, he had not yet reached the heights of arrogance. Given time, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable soul master. Now, you must tread carefully. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Dai Mubai's robust frame, towering at 2 meters, swelled further, transforming him into a small giant standing 3 to 4 meters tall. The White Tiger Transformation would double his strength, soul power, and defensive capabilities for half an hour, greatly amplifying the potency of his soul skills. At this moment, Dai Mubai was no weaker than a soul master of level 45 or above. This indeed is quite intriguing. At this moment, Qinyu revealed a trace of seriousness. For Dai Mubai indeed concealed an even more formidable power. However, for someone like Qinyu, who had the capability to slay a soul Zune 6 years prior, the strength that Dai Mubai exhibited at this instant appeared insufficient to alter the course of the battle. The first soul skill, Dragon's Tooth Thrust, a dragon silhouette, solid as reality, reared its immense horns and collided with Dai Mubai's form. Yet, a white shield of light flickered around the latter, instantly augmenting his physical defenses several-fold. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, a powerful technique designed to enhance one's defensive capabilities. Although the dragon's tooth thrust propelled Dai Mubai backward by several dozen meters, the sharp dragon horns failed to penetrate the unique halo of the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. His defensive prowess is indeed commendable. With a smile, Qinyu offered his assessment, yet Dai Mubai remained undeterred. He struck the dragon's head with both fists, unleashing a terrifying force that drove the dragon's shadow deep into the ground. Utilizing the recoil from this impact, Dai Mubai propelled himself into the air, his sharp claws transforming into a myriad of glimmering blades that rained down upon Chen Yu. His offensive power was commendable, and his explosive strength was indeed remarkable. However, with a slight sway of his body, Chen Yu vanished from Dai Mubai's sight. The intricate artistry of the seven-star ghost steps was elusive, even to Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, let alone to Dai Mubai. Yet, your velocity and perceptive abilities were somewhat lacking, leading to your defeat. The voice of Chen Yu suddenly resonated behind Dai Mubai, who had just begun to comprehend the situation. In an instant, a blood-red dagger materialized in Chen Yu's hand, poised delicately against Dai Mubai's throat. I concede, Dai Mubai acknowledged, fully aware that Chen Yu had shown him mercy. Had the dagger advanced even a mere half-inch further, he might have lost 10 lives that day. Yet, Dai Mubai accepted his defeat with grace, feeling an immense pressure from Chen Yu's formidable strength, which simultaneously fueled his relentless drive. This very motivation elucidates why Dai Mubai was able to transcend into a soul master at the tender age of 15. It is only through comparison with those stronger than oneself that one can truly grow in strength. Dai Mubai's achievements today were forged through countless victories over his opponents. I am Dai Mubai. I hope our next encounter will be within the walls of Shrek Academy. I shall bear the costs incurred here. These 2 rooms now belong to you. With a nonchalant demeanor, Dai Mubai tossed the keys to Chen Yu, without inquiring about his name, and gradually departed with the pair of twins amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Indeed, Dai Mubai is quite an intriguing individual. Chen Yu smiled faintly, and from his tone, it was evident that Dai Mubai was also affiliated with the Shrek Academy, which piqued Chen Yu's curiosity about this enigmatic institution. Chapter 46, The Fleeting Threat of Deathhumph. I see him as nothing but a dandy. Xiao Wu harbored a strong prejudice against Dai Mubai. A man who brought 2 young ladies to the Rose Hotel surely had ulterior motives. Forget about him. Xiao-san, let us hasten to our room and discover its splendor. The room reserved by that dandy must be extraordinary. Without further ado, Xiao Wu pulled Tang San along, ascending to the top floor. When they opened the door, Tang San's face flushed crimson. He finally understood why Dai Mubai had specifically booked this room. It was, after all, a specially designed couple suite at the Rose Hotel. From the entrance to the inner chamber, a plush red carpet adorned the floor, flanked by an array of fresh flowers. The wafting fragrance of blossoms, combined with the soft yet not overly dim ambient lighting, enveloped the space in a sweet, romantic atmosphere. Xiao, you rest first. I shall go see Xiao Yu, Tang San stammered, feeling as if he had been stung by a scorpion. He immediately withdrew his foot, having just crossed the threshold. Although he and Xiao Wu were obvious to all as a couple, Tang San had yet to formally confess his feelings, leaving their relationship shrouded in a hazy ambiguity. Xiao-san, you truly are a blockhead. It seems I must lend you a helping hand. With remarkable agility, Chen Yu swiftly slammed the door shut, nearly causing Tang San's nose to collide with it. From the threshold, a sinister chuckle emanated from Chen Yu. Little San, you always snore when you sleep. Spare me today and go bother Xiao Wu instead. Following this, the sound of a door locking from the adjacent room resonated, effectively severing all of Tang San's avenues of escape. In that moment, he found himself in a predicament, neither able to advance nor retreat. Xiao Wu, you see. Xiao Yu just enjoys jesting, he stammered. Xiao Wu tilted her head, displaying no hint of embarrassment, but rather a curious expression directed at Tang San. Little San, you seem rather peculiar today. We've been sleeping bed to bed for 6 years. What is there to feel shy about? In her mind, the setting felt no different from the dormitory at Notting Academy. Meanwhile, Chen Yu sprawled across his bed, finally able to indulge in a well-deserved rest after several days of travel. Suddenly, he sensed a faint yet ominous presence, causing him to spring upright with the agility of a fish leaping from water. For just a fleeting moment, he perceived a subtle yet discernible aura of malice, though this malevolent intent dissipated swiftly and did not appear directed at him. Chen Yu's instincts warned him that the approaching individual harbored ill intentions and was indeed coming for him. Had the tranquility of Soto City finally become untenable? Ever since departing from Notting City, Chen Yu had felt an unusual stillness along the way. Over the past few years, the power of the Lord's Mansion, under Qin Wu's management, had surged, and Qin Wu himself had successfully ascended to the realm of Soul King. As a result, he had gradually forgotten the terrifying combat prowess Chen Yu once possessed and his mind had begun to wander toward nefarious thoughts once more. However, Yu had never regarded Wu, this petty clown, with any seriousness, having effectively erased him from his memory after leaving Notting City. Yet now, it appeared that Wu had no intention of letting him go. Indeed, Yu's conjecture was astute. At this moment, outside the Rose Hotel, a group of enigmatic figures adorned with wide-brimmed hats stood on the street, with none other than Wu at the forefront. After casting a brief gaze at the penthouse, Wu and his entourage took residence in the adjacent hotel. "Yu, Tang-san, this Soto City shall be your final resting place." Following closely behind Wu was a young man, none other than Qin Shuang, whom Yu had once trampled underfoot. Remarkably, Qin Shuang had also secured the opportunity to study at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, which happens to be the foremost institution in the Balak Kingdom, the Balak Academy. This time, Wu was not only enrolling his son, but also seeking vengeance. Unbeknownst to Wu, however, was the fact that Yu had already discerned his presence. The line between hunter and prey remains intriguingly blurred. "Little San, little Wu, I shall take a stroll through the streets. You two should rest well." Yu deliberately emphasized the phrase "take a good rest," biting each word with great significance. Without waiting for Tang-san's response, Yu swiftly made his escape. Yu was not merely strolling through the streets, he sought to discern the true nature of the schemes that Wu had concocted. At this moment, the scorching sun had descended to the horizon, and the external temperature had noticeably dropped, transforming the once desolate streets into a lively thoroughfare. As Yu stepped out of the Rose Hotel, he was immediately followed by 3 or 4 individuals. "I was afraid you wouldn't keep up. You foolish sons of wealthy landowners." A faint, icy smile graced the corner of Yu's lips as he vanished amidst the throng of people in a mere few flashes. How could that fellow disappear in the blink of an eye? The several shadowy figures immediately fell into a panic, astonished that they had lost their target after trailing him for only a few dozen meters. They prided themselves on being the most formidable spies in Notting City. Yet with such ineptitude, one could only describe them in 2 words: utterly worthless. "Hey, I say, are you gentlemen in search of me?" Suddenly, Yu materialized behind the group, and his abrupt exclamation sent a shiver down their spines, clearly instilling a deep sense of fear. As they turned to confront him, a sudden chill brushed against their faces. Unbeknownst to them, Yu had, at some point, wielded a brush, swiftly inscribing several large characters across their faces. "Since you have been monitoring me, you must be well aware of my identity. Return and inform your master, the mutt, that if he seeks his demise, he may come and find me himself. Sending mere curs like you does not even pique my interest." A faint yet formidable aura of the celestial dragon phoenix, martial soul, emanated from Yu, nearly causing the scouts, who possessed only the strength of great soul masters, to soil their trousers in fear. "Within the span of 3 breaths, vanish from my sight, or else what shall mark your faces will not be mere ink." As soon as Yu's voice fell, those individuals vanished around the street corner like startled pups within the blink of an eye. It truly is the case that where there is a master, there are also servants, a cadre of inept individuals. With a flick of his wrist, Yu cast aside his brush and strolled about with an air of confidence, believing that Wu would not trouble him again today. At a certain street corner, the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit within him suddenly quivered, as if sensing a formidable presence. This was an inconspicuous grocery store, lacking even a signboard. And when compared to the opulent establishments surrounding it, this modest shop appeared quite shabby. Great concealment often dwells amidst the ordinary. One must not hastily draw conclusions based solely on appearances. Yu stepped into the store, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within this seemingly humble establishment. "Xiaoyu, so you're here," came the familiar voices of Tang-san and Xiao Wu from behind, revealing that Tang-san, unable to endure the atmosphere of the room, had followed Yu out of the Rose Hotel. "Xiao-san, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. You really lack insight," he chided. Chapter 47. The cunning merchant and the bored crystal inside the grocery store. Only a flicker of candlelight illuminated the space, suggesting that the proprietor was either exceedingly frugal or simply miserly. As Yu pushed the door open, a chaotic medley of scents assailed his senses. Indeed, this place lived up to its name as a grocery store, cluttered with an array of disordered items. Yu even spotted a black pot with a gaping hole. Was this truly a refuse collection station? Behind a towering stack of shelves lay a recliner, where a middle-aged man, fanning himself with a palm leaf, was leisurely lost in slumber, seemingly oblivious to the entrance of Yu. and his companions. Yet, Chinyu felt an unsettling sensation, as if every movement of his was under the watchful gaze of this man. A master, a sense of trepidation, surpassing 120%, stirred within Chinyu as he regarded the middle-aged shopkeeper, who exuded a far more terrifying aura than the venerable elder Guovyur. Xiaoyu, do you see that? Suddenly, Tang San gently tugged at the hem of Chinyu's garment. Following Tang San's gaze, Chinyu beheld a dark stone slab used to stabilize the table legs. Yet, from the cracks in the hardened earth, a faint, crystalline luster shimmered through. Could this possibly be the recorded in the Xiantian treasure record? Within the lies the potential to give birth to a unique golden thread known as, whose strength surpasses even that of the mystical ice silk. Moreover, this requires no deliberate forging. It can seamlessly transform into the 8th-ranked concealed weapon listed in the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record, the Dragon Whisker Needle. This needle is specifically designed to penetrate protective auras. Should Chinyu acquire this concealed weapon, his combat prowess would ascend to unprecedented heights. The dust feather's claw-like hand grasped the exposed surface of the crystal, and with a firm pull, it merely caused the stone to tremble slightly. The size of this crystal exceeded dust feather's expectations by several folds. While ordinary crystals are typically the size of a basin, this one was at least the size of a half bathtub, indicating a profound transformation in its nature. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by an expression of ecstatic joy. The exquisite crystal within the hairpin was a rare bored crystal, containing no less than 100 units of precious metal. This was indeed a treasure beyond measure. With a mighty exertion of his arm, Chinyu effortlessly lifted a colossal crystal, towering at half a meter in height, with a single hand. In an instant, a cacophony of scattered debris erupted around him. The jarring noise jolting the middle-aged man in the recliner as if ignited by an unseen flame, propelling him upright from his seat. Was the ground trembling beneath them? Chinyu gently placed the crystal weighing over 300 pounds on the ground and apologized to the middle-aged man. I sincerely regret disturbing your peaceful slumber, sir. May I inquire about the price of this item? The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, noticing the large pit on the floor and the chaotic mess surrounding it. He immediately cried out in distress. Oh dear, my antique, my treasure. Observing the man's avaricious demeanor, Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle. What antique? That was clearly a broken bowl salvaged from some refuse heap. Only the shopkeeper would regard it as a treasure. Ahem, sir. You can certainly add these damages to the price. I shall compensate you for everything. In Chinyu's view, the total value of those items hardly amounted to a single gold soul coin, yet the middle-aged man's subsequent remarks left him utterly astounded. Is that so? Very well. That bowl was once used by a titled Douluo a millennium ago. I want to take advantage of you. Let us settle on 800 gold soul coins. Eventually, the middle-aged man even took out a small abacus, clicking away, and astonishingly arrived at a final price of 16,879 gold soul coins. That was indeed more than the annual tax of Notting City. Goodness, sir, it seems you've captured a sheep and are mercilessly shearing it. With a sudden shake of his hand, Dust Feather exclaimed, Goodness. They say a business that remains dormant for a year will thrive for 3 once it opens. Yet this individual seems intent on reaping rewards for a lifetime without effort. What manner of speech is this? And here I am, offering you a discount. If we were to consider the actual costs, I would be at a loss. Yet, rather than feeling shame, this middle-aged man imparts to Dust Feather a sense of having struck a lucrative deal. Very well, I concede. With gritted teeth, Chinyu forced out these words from his throat. There was no alternative. Even if the cost was exorbitant, he was determined to secure that precious crystal. Wait, these are merely the losses incurred from the damaged antiques. The cost of the crystal must be calculated separately. This fellow, as if one blow was insufficient, intended to strike again, seemingly striving to drain Chinyu's entire fortune. Name your price. In the span of 6 years, apart from earning a modest sum while working in a blacksmith shop, Chinyu had accumulated only a little over 20,000 gold soul coins through various fragmented rewards from the system. Having recently been swindled, his pockets now held but a meager amount. Oh, it seems I have stumbled upon a mere lamb for the slaughter, thought the middle-aged man as his eyes gleamed with newfound cunning, instantly revising his initial pricing strategy. Surprisingly, this young brother is quite forthright. As such, I had intended to sell this crystal stone for 30,000 gold soul coins, but seeing your sincerity, I shall part with it for 29,900 gold soul coins. What? The so-called sincere price was merely a reduction of 100 gold soul coins from the original sum. rendering it indistinguishable from the initial price. It was akin to wrapping a hammer in paper, claiming protective measures had been taken, assuring one could safely endure a blow. There was no difference from an unwrapped hammer. It was utterly absurd. Even the usually good-natured Tang San furrowed his brow. 30,000 gold soul coins would not suffice even if they emptied the entirety of their resources. Xiaoyu, let us depart. Qin Yu let out a resigned sigh. To be honest, there was a fleeting moment when he truly wished to give the unscrupulous merchant before him a good thrashing, but he feared he might not prevail. You must purchase today, whether you wish to or not, the merchant declared. However, the middle-aged man merely waved his hand, and a gust of wind abruptly slammed the door shut, leaving Qin Yu and his companions in a dismal mood. Sir, business is not conducted in such a manner. The eyes of Qin Yu had transformed into two abysses. He was prepared to respond immediately to any actions from his opponent. However, the middle-aged man suddenly caught sight of the 24 bridges under the bright moon, which was entwined around Tang San's waist. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing a complex mixture of joy and astonishment. Subsequently, this individual unexpectedly stepped aside and refrained from discussing matters of compensation, even going so far as to gift the piece of crystal to Tang San without charge. Since you desire this stone, take it. Consider this a test I set for you. Well done, you have passed. With that, the middle-aged man disregarded the bewildered expressions of Qin Yu and the others, reclining once more in his rocking chair, gently swaying as he drifted back into slumber. We are grateful, esteemed elder. Dust Feather gently performed a bow, shouldering the enormous crystal as he proceeded towards the door. Once the trio had departed, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Gang, at long last. Shall we brothers join forces once more? Chapter 48. The Battle with Qin Wu, Part 1. Due to the immense size of the slab crystal, it was impossible to maneuver within the confines of the Rose Hotel, prompting Dust Feather and his companions to venture into the outskirts. Xiao San, Xiaoyu, what piques your interest in this dark, massive stone? Does it conceal some profound secret? Tang San affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head and remarked. This is all thanks to Xiaoyu's discerning eye, capable of unearthing this treasure amidst a heap of refuse. This slab crystal is worth countless times more than any gem. A true king among jewels. Tang San traced the irregular patterns of the slab crystal, astonished to find no signs of cracks. It bore no evidence of impurities. The gold within this crystal must be exceptionally pure. In his grasp, Qin Yu firmly held a formidable iron hammer, with a surge of strength in his arms. The weighty hammerhead, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, descended violently upon the crystalline board. Crack! Yet, the sound of shattering did not emanate from the board itself, but rather from the iron hammer in Qin Yu's hands. Astonishingly, the hammerhead, forged from iron ingots, fragmented into 4 or 5 pieces. What kind of construction was this crystalline board that rendered it so remarkably resilient? A typical forging hammer could not possibly inflict any damage upon the board's exterior. Xiaoyu, coordinate with me, Tang San commanded, inhaling deeply. In the palm of his left hand, a hammer-shaped martial spirit gradually became distinct. As Tang San infused his soul power into the Haotian hammer, the small hammer's size instantly surged several dozen times. Simultaneously, behind Qin Yu, a majestic dragon phoenix martial spirit stood proudly in midair. The enormous dragon claws gripped the handle of the Haotian hammer, and then, with tremendous effort, the hammer, weighing thousands of pounds, was forcefully lifted. Shatter it for me. As Dust Feather and Tang San exerted their combined strength, the colossal Haotian hammer descended upon the crystalline surface, causing a pronounced fissure to cleave through the hardened shell from top to bottom. The very ground trembled violently, a testament to the immense power of this strike. Almost immediately, fine cracks radiated outward from this central fracture, resembling a spider's web that enveloped the entire crystal. In a singular moment, the entire crystalline structure shattered explosively, showering the surroundings with shards, among which were nearly 100 minuscule, golden particles akin to grains of rice. This was the coveted gold that Dust Feather and Tang San had longed for, the very essence from which the Dragonbeard needle was crafted. At that instant, several figures cloaked in black, their faces shrouded in cloth, emerged from all directions, each of them unmistakably at the level of a third ring soul master. Qin Wu, it seems you are still unable to maintain your composure. With but a fleeting glance, Qin Yu discerned the origins of these individuals. In the entirety of Soto City, the sole person with whom Qin Yu harbored a grudge was Qin Wu. I had previously issued a warning, and this time I shall not hold back. With a swift inhalation, several golden particles fell into Qin Yu's palm. After being infused with soul energy, these diminutive spherical grains transformed into fine needles as slender as a strand of cow hair. In an instant, with a casual flick of his hand, the golden needles vanished without a sound into the air. Subsequently, the black-clad assailants, who had been charging forward, uttered muffled groans as they plummeted from the sky one by one. The technique recently employed by Qin Yu is known as spring breeze transforming rain, a method that allows concealed weapons to momentarily vanish from the opponent's sight. Coupled with the inherently diminutive size of the dragon whisker needle, it becomes even more challenging to detect beforehand. Qin Wu, since you have arrived, why do you hesitate to reveal yourself and make an appearance? The gaze of Qin Yu lingered on the desolate hillside, and soon, the figure of Qin Wu emerged slowly from behind it. Qin Yu, it seems I have underestimated you, he remarked. In merely 6 short years, your prowess has advanced to the point of effortlessly vanquishing soul masters of the soul sovereign rank. Truly, you are a prodigy of youth. After breaking through to the Soul King level, Qin Wu acquired his first 10,000-year soul ring, which emboldened him to brazenly attempt to eliminate Qin Yu. However, to Qin Wu's surprise, Qin Yu's strength had increased tenfold compared to before. Qin Wu, I had thought you would be wise enough to keep a low profile, yet I did not anticipate that you, like Mo Tianqing, would prove to be utterly foolish. Do you really believe that having entered the Soul King realm secures your victory over me? Dusty feathers enveloped the scene as Tang San and Xiao Wu formed a triangular formation, encircling Qin Wu in the center. Ha ha ha, the arrogance lies with you, he proclaimed. Had I not secretly poisoned Mo Tianqing beforehand? Do you truly believe that with your meager skills, you could withstand the might of a Soul King? Today, you shall witness the formidable strength of a Soul King. With a fierce grip, Qin Wu's palm clenched tightly, revealing 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. An immense surge of soul power emanated from him, creating a powerful tempest that shattered the surrounding flora. Qin Wu's prowess eclipsed that of Mo Tianqing by several magnitudes. It seemed that today was destined to be a grueling battle. Though Qin Yu appeared calm on the surface, deep within, he was brimming with caution. The manifestation of the martial soul. Qin Wu's martial soul took the form of a fiery giant lizard, inherently imbued with the power of flames. At the moment the martial soul emerged, the surrounding flora spontaneously ignited. The first soul skill, Fire Lizard Armor. Rather than launching an immediate assault, Qin Wu opted to envelop himself in a layer of fiery armor, evidently impressed by Qin Yu's prowess in close combat. Subsequently, the second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously upon him. The second soul skill, Raging Inferno. The third soul skill, Meteoric Impact. A circular wave of flames erupted around Qin Wu, howling outward and incinerating rocks in its path with its terrifying heat. Simultaneously, a dark shadow loomed over Qin Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, as 3 enormous fireballs, each nearly 10 meters in diameter, plummeted downwards, resembling meteors descending from the heavens. Humph! Such a trivial century-old soul skill dares to present itself for ridicule. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, director attacks at Qin Wu's essence. I shall handle these 2 soul skills. A resounding melody of dragon's roar and phoenix's cry emanated from Qin Yu, as 3 soul rings simultaneously descended upon the figure of Ing Tianlong Huang. The second soul skill, Dragon's Descent. Cheney slowly raised his right arm, and in an instant, the celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit transformed into a finely crafted sword. Approximately 3 feet in length, intricately etched with a lifelike dragon phoenix motif along its blade. As Cheney executed a swift downward strike, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted within a 100-meter radius, obliterating the 2 soul skills unleashed by Qin Wu in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already closed in on Qin Wu's corporeal form. How could a mere soul sovereign unleash such a terrifying assault? If I do not eliminate this wretch today, I shall know no peace. Qin Wu was taken aback by Cheney's formidable second soul skill. This strike was nearly on par with Qin Wu's own full-powered attack. Moreover, it appeared that Cheney had yet to exert his full strength. With his 4th soul skill, Fire Lizard Charge, 2 identical fiery giant lizards suddenly erupted from Qin Wu, crashing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu respectively. These could be considered Qin Wu's soul power avatars. Although each lizard retained only about 10 to 12% of his strength, they could momentarily hinder Tang, San, and Xiao Wu. In Qin Wu's estimation, it should not be difficult to deal with these 2, as their soul power barely reached the 29th rank. However, he overlooked a crucial point. These 3 young individuals were far from easy adversaries. With his second soul skill, Enchantment, Xiao Wu's eyes radiated a pink glow. The moment Qin Wu's gaze briefly met hers, a subtle wave of dizziness washed over him. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Sen entwined the blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu's waist and executed a meteor hammer, launching her towards Qin Wu. Meanwhile, Tang Sen adeptly evaded the fiery giant lizard's assault using his ghost shadow perplexing track. Chapter 49, Battle Against Qin Wu, Part 2. With his first soul skill, Waist Bow, Xiao Wu gathered strength in her waist, her long legs poised to close in on Qin Wu. Yet, it must be noted that Qin Wu was engulfed in raging flames, and Xiao Wu lacked any fire-resistant gear. Approaching recklessly was hardly a prudent course of action. Just then, countless strands of blue-silver grass sprouted from beneath Qin Wu's feet, enveloping him like a zongzi, though the internal blue-silver grass was continuously consumed by the flames. The newly sprouted grass could replenish it timely. This was Tang San's first soul skill, Entanglement, with the blue-silver grass providing a barrier against the flames. Xiao Wu's first soul skill successfully struck Qin Wu. Whoosh! A massive cocoon of blue-silver grass was hurled into the air by Xiao Wu, and she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Qin Wu. Ultimately, a powerful kick landed squarely on Qin Wu's head, causing him to let out a cry as his body crashed heavily into the ground. The combined might of the two great soul masters was astonishing, leaving Qin Wu profoundly shocked. With his third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike, suddenly, Dust Feather leaped high from behind Tang San, his right arm adorned with an intricate array of densely packed dragon scales. From his clenched fist emerged a pair of sharp dragon horns. As Dust Feather unleashed his punch, a magnificent golden azure dragon surged forth with an unparalleled and formidable momentum, crashing into Qin Wu. With a resounding thud, the two dragon horns effortlessly tore through Qin Wu's fiery armor, leaving behind two gaping, bowl-sized wounds on his chest, through which fragments of mangled internal organs could be faintly discerned. The second and third soul rings of Chunyu are both Millennium Soul rings awarded by the system, perfectly aligning with the attributes of the Qingtian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul, allowing Chunyu to wield them with unparalleled ease. How is this even possible? Qin Wu could never have anticipated the seamless synergy among Chunyu and his companions. Every combination of their attacks flowed flawlessly without a hint of interruption. The moment Xiao Wu successfully employed her charm skill, Qin Wu's fate was sealed. Gushing forth another mouthful of blood, Qin Wu felt Chunyu's fist shatter his heart. Even if a tidal Douluo were to descend, it would not alter his destiny. Yet, Qin Wu struggled to rise from the ground, tilting his head back to swallow an entire vial of soul transformation pills. Let it all be destroyed together. A terrifying blood mist enveloped Qin Wu, and this final strike would represent the pinnacle of his existence. Fifth soul skill, Blood Flame Explosion. At this moment, the Soul Millennium Soul ring upon Qin Wu's body was shrouded in the blood mist, its hue deepening ominously. Simultaneously, his skin and muscles tore apart, and even his bones began to fracture inch by inch. Qin Wu was resolutely attempting to self-destruct, aiming to elevate the power of his fifth soul skill to unprecedented heights. Humph, attempting to employ self-destruction in my presence? Is that not a flight of fancy? Had this been before today, I would have had no means to counter it. But now at this moment, Chunyu had retracted his Ingtian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul and was once again absorbing several golden particles from the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Wu was enveloped by a crimson flame, the astonishing temperature transforming the earth beneath him into molten lava. Blood Flame Explosion was an explosive soul skill with a rather straightforward principle. It concentrated the soul power within Qin Wu's body into a single point, causing intense friction between the soul powers to generate searing heat. Qin Wu then transmitted this ferocious energy through his fists and feet to his opponent, reducing them to ashes. In pursuit of this soul ring, Qin Wu had sacrificed numerous subordinates, yet he did not anticipate that before he could unleash this soul skill, he would be defeated. Teetering on the brink of death, had he foreseen such a fate, he might have employed this ultimate soul skill from the very beginning, but alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Mutual destruction became Qin Wu's final choice. However, at that moment, Chunyu suddenly vanished from his sight. Almost immediately, several golden rays pierced through the crimson flames enveloping him, entering Qin Wu's body. The special crystal known as the Bored Crystal was formed through millions of years of Earth's compression and magma's refinement, and the golden threads it nurtured were remarkably resilient, impervious even to molten lava. A mere hint of blood flame could not deter the dragon whisker needle. Initially, Qin Wu was oblivious to Chun Yu's intentions. But where the dragon whisker needle pierced, a massive bulge immediately formed, ensnaring the muscles within. Although Qin Wu felt no pain at that moment, the previously chaotic energy within him was now being incessantly released. Every soul master possesses a fixed path for the circulation of their soul power, and just now, I used the dragon whisker needle to strike a critical acupoint on you, reversing the flow of your internal soul power. Now, you have lost even the qualification for self-detonation. If Qin Wu did not opt for self-detonation, Qin Yu could not fully grasp the trajectory of his internal soul power. Yet the violent soul power generated by a self-detonation would concentrate in those acupoints. As long as Qin Yu exerted a slight maneuver to disrupt these critical soul powers, Qin Wu's body would collapse like a punctured balloon, unable to retain any soul power. Qin Yu, just as Qin Wu intended to lunge at Qin Yu, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, and he fell directly to the ground. In Qin Yu's eyes, there was neither sorrow nor joy. He cast a fleeting glance at Qin Wu, who lay upon the ground. I have already afforded you an opportunity, yet lamentably, you failed to appreciate it. A flash of crimson light surged forth, as the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger extinguished the last vestige of life within Qin Wu. Both former lords of Nodding City had perished at the hands of Qin Yu. Whether this was the will of fate or the result of their own folly remained uncertain. Young Master Qin, do you still require my invitation to emerge? Qin Yu retracted the bloodthirsty dagger adorned with tiger stripes and spoke softly. It turned out that not only Qin Wu, but also Qin Shuang had followed him. However, at this moment, the esteemed young master of the Qin family had collapsed entirely. Resembling a puddle of mud sprawled upon the ground. His father, a formidable Soul King expert, had fallen before Qin Yu as if he were naught but a common fowl. Succumbing after only a few exchanges, this left Qin Shuang's fragile psyche utterly shattered, devoid of any courage to confront Qin Yu directly. It was likely that for the rest of his days, Qin Shuang would be haunted by nightly terrors, with Qin Yu as the central figure of his nightmares. Qin Yu, I beg you, do not take my life. Qin Shuang stumbled, injuring himself with each step, and in the short span of 100 meters. He had rendered himself bruised and battered, stripped of any semblance of a young masteress demeanor. Then, provide me with a reason not to kill you. With a hint of amusement, Qin Yu remarked that from the very beginning, Qin Shuang had never captured his attention. A mere ant was hardly worthy of the regard of a true dragon. I am willing to serve you as a loyal servant, as long as you spare my life. Qin Shuang, in a desperate bid for survival, had forsaken his dignity, prompting Qin Yu to shake his head. Such a person was not only unfit to become a powerful soul master, but scarcely deserving of being called a person of integrity. The thought of killing him seemed beneath Qin Yu, who felt that even his hands might become sullied. Leave now, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Chapter 50. Extraordinary talent shocks the academy. Following the incident with Qin Wu, Qin Yu and his companions enjoyed several blissful days in Soto City. A period that could be described as Qin Yu's most leisurely time. On the fourth day, they checked out of their accommodations. For today, it marked the first day of enrollment at the Shrek Academy. Although there were no fewer than 5 or 6 intermediate Soul Master Academies in Soto City, a long queue had already formed before the gates of Shrek Academy. Among those waiting were both elegantly dressed nobles and ordinary commoners, indicating that Shrek Academy did not discriminate based on the background of its applicants. This principle of equal treatment endeared Qin Yu to the academy even more. Having surpassed the age of 13, he was deemed ineligible for admission. Next, the sole criterion for enrollment at Shrek Academy was that only monsters were accepted. Here, monsters did not refer to frightful appearances but rather to extraordinary talents. The first stipulation for candidates was that their age must not exceed 13 years, and their soul power must reach the level of a great soul master. It is worth noting that on Douluo continent, one could only awaken their martial soul at the age of 6, and achieving a soul power level of 20 within 6 years posed a significant challenge. Even someone like Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power, managed to reach only the 29th level of soul power in that time. Thus, had Tang San not been endowed with innate full soul power, he would merely have barely met the admission threshold, despite the long queue ahead of Qin Yu. The speed of the initial screening was remarkably swift. In just 10 minutes, it was Tang San's turn. The teacher conducting the bone age test turned out to be a soul emperor, indicating that the faculty at Shrek Academy was quite impressive. Age, 12, soul power, 29. Martial soul, blue silvergrass. The soul emperor instructor lifted his head for the first time, noting that Tang San was the first candidate to pass the test that day. A mere blue-silver grass martial soul has actually reached the 29th level. Young lad, you are indeed a little monster. Take this form and proceed to the next round of testing. Thank you, instructor. Tang Sen accepted his form and, under the envious gazes of many, walked slowly into Shrek Academy. Age, 12, martial soul, soft bone rabbit, also with a soul power of 29. Just as Tang Sen departed, Xiao Wu arrived. Both of the same age and possessing equivalent soul power, evoking an exhilarating sensation akin to winning a grand prize for the Soul Emperor. When it was Qin Yu's turn, as he unleashed his martial soul, the Soul Emperor appeared momentarily paralyzed by the sheer pressure of the pure dragon phoenix, plummeting from his chair to the ground. An extraordinary beast martial soul? Ding! The celestial dragon phoenix martial soul instilled on the Soul Emperor, yielding a shock value of 99 and a reward of an additional 10 points in martial soul growth. It is noteworthy that within the entire Shrek Academy, only one individual possesses a supreme martial soul, albeit one with flaws, whereas Qin Yu's martial soul is flawless in its magnificence. The mentor's gaze instantly transformed into one of fervent intensity, recognizing that such prodigies invariably fall under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. Today, Shrek Academy had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Little one, should you choose to join our Shrek Academy, I shall exempt you from all subsequent assessments. Upon utterance of this statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone longed to trade places with Qin Yu. Was the disparity between individuals truly so vast? They had toiled tirelessly to prove themselves, while Qin Yu faced no such trials to become a member of Shrek. Mentor, I believe I shall forego this privilege, as it contradicts the admission principles of Shrek Academy. Qin Yu took a deep breath, and the soul rings beneath his feet illuminated one by one. A terrifying surge of soul power sent waves of fear rippling through the queue of young ones, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. 1, 2, 3 soul rings. Could it be that he had already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign? Soul Sovereign. Such simple words bore the weight of a towering peak in the hearts of all. An insurmountable Mount Everest. While we toil tirelessly yet have yet to reach the level of Great Soul Master, here you are, of the same age as us, having cultivated to the Soul Sovereign rank. How can one possibly endure such disparity? Ding! The astonishing level of soul power stunned the entire assembly, granting all soul rings an enhancement of 100 years. Soul Sovereign. The gleam of surprise in the mentor's eyes intensified. With an exceptional martial spirit coupled with the prowess of a Soul Sovereign, he was truly a prodigy among prodigies, a monster among monsters. Ha ha! The dean will surely be overjoyed to have recruited this little marvel this year. Young one, do enter. The mentor, treating him as if he were his own grandson, eagerly ushered Qin Yu into Shrek Academy. This only incited a chorus of envious and jealous lamentations. Oh heaven, I can't bear to live any longer. The disparity between people is truly unbearable. Is this the stark difference between genius and mediocrity? It is all too real. As Qin Yu stepped into the academy, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar visage, Dai Mu Bai, with whom he had previously experienced a minor altercation at the Rose Hotel. Indeed, he was a student of Shrek Academy. You have indeed arrived, he declared. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dai Mu Bai, a student who enrolled at Shrek Academy 3 years ago, making me somewhat of a senior to you. In the coming years, we shall walk side by side as brothers and sisters. Regarding our previous encounter, I acknowledge my fault and wish to extend my sincerest apologies. Dai Mu Bai bowed respectfully, yet was promptly halted by both Qin Yu and Tang San. From this point forward, we are all classmates. As the saying goes, one must not fight to truly know another. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Yu and Tang San are not the type to harbor grudges. However, Xiao does have some reservations about Dai Mu Bai, as his flamboyant playboy persona can indeed be off-putting to young ladies. Just then, another person entered through the door, a cold-faced young girl whose striking figure belied her tender age of merely 11 or 12. Upon seeing this enchanting beauty, Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted from surprise to an awkward smile, revealing an undeniable familiarity between them, hinting at a past entanglement of sorts. Yet, the icy beauty merely cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mu Bai, her eyes filled with an unmistakable chill and an aura of menace. Dai, my friend, I remarked. Have you perhaps wronged her in some way? That look in her eyes suggests she might wish to see you suffer. Qin Yu whispered softly into Dai Mu Bai's ear, expressing a flicker of interest in the gossip at hand. Ahem, let us discuss this later, shall we? Dai Mu Bai cleared his throat, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the cold-faced beauty, a stark contrast to the charming playboy he was known to be, who effortlessly navigated through the flower-laden gatherings. He now appeared as a remorseful heartbreaker, burdened by guilt. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ning Rongrong, and we shall all be classmates from here on. I look forward to your guidance. Shortly thereafter, another individual entered, distinguished from the cold-faced beauty by her vivacious spirit, instantly uplifting the atmosphere. Chenyu, Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing. Each person offered a brief introduction, and then Dai Mubai interjected. The number of participants is sufficient, please follow me. It seemed that Dai Mubai was apprehensive about interacting with the cold-faced beauty, as he swiftly took hold of Tang San and Chenyu, leading them into the academy. Prepare yourselves, for the upcoming challenge is exceedingly formidable. Along the way, Dai Mubai cautioned in a serious tone. Chapter 51, The Unmovable King Zhao Wujia, Part 1. Boss Dai, I trust this assessment won't involve a sparring match with you, will it? With a teasing tone, Chenyu remarked, if that is the case, then this assessment seems rather effortless. Dai Mubai gave a wry smile and shook his head. Indeed, as Chenyu had mentioned, the original content of the assessment involved engaging in 100 rounds of combat with Dai Mubai, where victory was deemed successful if he remained undefeated. However, Dai Mubai had recently received new information regarding the assessment. This time, the examiner for Chenyu and the others was not Dai Mubai, but the legendary figure known as the Unyielding King, Zhao Wujing. The Unyielding King was a celebrated hero in the realm of soul masters, having once defeated numerous formidable soul sages while at the soul emperor level and single-handedly dismantled 10 mid-sized sects overnight. His exploits ultimately attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall, which dispatched a soul Douluo alongside 10 soul sages to eliminate Zhao Wujing. Yet, in a moment of life and death, Zhao Wujing astonishingly broke through to the soul sage rank, fueled by the enhancement of his martial spirit's true form. He managed to slay several soul sages and severely injure the soul Douluo, ultimately escaping with his life. This battle established Zhao Wujing's illustrious reputation within the soul master community. Yet he subsequently vanished from public view. To everyone's astonishment, he had now become a mentor at Shrek Academy. What kind of institution was Shrek Academy that even someone of the caliber of the Unyielding King would choose to be affiliated with it? Of course, Chenyu had heard of the formidable reputation of the immovable king, Zhao Wujia, and the thought of soon encountering such a fierce figure stirred a sense of excitement within him. However, the others did not share Chenyu's ease, particularly Ning Rongrong, who was now covering her crimson lips in astonishment. According to rumors, had not the immovable king perished after falling from a cliff? How could it be? Dai Mubai gestured for silence and whispered, "Shoo, keep your voice down. The secret that teacher Zhao is still alive is known to only a select few. If the Spirit Hall were to discover it, it could lead to considerable trouble. Moreover, teacher Zhao is no longer the wrathful king he once was. His temperament has mellowed significantly." "Oh," Ning Rongrong replied, nodding her head and promptly sealing her lips. As they proceeded, Chenyu noticed something peculiar, despite Shrek Academy's modest size. The atmosphere seemed rather desolate. Aside from Dai Mubai, they had yet to encounter any other students from Shrek. Were they all in class at this hour? Dai Mubai, just how many teachers and students does Shrek Academy actually have? Curiosity piqued, Chenyu inquired. Suddenly, Dai Mubai hesitated, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Well, Shrek Academy has a total of 17 mentors, but currently, there are only 3 students. What? Dai Mubai's words left everyone astonished. In such a vast academy, to have merely 3 students must surely make it the only soul master institution on the entire Douluo continent where the number of mentors surpasses that of the students. Could this be the legendary private aristocratic academy where 5 mentors instruct a single student? How extravagantly lavish. Actually, before you arrived, Shrek Academy hadn't enrolled any new students for a full 2 years, so Chenyu, you must put forth your utmost effort. It has been far too long since I have met new friends. Before long, the group arrived at the central square of Shrek Academy, where a robust man stood in the very center, arms crossed. Although he had yet to release even a hint of soul power, the air around him seemed to grow exceptionally heavy. It was as if his mere presence could resonate with the very heavens and earth. Is this the terrifying power of the immovable king? Indeed, formidable. CHNY's expression tightened. It seemed that the formidable Zhao WJ could effortlessly crush a soul king like QNW with but a mere pinky. For the first time, a hint of anxiety crept into CHNY's heart as he realized that his group was to confront such a daunting adversary. Shall be I, he mused. It is surprising that so many lesser monsters have successfully passed through the preliminary tests. It appears that our Shrek Academy shall not be as quiet as before. The burly man, just as CHNY had anticipated, was none other than the unmoving King Zhao WJ. As Zhao WJ opened his eyes, an invisible pressure enveloped all present. Ning or NGR Ing and ZHZHQ Ing found their knees buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. I presume Xiaobia has informed you of my identity, Zhao WJ declared. Indeed, I am the notoriously infamous Zhao WJ of the Soul Master realm. A level 76 battle Soul Master, wielding the formidable martial soul of the great strength Diamond Bear, and I shall serve as the examiner for your final assessment. My evaluation criteria are straightforward. If you can withstand my presence for the duration of a stick of incense, you shall be deemed successful. To ensure fairness, I shall seal my soul power to that of a Soul Master level. With that, Zhao WJ produced a stick of incense, flicking it with his finger, causing the slender stick to embed itself into the hard stone floor. Simultaneously, the other end ignited due to the intense friction. You have the duration of an incense stick to discuss your tactics. The assessment shall commence thereafter. Upon finishing his words, Zhao WJ returned to his previous position, closing his eyes once more in contemplation. Time was of the essence. CHNY and TNS needed to devise a sound strategy promptly. Otherwise, given their current abilities, it was unlikely they would last even a single round against Teacher Zhao. I was acutely aware of Zhao WJ's prowess and all his soul abilities. Even if Zhao WJ restrained his soul power, he could still rival the peak of Soul Kings. Teacher Zhao's martial soul, the great strength Diamond Bear, was a top-tier beast martial soul, excelling in defense and strength, with speed being his only notable weakness. Thus, their strategy could be crafted with this in mind. TNSN and CHNY exchanged nods, their minds quickly formulating a rough tactical design. As we are meeting for the first time and remain unaware of each other's martial soul capabilities, allow me to introduce myself first. I am CHNY, and my martial soul is the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix, akin to Big Brother DI, a three-ringed soul master. Upon uttering these words, not only did Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing display expressions of astonishment, but even the distant Zhao Wujia revealed a look of shock. No, it cannot be. Your age is comparable to mine, and yet you have already attained the rank of a soul master of the three souls. How foolish of me to consider myself a genius. In comparison to you, I am utterly humiliated. This is truly disheartening. Ning Rongrong felt an immense blow to her spirit. Her once prided talent for cultivation, when juxtaposed with Qinyu, seemed utterly trivial. Alas, it is merely luck, nothing more. Qinyu scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile. Ding. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing expressed their dismay, while Zhao Wujie internally mused that he truly was a little monster, with an average shock value of 99, resulting in an increase of 150 years to his soul ring's lifespan. Tang San, with his blue-silver grass martial spirit, was recognized as a 29th level control system soul master. Shortly thereafter, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit astonished everyone once more. It was understandable that Qinyu, with his exceptional beast martial spirit, could cultivate so rapidly, but blue-silver grass was universally acknowledged as a useless martial spirit. How could it possibly cultivate at such a pace? Could a genius truly play the game this way? The teacher had once said that there are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters. Even a seemingly useless martial spirit possesses its own advantages. Tang San smiled faintly, undeterred by the stigma attached to blue-silver grass. This Tang San was indeed intriguing. He might well become a formidable powerhouse in the future. Zhao Wujia thoroughly agreed with Tang San's recent remarks, recognizing that a martial spirit is merely one facet of a soul master's strength. To become a truly powerful soul master, a steadfast heart is the key. Chapter 52, Unmoved King Zhao Wujia, Part 2. Next, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing introduced their respective martial spirits and soul power levels. I am Xiao Wu. As in dance, with the martial spirit Soft Bone Rabbit, a 29th level assault system soul master, Xiao Wu remained her lively self, seemingly unaffected by the impending battle. Zhu Zhuqing, with her martial spirit, the Nether Spirit Cat, was a 27th level agility system soul master. She maintained her icy demeanor, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support system soul master, proudly spoke of her martial spirit, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. As she mentioned her martial spirit, she lifted her head with an air of pride. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. It turned out that this young girl was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. It remained to be seen whether she could adapt to the atmosphere of Shrek Academy. A faint smile graced Zhao Wuji's lips. It seemed that this generation of little monsters might create miracles for Shrek. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. You are a direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, Dai Mubai exclaimed. As one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, though lacking the number of high-level soul masters found in the other 2 sects, possessed the renowned auxiliary martial spirit, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. A rumor circulated within the soul master community that a soul Douluo, with the aid of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, could contend evenly with a title Douluo of level 92. Although the difference between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is but a single character, their strengths are worlds apart. Yet the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile could bridge this vast chasm, illustrating the immense power of its auxiliary capabilities. Excellent. With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, the gap between you and teacher Zhao will narrow significantly. Due to Dai Mubai's inability to participate in the battle, Chen Yu and Tang San devised a strategy that placed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as the primary attackers, while they themselves would provide assistance from the flanks. Ning Rongrong stood at the rear, enhancing the group's capabilities with the effects of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The rationale behind this tactical decision was quite simple. Even the clumsy Zhao Wuji would hesitate to genuinely harm 2 fragile young women. Chen Yu and Tang San evidently recognized this, thus positioning Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing at the forefront. However, in reality, they served merely as a distraction, with the true offensive responsibilities resting on Chen Yu and Tang San. Naturally, Chen Yu would not allow Zhao Wuji to perceive this strategy until the last possible moment. The brief span of incense quickly elapsed, and Zhao Wuji reopened his eyes, noticing that these little ones appeared drastically different from before. Within that short duration, Chen Yu and Tang San had skillfully tailored a strategic arrangement that capitalized on each individual's strengths while compensating for their weaknesses. This alone prompted Zhao Wuji to nod in approval. Ready, little monsters? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the forefront, with Chen Yu closely following, while Tang San positioned himself beside the soul support soul master, Ning Rongrong. This formation of 3 at the front and 2 at the back was indeed quite rare. Zhao Wuji had anticipated that this group of youngsters would charge forward recklessly, employing various techniques. He was pleasantly surprised to see them adopt a strategy of retreating to advance in the face of the impending confrontation. Teacher Zhao, we seek your guidance. With a respectful fist salute, Chen Yu summoned the celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit, which soared majestically into the heavens. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine beast caused Zhao Wuji to involuntarily retreat a step back. Truly, this was an extraordinary beast martial spirit. Even I felt a sense of oppression. The disparity between a soul sovereign and a soul saint spans several formidable realms. Yet the sheer might of the martial spirit compelled the formidable Zhao Wuji, at level 76, to take a step back. Chen Yu stands as a pioneer, unmatched in history. However, such feats alone cannot secure your ultimate victory. Zhao Wuji smiled faintly, as a colossal bear, enveloped in golden radiance, rose behind him. A formidable and indomitable aura suddenly surged forth from this mighty diamond bear. So, this is Teacher Zhao's diamond bear martial spirit. Indeed, it is immensely powerful. With a deft wave of his single palm, Chen Yu conjured a shield of pure dragon and phoenix essence, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. Although the surface of the shield rippled incessantly, it steadfastly resisted the overwhelming force emanating from Zhao Wuji's. At last, Tang San made his move, unleashing his first soul skill. Bind. Countless strands of blue-silver grass slithered forth like the serpentine mandrake, instantly ensnaring Zhao Wuji's legs and waist. Initially, Zhao Wuji's remained indifferent, but as he exerted a slight effort, his expression shifted dramatically. The resilience of the blue-silver grass exceeded his expectations, rivaling even the famed thorns of the thorn martial spirit. Was this truly the so-called useless blue-silver grass martial spirit? It evidently possessed some hidden merit. Were it a typical soul master, it would likely struggle to break free from Tang San's grasp, yet now it faced Zhao Wuji's, who, albeit having sealed his soul power, still far surpassed the level of a soul master. With his first soul skill, Unmoving King Body, Zhao Wuji's radiated a brilliant golden light, causing the encroaching blue-silver grass to recoil violently. In tandem, his second soul ring illuminated. With his second soul skill, Mighty King Palm, Zhao Wuji's hands transformed into colossal appendages, gathering a devastating force within his palms. Watch out. This is Teacher Zhao's attacking soul skill, Mighty King Palm. Dai Mubai exclaimed just as a dragon-shaped illusion flashed before them, upon which Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood. Rather than retreating, the dragon apparition surged forward, brazenly charging towards Zhao Wuji's. Was this not akin to a moth drawn to the flame? The answer was decidedly no. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's was engulfed by a multitude of blue-silver grass, wrapping around him in an instant. This was Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism, derived from a plant soul beast known as Ghost Vine, which bestowed upon him the ability to parasitize. The blue-silver grass that had just entwined Zhao Wuji's now scattered its seeds upon him. With merely a thought, Tang San could command these seeds to grow rapidly, interrupting Zhao Wuji's second soul skill. With a roar, the dragon illusion dissipated, coalescing in Chun Yu's hand into a resplendent sword, its radiant aura locking Zhao Wuji's gaze and raising the hairs on his arms. This was Chun Yu's second soul skill, Dragon Slash. In a swift motion, a formidable sword beam, stretching several dozen meters, descended upon Zhao Wuji's, cleaving through his unmoving king body with bone-chilling sharpness. Following closely, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing executed their second soul skills, Enchantment. The crimson hue in Xiao Wu's eyes ensnared the distracted Zhao Wuji's in a delusion, while his surging soul power abruptly stilled. With her second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws, they pressed their advantage. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers sprouted sharp claws, her most formidable weapon. In the span of a mere second, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, striking hundreds of times. Yet, even without employing his soul power for defense, Zhao Wuji bore only faint white marks upon his body from her lethal talons. Truly, the immovable king possessed an astonishing level of physical defense. If your claws prove ineffective, then I shall render you unconscious. With a surge of strength, Xiao Wu tightened her long legs around Zhao Wuji's head, effortlessly lifting the towering figure, which stood over 2 meters tall, from the ground. She then executed a swift maneuver, causing Zhao Wuji's head to make intimate contact with the earth. Chapter 53. The Immovable King Zhao Wuji, Part 2, Bang. The tremendous impact reverberated through the entire plaza, and a crimson horn protruded from Zhao Wuji's forehead. So, Tang San, your fair companion is quite formidable indeed, Dai Mubai remarked, initially inclined to use the term ferocious but quickly opting for a more suitable description upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's swollen brow. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of frustration. He had never anticipated that a mere girl could inflict such an injury upon him, a great soul saint. If word of this were to spread, where would the dignity of the immovable king reside? Little monsters, I shall no longer hold back. The playful demeanor faded, replaced by an intense seriousness in his gaze. Dai Mubai, noticing this shift, felt a chill of foreboding. Zhao Laoshe had become earnest. Chen Yu, be cautious. Zhao Laoshe is about to get serious. Tang San reacted even more swiftly than Dai Mubai. In the very instant Dai Mubai's warning escaped his lips, 2 strands of blue-silver grass swiftly coiled around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists, yanking them back just in time. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light surged from Zhao Wuji, and a terrifying wave of soul power radiated outward, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. Chaos Spirit Body, activate. With deliberate intent, Chen Yu activated the Chaos Spirit Body, continuously infusing the Chaos Soul power into the Yingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul. The Dragon Phoenix, which had previously measured merely a few meters in length, now swelled to an impressive 100 meters, its formidable presence capturing the attention of all within Shrek Academy. The Chaos Dragon Phoenix struck. Its razor-sharp claws descended with an unmatched ferocity upon Zhao Wuji, dispersing the soul power he had just summoned. Little fellow, you lack martial ethics. Zhao Wuji did not anticipate that Chun Yu would deny him the chance to gather strength. The timing of this claw attack was impeccable, disrupting the flow of soul power just as Zhao Wuji was on the brink of unleashing his soul skill. Such keen insight was likely beyond the reach of even the titled Douluos. Cough, cough, my apologies, Teacher Zhao. To endure even a moment in the presence of a soul saint like yourself, we must resort to some minor tactics. I hope you won't hold a grudge. Just as Zhao Wuji attempted to rise, he was met with another strike. Bang! Once more, Zhao Wuji found himself colliding with the ground, a fresh bump swelling upon his head. You insolent brat, I am on the verge of fury. Let me tell you, when I unleash my wrath, even ghosts will circle around me thrice. Yet, another slap awaited him. This time, not only Zhao Wuji but all present were left astounded. This was Zhao Wuji. And here was Chun Yu audaciously striking him repeatedly on the head. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. It is often said that one should not touch the tail of a tiger, nor the head of a bear. Chenyu, you best seek your fortune wisely. Dai Mubai fled a considerable distance without looking back, and shortly thereafter, the entire plaza transformed as if struck by a tsunami and earthquake, becoming unrecognizable in an instant. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's eyes had turned crimson, the fur of the great strength diamond bear shimmering with a hint of red. As waves of devastating power erupted from him. This is truly disastrous. We are in for a calamity now. Chenyu realized that the situation was dire. With the usage of the Chaos Dragon Phoenix already exhausted, there was no force left to thwart the rampaging black bear. The third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. A terrifying gravitational force descended upon all, centered around Zhao Wujia. Crack! Dust Feather and Tang San united to form a barrier of soul power, attempting to protect the young maidens. However, Zhao Wuji's gravitational force was far beyond the capabilities of a soul sage and a grand soul master to withstand. The soul power barrier shattered instantaneously. In that very moment, a distinctly different power surged forth from Dust Feather. This force, unlike the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul, embodied the essence of destruction, the divine punishment god-slaying sword. The second martial soul of Chenyu, under the immense pressure from the external environment, unexpectedly emanated a trace of sword intent. Merely this subtle essence of sword energy effortlessly cleaved through Zhao Wujia's gravity soul skill. You must leave this place at once. With the last remnants of his soul power, Chenyu expelled Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong from the arena. Alas, the frenzied Zhao Wujia had succumbed to madness. His fourth and fifth soul rings igniting simultaneously. The fourth soul skill, Precision Tracking. The fifth soul skill, Gravitational Compression. The gravity, which had been on the verge of collapsing, unexpectedly reformed, and this time it was even more terrifying than before. This force of gravity was not merely directed in one direction, but rather compressed from all sides, as if intent on reducing me to mere pulp. Simultaneously, Chenyu caught a faint whiff of honey, a scent that astonishingly emanated from his own being. Chenyu remained perplexed by the peculiar scent emanating from his being when a formidable bear paw suddenly descended upon him from above. The 7-star ghost steps. With each step, Chenyu's figure flickered in the air, creating several afterimages, leaving even Zhao Wujia momentarily perplexed as to which was the true form. However, to Chenyu's astonishment, Zhao Wujia's bare paw seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, swiftly locking onto Chenyu's true location. How peculiar. Did Zhao Wujia install a precision guidance system? How could he possibly see through my deceptions? The failure of the 7-star ghost steps caught Chenyu off guard, plunging him into an unprecedented crisis. In truth, this was the ability of Zhao Wujia's fourth soul skill, once targeted. No matter where the individual hid or what evasive maneuvers were employed, escape from Zhao Wujia's pursuit was impossible. Even with his eyes closed, Zhao Wujia would strike true. At that critical moment, a massive black hammer fell squarely upon Zhao Wujia's head, causing his already prominent flesh horns to double in size. Poor immovable Mingwang. Suffering yet another blow to the forehead in a single day, if it were an ordinary soul master, they might have been rendered an imbecile. Zhao Wujia's robust form sank deeply into the ground, leaving behind a substantial human-shaped crater. The words, 7th soul skill, martial soul true body resonated with an overwhelming aura of soul power, and a beam of golden light surged skyward from the earth. This was dire. Zhao Wujia had truly lost his mind, even resorting to his martial soul true body. At this moment, Dai Mubai could not merely stand by and watch. Once Zhao Wujia activated his martial soul true body, his power multiplied several times over. It was inconceivable that even formidable soul fighters could subdue him, let alone Chenyu and his companions. Xiao Ao, Fatty, come quickly. With the dean absent from the academy, Zhao Wujia was indeed the strongest individual at Shrek Academy. If he continued to rampage unchecked, the entire academy might be reduced to rubble. Oh dear, has teacher Zhao had won too many drinks again? Xiao Ao, a scruffy man with a beard and the aptly named Fatty, resembling a round, plump ball, hurriedly rushed out, only to witness Zhao Wujia in his martial soul true body, brandishing a colossal stone and wreaking havoc. Surrounding Zhao Wujia were Chenyu and his band of youngsters. Chapter 54. The Impact of Flesh Bullets. Fatty, stop watching the show. Teacher Zhao has been provoked into a frenzy by those newly admitted little ones, and it seems to have awakened the murderous intent buried deep within him. If we can't hold out until the dean returns, Shrek Academy may face dire consequences. At this moment, other instructors in the academy, alerted by the commotion, gathered around. However, the composition of Shrek Academy's instructors was somewhat unique. Aside from the Soul Emperor Chenyu had previously encountered, The rest were predominantly support-type soul masters, lacking significant combat capabilities. You little ones have managed to push Zhao the Mad to this extent. I am truly witnessing something extraordinary. The Soul Emperor possesses the dragon-subduing staff as his martial soul, which is classified as a weapon-type martial soul. At this moment, he has summoned it forth. I will divert the attention of this ferocious bear. You little ones should run as far as you can. The task of obstructing a soul sage is inherently formidable, and the presence of an uncontrollable bear only exacerbates the Soul Emperor's pallor. Allow me to assist you, esteemed teacher. Ultimately, this predicament was instigated by Chun Yu, and given the current circumstances, he is unlikely to turn a blind eye. We shall lend a hand as well. Daimu Bai, accompanied by 2 soul masters of similar age to Chun Yu, joined the fray. You little rascals are truly reckless. In just one exchange, the Soul Emperor was forced to retreat in defeat. Fortunately, Tang Xin utilized his blue-silver grass to dissipate the impact. Otherwise, their mentor would have sustained further injuries. Let us all avoid direct confrontation with Teacher Zhao. If we can hold on until the Dean returns, we will be in good fortune. Daimu Bai, seemingly experienced in battling Zhao Wujie, promptly spoke up. It is easier said than done. Who among us does not feel trepidation before this towering bear? Especially when faced with Zhao Wujie's gravitational soul skill. Once ensnared, even Xin Yu and Tang San would struggle to extricate themselves, let alone the girls like Xiao Wu. Die. Xiao San, and I will engage Teacher Zhao directly. Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, you can use these concealed weapons to assist us from the sidelines. Ning Rongrong, you did not showcase your capabilities as a support soul master earlier. I hope you will not hold us back this time. As for these 2 brothers, Xin Yu was uncertain about the capabilities of the rotund man and the bearded elder, leaving him at a loss on how to position the 2. Oscar could be classified as a support-type soul master, his soul skills aiding us in replenishing our soul power, while Ma Hongjun wielded the phoenix as his martial spirit, boasting explosive power that even surpassed my own. Daimu Bai promptly provided a succinct overview of their abilities. This arrangement is even more advantageous. Oscar, akin to Ning Rongrong, should remain outside Teacher Zhao's attack range, ready to offer timely support. As for Ma Hongjun, bide your time. Your explosive prowess may well prove to be the pivotal factor in this entangled battle. CHNY swiftly assigned tasks to each individual. Following this, he exchanged a glance with DIMBI and TNSN, and together they charged towards HOWJ. The 7 treasures are renowned for their attributes, strength, and speed. 3 beams of light accurately enveloped CHNY and his companions, and in an instant, CHNY felt his strength and speed enhanced by approximately 20%. Is this the auxiliary effect of the 7 treasures, glazed tile martial soul? Indeed, it is formidable. At that moment, a rather suggestive soul curse emerged from the lips of a bearded elder. I possess a grand sausage. The explicitness of this soul curse was rather brazen, especially with 3 young ladies present, most notably In Inger and Jiareng, whose fair face turned crimson. Furthermore, Yuzik had indeed conjured a large sausage in his hand. Young man, catch. Yuzik exclaimed as he forcefully tossed the sausage toward CHNY. In truth, Yuzik was a food-type soul master, and his first soul skill produced recovery sausages that could rapidly replenish soul power. However, the manner in which he delivered his soul curse was somewhat inappropriate. As DIMBI awkwardly remarked, although Chen Yu's expression was somewhat conflicted, he was determined to continue the battle, relying solely on Oscar's restorative sausage. Well, let it be a comparison between the sausages of Douluo continent and those of Blue Star, highlighting their differences. Dust Feather swallowed the restorative sausage in just a few bites, not out of desire to hastily consume it, but rather due to the nauseating memories of Oscar's somewhat lewd demeanor. Nevertheless, the restorative sausage proved remarkably effective in mere moments. Dust Feather regained 1/6 of his soul power. Astonishingly, this surpassed the efficacy of the might-enhancing pills. Had Dust Feather's soul power not been 6 times that of an ordinary soul master, this single sausage would have sufficed to completely replenish the soul power of a soul elder. With the invocation of his 3rd soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike, a magnificent golden dragon erupted from Dust Feather's right arm, its sharp horns piercing directly into Zhao Wujie's chest. Even in his martial soul true form, Zhao Wujie was forcefully pushed back several steps by this strike. Such incredible offensive power. Daimu Bai, observing from the side, gained a renewed appreciation for Dust Feather's prowess. It seemed that during their previous encounter at the Rose Hotel, Dust Feather had not unleashed his full potential. With a roar, Zhao Wujie forcefully brought his muscular arms together, shattering the golden dragon into a burst of energy. However, the chaotic force of the explosion left no trace upon Zhao Wujie. He then unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Even after employing this skill, Dai Mubai stood a head shorter than Zhao Wujie, yet through sheer brute strength, he managed to halt Zhao Wujie's advance. Employing his first soul skill, Bind, countless strands of blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujie's limbs. Yet, these mere vines could hardly restrain him for long. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. Now, Tang Xin shouted loudly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing promptly took their positions on either side of Zhao Wujie, their iron claws gripping his ankles. Utilizing the Heavenly Claw, originally designed for scaling heights and navigating treacherous terrains, they proved remarkably effective in restraining Zhao Wujie. The Heavenly Claw could withstand a pulling force of 800 pounds. Even Zhao Wujie, despite his immense strength, found himself momentarily hindered by the multiple bindings. Fatty, it's your turn to shine. Dai Mubai, bearing immense pressure, could withstand it for only 3 more seconds. Ma Hongjun, already eager at the sidelines, immediately erupted in a burst of rose-colored phoenix flames upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. With his second soul skill, Phoenix in the Flames, Ma Hongjun retracted his head and limbs, resembling a large meatball. This very meatball, enhanced by Tang San's blue-silver grass, soared into the air, and like a shooting star, it came crashing down upon Zhao Wujie's repeatedly battered head. Boom! The collision between the meatball and the bear-like head resulted in a decisive victory for the meatball. What a remarkable display of meatball impact! Zhao Waoqi's formidable frame lay supine upon the ground, the insatiable flames of the phoenix singeing his hair to a crisp black. Beside him, the Soul Emperor stood in stunned disbelief. The temporary team, composed of Soul Sovereigns and Soul Masters, exhibited an astonishing synergy, as if they had rehearsed their performance countless times prior. Who would dare to believe this was their first encounter, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Chapter 55. The power of the Soul Bone subdues Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi truly embodied the most tragic role on the battlefield. Today, he had managed to lose face in a manner that could only be described as complete. Although the attacks from Chun Yu and his companions inflicted no tangible harm upon Zhao Waoqi, the humiliation was palpable. One could only imagine how splendid their days would be at Shrek Academy in the future. However, at that moment, Chun Yu was not concerned with such matters. Drawing upon the power amplification granted by his Sky Dragon Phoenix martial soul, he lifted a massive boulder weighing several hundred pounds and brought it crashing down upon Zhao Waoqi's head. The stone shattered instantly, yet Zhao Waoqi exhibited no reaction whatsoever, not even the slightest hint of dizziness. Moreover, his eyes transformed into a singular, vivid hue. This was troubling. It was the 6th soul skill of Teacher Zhao, Wrath of the Demon King. For 3 minutes, all of Zhao Waoqi's attributes increased tenfold, while his speed diminished by 90%. Within a foot of his body, it was an absolute forbidden zone. Be they soul masters or soul beasts, all would be obliterated by Zhao Waoqi's furious strikes. Furthermore, with the gravitational soul skill Zhao Waoqi had unleashed, it seemed no one could escape the impending onslaught. Ding! The system detected that the host was in an extremely perilous situation. The seal on the soul bone was temporarily lifted. Suddenly, an extraordinarily potent force surged from the spine of Qinyu, and at that moment, the onlookers beheld what appeared to be a pair of immense wings, ablaze with flames, sprouting from his back. Though merely an illusion, it evoked an astonishingly vivid sensation. With a thunderous roar, Qinyu unleashed a punch of his own. Did he truly intend to match fists with Zhao Wuji? Was his mind unhinged? No. Tang San was acutely aware of Zhao Wuji's terrifying power. Even with his utmost exertion of the Xiantian skill, he could not hope to rival even a tenth of the might contained within Zhao Wuji's strike. While Qinyu reigned supreme among the Soul Masters, a vast chasm of disparity remained when compared to Zhao Wuji. The arm of Qinyu appears to be irreparably damaged. Bang! The muffled sound of impact struck the hearts of those present with great force, and in an instant, the ground of the plaza caved in, forming a massive pit nearly 100 meters long and 40 to 50 meters deep. Yet, both Qinyu and Zhao Wuji remained locked in a stance of fists against fists, utterly unmoved. In the next moment, a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry emanated from within Qinyu, followed by an even greater surge of power transmitted through his arm to Zhao Wuji's. Thunderous roars filled the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Wuji staggered back several paces before finally regaining his footing. Meanwhile, a muffled groan escaped his throat. and a faint trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The indomitable king of the Soul Master realm, renowned for his defensive prowess, had sustained an injury. Moreover, this injury was inflicted by a mere 12-year-old Soul Master. Had this scene not unfolded before the eyes of many, who would dare believe such a turn of events? Ding! The dragon spine phoenix wing reveals its power, astonishing the world. As a reward, all soul ring ages are increased by 1,000 years. Although the process was perilous, the reward was exceedingly generous, as the enhancement of a full 1,000 years brought Chunyu's first soul ring perilously close to 4,000 years. A 4,000-year first soul ring is truly remarkable, surpassing even the 4th or 5th soul rings of ordinary soul masters by a considerable margin. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Tang Sen rushed to Chunyu's side. At this moment, Chunyu still maintained his striking posture, yet his entire body was seeping blood from every pore, clearly indicating that the recent punch had taken a significant toll on him. Xiao San, we have one. After Chunyu uttered those words, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Although the system temporarily unsealed 2 soul bones within him, Chunyu's current realm was insufficient to withstand the power they possessed. It is noteworthy that even with merely 1% of his strength, he had already managed to repel Zhao Wujing, who was unleashing his full power. This serves as a testament to the immense energy contained within those 2 soul bones. Had the system not intervened at the last moment to reseal the soul bones' power, Chunyu would have likely perished in an explosive demise. Zhao Wujing, having been struck by this heavy blow, emerged from his previous state of fury. Observing the chaotic scene around him, he inwardly scolded himself for being too harsh and for engaging earnestly with a group of children. Oh no, I hope I haven't injured those little monsters. As Zhao Wujing lifted his foot, a brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly struck from above, sending him crashing into the ground. While a thick plume of black smoke rose from below, indicating that the mighty golden bear had been thoroughly roasted, that bolt of lightning was, in fact, one of the abilities derived from the soul bones within Chunyu. After all, these 2 soul bones were forged from the essence of heaven and earth, having undergone a purifying baptism of thunder and naturally possessed the power of lightning. The earlier clash had already awakened the lightning energy in the air, but it had yet to descend until now. In a tragic twist, no one was attending to Zhao Wujing. Everyone had gathered around Chunyu, fearful that he might never awaken again. If Zhao Wujing were to regain his senses, he would undoubtedly exclaim in frustration, "Why is no one paying attention to me? I am the true victim here. I have endured all these blows just to test the abilities of these little monsters." Moreover, the miserly dean had not issued any wages for over 6 months. It was pitiful that the illustrious Zhao Wujing, the immutable king, found himself without even enough money for a bottle of medicinal wine. Perhaps he was the most unfortunate soul sage in history. Mubai. Take this little one to Old Hua. No one at Shrek Academy understands medicine better than he does. The rest of you little monsters, follow me. You have successfully passed Teacher Zhao's assessment, and from this moment onward, you are official members of Shrek Academy. Once everyone had departed, a dark hand clawed its way up from the depths of the pit. Zhao Wujing, charred and occasionally twitching, appeared to be suffering from the after effects of the lightning strike. Just then, the voice he least wanted to hear echoed in his ear. Old Zhao, the repair costs for the square and surrounding buildings will be deducted from your wages. Also, make sure to fill that pit promptly. Otherwise, meet me at the back mountain tonight for a little sparring. It has been far too long since I last had the pleasure of beating someone. If Dust Feather were still here, he would undoubtedly recognize the visage of the speaker at a glance. Is this not the unscrupulous proprietor from that quaint grocery store? He is none other than the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, known as one of the illustrious Golden Iron Triumvirate, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. Flinder, I am wronged. This predicament is not solely of my making. Zhao Wujie's face, shrouded in a deep frown, sought to feign pity and charm. Yet what awaited him was the sole of Flinder's foot. You are utterly filthy. Do take care not to sully the garments I have rented. Who instructed you to underestimate those little monsters? You have brought this upon yourself. Nevertheless, do wash yourself promptly for this evening. I shall take you to meet an important guest. On the inaugural day of their arrival at Shrek Academy, Chen Yu and his companions found themselves amidst a grand and fervent battle, heralding a series of days that would likely surpass the excitement of this one. Chapter 56, The Newcomers versus the Old Students, Part 1, An Important Person. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. To be deemed significant by Flander, one must be a formidable spirit master, at least at the Soul Douluo level. Could it be that Shrek Academy was poised to welcome a Soul Douluo mentor? While the Soul Douluo may not be on par with the unparalleled title Douluos, they remain the strongest beneath them. Although Zhao Wuji prided himself on being among the few who could rival a Soul Sage, he recognized the considerable gap when compared to a Soul Douluo. Flanders' spirit power, though merely 2 levels above Zhao Wuji, had yet to graze the threshold of a Soul Douluo. Observing the glimmer of surprise on Zhao Wuji's face, Flander was well aware of his thoughts. Old Zhao, do not indulge in fantasies. How could a grand Soul Douluo ever be relegated to our modest Shrek Academy? Yet, this individual holds immense significance for me. It can be said that part of my motivation for founding this academy stemmed from his influence. Anyone capable of earning the proud Flander's fraternal regard must indeed possess a unique charm, and Zhao Wuji felt a flicker of anticipation within. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had slumbered for an entire day and night, finally awakening. The first sight that greeted him upon opening his eyes was a beam of golden sunlight filtering through the cracks in the ceiling. Have I truly slept for a whole day? It seems that mastering the power of the soul bone is still somewhat beyond my current capabilities. Qin Yu took a deep breath, and the 9-turn profound heaven skill instinctively activated, swiftly dispelling the lingering fatigue from his body. A long-lost strength returned to him, seemingly enhanced compared to before. It appeared that occasional intense battles had a remarkably potent effect on the augmentation of soul power. Xiaoyu, you have finally awakened. Greeted Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, who had already commenced a new day of cultivation at the entrance. Strangely, there was not a single instructor present. All the mentors had accompanied the principal to welcome a new teacher, granting them the liberty to arrange their training and rest as they pleased. Despite the absence of supervision, Tang San and his companions exhibited no signs of laxity, with even the burly Oscar having trained for over half an hour. However, Qin Yu noticed the absence of Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, indicating that her sheltered life within the sect had led her to perceive Shrek Academy as a leisurely retreat. Previously, they had merely exchanged superficial introductions, but now, with time at their disposal, Fatty, Xiao Ao, please introduce yourselves to our new companion, suggested Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun had not spent as long at Shrek Academy as Dai Mubai, he had still been there for a solid 2 years. Oscar's situation was unique. He was the adopted son raised by Flanders, having witnessed the gradual establishment of Shrek Academy firsthand. Moreover, like Qin Yu and Tang San, Oscar was one of the rare individuals possessing innate full soul power. However, Oscar's ambition did not lie in becoming a formidable soul master. Rather, he aspired to be a wandering artist. In Flanders' words, if Oscar were to devote half as much effort to cultivating his soul power, he might have the potential to become the first food system title Douluo on the Douluo continent. I believe the best way to communicate is through a duel. Qin Yu, I have heard you set a new record at Shrek Academy. I, Ma Hongjun, delight in sparring with soul masters stronger than myself. Would you be interested in a match? Though Ma Hongjun appeared simple-minded, his inherent combative nature mirrored that of Dai Mubai. How about this? We shall hold a duel between the new students and the seniors. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing will face Dai Laoda, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. As for me, I will challenge all 3 of you after your match concludes. With a faint smile, Qin Yu observed that the numbers were not in favor of Dai Mubai and his companions. Should Qin Yu join the fray, it would be nearly impossible for them to emerge victorious. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu, do not underestimate us, Dai Mubai chuckled, fully aware of Qin Yu's formidable prowess. Eager to witness his defeat firsthand. Tang San, if there are no objections, shall we commence? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. The malevolent-eyed white tiger and the infernal phoenix emanated a powerful aura, causing Tang San's garments to flutter. Dai Mubai, 37th level Soul Sovereign, I seek your guidance. Ma Hongjun, 26th level Soul Master, I seek your guidance. Tang San's side reciprocated the courtesy, though lacking the imposing presence of Dai Mubai's Soul Sovereign, they were nonetheless formidable. Tang San, 29th level Control System Soul Master, I seek your guidance. Xiao Wu, 29th level Soul Master, I seek your guidance. Zhu Zhuqing, 27th level Soul Master, I seek your guidance. Though it was a 3-on-3 match, Oscar, being a food system Soul Master, possessed no combat prowess, rendering the overall strength of both sides nearly equivalent when considering Dai Mubai's formidable capabilities. First Soul Skill Bind. As a control system Soul Master, Tang San initiated the battle by using blue silver grass to disrupt the formation of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, causing Oscar to retreat repeatedly in the face of the serpentine blue silver grass. Tang San was acutely aware that blue-silver grass could not hinder Dai Mubai. Thus, this maneuver was not directed at either Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun, but rather aimed at Oscar. Despite lacking combat ability, Oscar's recovery sausages could sustain Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun at full soul power. The thought of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun wielding unlimited soul skills was truly terrifying. Therefore, Tang San's strategy from the outset was to force Oscar off the stage first. Yet, would the situation unfold as Tang San envisioned? Certainly not. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Although the blue-silver grass had absorbed the soul ring of the mandala snake and had become exceptionally resilient, it could not overcome the inherent vulnerability of plants to fire. Moreover, what Ma Hongjun unleashed was no ordinary flame, but the genuine fire of a phoenix. As the blue-silver grass made contact with the phoenix's true fire, it swiftly transformed into blazing fireballs, reduced to ashes in an instant. Well done, fatty. Dai Mubai radiated a blinding white light, causing the blue-silver grass entwined around him to shatter. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, capable of nullifying a significant portion of soul skill attacks. In quick succession, Dai Mubai's second soul skill ignited. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. However, as Dai Mubai's second soul skill was only halfway coalesced, a chilling figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the cold-faced beauty, Zhu Zhuqing. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. The spectral thrust elevates Zhu Zhuqing's speed and lethal capability to their zenith. Qinyu could not help but nod inwardly. Without the employment of the 7-star ghost steps, even he would find it arduous to evade the assault of the spectral thrust. The second soul skill, Spectral 100 Claws. Immediately, Zhu Zhuqing's hands, adorned with razor-sharp nails, transformed into countless phantoms, unleashing a torrent of claw strikes upon Dai Mubai, resembling a relentless downpour. The intensity of her assault suggested that she would not rest until she had torn Dai Mubai into shreds. What enmity could exist between these two that incited such profound animosity from Zhu Zhuqing towards Dai Mubai? This was far from a mere spar. It resembled a life-and-death struggle. Surely, Dai Mubai had not committed some grave offense against this young lady. Not only Qinyu, but others also harbored similar thoughts, encapsulated in 4 words, abandoning the beginning. Chapter 57, Newcomers vs. Veterans, Part 2, The First Soul Skill, Bow of the Waist. Ma Hongjun was lost in contemplation of the intricate past entanglements between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing when he suddenly felt a lightness in his feet. His entire weight of 300 pounds was inexplicably lifted into the air. Xiaowu's agility possessed remarkable explosive power, enabling her to effortlessly launch Ma Hongjun. Shortly thereafter, a dark scorpion tail whip ensnared Ma Hongjun's neck, while Xiaowu positioned herself behind him, delivering a devastating knee strike to his lower back. Although Ma Hongjun appeared rotund, with no visible waist, the impact rendered him numb, robbing him of any strength. The blow struck precisely at the tendons in Ma Hongjun's waist. Not even a tidal Douluo could withstand such an assault without temporarily losing mobility. This is disastrous. The singular thought racing through Ma Hongjun's mind was one of impending doom. While he was uncertain of Xiaowu's next intentions, a profound sense of unease enveloped him. What followed was Xiaowu's signature explosive 8-segment throw. This chubby lad was in for a rough experience. Tang San, witnessing Xiaowu's initial movements, began to silently pray for Ma Hongjun. Knowing that while Xiaowu would certainly temper her strength, Ma Hongjun would still endure considerable hardship. Fatty. In that moment, Dai Mubai found himself ensnared by Zhu Zhuqing's spectral 100 claws, unable to extricate himself. On one hand, he feared harming Zhu Zhuqing, and on the other, he was acutely aware of Tang San's unwavering gaze upon him. Any movement on Dai Mubai's part would be swiftly countered by Tang San. I have a large recovery sausage. Just then, Oscar, who had been cornered, suddenly dashed forth, revealing dozens of recovery sausages hidden in his arms. A sly grin spread across Oscar's face, a gleam of triumph in his eyes as he scattered the sausages like petals in a celestial shower. He then snapped his fingers, and to everyone's astonishment, the recovery sausages erupted spontaneously in midair. Who knew that food-based soul skills could be utilized in such a manner? In the eyes of Qinyu and Tang San, a flicker of astonishment passed over. This ability was indeed a first for them. And perhaps even the master was unaware that food-type martial souls could be utilized in such a manner. In truth, this was a capability that Oscar had discovered through his own experimentation, inspired by his experience while roasting chestnuts. The sausages produced by Oscar's soul skill were, at their core, a manifestation of his own soul power, which, in addition to being consumable, could also serve as a stable explosive device. By intentionally disrupting the soul power within the sausage, Oscar could trigger an explosion. Although the force of this explosion was rather modest, indeed, it paled in comparison to the potency of a 10-year soul ring soul skill. It could still play a pivotal role in a critical moment. At this very instant, the shockwaves generated by a series of explosions sent Xiao Wu staggering back several meters, providing Ma Hongjun with the opportunity to unleash his second soul skill, enveloping himself in a dense flame of the phoenix. Even Xiao Wu dared not approach recklessly, taking advantage of the cover provided by the explosive smoke. Daimubai successfully evaded Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill attack. Ha ha ha, little Oscar, splendid work. Now it's our turn to launch an offensive, exclaimed Tang San. Daimubai inhaled deeply, the astonishing wave of soul power emanating from his 1,000-year purple soul ring. Third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong transformation. Daimubai's body suddenly expanded dramatically, his sharp tiger claws radiating a chilling gleam. At that moment, Daimubai's strength was hardly inferior to that of a level 40 soul master. With Ma Hongjuan's assistance, Tang San and his companions were compelled to retreat repeatedly. The tides of battle underwent a staggering reversal in an instant. It was merely a matter of time before Tang San and his allies faced defeat. As Tang San's heels approached the edge of the white line on the arena, he silently acknowledged that the moment had arrived. In the next instant, Daimubai witnessed Tang San seemingly soar into the air, ascending 12 to 13 meters. With both hands gripping two strands of blue-silver grass, each tethered to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists. Lift and lighten. Tang San employed the crane-controlling dragon technique from the Hidden Weapons Manual, a principle akin to the Tai Chi concept of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, yet refined through generations of Tang sect ancestors into a more ingenious and practical form. Thus, Tang San could effortlessly lift 2 living individuals with just 2 strands of blue-silver grass. Moreover, the reason Tang San soared was due to the cloud ascending step from the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, a technique that granted him temporary suspension in the air, precisely the ability to tread upon the void that Daimubai had just witnessed. As Tang San leapt over Daimubai's head, the blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waist slackened, and in the instant they began to descend. Both executed their respective soul skills simultaneously. Second soul skill, Charm. Xiao Wu's enchanting crimson eyes immediately ensnared Daimubai in a realm of illusion, while Zhu Zhuqing's nether puncture swiftly struck at Daimubai's chest. Boom. In his dazed state, Daimubai was forcefully propelled out of the white circle by Zhu Zhuqing's claw. Little fatty, you should join him as well. Xiao Wu's slender legs struck Ma Hongjuan's backside, sending him tumbling like a hefty ball into the water. In the blink of an eye, Oscar found himself the sole contender on the stage, and this bearded uncle had yet to comprehend the turn of events. Just moments ago, Daimubai had been in a position of dominance, yet in an instant, both he and Ma Hongjun were ejected from the arena. What transpired during that fleeting moment? Uncle Sausage, will you step down willingly, or shall I assist you? Tang San's blue-silver grass morphed continually, resembling a serpent poised to strike. The sight sent shivers down Oscar's spine. After all, Tang San's blue-silver grass was infused with the venom of the mandrake snake, potentially lethal, or at the very least, enough to incapacitate Oscar. Ahem, a true man must possess integrity. I shall exit the arena on my own accord. Oscar initially attempted to project an image of bravado, but upon witnessing the encroaching tendrils of blue-silver grass, his complexion paled, and he voluntarily leapt beyond the white circle. Ha, precisely. Sometimes, knowing when to concede brings no detriment. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed from start to finish, yet Daimubai's faction had astonishingly succumbed so swiftly. Xiao Gang, you have indeed nurtured an exceptional disciple. Unbeknownst to Tang San and his companions, their soul battle was being closely observed by the master and Flender. Xiao San, adept at assessing the overall situation, had already devised a new strategy the moment Oscar entered the fray. It was not merely a matter of absolute strength that led to Daimubai's defeat, but rather a failure in tactics. The master gazed upon Tang San with a hint of satisfaction. As a control-type soul master, superior observation and judgment were imperative. Without such acuity, a control-type soul master, who serves as the core of the team, could become its greatest vulnerability. This was one of the abilities the master had honed in Tang San over the 6 years. Chapter 58. The Willful Ning Rongrong Dai Lauda. We have lost. Ma Hongjun emerged from the pool, flames flickering to dry his drenched garments. However, he appeared somewhat dejected. a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Dai Mubai's expression was equally grave in terms of strength. It would require the combined efforts of Tang San and his companions to match him, yet he had still lost this contest. What had gone awry in the process? Xiao San, perhaps you should elucidate the situation to Dai Laoda. From the very beginning, Chen Yu discerned Tang San's comprehensive strategy. He first employed blue silver grass to simultaneously assault Dai Mubai and his two companions, rendering them unable to support one another. This was a tactic of divide and conquer. Although it may not have been particularly sophisticated, it proved to be exceedingly practical, and indeed, Oscar found himself isolated. Despite the fact that Ma Hongjiwen's Phoenix Fire countered the blue silver grass, indirectly rescuing Oscar, the focus of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shifted entirely to the offensive, causing them to forget that as they pressed Tang Sen back, they were also inching closer to the white boundary. Ultimately, Tang Sen utilized Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and Control Crane Seizing Dragon techniques to swiftly bring the two of them behind Dai Mubai, positioning Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar as the individuals nearest to the white line. At this juncture, there was no need for particularly powerful soul skills. A mere half-step retreat from Dai Mubai would suffice to propel them beyond the white line. This encapsulated Tang San's entire plan. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, Dai Mubai could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. Prior to this, he had underestimated the complexities of the Battle of Souls, believing that sheer strength could crush all adversaries. However, Tang San had imparted a vivid lesson today. Thank you, Tang San, for guiding me out of my misconceptions. With a solemn expression, Dai Mubai clasped his fists in gratitude towards Tang San. Fortunately, this was merely a practice session within the academy. Had it been a life-and-death struggle, Dai Mubai would have faced significant losses. Big brother Dai, we are family now. There's no need for such formality, Tang San chuckled, helping Dai Mubai to his feet. Following this contest, the bonds between everyone seemed to have grown significantly closer. So everyone is here. Was there just a skirmish? Ning Rongrong emerged from the room, holding a valuable purple cloud fruit. Observing Ning Rongrong's leisurely demeanor, Dai Mubai couldn't help but frown slightly. Though Ning Rongrong and Tang San had only just begun their studies, she appeared to disregard the regulations of Shrek Academy entirely. The academy stipulated that all students must rise at the first light of dawn to commence their daily training and studies. Presently, with the sun well above the horizon, Ning Rongrong had only just awakened. Such a languid attitude was entirely unsuitable for life at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, you are late, Dai Mubai remarked coolly, his indifferent tone causing Ning Rongrong to feel somewhat displeased. You only entered Shrek Academy a few days before me. You are not one of its mentors. So what right do you have to reprimand me? Oscar immediately intervened, positioning himself between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Ahem, big brother Dai, please calm down. Rongrong has just joined us at Shrek, and she is unfamiliar with many of the rules. Please forgive her this once. Rongrong, big brother Dai is only looking out for you. Shrek Academy has stringent admission criteria and equally strict regulations. It is not as lenient as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar aside with a huff, retorting, Are we close enough for you to call me Rongrong? I possess an acute obsession with cleanliness, so I implore you to refrain from soiling my garments with that unkempt beard of yours. Ning Rongrong's acerbic remarks caused the countenances of all present to darken. Oscar was merely attempting to extricate you from an awkward situation, yet you audaciously turned your disdain towards him, uttering such uncouth words. To be candid, had Ning Rongrong not been a lady, Chen Yu would have swiftly approached her to deliver a few slaps, instilling in her an understanding of the world's harsh realities. Ning Rongrong, I extend to you a single opportunity to apologize to Oscar. Otherwise, do not blame me for withdrawing my leniency. Although Dai Mubai remained silent, a profound camaraderie existed between him, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Despite Oscar's usual carefree demeanor, he harbors an unwavering sense of pride stronger than anyone else's. Ning Rongrong's recent utterance undoubtedly struck a sensitive chord with Oscar, which explains Dai Mubai's escalating ire. I have never apologized to anyone in my life, and I certainly will not offer an apology to this so-called sausage uncle. Ning Rongrong's willful and capricious nature was vividly on display, suggesting her significant standing within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, how could she dare to maintain such a lofty demeanor within the Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai's forehead throbbed with visible veins, clearly struggling to contain his mounting fury. Daigu, dealing with such a spoiled young lady is my forte. Leave it to me. Chen Yu gently patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that simmered within him, and stepped back. Miss Ning, he inquired, I have heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects on the Douluo continent. Is that truly the case? Chinyu did not revisit the previous topic, but instead immediately brought up the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Ning Rongrong appeared even prouder. Indeed, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda of my esteemed school is renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul in the world. Our sect is home to countless formidable individuals, and our wealth rivals that of entire nations. Even the royal family of the current Heaven Do Empire pales in comparison to our riches. Is that so? With the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School being so formidable and affluent, why would you choose to study at the relatively obscure Shrek Academy? Are you not concerned that the instructors there may not impart knowledge as superior as that of your esteemed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The question posed by Chunyu left Ning Rongrong momentarily speechless. In truth, Ning Rongrong had sneaked out. And now the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was likely in disarray, frantically searching for her. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Ning Rongrong's face, Chunyu could not help but smile faintly. If my assumptions are correct, you have indeed ventured out secretly. It is rumored that the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has only one daughter, Ning Rongrong. You must be the young mistress of the school. As the young mistress, neglecting the responsibilities of the sect and instead sneaking away is your first transgression. Abandoning your father and leaving home alone signifies filial disgrace. That is your second fault. To insult your peers and lack ambition. Do you believe the world revolves around your father? Outside these walls, no one will cater to your whims. Had this not been at Shrek Academy, consider the potential consequences of your actions. Chunyu suddenly approached Ning Rongrong, and the searing breath instinctively made her retreat. The consequences of this encounter are not something a young lady of your stature can endure. Therefore, heed my advice. Either temper your haughty demeanor here at Shrek Academy, or return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Chunyu understood that unless Ning Rongrong genuinely wished to join this family, she would become the greatest weakness of Shrek. In a formidable team, the last thing one needs is a liability. Chapter 59. Ning Rongrong in tears. Xiao San, I never realized how articulate Xiao Yu could be. Xiao Wu whispered discreetly into Tang San's ear. To an outsider like herself, these remarks were undeniably harsh, let alone for the person directly affected, Ning Rongrong. Particularly after Chunyu had initially elevated Ning Rongrong's stature only to later deliver unreserved sarcasm, the disparity would undoubtedly provoke a fierce reaction from the proud Ning Rongrong. As anticipated, no sooner had Chunyu finished speaking than Ning Rongrong erupted in a fit of hysteria. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? I'll have my father kill you. With a faint smile, Chunyu aimed to utterly shatter Ning Rongrong's pride, intending to leave her in complete disarray. Only in this manner could she liberate herself from the foul temper that accompanied her status as the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is that so? Then let him come, he taunted. But I fear that the moment you step out of Shrek Academy, you may find yourself abducted. Die. I recall that Soto City has been posting notices about a flower thief who has committed numerous offenses. The victims, alas, have truly suffered. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's delicate face paled. She was well aware of what a flower thief entailed. The thought of falling into such hands was chilling. Don't scare me. I am not easily frightened, she retorted, though her bravado faltered. Chunyu recognized that his words had effectively extinguished her desire to leave the academy. I merely spoke in jest. Believe it or not, it matters not. If you are truly afraid, you may pen a letter now, and I will personally deliver it to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Who knows? I might even earn a substantial reward. Absolutely not. Ning Rongrong vehemently rejected the idea. She had clandestinely left, wishing to avoid returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If her father discovered this, all her previous efforts would have been in vain. Yet, Shrek Academy does not nurture incompetence. Given your current abilities, which you so arrogantly overestimate, I predict that within a week, you shall be persuaded to withdraw. Dusty feathers intensified their assault on the already shattered innocence of Ning Rongrong's tender heart. You may accuse me of laziness, yet you shall not belittle my innate talent. I am, after all, the youngest Grand Soul Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong appeared unconvinced. Awakening her martial soul at the tender age of 6 and achieving a breakthrough to the 20th level of soul power by 10. Her gifts indeed set her apart among her peers. However, within the formidable confines of Shrek Academy, her accomplishments seemed rather unimpressive. Ah, those of you from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possess rather mediocre cultivation talents. Not to mention myself. Even Xiao San reached the rank of a 20th level Grand Soul Master by the age of 9, and so did Xiao Wu. Furthermore, there is me, Dai Mubai Mahangjun, and even Zhu Zhuqing all stepped forward in unison, revealing that each of them had surpassed Ning Rongrong's age of breakthrough. In that moment, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. Though the difference between 9 and 10 years is but a year, it embodies a stark contrast in potential. And what about him? Surely, this Uncle Sausage did not also break through to the 20th level of soul power at the age of 9. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong pointed at the silent Oscar, seeking to regain a shred of confidence from him. Oscar had achieved the rank of a 20th level Grand Soul Master by the tender age of 8, had it not been for his preoccupation with artistic pursuits. His soul power would have far surpassed that of Mubai by now. Flender, accompanied by Master and Zhao Waoqi, approached the academy's entrance. And Flender's words swiftly obliterated the last vestige of pride within Ning Rongrong's heart. 88 years old. No, this cannot be true. You must be deceiving me. Flender cast a languid glance at Ning Rongrong and remarked, although Xiao Ao is a food-type soul master, he is the first of his kind in the Douluo continent to possess innate full soul power. Given sufficient time for growth, his future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse those of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. Innate full soul power. At the moment of her martial soul's awakening, Ning Rongrong's soul power barely reached level 9, making her the highest in initial soul power within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in centuries. Yet, when compared to Oscar, she found herself lacking in every aspect. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that I am the weakest. In a single day, Ning Rongrong faced a harrowing blow that shattered the pride she had cultivated over her 12 years of life. Even Oscar, whom she deemed the weakest, surpassed her in every regard. A wave of emotions, shame, shock, and myriad others crashed over her, rendering her unable to remain any longer. With a forceful shove, she pushed away the comforting hand of Oscar and, in tears, fled from Shrek Academy. Rongrong. Oscar had remained silent out of concern for her feelings. Yet Flender's words had dealt the final blow. Let her go, Xiao Ao. With old Zhao watching over her from the shadows, that young girl will come to no harm. Flender remained entirely unconcerned, for few in Soto City could rival the strength of Zhao Wujing. With him overseeing matters, Ning Rongrong was assuredly safe. As you are all present, allow me to introduce a new mentor, the individual beside me whom you may refer to as the Master. Flender stepped aside, revealing the figure of the Master, and continued. In the coming years at Shrek Academy, you will be instructed by the Master on matters pertaining to martial souls. Master, prior to this, although Dai Mubai and the others were curious about the Master's soul power, which was a mere 29 levels, they respectfully bowed in deference. You need not question the Master's capabilities. The very individual who just sparred with you, Tang San, is the Master's sole disciple. Now, you should grasp the Master's prowess. All gazes turned in astonishment towards Tang San. The ability to nurture such a prodigy as him certainly spoke volumes of the Master's expertise. Yet, why was Qinyu not the Master's direct disciple? Logically, Qinyu's talent surpassed that of Tang San. Could it be that besides the Master, Qinyu had an even more formidable mentor behind him? Sensing the intrigue in Dai Mubai's eyes, Qinyu smiled softly and remarked, although the Master is not my teacher, he has guided me in many ways. However, due to certain personal reasons, I did not formally take him as my mentor. Qinyu extended a finger, tracing a circle beneath his feet, the diameter of which appeared to be a mere meter. We had previously agreed that after your contest with Xiao San, I would challenge the three of you. However, I propose a slight alteration to the rules. Should you manage to collaboratively force me out of this circle, I shall concede defeat. Qinyu, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do not presume that because you once repelled Teacher Zhao, you are invincible, retorted Ma Hongjun, the first to object. Although he acknowledged Qinyu's formidable strength, he believed it was not to the extent of being unbeatable. Fatty, silence yourself. Qinyu must have his reasons for this, interjected Dai Mubai, seemingly grasping Qinyu's intentions, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his gaze. Chapter 60. To the point, what exactly is Xiao Yu planning? Pondered Xiao San, as even Xiao Wu found herself perplexed by Qinyu's hidden motives. Xiao Yu had observed the previous cooperation issues among Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, and thus aimed to expose and rectify these problems through this contest. Tang San smiled inwardly, Recognizing the cleverness of Qin Yu's strategy, not only would it preserve the dignity of Dai Mubai and the others, but it would also address their lack of synergy, achieving two objectives in one stroke. Cooperation issues? I failed to notice such a thing, Xiaowu mused, tilting her head in confusion. Lazybug, perhaps if you paid closer attention in class, your keen intellect would have revealed it to you. Tang Sen gently tapped Xiao Wu's smooth forehead, causing her to pout in response. First, their positioning was crucial. As the strongest soul master among the trio, Dai Mubai ought to lead the front lines, serving as the spearhead of their offensive. This was clear. However, Ma Hongjun should not stand beside Dai Mubai, but rather move closer to Oscar, as Oscar lacked self-defense capabilities, relying solely on Ma Hongjun for protection. Xiaowu quickly comprehended the implication. It was no wonder Tang San had targeted Oscar in the previous match, having foreseen this vulnerability. Secondly, the offensive rhythm between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun was chaotic, lacking a clear hierarchy, rendering them susceptible to exploitation by their adversaries, who could easily dismantle their formation by exploiting weaknesses in their attack. Lastly, the absence of a true commander among the three led to a situation where each fought independently, thus providing us with an opportunity to triumph against them. Tang Sen succinctly identified three critical points, each striking at the heart of their deficiencies, an insight that Dai Mubai and his companions remained blissfully unaware of, yet it constituted a significant vulnerability. Dai Mubai, you may take a moment to reflect on your past lessons. There is no rush to commence this contest. Qin Yu stood quietly at the center of the circle, exhibiting no signs of concern. Fatty, your soul skill possesses formidable explosive power, yet its sustainability is your Achilles heel. Therefore, during the impending battle, do not rush to strike. Follow my gestures. Xiao Ao, your task is to evade Qin Yu's attacks, while seizing the opportunity to obstruct his line of sight. I shall take on the responsibility of diverting Qin Yu's attention. Dai Mubai succinctly assigned their respective roles, positioning the trio in a triangular formation to encircle Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you should be cautious. From the outset, Dai Mubai activated the White Tiger's protective shield and the White Tiger's diamond transformation, evidently feeling significant pressure from Qin Yu's prowess. Starting off with all your might, as expected of your style. With a faint smile, Qin Yu summoned the Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, unleashing an astonishing surge of soul power that rivaled Dai Mubai's. In that case, I shall not hold back. Second soul skill. Dragon Slash. A fierce sword light shot forth like a bolt of lightning, etching deep gashes into the newly repaired plaza. Be careful, guys, Dai Mubai exclaimed, releasing massive orbs of white energy, each the size of a basin. Yet, his White Tiger light wave, merely a technique derived from a century-old soul ring, paled in comparison to the might of Qin Yu's 10,000-year soul ring abilities. To maintain fairness, Qin Yu restrained himself to only 1/10 of his soul ring's power. Yet it was still enough to overwhelm Dai Mubai. 10 White Tiger light waves barely managed to counter a weakened Dragon Slash. Explode. Dai Mubai's muscles bulged as he combined his formidable tiger claws with the White Tiger light wave, ultimately tearing through the first Dragon Slash of Qin Yu. At that moment, Oscar, positioned behind Qin Yu, launched dozens of restorative sausages, albeit with a lack of precision this time, as they landed at Qin Yu's feet. A wise choice, Tang San remarked. Just as the sausages detonated, sending clouds of dust into the air, obscuring Qin Yu's vision and creating a deep crater beneath him. Qin Yu staggered slightly, almost toppling backward. Now, Fatty. Seeing Dai Mubai's signal, Ma Hongjun immediately maximized the power of his second soul skill. A colossal fireball, ablaze with flames, hurtled through the air, crashing toward Qin Yu. Got him. Oscar and Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even if Xiao Wujie were struck by Ma Hongjun's attack, he would not remain unscathed. Surely, Qin Yu's smaller frame would be thrown out of the circle. However, Ma Hongjun's body passed straight through Qin Yu, as if colliding with midair. The true Qin Yu manifested on the opposite side, a manifestation of the seven-star ghost step-S illusion, leaving no one able to discern the real from the false in that moment. Bang! The forceful impact of Ma Hongjun landed upon a statue in the plaza. A cherished sculpture of Flinders, which was instantly reduced to a pool of molten rock under the searing flames of the phoenix. Ma Hongjun. Flinder bellowed in fury, jolting the disoriented Ma Hongjun back to reality. This is a disaster. Ma Hongjun grimaced at the sight of his handiwork, realizing a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat awaited him after this debacle. Your coordination was commendable this time, but the rhythm of your attack still requires refinement. Since you're the primary attacker, You must lead the offensive tempo for the other two. Chinyu then remarked, although Oscar and Ma Houjuan's attacks just now were unsuccessful. They forced me to retreat to the edge of the circle. Had anyone launched another attack at that moment, I fear I would have been defeated. Yet, both you and Oscar chose to abandon your assault, directing your focus instead towards Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, this was merely a sparring session. Had the adversary been anyone other than myself, but rather your foes, it is likely that the three of you would have met with dire consequences. Dai Mubai and the others displayed expressions of shame, for they had previously believed victory was within their grasp, neglecting to consider Chun Yu's predicament. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, Chun Yu's dragon slash had already poised itself before them. Dusty feathers gradually retracted their soul power, deliberately stepping out of the uneven circle. Oscar, your sausage soul skill possesses the potential for explosive effects, serving as a remarkably effective ambush tactic. I have devised a new training direction for you. Consider the possibility of inserting smaller sausages within a single sausage, thereby creating a dual attack mechanism. Just now, if Ma Hongjuan's ambush had faltered, had I concealed a few smaller sausages beneath my feet, the outcome would have been different. Ma Hongjun, your second soul skill endows you with formidable close combat capabilities, rendering your opponents unable to strike back. This soul skill is indeed powerful. However, both your methods of attack and speed are rather inadequate, preventing you from fully realizing the advantages of your soul skill. During the battle against Teacher Zhao, had it not been for the assistance of Xiao San's blue-silver grass, would you have been able to approach Teacher Zhao at all? Chen Yu incisively pointed out the flaws in Ma Hongjun, prompting the previously unconvinced Ma to plunge into contemplation. The spirit battle is not merely a brawl among street ruffians. The crude techniques you have employed in the past are now outdated. In Chapter 61, Master, you are quite merciless. Goodness, remarkable indeed. This young lad has perceived complexities far beyond what I, an old man, have encountered. Xiaojiang, I finally comprehend why he is reluctant to take you as a mentor. The theoretical depth encapsulated in his recent remarks rivals your own. Flander mused, acknowledging that part of what Chinyu articulated had eluded even him, a spirit saint. Particularly, his insights on guiding Oscar were truly enlightening. It was a revelation that spirit techniques could be distinctly categorized into light and dark segments of attack. The master smiled slightly and remarked, Xiao Yu's intellect even surpasses that of Xiao San. His many perspectives are not only innovative, but have also provided me with significant inspiration. In certain respects, Xiao Yu could even be regarded as my teacher. Chun Yu possesses the remastered theoretical framework of the top 10 martial souls, which indeed surpasses that of the master in terms of theoretical foundation. Thus, the master's remarks hold validity. As the saying goes, the accomplished shall serve as teachers. Upon hearing such praise for Chinyu from the master, Flinder beamed with delight, resembling a blooming flower. This suggests that our Shrek Academy has a significant chance of securing victory in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. However, the master remained less optimistic. Flinder, do not be overly sanguine. It is rumored that this generation of the Spirit Hall boasts the strongest talents yet. For these youngsters to triumph over such opponents, they must undergo further growth and tempering. The current group of prodigies are merely fledglings. To soar to great heights, they must accumulate greater strength. The master will become their nightmare, as he is about to impart an unforgettable experience upon these young monsters. Now that the competition has concluded, let us commence today's first lesson. The master slowly raised a finger, pointing towards a nearby basket, beside which lay stones of varying sizes. I have calculated each of your weight-bearing limits based on your soul power and age. According to the names on the baskets, you shall bear your respective loads and run 20 laps around the academy. What? Aside from Chunyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, the others were left astonished. Although Shrek Academy is not particularly large, completing 20 laps would amount to at least several dozen kilometers, and with the added weight, it seemed implausible that anyone would survive such a trial. Master, do I also have to run 20 laps? Oscar timidly inquired. The master smiled gently, instilling a glimmer of hope in Oscar, yet the subsequent words from the master drained the color from his face. I shall declare another classroom rule. Once I announce a task, no one may question it or make request for leniency. Just now, Oscar suggested that as a support-type soul master, he should run fewer laps. Very well, I can accommodate him. But the laps he omits shall be doubled for each of you. Oscar, you will run 10 laps, while the rest of you will each increase your total by 20 laps. 20 laps turning into 40 is indeed an entire doubling. Even the most resilient among them would be rendered exhausted after such a feat. No, Master, that is not my intention. I shall bear my own fault. I will run 40 laps. Please do not punish them. Oscar quickly fell silent, shouldering his burden and setting off to run around the academy first. Everyone, let us hasten. Completing these 20 laps may well take us until midnight. Dai Mubai and Tang San bore the same load, followed closely by Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Though Ning Rongrong had already left the academy, the master still prepared a portion for her, perhaps anticipating her eventual return. However, there seemed to be a missing basket. Indeed, Qinyu's basket was conspicuously absent. Had the master forgotten? Master, it has been 6 months since I entrusted you with the creation of that item. It should be ready by now, the esteemed Fran spoke, turning to the master craftsman. With a swift gesture, Fran conjured a remarkable suit of chainmail that materialized on the ground. However, upon seeing the glistening armor, a pained expression crossed Fran's face. Despite its seemingly thin layer, this exquisite armor was forged from the rare silver star iron. With a mere piece the size of a fingernail weighing an astonishing 12 to 13 pounds. Altogether, the suit weighed over 3,000 pounds. Furthermore, the cost of silver star iron was exorbitant. This entire ensemble set Fran back nearly 1 million gold soul coins. It is no wonder that Fran appeared so distressed. Thank you, Master and Dean Fran. This chainmail was custom-made at my request, intended for the upcoming training. Ordinary weights can no longer suffice for my training needs, especially after my soul power surpassed level 30. My strength has multiplied significantly, seemingly connected to my celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit. The dragon phoenix itself symbolizes power, and possessing such a spirit undoubtedly sets me apart from typical soul masters. Little monster, prepare yourself. The total weight exceeds the initially anticipated 3,000 pounds. Even I found it challenging to endure for long when I tried it on. Such an immense weight is simply beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Fran chuckled. The heavier, the better. With a few deft movements, Qinyu donned the silver armor, which had been tailored for an adult stature. However, at the age of 12, Qinyu had already reached a height of approximately 1 meter 80, making the armor fit him perfectly. Bang, bang. Dust feather leaped twice in place, sending noticeable tremors throughout the entire Shrek Academy. Flender, utterly astonished, could only stare in disbelief. Goodness, this truly is a monster among monsters. This is a staggering 3,000 gene of weight, not merely 3 gene. This little creature is able to jump while bearing such a load. Ding! The extraordinary weight-bearing capacity astounded Flender, as the growth of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit increased by 10. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit, growth stage growth length 89, 100. Just 11 more points in growth length. And the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial spirit will ascend to the next stage. I believe that by then, Dust Feather's strength will experience another remarkable leap forward. With each step that Qinyu took, a one-finger-deep footprint was left upon the ground, the distance between each mark seemingly preordained, precise to the slightest degree. Observing Qinyu's retreating figure, Flanders was enveloped in a sense of incredulity. Xiaogang, is it truly safe for this little monster to practice in such a manner? Will it not jeopardize his foundational health? The master smiled faintly. He too had been taken aback during Qinyu's initial weighted training in his presence. At merely 6 years of age, Qinyu had already been capable of running up mountains while carrying an 80-pound stone. In the master's view, this remarkable feat was likely intertwined with Qinyu's martial spirit. This action of Qinyu's opened a new realm of research for the master, revealing that a martial spirit could continuously strengthen in correlation with the soul master's physical prowess, a notion validated in both Qinyu and Tang San. Chapter 62. The Forged Collective Spirit Xiaogang. While your words hold merit, placing such a burden on these youngsters, pushing them to their physical limits all at once, may be too reckless, Flanders expressed with concern. Not everyone possesses the formidable physique of Qinyu or Tang San. Excess in all things can lead to detrimental consequences. Should this endeavor surpass these youths' physical thresholds, it may result in irreversible damage. Rest assured, all data has been meticulously calculated, the master reassured. Turning towards the Shrek cafeteria to prepare saline solutions for these young prodigies to replenish their strength. With each advancing step of Qinyu, the ground trembled more noticeably beneath him. Dai Mubai turned to witness Qinyu clad in silver armor. With every footfall, the earth seemed trampled by a beast. The thundering sound causing Dai Mubai's eyelids to twitch ominously. Qinyu, are you preparing for battle? With his keen eye, Dai Mubai discerned the extraordinary nature of the chainmail. For under the sun's rays, the silver armor refracted not a glimmer of light. No material other than silver ingot could possess such a unique quality. You haven't forged this armor from silver ingot, have you? Dai Mubai's pupils constricted. The weight of silver ingot was immensely daunting. If this armor were indeed entirely made of silver ingot, then the weight upon Chun Yu would surely exceed 1,000 pounds. To bear such a weight and still run. Could he even be human? Boss Dai, keen observation. This is an artifact of body refinement that I had mastercraft for me. Chin Yu appeared remarkably at ease, not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow. However, the deep footprints he left behind sent a shiver down Dai Mubai's spine. Who could fathom the terrifying weight of this chainmail? Dai, you all proceed at your own pace. I shall take my leave first. Chin Yu appeared to run at a leisurely pace, yet his speed was astonishing, swiftly placing him ahead of everyone. Gudu. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. The deep imprints left by Chin Yu's feet caused his entire body to tremble. Good heavens! Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? In my view, Chin Yu is no ordinary human. Although Oscar bore the lightest load, he was breathless after merely a lap, a consequence of his lack of regular exercise, revealing his frail condition. Let us refrain from speaking and conserve our strength. This is merely the beginning, and the journey ahead promises to be far more arduous. Tang Xin understood that as they progressed, the challenges would mount, particularly in the final laps, which would test not only their physical endurance, but also their mental fortitude. In the first lap, Dai Mubai and the others completed it in just over 10 minutes, which was relatively effortless. However, Chin Yu had already finished his second lap. By the second lap, Oscar was panting heavily, clearly exhausted, yet he strived to keep pace with the group. Meanwhile, Chin Yu had embarked on his fifth lap. Phew. Chin Yu, could you possibly slow down? I'm weary just watching you. Oscar nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chin Yu seemed to be a relentless force, and astonishingly, each of his strides landed perfectly in the same footprints, with not a trace of deviation after 5 laps. Chin Yu is no longer merely running. He is honing an entirely different capability, lifting with effortless grace. This represents the pinnacle of mastering strength upon reaching a state of great achievement. Even the towering peaks seem as light as feathers in Chin Yu's grasp. However, he has only just begun to touch the threshold of this effortless lifting, barely scratching the surface of its essence. As the sun gradually descends in the west, the heavy breaths echoing within Shrek Academy have yet to cease. At this moment, Dai Mubai and his companions have completed 15 laps, while Oscar has only managed 10. I can't go on any longer, Oscar gasps, his complexion pale and devoid of color. His eyes dim and lacking vitality, and his trembling legs have lost all sensation. Nevertheless, Oscar continues to push forward, albeit at a pace akin to that of an elderly lady on a leisurely stroll. Oscar, you may stop now, Master interjects, halting Oscar who wishes to press on. Although he had assigned Oscar a target of 20 laps, in his heart, he believes that 10 laps is already commendable. No, my comrades are still striving. I cannot give up. Despite the difficulty in speaking, Oscar refuses to relent, inching closer to the main group. Well done, Xiaoao. Dai Mubai's eyes have fused into a singular expression, a sign that his stamina is nearing its limit. Oscar, hand me the stones. Or you won't even be able to complete this lap, Tang San asserts, unceremoniously taking the stones from Oscar's backpack, while Dai Mubai also retrieves Zhu Zhuqing's stones. She attempts to protest but lacks the strength to voice her objections. It is then that everyone realizes the seemingly ordinary master possesses a fierce intensity, instilling fear and awe on this very first day of training under the new mentor. As for Chin Yu, he completed his 50th lap an hour ago and is now advancing toward the goal of 100 laps. Xiao Yu appears to have reached his limits. Yet only 1 lap remains until he achieves his target. Ma Hongjun stumbles at the revelation, falling flat on the ground. After laboring for most of the day, he finds that he has not even matched a fraction of Chin Yu's accomplishment, a stark and humbling reality. Goodness, is this fellow even human? Not human, a monster. Just like the rest of us. Dai Mubai grips Oscar with one hand and pulls Ma Hongjun with the other, hoisting the 2 exhausted individuals as if they were mere puddles of mud. Therefore, we must not surrender. If Chin Yu can accomplish this, so too can we. As they embark upon the 16th lap, every participant is drenched in sweat. Even Tang San's legs tremble. At this juncture, nearly all the stones have been transferred to Tang San. Dai Mubai, cradling Zhu Zhuqing, has 2 straps secured around his shoulders, tethered to Ma Hongjun and Oscar's waists. Only 4 laps remain, and we shall complete this. Tang San delicately sipped the warm saline water, sensing a flicker of strength returning within him. With one arm wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist, countless strands of blue-silver grass entwined their bodies tightly. Tang San, I can still endure. You must let me down, Xiao Wu urged. While her request brought her a moment of relief, it also added the weight of another person to Tang San, requiring him to expend double the effort with each step. Xiao Wu, as long as I remain standing, I shall never relinquish you, Tang San declared resolutely. The blue-silver grass continued to entwine around Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, seamlessly forming a united front of 6 as they staggered forward. Xiao San, follow the footprints I have left behind, she instructed. The bones of Chinyu emitted a series of crisp, frictional sounds with each step he took. However, with every stride, a dark substance seeped from his pores, a manifestation of the impurities accumulated deep within his body. Apart from this almost torturous method, no gentler approach could achieve the desired effect of body refinement that Chinyu sought. Chinyu sprinted ahead, resembling a guiding light that illuminated the path for those who followed. Moreover, Tang San and his companions sensed that their speed had significantly increased. Although Chinyu did not vocalize it, he was undoubtedly the one who contributed the most to the team. At that moment, Flinder hovered in midair. Observing that with each step Chinyu took, the ground within a 10-meter radius subtly inclined forward, indicating that Tang San and the others were essentially running downhill. This remarkable control of power was something only Chinyu could achieve. Hence, Oscar's ability to complete his 11th lap was largely due to Chinyu's assistance. As for Chinyu, he had to bear his own weight while simultaneously supporting the others from Shrek, leading to an exhaustion level that was exponentially greater than that of any individual. After a full hour, Tang San and his companions had only 1 lap remaining, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun had already succumbed to exhaustion. Xiao San, let me down. I want to run this last lap with you. Observing the unsteady figures of the young ones, even Flinder's eyes revealed a hint of admiration and reluctance. It was indeed a feat that even adults might struggle to accomplish, and the tenacity displayed by these children exceeded my expectations. I had initially set their limit at 15 laps in my mind. The master nodded in satisfaction. This training was not merely a test of each individual's physical and mental strength, but also a lesson in the significance of teamwork. If they aspired to excel in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition, they first needed to cultivate a spirit of unity. Today, a seed was sown in their hearts, and I am confident that these children will soon grasp my intentions. 7 days later, a group of slightly grown children burst from Shrek, each exuding an exceptional excitement. Finally, they were free from the master's rigorous training. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Ma Hongjun leaped with joy, having been thoroughly exhausted by the master's various drills over the past week. But today, they were granted a day of respite. This reprieve allowed Ma Hongjun to dash out of the academy with unrestrained enthusiasm. Over the course of these 7 days, the bonds among everyone had grown remarkably close, with all of Shrek's members feeling akin to siblings. This was precisely the spirit the master aimed to foster within Shrek. As the saying goes, there is a time for both relaxation and rigor. The week of strict training had left the Shrek members utterly worn out. Continuing to train under such conditions would likely be counterproductive, which is why the master decided to grant everyone a day of rest. Fatty, be cautious of speaking ill of the master behind his back. You might find yourself facing double the training tomorrow. Oscar wrapped his arm around Ma Hongjun's neck. After a week of rigorous training, Oscar's complexion had darkened, yet he appeared more vibrant than ever. Remarkably, after shaving, Oscar's countenance was even handsomer than that of Dai Mubai. Huh, you with those peach blossom eyes, don't try to intimidate me with your words. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun pulled Dai Mubai aside, seemingly whispering something in his ear. The rotund fellow was acting rather mysterious. What could he possibly be discussing with the esteemed leader? A knowing smile crept across Oscar's face, a grin that any man would understand. Perhaps you all are unaware, but the chubby one and Dai Mubai are renowned for their romantic escapades in Shrek. Their gathering is surely for matters of a more intimate nature. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face grew icy, as if it might freeze. Humph. A leopard cannot change its spots. Dai Mubai seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly shoving Ma Hongjun away and declaring with righteous fervor, Chubby, do not lead me astray. Ever since I met Xiao San, I have vowed to turn over a new leaf. I advise you against wasting your time in those sordid places. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. In the past, it was Dai Mubai who had encouraged him to frequent such locales. What had caused this sudden change of heart? Of course, Their visits to such establishments were not for mere revelry. Dai Mubai sought to drink away the hours, while Ma Hongjun relied on the abundant feminine energy found there to alleviate the torment of his inner turmoil. It could be said that, like Tang San, they both remained untouched by romantic entanglements. Yet who would have imagined that these two notorious flirtatious characters would be so virtuous? Few would believe it if it were to be told. Chubby, is your inner turmoil becoming uncontainable once more? Oscar's expression grew serious, for he understood that Ma Hongjun's affliction stemmed from his mutated martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, perhaps a residual effect of its transformation. Even Master Flander had sought the best physicians to no avail. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun had to rely on the yin energy of women to mitigate the adverse effects of the evil fire. Chubby, show me your evil fire. Xinyu's mind is filled with a myriad of knowledge regarding martial spirits. This malevolent fire can be categorized into two types, the innate and the acquired. The innate malevolent fire is beyond even Xinyu's ability to eradicate. However, the acquired malevolent fire can indeed be resolved. Dust Feather infused his soul power into Ma Hongjun's body, witnessing a black phoenix enveloped in swirling black flames. This dark fire was the source of the evil energy within Ma Hongjun. I understand now that your martial spirit was not originally a phoenix, but rather a pheasant with a trace of phoenix lineage. Due to a series of fortuitous events, your martial spirit underwent a mutation, reverting to its ancestral form as a phoenix spirit. However, this has resulted in an overwhelming abundance of yang energy within you that has no outlet, manifesting as evil fire. Brother, you must help me. I cannot bear the thought of being trapped in such a place for eternity. Ma Hongjun nearly fell to his knees before Dust Feather. As an innocent young man, he found himself transformed into a flower of the brothel due to the evil fire within him, a predicament that had left him without a girlfriend. Fatty, since you address me as brother, I cannot stand idly by. However, I require a specific medicinal herb to completely eradicate the evil fire within you. For now, I can only suppress it temporarily. Xinyu gently brushed his hand over Ma Hongjun's head, and a diminutive Chitian dragon phoenix opened its mouth wide, swallowing the black flames of the evil fire phoenix in one gulp. The unbearable heat that engulfed Ma Hongjun vanished without a trace. Brother, you are truly miraculous. I never imagined today would be so effortless. The Chitian dragon phoenix, possessing the dual powers of a true dragon and a divine phoenix, naturally countered Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit with ease. Such mere evil flames were inconsequential. Xiaoyao, is that not Ning Rongrong? It was evident to all that Oscar genuinely harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong. Though he seldom spoke of it, during moments of respite, he would often fall into a trance, at times even murmuring her name in his sleep. However, until Ning Rongrong came to terms with her own situation, no one could assist her. Yet today, they unexpectedly encountered the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Unfortunately, she appeared rather haggard and disheveled, as if she had not groomed herself in several days. It turned out that Ning Rongrong was short on funds and had been evicted from a hotel the previous day. She found herself contemplating a return to Shrek Academy, only to be surrounded by a group of unruly individuals. Ha ha ha, what a lovely young lady. Are you without a place to stay tonight? How about I take you to see some goldfish? No, I spotted her first. Don't you dare steal her away from me. Who decided that the first to see her gets her? I am your elder brother. Do you wish to rebel? Ning Rongrong felt tears welling in her eyes. Never having anticipated encountering a throng of lecherous men, especially in the unfamiliar city of Soto, she regretted her earlier childish tantrum that led her to flee Shrek Academy. Had she the choice, she would have never left. Look, you frightened the little beauty to tears. Don't be afraid. Uncle will give you a hug. As the man spread his arms, attempting to forcibly embrace Ning Rongrong, a stone struck him squarely on the head. Ouch! Who dares to ambush me? Chapter 64. It's you I'm going to beat, useless brother. You little brat. It was I who threw that stone at you. What? Are you still unconvinced? Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong being harassed in the street, Oscar's fury ignited within him. He swiftly picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it with great force, unexpectedly striking his target. Kid, you must be tired of living. The assailant clutched his bleeding forehead, glaring at Oscar with murderous intent. A formidable surge of soul power emanated from him, revealing that he was, in fact, a soul sovereign. I see you are the ones courting death. Chinyu and Daimubai stepped forward simultaneously, their formidable soul master auras causing the man's expression to shift dramatically. Such youthful soul masters surely boasted an impressive background. They might even be scions of a formidable power, far beyond the reach of mere street thugs like them. Very well. I shall remember this incident. The mountain may not move, but the water will flow. We shall meet again. The ruffian leader uttered a menacing remark, intending to turn away, only for Chinyu to appear instantaneously behind the group. This ghostly speed left everyone dumbfounded. This lad is no ordinary soul master. This is troubling. Chinyu gazed indifferently at the group before him. Although Ning Rongrong's previous haughty demeanor had greatly displeased him, as long as she remained enrolled at the academy, she would undeniably be a member of Shrek. Chinyu is indeed a protective individual, and it is only natural that he cannot stand idly by while his companions are being bullied. Xiao Ao, what do you think we should do? Chinyu deliberately sought Oscar's opinion, intending to establish a grand image in Ning Rongrong's heart. While the death penalty may be avoided, the hardships of life are inescapable. I shall ensure that you kneel before Rongrong and bow your heads in repentance. Oscar bestowed upon Chinyu a grateful smile, silently vowing, My dear brother, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. Ha ha, isn't it merely to be your wingman? Fear not, my friend, for I possess ample experience. Chinyu cast a glance that conveyed a sense of unwavering resolve, as he, along with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, gradually constricted their encirclement from the four cardinal directions. What do you intend to do? My brother is a mentor at Songhui Academy. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you that you shall not leave Soto City today. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai feigned trepidation, even engaging in playful banter with Ma Hongjun. Oh, so it is Songhui Academy. Isn't that the foremost Soul Master Academy in Soto City? I must admit, I was almost frightened to hear its name. Indeed, Songhui Academy is notorious as a haven for misfits. I recall that as long as one has money, even the most unremarkable individuals can gain admission, he continued. Dai, did he not just claim that his brother is a mentor at Songhui Academy? Does that not make him the head of the refuse station? My apologies, esteemed head S younger brother. We should not have lowered ourselves to your level, for not everyone possesses the merit to be a part of the refuse. Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy have long harbored animosity, with Dai Mubai and his companions having had numerous confrontations with individuals from Songhui Academy in the past. It was unexpected that they would encounter someone associated with Songhui Academy once again today. You all. The ruffian leader could hardly fathom that the illustrious name of Songhui Academy not only failed to intimidate Dai Mubai and his companions, but, in fact, fueled the flames of resentment in Dai Mubai's eyes. Xiao-san, Xiao-yu, I have never bested you in the academy. Shall we engage in a contest once more today? Dai Mubai flexed his fingers, producing a series of crackling sounds that sent a chill through the onlookers, rendering their faces ashen. Very well, Dai. What shall we compete in this time? Chinyu, indifferent as ever, was confident that he would not be outmatched, regardless of the challenge. The contest was simple: to strike as many opponents as possible within half a minute. There were precisely 16 individuals present, ample opportunity for them to stretch their limbs. As Dai Mubai's words faded into the air, he unexpectedly launched an attack without any prior warning, evidently having adopted some crafty tactics. Dai boss, you're cheating. No one anticipated that the fierce thug from a moment ago would become a mere pawn in the hands of the four youths. In less than 20 seconds, over 10 individuals, including a soul master, lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Notably, the thug leader's face had received an enthusiastic welcome, swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, so much so that even his own mother might struggle to recognize him. The tally revealed that Chinyu had struck down 6 foes, Tang San 5, Dai Mubai 4, and Ma Hongjun just 1. Xiaoyu, your speed is remarkable. Even when I attempt to take the lead, I am outpaced by you, Dai Mubai remarked with a wry smile, his respect for Chinyu's prowess evident. Xiaoyu, the remaining task is entrusted to you. With a gentle kick of her toe, Chinyu sent those individuals sprawling like broken burlap sacks at Oscar's feet. Rongrong, tell me how you wish to vent your frustrations, and I shall assist you, Oscar declared, rolling up his sleeves. While he might struggle against a typical soul master, dealing with these already battered soft persimmons would be a piece of cake. I. Ning Rongrong appeared visibly shaken, clutching Oscar's garment tightly, a gesture that greatly satisfied his vanity. Forget it, they have learned their lesson. Yet, the words that ultimately escaped Ning Rongrong's lips took Oscar by surprise. Given her temperament, one would expect her to demand retribution, to gouge out their eyes and sever their paws, but instead, she suggested sparing them. Oscar gazed deeply at the still trembling Ning Rongrong and suddenly noticed a change within her. She seemed to have shed her previous arrogance and pride, revealing a more humane and genuine side. During these past 7 days, aside from wandering aimlessly, Ning Rongrong had pondered the most pressing question of whether she had erred over the years. Previously, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she had been the jewel of everyone's eye. Anything she desired would appear before her the very next day, while anything she disliked would vanish without a trace. However, at Shrek Academy, she found herself devoid of the Seven Treasures' luster, leading her to realize that the outside world differed vastly from her imaginings. Without the backing of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she was nothing. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone," she said, wiping away her tears and bowing in apology to each person present. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. Not far away, at the street corner, Flinder and Zhao Wujie stood quietly, observing the scene that had just unfolded. At last, we can provide an account to the sect leader. This young lady thought she could slip away from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school unnoticed. Had it not been for the prior understanding with the sect leader, how could I have so boldly accepted the next heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? It turned out that this entire scenario was a carefully orchestrated scheme by Flinder, aimed at integrating Ning Rongrong into the Shrek Academy family. Furthermore, this plan had received the prior approval of Ning Fengji, the current leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Chapter 65. You are His Majesty Haoyan. Little did they know, the entire Seven Treasures glazed tile school was in turmoil over Ning Rongrong, located in the capital of the Heavendo Empire. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school was not only the political center of the empire but also its economic hub. The establishment of such a grand sect adjacent to the royal lands underscored the extraordinary relationship between the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the Heavendo royalty. This connection stemmed not only from Ning Fengji being the mentor of the current crown prince, Xue Qinghe, but also because the Seven Treasures glazed tile school controlled 1/3 of the entire Heavendo Empire's fiscal revenue. The Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, in addition to possessing formidable economic strength, also wields considerable martial prowess. 2 titled Douluos have long been in the company of Ning Fengji. Even the royal family of Tiando has but 1 titled Douluo serving as an elder. At this moment, within the confines of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, Fengji pondered whether he truly wished for Rongrong to travel such a great distance to attend that so-called Shrek Academy. Surely, he and the old sword master were not inferior in expertise compared to the instructors at those soul master academies. The speaker was a tall, slender elder whose frail appearance belied his true might. He was the Bon Douluo, Gurong, a titled Douluo of the 95th rank, renowned as the world's foremost defensive soul master. "Uncle Gu, you know well the nature of that girl Rongrong. The more I try to stop her, the more determined she becomes to escape. Perhaps it would be beneficial for her to venture out and gain some experience," Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head in resignation, clearly feeling a measure of exasperation with Ning Rongrong. "Fengji, at the very least, you should consult with us. I have never heard of this Shrek Academy before. Can it truly nurture our little princess?" countered a sword-bearing elder across from Gurong. Beneath his sharp brows were piercing eyes that inspired a sense of trepidation. One could almost discern the silhouettes of 2 swords spinning within the depths of his gaze. His mere presence exuded an aura of unrivaled dominance over all creation. He was the sword Douluo, Chun Exine, a titled Douluo of the 97th rank. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please allow me to explain. This Shrek Academy is actually meanwhile." The trivial matter just mentioned had not dampened the spirits of Chun Yu and his companions as they strolled through the streets. The camaraderie among women blossomed effortlessly, and a mere trinket had transformed Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shuqing into inseparable confidants. Observing this rapid formation of friendships, Chen Yu marveled at the remarkable nature of women. Just as Flander and Zhao Wujie prepared to join them, a deep voice resonated in their ears. "Flander, Zhao Wujie. 10 miles beyond the city, at the desolate mountain temple, we shall meet." They exchanged a glance, both astonished by the gravity of the situation. Such precise transmission of sound through soul power, without alerting those on the street, demonstrated a level of control that only a legendary titled Douluo could possess. A mysterious titled Douluo had sought them out. The implications of this encounter were uncertain. Filled with trepidation, Flander and Zhao Wujie hurried towards the desolate mountain, aware that failing to meet the titled Douluo could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at the dilapidated temple, they were surprised to find that their master was also present. "Xiao Gang, what brings you here? What has transpired? Have you received a message from that esteemed individual as well?" Flander curiously glanced around, yet aside from the dilapidated temple, He could discern no trace of the enigmatic title Douluo. Four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Suddenly, the space and light 10 meters before Flander twisted in an eerie manner, and from it emerged a figure. The ability to distort space indicated a power level of at least 97, a title Douluo. The astonishment in Flander's eyes deepened across the entire Douluo continent. There were hardly more than a handful who could reach such heights. How could Flander, in all his life, have any connection to such a formidable being without even realizing it? As the figure fully stepped out of the warped void, the master beside him gasped in awe. Are you not the esteemed Haotian? Haotian Douluo Tanghao. This name once represented a legendary figure in the spirit master realm, yet it was also regarded as a taboo. Haotian Douluo was the first title Douluo to be condemned by the Spirit Hall, for the previous pope of the Spirit Hall had perished at his hands. This blood feud positioned Haotian Douluo in direct opposition to the Spirit Hall and, indeed, the entire Spirit Master community. Master, thank you for your diligent guidance of Xiao San over the past 6 years. Consider this a favor owed by Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao's immense black cloak concealed his form, it could not suppress the commanding resonance of his voice, as if in his eyes. The very fabric of reality could not stifle his indomitable spirit. Your Grace, you are too kind. In truth, from the moment I learned of Xiao San's second martial spirit being the Haotian hammer, I had an inkling of his identity. To possess the Haotian hammer alongside the blue-silver grass martial spirit, yet originate from a humble village like Holy Soul Village. There exists no other individual who fits this criterion except for the missing Haotian Douluo and his soul heir. As expected of the master, your deductive prowess is indeed remarkable. However, I implore you not to disclose my identity to Xiao San. His current strength is far too feeble to contend with the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Tang Hao suddenly coughed lightly, revealing an evident internal injury that had likely festered within him for over a decade. Would this not be excessively unfair to Xiao San? The master felt a pang of sympathy. Xiao San was deeply sentimental. Although Xiao San remained silent, the master was aware that his concern for Tang Hao had not waned over the past 6 years. Let this be my debt to Xiao San. I have summoned the 3 of you today not only for this matter, but also to request your assistance in caring for another individual. To have the Haotian Douluo convey a message, one could only ponder the lofty status of the person in question. Pray tell, who is this individual, Your Grace? Flander respectfully inquired. The person is Chunyu. Xiaoyu. Flander and the others exchanged glances, while they recognized Chunyu's extraordinary talent. Even he remained unaware of his own origins. Could it be that Tang Hao held knowledge of something deeper? A flicker of confusion and astonishment crossed the eyes of the masters as Tang Hao continued. Initially, I too was unaware of that little one's origins. However, from the moment I departed from the Holy Soul Village, someone sought me out, requesting my assistance in looking after Chinyu. At this juncture, I cannot divulge any further details. All I ask is that you remain vigilant and attentive. Tang Hao, evidently cautious, merely hinted at the matter without revealing much regarding the individual in question. Yet, Flander and the others had already grasped the significance. Whoever commanded Tang Hao's respect undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background and strength. In the Douluo continent, numerous formidable forces lurked in the shadows, with the so-called upper and lower sects merely the visible superpowers. The depths of the Douluo continent's undercurrents are truly profound. Chapter 66. Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit in just half a day. Chinyu and his companions traversed from the western city of Soto to the eastern city. Daimubai and the other boys were thoroughly exhausted, wishing for nothing more than to remain stationary. This was far more taxing than running laps around Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, Xiaowu and the others remained exuberant. Clearly, shopping was a formidable talent bestowed upon women by the heavens. Yet, having ventured out with great difficulty, Tang San and the others were reluctant to dampen the mood. I see there is another marketplace over there, Xiaowu. Why don't you all explore that while we find a nearby tea house to sip tea and await your return? Even Tang San felt weary after a day of walking, contemplating that this was perhaps 100 times more challenging than cultivating soul power to the rank of title Douluo. Very well. Given that you boys are unlikely to purchase anything, Xiao Wu and her companions linked arms and swiftly vanished into the crowd. Phew. Third brother, your approach is indeed commendable. If we continued any longer, my physique would surely succumb here. Ma Hongjun gulped down half a jug of tea, finally catching his breath. Little San, do you think they'll be all right? Dai Mubai expressed his concerns. Zhu Zhuqing was not one for words, and Ning Rongrong was a quintessential little princess. They had never ventured into such bustling and chaotic environments. If anything were to go awry, they might not arrive in time to offer assistance. Indeed, your concern is not unfounded, Dai. Let us select a representative. As everyone exchanged glances, it became evident that apprehensions about shopping had taken hold. With no one stepping forward, they resolved to draw lots. Dai Mubai plucked a handful of leaves, declaring, I have 5 leaves here, but only one bears a bite from an insect. Whoever draws that damaged leaf will serve as our representative. Ma Hongjun was the first to grasp Dai Mubai's hand, muttering incantations to himself. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Let it not be me. Anyone else will do. Next came Oscar, Tang San, and finally Qinyu. When it was Qinyu's turn to draw, a cunning smile spread across Dai Mubai's face, indicating he had orchestrated something. Indeed, as Qinyu opened his palm, the leaf revealed a tiny insect hole. Qinyu found himself at a loss. Whether in his previous life or the present, he had never acquired the skill of gambling. Conversely, Dai Mubai excelled in this art, rendering Qinyu unfortunate enough to be designated as the beleaguered laborer. After Qinyu departed, the other 4 simultaneously revealed their palms, discovering that the leaves they held had all been gnawed by insects. Had Qinyu witnessed this scene, he might have been infuriated to the point of banging his head against the ground. I have treated you all with sincerity, yet you regard me as a fool. Is there no sense of justice or morality? At this moment, our unfortunate protagonist had scampered off to the marketplace, trailing behind Xiao Wu and the others. Although he had agreed to serve as their bodyguard, he had no intention of becoming a mere porter. As far as he was concerned, his sole responsibility was to ensure their safety. Everything else was beyond his concern. Qinyu leisurely strolled with his hands tucked into his pockets, indulging in the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye from a stall beside him, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Could it be the divine spirit herb recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, the dragon phoenix body refining fruit? The dragon phoenix body refining fruit, a paragon among celestial treasures, is a legendary divine herb. According to the Xiantian treasure record, this fruit is nurtured by the essence of true dragons and colorful phoenixes, cultivated over a millennium and taking millennia to perfect. When ripe, it emanates a unique fragrance that compels all beasts to kneel in reverence. Cheney had always believed that the dragon phoenix body refining fruit recorded in the Xiantian treasure record was merely a legend. However, to his astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered it today in this modest market. Excuse me, esteemed shopkeeper, how much is this item for sale? With an air of pretense, Qinyu picked up a rusted sword lying beside the dragon phoenix body refining fruit and inquired deliberately, This is an antique I discovered in the starry forest. Presumably a sidearm wielded by a formidable title Douluo from a millennium ago. As for the price, I shall extend a discount. Merely 1,000 gold soul coins. Qinyu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, after the discount, it still costs 1,000 golden soul coins. Do you truly take me for a fool? Believe me, I could break you in a heartbeat. Yet, for the sake of that dragon phoenix body refining fruit, Qinyu bore with it. Excuse me, dear shopkeeper, are you intentionally trying to swindle me? Is this wretched sword truly worth 1,000 golden soul coins? Qinyu feigned innocence, responding with a naive rebuttal. Upon witnessing Qinyu's demeanor, the vendor felt a surge of joy, realizing that today might be his lucky day. Ahem, young lad, do you truly perceive my honest visage as that of a deceiver? To tell you the truth, these rust stains are merely an illusion to mislead the eye. Once you return home and wash it with a bit of water, this sword will transform into a formidable weapon. The vendor's earnest expression almost made Qinyu laugh, with such a pointed face and monkey-like features. How could he claim to be honest? Had all the sincere individuals in the world been deceived by him, thus earning this title? Well, I still find it rather expensive. It seems a bit unworthy. Qinyu deliberately placed the iron sword down and turned to leave. The stall owner, upon witnessing this, immediately grasped Qinyu's arm. This was indeed a prime opportunity, and he could not allow Qinyu to depart so easily. How about this? I sense a connection between us. If you purchase this sword, you may select one treasure from my stall to take home for free. The stall owner feigned a pained expression, yet inwardly he was elated. There were no true treasures at his stall, merely discarded relics unearthed from ancient battlefields. His intention was to tantalize Qinyu's desire for a bargain, thus ensnaring him. However, the true roles of angler and fish were difficult to discern, as Qinyu was also waiting for the stall owner to utter those very words. In that case, I might consider it. After a lengthy display of pretense, Qinyu finally selected the dragon phoenix body refining fruit. Boss, I will choose this one, he declared. The stall owner, having been nearly exhausted by Chen Yu's earlier indecision, instantly brightened at the sight of his choice. With an eagerness that suggested a fear of Chen Yu changing his mind, he swiftly placed the dragon phoenix body refining fruit into Chen Yu's hands. At last, it was in his possession. As Chen Yu completed the transaction, he swiftly vanished from the vendor's sight and retreated to an unnoticed corner. A wisp of soul energy coalesced into a sharp cone, gradually penetrating the pitch-black stone shell. This outer layer was likely a scab formed from the coagulated blood of a soul beast, capable of completely enveloping the essence of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit. Were it not for my Ying Tian dragon phoenix martial soul's acute sensitivity to the aura of the dragon phoenix, I might have hesitated to ascertain that this indeed was the coveted fruit. A minute hole appeared in the inky scab, and an unusual, fragrant aroma instantly permeated the air. This is not good. With a swift motion, Chen Yu concealed the dragon phoenix body refinement fruit within the Xintian ring, yet the alluring fragrance still wafted through the air, captivating the attention of numerous onlookers. Cursed be my oversight. I had foolishly forgotten that the scent of the dragon phoenix body refinement fruit could permeate the atmosphere for hundreds of miles. How could I be so naive as to test its authenticity in this very place? Instantly, many gazes fixated upon Chen Yu. Little one, what treasure did you just possess? Why not reveal it for us to behold? Chapter 67. The Hunter, Thunderbolt. Chen Yu's expression darkened. Despite his swift movements, he still attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, including several soul masters of formidable caliber. Among this gathering stood a lean, middle-aged man clad in a short shirt, exuding the most powerful aura. Remarkably, no one dared to approach him, indicating that he was certainly not a benign presence within this marketplace. The very individual who had just spoken was none other than this man. I apologize, but I am unaware of what you are referring to. Chen Yu lifted his foot to stride towards the crowd, only to be intercepted by that individual. Huh, before me, Layli, you dare to act so audaciously? Truly a fool unaware of his impending doom. Layli is a figure notorious for his malevolence within this marketplace, bearing the ominous moniker the Hunter. The souls that have perished at his hands number not fewer than 800. Without regard for age or gender, anyone who falls into Layli's grasp meets an inevitably tragic end. However, Layli harbors a peculiar predilection. He relishes the thrill of pursuing and slaying his opponents as they attempt to flee, seemingly deriving greater satisfaction from this twisted pursuit. Hence, the epithet the Hunter. This unfortunate lad has unwittingly drawn the ire of Layli, a grave misfortune indeed. It has been half a month since Layli last claimed a life. He must be brimming with pent-up bloodlust. The onlookers expressed a cacophony of sentiments, pity, astonishment, and a hint of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. I shall repeat myself. Step aside. In the eyes of Chen Yu, there was an icy coldness. Had he desired to complicate matters, there would have been no room for Lei Li to act so arrogantly. Chen Yu had indeed heard whispers of this name. You seek your own demise. A dazzling flash of lightning coursed through Lei Li, whose martial spirit was that of a thunderbird, imbuing him with a soul power that bore the essence of thunder. This was the very reason for Lei Li's formidable strength, as the thunder attribute of his soul power possessed a far greater destructive force than that of ordinary soul power. Crack! A lightning bolt, as wide as 2 fingers, struck down upon Chen Yu, causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm from the ensuing sparks. Humph! To let you die so easily would be a kindness, were it not for the prohibition against dueling in Swoto City. I would ensure you truly experienced the extent of my abilities. A cold smile curled upon Lei Li's lips, as dealing with a mere child of 11 or 12 seemed no more than a matter of lifting a finger. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left Lei Li astonished. The rampant lightning seemed to glide off Chen Yu's body, akin to water on oil, cascading harmlessly to the ground. Such a level of thunderous power should have been kept hidden to avoid disgrace. With a casual sweep of his hand, Dust Feather brushed away the raindrops from his body, erasing the thunderclouds that enveloped him. How can you be immune to the power of thunder? Thunderbolt exclaimed in astonishment. Among the myriad of soul masters in the world, there exist a few with extraordinary talents, particularly those who are innately immune to certain types of soul power attacks. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even Thunderbolt, in all these years, had never encountered a soul master endowed with such a unique ability. Martial spirit, manifest. Thunderbolt's eyes sparkled with electric light as his Thunderbird martial spirit instantly fused with his body, manifesting a pair of wings composed entirely of condensed thunderous energy. Emerging from his back, in an instant, Thunderbolt's presence surged dramatically, sending waves of fear through the marketplace, prompting the crowd to scatter in panic. What is happening? Is there a crisis in the marketplace? Inside the tea house, Daimubai observed the throngs of people fleeing in a frenzy, worry etched upon his face. Let us go and take a look, Tang Sen commanded, waving his hand as dozens of blue-silver grasses intertwined, forming several long bridges between the buildings in the blink of an eye. This maneuver not only circumvented the chaos below, but also provided a vantage point for observation. Is that Little Feather? The once bustling marketplace now stood silent except for Dust Feather and Thunderbolt, who had already exchanged over 30 fierce encounters before Tang San and his companions arrived. First soul skill, Thunder Feather. Thunderbolt sharply folded his thunderous wings, transforming hundreds of razor-sharp thunder feathers into countless streaks of light that shot toward Dust Feather. Yet, Dust Feather moved as if strolling through a garden, his actions seemingly languid. Yet his speed was astonishingly swift. The phrase "a person passes through flowers," not a single petal touches him, perfectly encapsulated Dust Feather's current state. I wonder how long you can keep this up. Thunderbolt's third soul ring suddenly illuminated. Third soul skill, Thunder Sea Surge. A dense torrent of thunder, reminiscent of ocean waters, surged forth from beneath Thunderbolt's feet, with arcs of electricity dancing even in the humid air. This third soul skill allowed him to convert the moisture within his body into pure thunderous energy, and since water conducts electricity wherever there was moisture, Thunderbolt's third soul skill could propagate endlessly. Tick-tock. With a fingertip, Chunyu received a droplet of thunderous liquid, the latent power within capable of inflicting grave harm upon a Grand Soul Master. It seems that this Thunderbolt has managed to linger in the city of Soto for quite some time, possessing a certain degree of prowess. Very well. Today you shall learn the true meaning of reaping what you sow. A formidable surge of soul power emanated from Chunyu, and in the next moment, the previously attribute-less soul energy unexpectedly shimmered with a silvery white luster. To my astonishment, you too possess the ability to cultivate lightning attribute soul power. Chunyu remained silent. Ever since he awakened the chaos spirit body, he had acquired the ability to transform his soul power into any attribute he desired. Thus, the mere lightning attribute posed no challenge. Furthermore, the manifestation of the celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit around him had morphed into a colossal dragon, enveloped in crackling thunder. Among dragon-shaped martial spirits, particularly those cultivating lightning attributes, one could scarcely find a match, save for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lineage, which stood as one of the three esteemed sections. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. You are a direct descendant of this prestigious lineage. Though Layli was undeniably arrogant, even 1,000 Laylis combined would likely pale in comparison to the prowess of a single branch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Cursed be my thoughts. How did I not realize sooner that only a soul master possessing such an extraordinary martial spirit could disregard the might of their opponent's thunder? Regret washed over Layli, akin to an old man contemplating his life. Roar. The celestial dragon phoenix martial spirit opened its maw and voraciously consumed the expanse of thunder surrounding them, seemingly insatiable. As it shifted its consuming force towards Layli, it was attempting to devour the very essence of his Thunderbird martial spirit. Layli's complexion turned ashen. The deliberate act of the celestial dragon phoenix to assimilate his martial spirit instilled a primal fear within him. Even this ruthless executioner felt a pang of terror. This ability, activated upon the celestial dragon phoenix reaching maturity, allowed it to directly absorb the opponent's martial spirit. Yet, Chunyu had refrained from employing such a brutal capability before, deeming it too cruel and disruptive to the natural order. However, with Layli stained by the blood of countless innocents, Chunyu felt no moral qualm in unleashing the devouring power of the celestial dragon phoenix upon him. I had warned you previously, alas. It is a pity that wise counsel falls on deaf ears. It is not I who is arrogant, but you. With a mere thought, Chunyu summoned the lightning bird soul from within Layli, and in the next moment, the mighty Ingtian dragon phoenix, with its gaping maw, crushed and devoured the lightning bird soul with its razor-sharp teeth. The Ingtian dragon phoenix soul, now in its growth phase, exhibited a soul growth rate of 90 to 100. Bereft of his soul, Layli appeared to age suddenly by 3 or 4 decades. And the protective lightning aura that once surrounded him now turned against him, mercilessly tearing at his flesh. Chapter 68, Enlightenment Ding. The inaugural use of the Ingtian dragon phoenix's active devouring power has birthed a novel ability within the Douluo continent, completing an extraordinarily shocking task, and rewarding a divine-level gift pack. Ding! The divine-level gift pack automatically opens, bathing the host in divine light, enhancing soul power cultivation speed by tenfold and comprehension by tenfold, along with a reward of a divine bestowed soul ring and a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. Fortune has smiled upon me. Fortune has smiled upon me. A glimmer of ecstatic joy flickered in Qinyu's eyes, and his mind became considerably clearer. Questions that had previously eluded his understanding were suddenly unraveled in an instant. Is this the benefit of heightened comprehension? It is akin to the distinction between an ordinary computer and a supercomputer. Coupled with the divine soul ring and the 10,000-year soul bone, this reward is indeed substantial. Furthermore, the soul bone in question is a left arm bone, which conveniently does not conflict with the soul bones Qinyu already possesses. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Under the relentless bombardment of the thunderous force, Lei Li's body was charred beyond recognition, revealing no trace of healthy flesh. Were it not for the consumption of the majority of Lei Li's soul power by the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, he would have long since been reduced to cinders by the backlash of the thunderous energy. Yet at this moment, Lei Li was left with but a breath. A pitiful sight indeed. Even if I were to show you mercy, Lei Li, I fear that the families of the soul masters you have wronged would not let you escape unscathed. Moreover, I have always adhered to the principle of eradicating evil to its very root. With a snap of his fingers, Qinyu summoned a colossal thunderbolt, measuring 0.5 meter in width, which descended from the heavens like a gigantic sword slicing through the firmament. In the blink of an eye, it traversed vast distances, striking down upon Lei Li. This time, Lei Li emitted no cry of despair, instantly reduced to ashes. Qinyu's decisive act of extermination instilled a profound fear in those lurking in the shadows, harboring sinister intentions towards him, a mere assemblage of cowardly miscreants, too afraid to reveal themselves. With a disdainful sneer, Qinyu strode alone towards the outskirts of the bustling market. Just as he turned, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, aimed directly at the vital point of his back. Humph! Yet, at the moment those identical daggers were about to strike, countless bolts of thunder descended from the heavens. Within that dazzling yet tempestuous sea of lightning, the daggers forged from fine iron were instantaneously obliterated. Meanwhile, Qinyu found himself with one foot resting upon the head of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, slowly rising from the ground. It seems that among you cowardly rats lurking in the shadows, a few possess a modicum of courage. However, from the instant you chose to act, your fate was already sealed. With a single finger pointed skyward, Qinyu summoned an unending torrent of thunder that descended with ferocity, incinerating the myriad stalls and shops along a 100-meter stretch, along with the hidden figures lurking in the shadows. The god of thunder. Many ordinary onlookers, witnessing Qinyu amidst the electrifying storm, knelt in awe, as if in the presence of a divine youth. Yet, this formidable power was not solely his. It was also derived from the thunderous energy he had previously siphoned from Lei Li, now unleashed with a mere gesture. Such was the source of his terrifying might. The soul master concealed in the darkness was a subordinate of Lei Li, but from this moment forth, Lei Li would no longer exist in this world. Following this battle, Qinyu's visage would likely spread throughout the entirety of Soto City in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to Qinyu, across the street in an opulent tavern, a young man clad in luxurious attire gently fanned himself, his gaze fixated on the unfolding events in the marketplace. The display of power by Qinyu piqued a flicker of interest in him. He resolved to investigate whether there existed a branch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family in Soto City. Such pure thunderous energy was not a trait possessed by just any martial spirit. Upon closer inspection, one could observe a glimmer of silver lightning flickering at the tips of the young man's hair. Once the crowd returned to Shrek Academy, the master promptly escorted Qinyu and Tang San away. Surely, the master is not already aware of Brother Yu's disturbance in the marketplace and intends to punish him, speculated Ma Hongjun. However, Dai Mubai shook his head, stating that if it were merely due to the marketplace incident, there would be no reason to involve Tang San. The master likely had matters of greater significance to address, particularly those concerning both Qinyu and Tang San, which warranted such urgency in his summons. Little Yu and Little San are certainly not in any trouble. Let us all return to rest, he concluded. Meanwhile, the master took Qinyu and Tang San directly to the dean's office, where they found Flinder and Zhao Wuji inexplicably adorned with identical hats. It was late at night, devoid of sunlight or rain, and it seemed quite absurd to wear hats indoors. Upon witnessing the peculiar attire of Flinder and Zhao Wuji, Qinyu could not help but be slightly taken aback. Ahem, Xiaoyu, Xiao-san, I have summoned you today for an important matter. Under no circumstances should you affiliate yourselves with the Spirit Hall, nor should you engage in close contact with them, Flinders stated with utmost gravity, as if concealing a monumental secret. Director Flinder, teacher, may I inquire as to why? Tang San asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The specific reasons will reveal themselves in due course. For now, it is imperative that you maintain your distance from the Spirit Hall. The master, standing beside them, nodded slightly in agreement. Should Tang San's connection to Tang Hao be exposed, the Spirit Hall's vengeful nature would likely lead to a harrowing fate for him. Xiao-san. Xiaoyu, remember our conversation today. You must not disclose the secret of your twin martial souls to outsiders. Recent events in the marketplace have already drawn the attention of various factions. Though Flinder has managed to suppress the matter, the master continued, devoid of reproach. A mere rogue like Lei posed little threat. However, Chunyu must heed this warning. Until they had truly matured, he and Tang Sen needed to remain in the shadows, quietly gathering strength. Master, I understand. With a deep breath, Chunyu realized that during his time in Soto City, he had inadvertently become somewhat complacent. It seemed that his rapid enhancement in strength had yielded both advantages and disadvantages. Particularly with today's events, he feared he had drawn the attention of many. Oh, as his master once remarked, true power comprises only a fraction of genuine strength. A true warrior does not flaunt their brilliance, but rather understands the essence of returning to simplicity. Chunyu understood that his forthcoming period of cultivation would not focus on enhancing his soul power, but rather on refining his mind. You may return to rest, he instructed. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao will accompany you to the Star Doe Forest to assist Xiao Ao in acquiring his third spirit ring. Take this opportunity to hone your skills, Master, and I will devise a training plan for you upon your return. Once Chinyu and Tang San departed, Flinder and Zhao Wujin finally removed their conical hats, revealing faces marred with bruises, resembling those who had endured a fierce beating. This was all thanks to Tang Hao's handiwork. Flinder, I must admit, despite only exchanging 100 moves with Lord Haotian, I can already faintly perceive the gateway to becoming a spirit Douluo, Zhao Wujin chuckled, wincing as the movement aggravated his injuries. While he spoke, it was evident that Lord Haotian's guidance was indeed a brutal affair. The sight of Flinder and Zhao Wujin's suffering compelled the master to gaze skyward, exclaiming that the evening sun was particularly splendid. However, if one were to connect the injuries on Flinder and Zhao Wujin, they would form a new pathway for soul power circulation, significantly accelerating their ability to refine soul power and hastening their progression from soul sage to spirit Douluo. Old Zhao, tomorrow as you lead those young ones, exercise utmost caution against the perils along the way. Chinyu's actions today will undoubtedly attract considerable attention, Flinder cautioned, having received word that Songhui Academy seemed to be mobilizing, with intentions directed towards Shrek Academy. Rest assured, Flinder, with me, the unmoving king, nothing sinister shall prevail. I will vanquish any beast that dares to approach, Zhao Wujin declared. His fist clenched, causing the air to tremble momentarily. As night fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Chinyu listened carefully to the sounds within the room. Apart from him, everyone else was in a deep slumber. Stealthily, he rose and opened the door, making his way towards the training ground. There he found Flandra, who had long been waiting with his hands clasped behind his back. Little you, you've arrived. In truth, Flandra had approached Chinyu earlier, before dinner, requesting his presence at this hour for an important discussion. Director Flandra, what matters bring me here at such a late hour? Chinyu, filled with curiosity, inquired whether Flanders intended to settle accounts due to the events that transpired in the market earlier that day. Xiaoyu, are you aware of your origins? Do you possess any adornments or items that could substantiate your lineage? Rather than addressing the altercation in the market, Dean Flanders shifted the conversation to Chinyu's heritage. Why are you so intrigued by my background, Dean Flanders? Do you possess any knowledge that I am unaware of? Although Chinyu harbored a profound curiosity regarding his own lineage, particularly concerning the activation of his second martial soul, the Divine Punishment Sword, which required the unlocking of his bloodline power, Flanders merely shook his head, stating, not at all, I am simply a tad curious. The reason I summoned you tonight is that I have something of even greater significance to discuss. Have you ever heard of the Litian Sword Sect? Litian Sword Sect? As Chinyu silently recited these four characters, an inexplicable sensation coursed through him. His divine sword martial soul, known as the Heavenly Punishment Blade, seemed to quiver ever so slightly. This peculiar reaction left Chinyu in a state of astonishment, for it appeared that these four characters bore an enigmatic connection to his martial soul. Could it be that this sect held a unique relationship with him? Or perhaps Chunyu was a descendant of this very sect? Yet, prior to this moment, he had never encountered these four characters in any person's discourse or in any ancient texts, as if this sect had never existed at all. I apologize, Dean Flandra. I have not heard of this sect before. However, upon your mention, I felt an unusual resonance within me. Dean Flandra seemed hesitant, as if revealing the existence of the Heavenly Sword sect was merely an attempt to provoke Chunyu's curiosity. Never mind. I merely had a fleeting thought, recalling the name of a sect I once came across. It is getting late. You should retire early. Tomorrow morning, you are to embark on your journey to the Stardow Forest. Chunyu felt somewhat bewildered. What was wrong with Flandra today? His speech was hesitant and devoid of any logical coherence, rendering his demeanor quite peculiar. Director, you should rest early as well. I shall take my leave now. After Chunyu departed, two figures emerged behind Flandra, Master and Zhao Wujing. Xiao Gang, do you think Xiaoyu could comprehend what I just conveyed? The Master inquired with a slight smile. Flandra, you underestimate this little fellow. His intelligence surpasses even that of Xiao San. He has fully grasped everything you mentioned just now. Henceforth, allow Xiaoyu to forge his own path. But how could Xiaoyu possibly be connected to the ancient sect, the Litian Sword sect? I would scarcely believe it if it weren't for the explicit words of the Haotian Douluo. Upon uttering the name of the Litian Sword sect, Flandra cautiously surveyed his surroundings, wary of being overheard by a fourth party. The Litian Sword sect, even the well-informed master only possessed a superficial understanding of it. This sect thrived on the Douluo continent 500,000 years ago, predating the Spirit Hall, which currently dominates the continent, by a staggering 400,000 years. 500,000 years. The world has transformed beyond recognition. Even the Spirit Hall cannot guarantee its existence over such an expanse of time. The continued existence of the Litian Sword sect is indeed astonishing. What terrifying force could the Litian Sword sect represent? If I combine what I know with the fragments of information previously hinted at by the Haotian Douluo, I can only conclude that the Litian Sword sect is likely the true sovereign of the entire Douluo continent, and Xiaoyu's status within the sect is undoubtedly extraordinary. Possibly even a pivotal figure capable of influencing the upper echelons of the Litian Sword sect. As for the events that transpired, Tang Hao had sternly warned that this matter was beyond their casual interference. Merely nudging Chunyu would suffice. Alas, this little one has a challenging road ahead. Upon returning to his room, Chunyu's mind continued to linger on Flandra's recent words. Could my lineage truly be linked to the Litian Sword sect? Especially concerning my second martial soul, which seems distinct from ordinary martial souls. Perhaps it is indeed connected to this enigmatic sect. Chunyu has, in fact, concealed a significant matter. He possesses an item that can attest to his lineage, a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. One side of the pendant is inscribed with his name, while the other bears a series of enigmatic symbols, incomprehensible even to Chunyu, reminiscent of ancient cryptic languages. It is not that Chunyu harbors distrust towards Flandra and the Master, rather, he harbors a subtle apprehension that the enigma surrounding his origin may spiral into a cataclysmic vortex, endangering the lives of anyone embroiled in its depths. The words spoken by Dean Flandra today have illuminated a path for me. If I truly wish to unravel these mysteries, I may indeed need to commence my inquiries from the Tianjin sect. Chunyu slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air from his chest. At present, his strength remains quite feeble. In the coming decade, the paramount task for Chunyu is to enhance his abilities to the greatest extent possible. The road ahead is long and arduous. The world of Douluo continent is far more expansive than I had ever imagined. Chunyu departed the room once more, selecting a clearing of nearly 10 meters in length and width within the dense forest behind the academy. Holding a branch in hand, he began to inscribe intricate patterns upon the ground. In merely a quarter of an hour, he had etched a formation that, at first glance, appeared deceptively simple, yet upon closer inspection revealed an astonishing complexity and profundity. Upon completing this task, Chunyu retrieved the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit from his Xiantian ring. Remarkably, the formation he had drawn on the ground mirrored the intricate lines adorning the surface of the fruit. It was evident that the formation Chunyu had inscribed was a meticulous imitation of the markings on the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit. Chapter 70. One's Astonishment. Many soul masters the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit not only harbored extraordinary energy within its essence, but more crucially, it had the capacity to summon the forces of heaven and earth, refining the physique of its consumer. To unlock the fruit's maximum potential, It was essential to inscribe the spirit summoning formation found upon its surface onto the ground. This knowledge, known only to Qinyu, was a revelation that even Tang San remained oblivious to, highlighting the superiority of the divine Xiantian treasure record compared to the knowledge contained in Tang San's mind. Oh, Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, I hope you will bestow upon me even greater wonders. Dusty Feathers knelt gracefully at the center of the spirit summoning array, placing the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit upon the region of their heart. The Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit was not to be consumed directly, rather, its latent energy was absorbed through the heart. Let the process commence. As Qinyu gradually closed his eyes, his breathing became increasingly tranquil, accompanying his breaths. The intricate patterns on the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit began to emit a soft golden glow. Simultaneously, the spirit guiding array beside Qinyu slowly released a faint luminescence, with a gentle suction emanating from the array's inscriptions. Buzz. When the patterns on the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit fully illuminated, a low, melodious hum resonated through the air. In that instant, a peculiar fragrance enveloped the entirety of Shrek Academy. This aroma was neither as pungent as musk nor as mundane as ordinary floral scents. Rather, it resembled a unique amalgamation. Furthermore, this fragrance possessed a remarkably calming effect, causing all within Shrek, save for Qinyu, to succumb to a profound slumber. At this moment, the surface of the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit began to rhythmically expand and contract, mirroring the cadence of Qinyu's heartbeat with uncanny precision. Thump, thump. Upon the 100th pulsation of the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, 2 beams of golden light burst forth from its skin, forming the likeness of a diminutive divine dragon and a true phoenix. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries reverberated simultaneously above Shrek Academy, and soon after, the golden radiance of the dragon and phoenix merged into Qinyu's heart, while the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit transformed into dust, vanishing completely. Crack, crack. The entire skeletal structure of Qinyu resonated with a cacophony of sounds, indicative of the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit's medicinal power commencing its fortifying transformation upon him. In a mere breath, every inch of bone and every cell within Qinyu's body underwent countless enhancements. If one were to draw a comparison, Qinyu's physical strength at this moment could rival that of a Soul King possessing a defensive beast martial soul. Furthermore, there were no signs of this augmentation abating. Yet, the most significant transformation lay within his innate martial soul, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix. A staggering 90% of the fruit's potency infused into the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, propelling its maturation to unprecedented heights as if it had been launched by a rocket. In the blink of an eye, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix transcended its growth phase, entering the next stage of maturity. At this advanced stage, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix had sprouted 2 delicate dragon horns atop its head and manifested 4 dragon claws upon its abdomen. The martial soul had evolved from its previous serpentine form into a true dragon shape. However, this maturation was not the final phase for the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix. The growth progress bar left Qinyu somewhat speechless. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, Mature Stage 3 Awakenings. Increasing the host soul power reserve by 12-fold and enhancing the soul power cultivation speed by 12-fold. The growth progress of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, 100100000. Remarkably, a mere 100 growth points sufficed for the growth phase, yet the requirement for advancing to maturity had escalated a staggering 100 times. Moreover, this time, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix faced conditions for enhancing its growth value, necessitating the consumption of soul beast essences and martial souls from soul masters, both of which came with stringent prerequisites. The soul beasts must be over 5,000 years old, and the soul masters must be at least of the Soul King rank. Qinyu let out a bitter smile, realizing that the system had no intention of allowing him to peacefully level up. The difficulty of upgrading his martial soul had increased at least tenfold. The potency of the Dragon Phoenix Body Refinement Fruit continued to enhance the growth value of the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix, which was still on the rise. 200, 300, 400. The growth value had consistently broken through the 5,000 mark, and only then did the rate of increase begin to slow. The dragon and phoenix might emanating from the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul became increasingly pure, resembling not merely a martial soul but rather an entity akin to a divine dragon phoenix beast. This formidable aura resonated throughout the Douluo continent, stirring responses from all tidal Douluo level powerhouses. How many secrets does Qinyu truly harbor? Outside Soto City, Tang Hao, clad in a black robe, gazed towards the direction of Shrek Academy. The fleeting pressure he had just felt left him with a sense of unease. Tang Hao, it is time to fulfill the promise you made to me. Behind him, a voice, ancient and commanding, echoed, though no one was present. Yet, Tang Hao bore no anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to commence. Wuhuan City, the sacred ground in the hearts of all soul masters across the Douluo continent, served as a gathering place for all high-ranking soul masters. The core main hall of the Wuhuan Hall, known as the Wuhuan Sanctuary, was situated at the heart of Wuhuan City. At this moment, the Wuhuan Sanctuary appeared remarkably unsettled, influenced by the presence of the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul. All the elders of title Douluo rank were abruptly awakened, gathering within the grand hall. On the throne symbolizing the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall sat a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s. Despite her youth compared to the elders below, their gazes towards her were filled with profound reverence. This woman was none other than the current Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong. Silence. Bibi Dong lightly tapped her papal scepter against the ground, the crisp sound rendering the previously noisy hall utterly quiet. Yu Guan. You and Gue Mei should investigate the precise origin of that aura. From my soul perception, it appears to be emanating from the Balak Kingdom within the Tiando Empire. But you must ascertain the specific location yourselves. Whatever it is, bring it back to me intact. The remaining elders resumed their duties, admonished not to be overly astonished. After Bibi Dong spoke, she mysteriously vanished from her throne, while two figures swiftly departed the Wuhuan Sanctuary, heading directly towards the Balak Kingdom. Ding! The might of the Dragon Phoenix reverberates through Douluo, receiving a divine-level shock reward, with all Soul Ring lifespans increased by 10,000 years. The reward includes the automatic unsealing of the heavenly punishment God-slaying sword martial soul, along with the ability to comprehend ancient texts of Douluo continent. Ding! The skill level of the bloodthirsty bone dash, tiger pattern, has been enhanced, capable of shattering all defensive soul techniques below Soul Emperor rank. Buzz! The air trembled once more. For the spirit summoning array beneath Chun Yu had finally manifested its purpose, drawing forth an abundance of celestial energy that surged towards him. This marked the true commencement of Chun Yu's absorption of the Dragon Phoenix body, refining fruit's power. The fruit itself served merely as a catalyst, the genuine. Formidable strength resided in the external forces of the heavens and earth. Grant me a breakthrough. Chapter 71, The Crimson Calamity Thunder. A colossal vortex, spanning 1,000 meters in width, formed in the atmosphere, with Chin Yu seated in meditation at its very core. The body of Chin Yu moved uncontrollably, rising from the ground as a rich energy continuously infiltrated through every pore. Under the nurturing embrace of this abundant energy, Chin Yu radiated a luminous glow akin to jade. The flow of energy created a formidable tempest in the surrounding air. However, such a tremendous commotion failed to attract the attention of anyone within the city of Soto, save for the titled Douluo outside its walls. Could it be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth has truly emerged? What Chin Yu was unaware of was that the commotion caused by his consumption of the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit had already drawn the attention of several titled Douluos, many of whom were now hastening towards the Barak Kingdom. On the surface of the dust feather's skin, peculiar layers of keratin continuously emerge, resembling the nascent forms of scales. The surface of these scales bears the intricate patterns of phoenix feathers, imparting an air of the extraordinary. The Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit, nurtured by the essence of true dragons and true phoenixes, inherently harbors a trace of residual bloodline power. Consequently, the dragon scales and phoenix armor manifest on dust feather, resulting from the absorption of this potent essence and engendering a remarkable transformation. This layer of scale armor significantly enhances dust feather's physical defense. However, before the elation could fully take root, a sudden shift altered the expression on dust feather's face. Unbeknownst to him, a dense accumulation of ominous clouds had gathered in the sky, and these were not mere ordinary storm clouds, but the very harbingers of calamity. Chin Yu pondered. I have not committed any heinous acts or transgressed moral boundaries. At most, I have merely indulged in a bit of arrogance and displayed a fleeting bravado. Is it truly necessary for you to summon lightning to strike me? Crack. Towering silver bolts of lightning incessantly flickered within the ominous clouds, and the formidable aura of heavenly retribution caused Chun Yu's expression to shift dramatically. This was no jest. The power of this tribulation lightning far surpassed Chun Yu's expectations. Should he let his guard down, he might indeed be reduced to ashes by the wrath of the heavens. Ka-ka. Dust feather rose into the air, the sound of dense bone friction erupting from his body, as if he had grown taller. His soul power had also reached the formidable level of 36. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. With a fierce determination, Qinyu clenched his right hand into a fist and struck powerfully above his head. From his fist erupted a vividly lifelike golden dragon, its majestic head raised high as it unleashed a torrent of golden light from its gaping maw, striking directly into the heart of the calamity-laden clouds. However, despite Qinyu's third soul ring, which had amassed over 30,000 years of power, his full-force assault merely stirred the clouds momentarily before they returned to their tranquil state. Dust Feathers was taken aback. The power of this soul skill was certainly not inferior to the self-detonation of a Soul King, and it could even rival the full-force strikes of some Soul Emperors. Yet, to receive no reaction at all seemed utterly implausible. Could it be that the heavens truly wished to see him perish in this manner? How utterly frustrating. Ding. The Dragon Phoenix ascends. The Calamity Thunder manifests. Should it succeed, the Celestial Dragon Phoenix martial soul would ascend to the divine level. Should it fail, the host would be reduced to ashes. What? Qinyu was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective, exclaiming, "It was not I who prompted your upgrade. Did you ever consult me, the aggrieved party, for my opinion? Was there even the slightest hint of forewarning? I merely consumed a modest fruit. Was it truly necessary to strike me with thunder? This is utterly preposterous." For the first time, Qinyu realized that upon entering the mature phase of his martial spirit, he would be confronted with a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, with each subsequent elevation of his realm, the intensity of the tribulation would only grow. The once envied Dragon Phoenix martial spirit now revealed its inherent flaws. Yet, Qinyu exhibited no semblance of retreat. Instead, he let out a defiant roar to the heavens, declaring that if the sky sought to destroy him, it must first consider his own willingness to endure. He understood the wrath of the heavens. Yet he was equally aware that the heavens could also tremble in fear and shed tears. Behind Qinyu, the celestial Dragon Phoenix martial soul surged into the heavens, enveloping him in a space devoid of any celestial authority. The ominous black lightning of the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword martial soul gracefully descended into the palm of his hand. As the sword materialized, the expansive calamity clouds, stretching 1,000 meters wide, inexplicably swelled several-fold. Not only was the celestial Dragon Phoenix a manifestation of divine jealousy, but the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword also bore the same essence, a fact that Qinyu remained oblivious to. The aura emanating from the sword provoked the calamity thunder, transforming the silvery lightning into a deep crimson hue. This blood-red calamity thunder was the legendary annihilation thunder, casting a dense sanguine glow that elongated Qinyu's silhouette dramatically. Was the apocalypse upon them? The terrifying rumble of thunder in the air awakened all the inhabitants of Soto City. Upon witnessing the blood-red calamity thunder, they were paralyzed with fear, their legs giving way, and they collapsed onto the ground. Everything beneath the bloodlight appeared profoundly desolate, as if the end of days had arrived. The blood-red calamity thunder descended, and the god-slaying soul revealed itself. Behind Tang Hao, a figure with hair as white as snow emerged the moment the elder appeared. Tang Hao's body involuntarily bent slightly in deference. The elder's gaze, however, was fixated on the calamity clouds above Soto City, his eyes brimming with excitement and anxiety. Within the heart of the calamity clouds, Qinyu endured immense pressure, both physically and spiritually, each breath accompanied by the crisp sound of bones grinding against each other. He understood that this impending strike would either reduce him to ashes or herald his rebirth from the cocoon. Life and death hung in the balance with this one-sword strike. Come forth. Unbeknownst to Qinyu, the jade pendant adorning his neck began to emit a faint luminescence, its ancient characters resembling tadpoles. The sword of divine punishment, as if liberated from all seals, unleashed a piercing radiance that cleaved through the heavens. The celestial Dragon Phoenix martial soul opened its mouth and inhaled forcefully, absorbing the vast energies of the world summoned by the spirit-invoking array, filling every inch of Qinyu's being with this overwhelming power. Suddenly, a pair of fiery phoenix wings unfurled behind him, their 10-meter span ablaze with flames that eclipsed even the brilliance of the blood-red calamity thunder. Concurrently, a long dragon tail sprouted from his back, a manifestation of the strength derived from the two soul bones within Qinyu. The sword of divine punishment, with a single stroke, shattered the skies. With a swift motion, Qinyu swung his sword backward, cleaving through the ominous clouds above with a terrifying sword light nearly 1,000 meters long, effectively splitting the dark clouds in twain. However, The thunder contained within those clouds had amassed tremendous power, and suddenly, a colossal crimson thunder dragon, towering like a mountain, descended from the heavens, aiming to bite down on Chunyu, who remained poised with his sword. Two swords shake the universe. Once more, he struck with another sword. This time, there was no astonishing sword light, only a diminutive shadow of a sword, barely 3 feet long. Yet upon this shadow, one could discern a vivid illusion of a dragon and phoenix entwined with dense, black thunder. In comparison to the blood-red thunder dragon, this sword shadow seemed insignificant. Yet the two forces collided fiercely in the air. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Strongman, Part 1. Crack. The moment the peculiar black sword shadow met the thunder dragon, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill at the point of their clash. The crimson thunder dragon gaped wide, its lightning ceasing to swirl. In the next instant, the space within 100 meters rippled like water, suddenly expanding outward. Every stone, blade of grass, and tree in its path disintegrated without warning, leaving behind a vast, flattened crater. That seemingly inconspicuous sword shadow loomed like an insurmountable peak. No matter how fiercely the thunder dragon struggled, it remained suspended in midair, as if firmly pinned, unable to descend even a fraction of an inch. Boom. With a gentle exhalation, Chunyu uttered a single word, causing the shadow of the black sword to expand rapidly, transforming into an immense sword of 10,000 meters in length, which instantaneously pierced through the body of the crimson thunder dragon. The sword of heavenly punishment. Indeed, it was the sword of heavenly punishment. The elder with white hair was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes, and he knelt down on the spot. Teng Hao, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was acutely aware of the elder's formidable strength, as there was likely no one in the world who could compel him to bow. Yet here he was, kneeling in reverence before the astonishing sword light suspended in the air, as if in a sacred pilgrimage. Roar. Black lightning, resembling serpents, incessantly coiled around the crimson thunder dragon. These dark serpents voraciously devouring the power of the tribulation thunder. In the blink of an eye, the black serpents had morphed into colossal black dragons, even targeting the tribulation clouds above, each one gaping wide to consume the crimson clouds entirely. After absorbing the power of the tribulation thunder and clouds, the sword of heavenly punishment in Chunyu's hand underwent a subtle transformation. The black lightning that had once entwined around the sword now manifested as a multitude of undulating black divine dragons, noble and enigmatic. This was the first impression the sword spirit of the sword of heavenly punishment imparted to Chunyu. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, everyone within Sato City experienced a sensation of having narrowly escaped death, many overwhelmed with joy and moved to tears. This night would surely be etched in the memories of all. That night would forever be recorded in Sato City as the night of annihilation. Though none could ascertain the reason behind the sudden descent of the tribulation thunder or the identity of the hidden master who wielded those two swords, all understood that this moment would be immortalized in legend for millennia to come. Of course, these were matters for another time. One sword cleaved the tribulation clouds, and the other extinguished the tribulation thunder. The youthful visage of the celestial being was evident. However, after delivering those two strikes, Chunyu's chest heaved violently, and in the next moment, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. He plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Despite relying on the powers of his two martial souls and two soul bones to successfully navigate the tribulation, the strain from those two swords had placed an immense burden on his body. Had it not been for the dragon phoenix body refining fruit he had recently consumed, Chunyu would have likely succumbed to a fatal explosion of his own body. Xiaoyu. The descending body of Chunyu was steadily caught by Tang San. Yet a flicker of crimson lightning still danced upon Chunyu, remnants of the tribulation thunder's power lingering within him. The moment Tang San's palm made contact with Chunyu's body, a sudden numbness surged through his arms, nearly rendering him unconscious. Everyone, keep your distance from Xiaoyu. He still harbors considerable thunderous energy. Tang San silently activated the Xiantian gong, channeling a sliver of resplendent lightning from his fingertips, which gradually eased the tingling sensation in his arms. Master and Flanders rushed to the scene, their eyes widening in horror at the charred craters surrounding them and the unconscious Chunyu. Before Flanders could utter a word, a figure appeared before them in an uncanny manner. Do not speak of tonight's events. Any commotion from this courtyard is to be ignored. Take care of this young one. All other matters are for me to handle. Upon finishing his words, he formed a sword gesture and pointed into the void. unleashing a terrifying sword shadow that soared into the heavens. This sword energy bore a striking resemblance to the one Shinyu had wielded with the Heaven's Punishment God-slaying sword. Yet the magnitude of their powers was incomparable. "Senior, what is your connection with Xiaoyu?" Flanders dared to inquire. However, the figure offered no response, merely gesturing toward the courtyard's exit, his intent unmistakable. "Thank you, Senior. I take my leave," Flanders remarked, clasping his hands in respect. Enveloped in potent soul power, he lifted Shinyu and departed directly. The mysterious powerhouse aimed to safeguard Shinyu, and it seemed he had been watching over him for quite some time, arriving with remarkable timeliness. Yet, the nature of his relationship with Chunyu lingered as an enigma in the minds of all present. Shortly after Flanders and his companions left, 3 exceptionally formidable auras approached the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Such overwhelming presence could only belong to the legendary title Douluo. Even the soul Douluo would pale in comparison. The 3 title Douluo emerged in unison. Aside from what one might encounter in Spirit City, even the 7 treasure glazed tile school possessed only 2 title Douluo. The Black Wind Triad. These 3 were triplet brothers, having ascended to title Douluo on the same day and in the same year. Their temperaments were notoriously erratic. Regardless of age or gender, those who fell into their hands faced a grim fate. Furthermore, they did not belong to any faction, having even declined the invitation of the Spirit Hall. Their descent into banditry was a stark reflection of their true nature, often roaming between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, for their formidable strength instilled fear in both empires. Unexpectedly, the trio found themselves near Soto City, coincidentally encountering Shinyu as he faced the tribulation. Recognizing the potential for gain, they boldly infiltrated Soto City. Eldest brother, that fellow withstood the tribulation thunder. Even if he miraculously survives, he is surely gravely injured. This is a rare opportunity. The Black Wind Triad, a trio of brothers, shared an unspoken bond as they extended a single palm, their formidable soul power coalescing ominously within their grasp. It seemed they intended to obliterate Shrek Academy along with the enigmatic powerhouse in their midst. However, just as they commenced their assault, a glimmer of cold light flickered through the void, followed by a torrential downpour of countless sword energies cascading from the heavens, resembling a deluge of rain from afar, transforming swords into threads. These sword energies, delicate yet razor-sharp, appeared akin to strands of exquisite silk, and upon closer inspection, they cleaved through space itself, creating fissures in the very fabric of reality. A true powerhouse, an undeniable force. The hearts of the Black Wind Triad tightened simultaneously. To master such a sword technique indicated that the individual's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo, and even the sword Douluo might struggle to attain such prowess. Yet, the 3 brothers would not yield without a fight. They simultaneously activated their martial souls, which manifested as 3 majestic, gray lions. The Gray Fiend Lion martial soul, while slightly inferior to Dai Mubai's Evil Eye White Tiger in rank, was nonetheless a formidable beast martial soul. Moreover, each of the trio had attained the remarkable soul power level of 92, and together, they had once vanquished an opponent of 95. Yet, their 9th soul skill, the Frenzied Lion's Claw, was effortlessly shredded by the myriad of sword threads. This scene rendered the faces of the Black Wind Triad ashen. "Predecessor, no, my lord. We implore you." Their pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced as the seemingly ordinary sword threads descended upon them. The protective soul power enveloping their bodies proved as fragile as parchment, utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying sword energy. With a sickening crack, the bodies of the Black Wind Triad disintegrated into fragments of varying sizes, mingled with the scent of fresh blood, littering the ground. In the sanctum of my true self, any intruder shall meet their demise. The final word of death reverberated throughout Soto City, causing all who had been stirring with intent to halt in their tracks. On the following morning, everyone beheld the remains of the Black Wind Triad, now reduced to grotesque meat chunks, their heads, marked by terror, suspended beneath the sign of Shrek Academy. The Black Wind Triad. Some immediately recognized the faces of the brothers, exclaiming in shock. It appeared that the mysterious powerhouse who had slain them the previous night was indeed the same individual. Many who witnessed this spectacle gasped in astonishment, realizing that this academy, far less renowned than the Tsanghui Academy, concealed such a formidable entity. First, they had slain the Thunder, and now, the Douluo, was Shrek Academy intent on establishing its dominance? The 3 severed heads serve as an intangible deterrent, designed to prevent any intruders from approaching the gates of Shrek Academy. Yet, unbeknownst to all. The enigmatic powerhouse had long since departed from the academy, leaving behind only a dreadful aura of sword intent. The Black Wind Trio? The two titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall had traveled tirelessly for an entire day and night, only just arriving at Soto City. As they stepped through the city gates, they were met with this explosive news. Even the weakest titled Douluo could not fall so easily, let alone three at once. Who could possess such formidable prowess? Even Yu Guan and Gue Mei would humbly admit that they could not achieve the feat of slaying three individuals in one stroke. Shrek Academy. Why had we never heard of this Soul Master Academy before? Yu Guan, well-versed in the renowned Soul Master Academies of the Douluo continent, found Shrek Academy to be an unfamiliar name. A mere glance would reveal the truth. Gue Mei, true to his name, glided through the crowd like a phantom. Upon seeing the three heads displayed at the entrance of Shrek, both of them inhaled sharply. With their keen eyes, they could easily discern that these three had been slain by a single strike. A master. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. This individual was at least a titled Douluo of rank 98, and judging by the wounds on the Black Wind Trio, they were inflicted by Sword Chi. Apart from that old man, Sword Doach and Exine, are there truly other sword masters of such caliber on the Douluo continent? This might represent an opportunity for us. Yu Guan entertained the notion of extending an alliance, pondering how a mere Soul Master Academy could rival the allure of the Spirit Hall. However, just as Yu Guan's foot crossed the threshold of Shrek Academy's entrance, the sword intent from the courtyard erupted suddenly. A somewhat ethereal sword chi pierced through Yu Guan's shoulder with a speed so swift that he could not react in time. Old Chrysanthemum, Gue Mei transformed into a shadow, unleashing countless black, ghostly claws towards the sword chi, yet in the face of the fierce sword light, his efforts crumbled like dust. Whoosh! The sword light split, unleashing hundreds, even thousands, of minute sword chi that whistled through the air towards the two of them. Old Ghost. Ignoring the bleeding wound on his shoulder, Yu Guan stood back to back with Gue Mei, and together they released a total of 18 soul rings, which intertwined to form a colossal tricolor soul ring. This soul ring spanned nearly 100 meters, radiating light that enveloped a 1,000-meter radius, under which all movement came to a halt. The martial soul fusion technique, Polar Stillness Domain. This soul fusion technique, executed by the two titled Douluos, would be nearly impossible for even Sword Doach and Xin to breach with ease. Yet, the tiny sword lights remained unaffected, piercing directly through the bodies of the two. Both Yu Guan and Gue Mei simultaneously coughed up blood, casting a profound glance at Shrek Academy before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind two glaring traces of blood. Although the onlookers were oblivious to the fact that these two titled Douluos were elders of the Spirit Hall, they were acutely aware that Shrek Academy was undoubtedly a forbidden ground. In a single night, annihilating countless foes, and with a single stroke of the sword, slaying three titled Douluos, the mere release of sword energy had severely wounded two more. Such feats could scarcely be replicated, even by the Spirit Hall. We should leave at once. If another wave of sword energy strikes, we will be the unfortunate ones. Instantly, the throng of people that had densely gathered at the Academy's entrance scattered like birds and beasts, transforming the once bustling scene into a desolate silence, devoid of any human presence. Meanwhile, within the Academy, Flander and the others remained unaware of the tumult outside, their utmost concern being the condition of Chunyu. Since midnight yesterday, Chunyu had yet to awaken, yet the thunderous power within him was gradually dissipating. Teacher, what has happened to Xiaoyu? Why is he in such a state? This peculiar scenario left the master at a loss for words, as it was his first encounter with such an anomaly. However, he vaguely surmised that it might relate to Chunyu's dual martial souls. The moment Chunyu unleashed the power of his second martial soul in the soul-hunting forest had made a profound impression on the master. The last time Xiaoyu had activated his second martial soul, he had also suffered a severe backlash, but the current situation was far more dire. With a heavy sigh, the master acknowledged that the predicament surrounding Chunyu had surpassed his capabilities, leaving him with no choice but to place hope in Chunyu's innate recovery abilities. Just then, Chunyu's fingers quivered slightly, an event that elicited a gasp from Ning Rongrong. Look, he is awake. Xiaoyu is awake. Among the Shrek 8, arranged by age, it was surprising to discover that Chunyu was only slightly older than Zhu Zhuqing. Although in Chunyu's own perception, he believed himself to be a few months older than Tang San, the Academy's teacher who assessed bone age stated that Chunyu was, in fact, half a year younger than Tang San. No matter how reluctant Chun Yu was to accept it, he could only don the title of the seventh brother. In light of this matter, Chun Yu even endeavored to recall the memories of the former owner of this body, yet all he found was a blank slate. This left him, who had vowed to become Tang San's elder brother, quite vexed. First and foremost, by age alone, he seemed only fit to be a younger brother. Chapter 74. Fortune and misfortune coexist. As Chun Yu slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. After a brief moment, the surroundings gradually came into focus. Xiao Yu, you have finally awakened, came the familiar voices of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the master, their familiar faces encircling his bedside. I apologize for causing everyone concern. Chun Yu never anticipated that consuming the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit would trigger such a series of events, culminating in the summoning of heavenly thunder. Even now, a sense of indignation simmered within him. I am not a Taoist. I merely practice a modicum of soul power. Yet I am expected to undergo tribulations to attain enlightenment. Soon thereafter, a flurry of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming the tribulation. The heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul has undergone a transformation into a true divine-level martial soul. Ding! The divine punishment sword martial soul has absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation and entered the next stage of its metamorphosis. Ding! The host's body has suffered severe injuries from the heavenly tribulation, reducing their soul power to level 30. Remnants of the blood-red heavenly tribulation linger within the host, causing the soul power to carry the effects of the tribulation's heavy wounds. Effect of heavy wounds from the heavenly tribulation. The lethality of soul power is enhanced by 300%, accompanied by a paralysis effect. This passive effect can only be dispelled by 50%. Thus, it seemed that Chun Yu had turned misfortune into fortune, although he had lost several levels of soul power. The potency of his soul skills had significantly increased. However, the joy in Chun Yu's heart did not last long, as his expression quickly darkened. Ding! The power of the heavenly tribulation has inflicted a divine punishment upon the host. For 1 year, the host's soul power will be unable to advance. What? For an entire year, there will be no progress in soul power whatsoever. Chun Yu's ambition is to become the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo continent. 1 year may seem neither long nor short, yet for Chun Yu, it is an invaluable period. During this year, with the aid of the astonishing system and an exponentially accelerated spirit power cultivation rate, he could undoubtedly attain the spirit master level. However, the current effects of the heavenly punishment have rendered Chun Yu unable to progress, leaving his strength stagnant. Ah, is this the intertwining of fortune and misfortune? Although Chun Yu felt a tinge of regret, he appeared not to be overly disheartened. This was because he had already resolved that for the next half year, his focus would not be on enhancing his soul power, but rather on solidifying his foundational training, a process known as training the heart. This is a specialized method within the realm of ancient martial arts, wherein one temporarily seals their own realm to a certain extent. Only after attaining the utmost pinnacle of strength within that realm would one consider breaking through to the next level. While training the heart may delay the pace of cultivation, it undoubtedly fortifies the practitioner's foundation, thereby increasing the likelihood of reaching the zenith of their training in the future. Furthermore, the effects of divine punishment spared Chun Yu the effort of sealing away a portion of his soul power, as the heavens had directly imposed an unyielding seal upon him. Xiao Yu, why has your soul power regressed to level 30? Dai Mu Bai observed a significant drop in Chun Yu's soul power. Could it be that the thunder calamity from the previous night had inflicted a dreadful backlash upon him? If that were indeed the case, would there be any possibility for Chun Yu to recover? Xiao Yu, unleash your martial soul so I can ascertain whether it has been affected. Soul power can be cultivated back, but if the martial soul has suffered damage, it would spell disaster for Chun Yu's entire future. Master, I'm fine. I've merely lost some soul power. Furthermore, it seems likely that my soul power will remain at level 30 for the entirety of this year. With a graceful movement of his 5 fingers, Chun Yu conjured a vividly animated Tian dragon phoenix, which danced lively within the palm of his hand, exhibiting a spirit far more vibrant than that of an ordinary martial soul. Fortunately, the martial soul remained intact. Little Yu. It may be due to the residual power of thunder within your body that prevents you from cultivating your soul force to its previous level. However, a mere year's time is still quite acceptable. At merely 12 years of age, Chun Yu's soul power remains superior to that of the vast majority. Even after a year's delay, The master has discerned that Chun Yu's rapid cultivation in the early stages may have inadvertently left a precarious foundation. His thoughts align with those of Chen Yu. It is fortunate that no lingering repercussions have manifested. Yet, dear Yu, what transpired last night to provoke such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? Flinder recalls the blood-red sky and the tumultuous thunder, a chilling memory that lingers on his spine. Perhaps it is related to my second martial soul, yet I am at a loss to comprehend the secrets it harbors. In truth, Chen Yu's words are not entirely unfounded. He remains uncertain about the origins of the heavenly punishment God-slaying sword martial soul, which can withstand the tribulations of heaven and possesses such formidable power. Chen Yu senses that this martial soul is even more fearsome than the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul awarded by the system. Little Yu, remember this. Until your soul power reaches the level of a soul Douluo, never reveal your second martial soul before outsiders. You all must also keep secret everything you witnessed last night. The encounter with that enigmatic powerhouse, coupled with Tang Hao's repeated admonitions, has led the master to surmise that Chun Yu is inextricably linked to the mysterious Li Tian sword sect. Thus, Chun Yu's identity must remain undisclosed to anyone beyond this room. Otherwise, not only Chun Yu, but even all of Shrek Academy shall face dire consequences. Master, we understand. After 3 days of rest, Chen Yu finally regained his vitality. Following this thunder tribulation, he felt an unprecedented transformation within his body. Notably, a layer of dragon scales and phoenix armor concealed beneath his skin exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. Chen Yu had Zhao Wujia test it, and to his amazement, this layer of armor could absorb 3 to 4/10 of an attack's power from a soul sage. In a state of chaos spirit body activation, this damage reduction could further increase by 1 or 2/10. Could this be likened to the resilience of an indestructible cockroach? It seems my role within the team will henceforth be that of a damage-absorbing tank. After a brief tidying up, the group, under Zhao Wujia's guidance, departed from Swoto City, making their way directly to the Douluo forest. This journey served both as a training exercise for the Shrek students and as a means to convey to the outside world that the events of that fateful night bore little connection to these students, thus indirectly safeguarding Chen Yu. Little monsters, unless you face a life and death crisis during this expedition to the Douluo forest, I shall not intervene. Whether it be tracking or hunting soul beasts, you must rely on your own abilities. Zhao Wujia acted as both their protector and examiner. Teacher Zhao, do not underestimate us. Ma Hongjun replied, munching on a large chicken leg as they traveled. Fatty, if you do not manage your weight, your evil fire phoenix might soon transform into a fire turkey spirit. At that point, you may find yourself incapable of flight, Dai Mubai jested, playfully slapping Ma Hongjun's round belly, only to be met with a bouncy recoil from the abundant flesh. Goodness, it has an inherent rebound effect. Dailada, you must not underestimate me. My weight is my advantage. Once I acquire a flight-type soul skill, I will crush my opponents with my mass combined with the phoenix's fiery abilities. Ma Hongjun remained unperturbed by his growing girth, even producing a whole roasted chicken from his pocket, as if by magic. Fatty, if you continue to gain weight like this, you may struggle to find a partner in the future, Tang San teased, noticing that in just half a month, Ma Hongjun's face had visibly swelled, leaving only a narrow slit where his small eyes had once been. Chapter 75. Conflict. The group walked along the road, sharing laughter and conversation, unaware that a tail had stealthily followed them from behind. This individual was exceedingly cautious, maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 miles from Chun Yu and his companions. It was evident that this person was skilled in the art of surveillance, an experienced hand. Yet, who this individual was and what their intentions for following Chen Yu remained a mystery to all. All right, the day is drawing to a close. We shall rest here for the night. We are still 3 days' journey from the outskirts of the Douluo forest, and the road ahead may not be as tranquil as today. You must all remain vigilant. Although the Douluo forest is a realm inhabited by soul beasts, it is also home to a peculiar group known as demon hunters. These individuals earn their livelihood by capturing soul beasts and selling them to the noble families of soul masters, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Such hunters are invariably ruthless, employing a myriad of brutal tactics, and the inexperienced Chun Yu and his companions risk falling prey to their schemes. Hence, Zhao Wuji felt compelled to offer a warning. However, unbeknownst to him, both Chun Yu and Tang San are astute individuals who have encountered countless challenges in their previous lives. The so-called underhanded tactics appear trivial to Chun Yu. The small town where Zhao Wuji and his companions linger is the first stop leading to the Stardo Forest, serving as the final settlement before their entry into the forest. While not bustling, the town is orderly and well-maintained. Yet, within its confines, numerous individuals, distinctly different in attire from the ordinary folk, either peddle their wares along the streets or indulge in raucous revelry at taverns. These are the demon hunters Zhao Wuji had mentioned. Upon seeing the group of young children, the hunters displayed no surprise. It is a common occurrence for students from Soul Master Academies to venture into the Stardo Forest in pursuit of soul rings. However, the beauty of Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong attracted a multitude of lascivious glances. The majority of these hunters are rugged men who live on the edge, driven by a relentless pursuit of wealth and beauty. Despite their youth, the trio's pure demeanor and striking features captivated the hunters, evoking feelings of awe. "Little sister, would you care to share a drink with your uncle?" A middle-aged man, visibly intoxicated, staggered toward Xiao Wu, his brazen gaze lingering over her. "Sir, you've had too much to drink." Yet, Tang San interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, his tone imbued with an air of impenetrable resolve. "You, what do you think you are? Get out of my way." The inebriated man impatiently attempted to shove Tang San aside, but before his fingers could make contact, he heard Tang San's chilling voice. "Advance another inch, and you shall lose that finger." The once boisterous tavern fell into an abrupt silence following Tang San's declaration, only to be met with a chorus of jeers and laughter from the crowd, some mocking while others relished the unfolding drama. "Ha ha, Lao Yuan. It seems age has caught up with you. Even a mere child dares to threaten you now. If you endure this today, I shall lose all respect for you. You, I'm watching you. Let us see how you intend to sever that old fool's finger." Yet Tang San appeared utterly impervious to the external influences surrounding him. His icy gaze fixated solely on the middle-aged man before him. Under the weight of Tang San's penetrating stare, the man of the Yuan surname felt an unsettling prickling sensation along his spine. How peculiar it was that this diminutive child could evoke such a profound sense of danger within him. Perhaps he had truly indulged too much in drink today. With a forceful motion, the Yuan man hurled the wine jug to the ground and, raising his fist, aimed a powerful blow directly at Tang San's head. "You little brat, prepare to have your skull shattered by my fist." However, Tang San exhibited not a trace of fear upon his countenance. His right hand enveloped in an ethereal jade glow, a manifestation of the years he had dedicated to mastering the Xian Jade hand. "Drink." Tang San uttered a sharp command, forming his fingers into a fist and bravely clashing it against the Yuan man's punch. Onlookers were convinced that Tang San had lost his senses. The Yuan man was renowned for his immense strength, one of the most formidable among the demon hunters. How could a mere child of 11 or 12 possibly prevail in a contest of power against him? It seemed an absurdity, akin to an egg striking a stone, devoid of any suspense. Yet, the moment their fists collided, the expression on the Yuan man's face shifted dramatically. Tang San's fist was as unyielding as an iron ingot. His once invincible punch trembled in the face of Tang San's Xian Jade hand. Moreover, the force behind Tang San's blow erupted like a volcano, not only forcing the Yuan man backward, but also shattering his arm bone. The sharp crack of bone splintering resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Instantly, every individual was rendered speechless, their faces flushed as though they were chickens caught by the throat. Who could have anticipated that a mere child possessed such terrifying strength? Enough to bring even the Yuan man to his knees? Among them, none were more astonished than the Yuan man himself, whose arm throbbed with pain. Dispelling the haze of inebriation, especially as Tang San's frigid gaze remained fixed upon him. "I just mentioned that if your fingers advance another inch, you shall lose them. I, Tang San, am a man of my word." Instead of retreating, the Yuan man shouted toward the entrance, "Bring me reinforcements. Kill this brat." In an instant, dozens of individuals poured in. It turned out that the Yuan man was the captain of a demon hunting squad, and these were his subordinates. "You're as good as dead," he proclaimed, glancing at the malicious intent radiating from those surrounding him. Yet, Tang San maintained his icy demeanor, though a glimmer of cold light began to manifest between his fingers. "Xiao San, take a breather. How could I possibly miss out on such a delightful brawl?" Daimubai, a fervent warrior, thrived on the thrill of direct confrontation, his blood boiling with excitement at the prospect. "You can't claim all the glory for yourself, big brother Dai. I am here to." Ma Hongjun savored the last morsel of chicken bone, wiping his greasy little hands with nonchalance. Like Dai Mubai, he was not one to remain idle. What are you all standing around for? Whoever dares to protect this brat today, deal with them. The man surnamed Yuan barked. Within a mere quarter of an hour, dozens of individuals lay strewn haphazardly outside the tavern. Had it not been for the occasional convulsions of their bodies, one might have mistaken them for an array of corpses. Among them, the bruised Yuan seemed to have experienced a profound shock, exhibiting signs of mental disarray as he cackled incessantly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and his companions were comfortably seated in the now-deserted tavern, indulging in hearty laughter and feasting. Is this what they call a demon hunter? Their prowess is rather lacking. Chapter 76. Songhui Academy, Part 1. Zhao Wujie had not intended to intervene. Yet he was taken aback as Dai Mubai and his group swiftly dispatched the throngs of adversaries. Although these demon hunters were of the lowest caliber, it was evident that Dai Mubai and his companions had significantly improved in strength during this time. You youngsters must not let your guard down. Those were merely low-tier opponents. Truly formidable demon hunters require utmost caution, even from me, Zhao Wujie said solemnly after sipping a bowl of wine. Indeed, some peculiar soul saints and soul Douluos had also taken up the mantle of demon hunters, yet their desires were not for gold, but rather for the soul bones within soul beasts. These individuals had long roamed the Stardow forest, their powers exceedingly formidable. Even Zhao Wujie could not guarantee an easy victory over them. Moreover, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rong, you three should strive to conceal your appearances. As you witnessed today, those demon hunters are not benevolent. In their eyes, you three possess immense allure. Zhao Wujie produced 3 veils, which, though rather shabby in appearance, served their purpose. By the way, Mubai, Xiaoyu, you two should head into town to procure some water and food, and also purchase some snake-repelling powder. Beyond this town, there will be no opportunities for resupply. Understood, Teacher Zhao, we shall go at once. However, as Tang San and the others prepared to leave, they encountered another group of young soul masters, identifiable by their attire as hailing from the same Soul Master Academy. To their surprise, it was none other than the familiar faces from Songhui Academy. Xiaoyu, doesn't this validate the saying, enemies are bound to meet? I suspected something was amiss when I heard the crows cawing this morning. It seems we were destined to cross paths with this lot from Songhui Academy. Dai Mubai did not bother to mask his voice, and his words reached the ears of the 7 boys and 1 girl from Songhui Academy, inciting a wave of indignation upon their faces. Who do you think you are to slander Songhui Academy? Songhui Academy, second only to the Barak Soul Master Academy within the Kingdom of Barak, is a prestigious institution. The 7 young men and 1 young woman proudly regarded themselves as members of Songhui Academy. Yet just moments ago, Dai Mubai's words shattered their pride, reducing them to insignificance. Am I mistaken? Dai Mubai spoke without reservation. A year ago, 3 young women from Soto City mysteriously vanished, only to be discovered within the confines of your Songhui Academy. 3 months prior, a similar incident occurred. Could these be mere coincidences? Shinyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover the sordid secrets lurking behind the faade of the Songhui Academy. It appears that this so-called Noble Soul Master Academy is not as illustrious as it outwardly seems. You are speaking nonsense. You are slandering our Songhui Academy. The leader from Songhui Academy, seemingly a couple of years older than Dai Mubai, appeared as though Dai Mubai's words had struck a tender spot. Almost ready to leap from his position, his unusually agitated demeanor only intensified the suspicions surrounding him. The individuals from Songhui Academy truly possess a fragile psychological resilience. Did Dai, our leader, merely utter a single phrase to shatter their composure? A hint of scorn played upon Chunyu's lips, revealing that this individual had indeed been involved. You are all too aware of whether that Songhui Academy has committed such acts, Yang. Wouldn't you agree? Dai Mubai's recognition of the Songhui Academy student before him caused a noticeable change in the expression of the young man named Yang. Yang, I shall end your life. Ma Hongjuan's formidable frame surged between Xinyu and Dai Mubai, as if he intended to tear Yang apart. Not only Dai Mubai, but Ma Hongjun and Oscar also recognized this person. Zhao Wujie's eyes flickered with a terrifying murderous intent, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yang. Teacher Zhao, what exactly is going on? What deep-seated enmity lies between Yang and our Shrek Academy? Tang Sen inquired with curiosity, to which Oscar readily responded. Yang has an elder brother named Yang Jia, who was once a member of our Shrek Academy, a senior who graduated several years before us. However, that Yang Jie was a planted spy from the Tsanghui Academy, and during a crucial soul-fighting competition, he unexpectedly betrayed us, leading to Shrek's disqualification from the tournament. Moreover, Tsanghui Academy seized the opportunity to slander our Shrek Academy, resulting in us losing our official qualifications as a Soul Master Academy. Oscar shot a fierce glare at Yang Yang and continued. Principal Flander's dream has always been for Shrek Academy to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. But it was this Tsanghui Academy and Yang Jie who severed Principal Flander's only hope. At last, Tang San grasped the intricacies of the situation. No wonder Dai Mubai and the others harbored such animosity towards the Tsanghui Academy. It was entangled with such a profound history. Bang! Ma Hongjuan's fist did not land on Yang Yang's face, but was effortlessly intercepted by a small, slender figure nearby. Shrek Academy. Humph. A group of misguided individuals. Previously in Soto City, fighting was prohibited, but here, there are no such rules. The diminutive figure's fingers were like iron claws, seemingly intent on crippling Ma Hongjuan's right hand. However, at that moment, Qin Yu suddenly intervened, deftly striking the individual's wrist. The small figure cried out in pain, his entire arm falling limply by his side. With a deft motion, Qin Yu aimed directly at the point of soul power circulation on the arm, exerting minimal force to render the opponent powerless to resist. Are you alright, fatty? Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Qin Yu, saying, Thank you, Xiao Yu. I never expected that such a wretched institution as Tsanghui Academy could cultivate such vicious hounds. I almost found myself bitten due to a momentary lapse. Although Ma Hongjun had suffered a slight setback in technique, his tongue remained sharp. If you have the ability, come out and face me. I am eager to see you. The so-called hounds, searching for your teeth on the ground. He strode confidently outside, shamelessly raising his middle finger at the students of Tsanghui Academy. I doubt you pups from Tsanghui possess the courage to emerge. Wait for it, you insolent fatso. The small, dark figure's eyes were clouded with malice. In his view, Ma Hongjun was merely a minor soul master, whereas he had just ascended to the realm of soul sovereign. Even with one arm incapacitated, Ma Hongjun could not possibly match him, given the significant disparity in their soul rings. However, as the small figure stepped outside, he was met with a surge of searing flames. Ma Hongjun had cunningly struck first. You treacherous cur. The young man lamented the absence of martial ethics in his opponent's actions. But in Ma Hongjun's eyes, any method to strike down an adversary was a valid one. After all, did such a contemptible institution as Tsanghui Academy deserve to speak of martial decorum? Chapter 77, Tsanghui Academy, Part 2. Our dean has stated that one need not extend the courtesies of a soul master to dogs, so you Tsanghui mutts need not bother. Ma Hongjun unleashed his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, which lashed out like a whip against the small figure. The ferocious flames of the Phoenix not only bore tremendous power, but also possessed a dreadful adhesive effect, once touched. Even soul masters with significantly higher soul power than Ma Hongjun would find it nearly impossible to dispel. In an instant, the small figure's unscathed arm turned to ash, and the Phoenix fire began to spread across his entire body. Fatty. Qin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun, who promptly inhaled, drawing the Phoenix flames from the diminutive figure back into his own being. Despite Ma Hongjun's profound disdain for the individuals from Tsanghui Academy, he believed that the small black-clad youth did not deserve death. A stern lesson would suffice. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare your life this time, he declared with a hint of pride, his narrowed eyes surveying all members of Tsanghui Academy, a silent challenge lingering in the air. Fat pig, I will kill you. Yang Yang seethed, his anger seemingly capable of igniting flames from his very eyes. The small black figure was a true elite of Tsanghui Academy, set to participate in the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, a venture aimed at securing his third soul ring. It was for this purpose they had journeyed into the Stardow Forest. Now, Ma Hongjun had, without hesitation, incapacitated their seed candidate. And as the captain of Tsanghui Academy's battle team, Yang Yang was understandably furious. A rabid dog has been put down. And do you think you can walk out of here unscathed? Daimubai chuckled coldly, stepping closer to Yang Yang, fingers cracking ominously. You've set the tone, fat one. Leave this trash to me. He harbored a grudge that he was eager to settle. Daimubai, I am aware you have attained the rank of a 37th level soul master. But I, Yang Yang, am no pushover. Tsanghui Academy, activate your martial souls. Suddenly, A powerful storm of soul power surged through the arena, transforming the previously singular duel into a chaotic melee. Ha ha ha, free-for-all? How delightful! Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with fierce determination, and in that moment, all members of Shrek stood resolutely behind him. They had never shied away from a fight. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. With a decisive step forward, Dai Mubai's 37th level soul power overwhelmed the battlefield. Yang Yang was momentarily taken aback. It was undeniable that Dai Mubai's strength was formidable, particularly as Yang Yang himself was only a 34th level soul master. Yet, apart from Yang Yang, Sanghui Academy boasted 3 formidable soul masters, whereas Shrek had only Dai Mubai and Xunyu among their ranks. The distinction between great soul masters and soul masters was pronounced, which explained the disdain that flickered across Yang Yang's face upon seeing Shrek's lineup. Do not underestimate me, Ning Rongrong. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. Ning Rongrong was the last to emerge, yet the 7-treasure glazed tile in her possession caused Yang Yang's expression to shift dramatically. The renowned 7-treasure glazed tile, the foremost auxiliary spirit, was well known to all. And Yang Yang was certainly aware that with the support of Shrek's 7-treasure glazed tile, their strength would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Consequently, the chasm between Sanghui Academy and Shrek had nearly been obliterated. Even with the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile, there remained a disparity in soul rings between a great soul master and a soul sovereign. The difference in soul skills could not be compensated for by the 7-treasure glazed tile alone. Yang Yang continued to reassure himself in silence. Yet he overlooked a crucial aspect. The potency of soul skills is contingent upon the wielder's prowess. A band of inept soul sovereigns shall witness the true might of a great soul master. Suddenly, Tang San, who had remained silent, summoned a profusion of blue-silver grass. First soul skill, bind. The ground beneath Sanghui Academy's members abruptly fractured, as countless tendrils of blue-silver grass, resembling the deadly mandrake, ensnared all of Sanghui Academy's individuals. Prior to Tang San unleashing his soul skill, Sanghui Academy had not sensed a hint of its approach. This is one of the advantages of blue-silver grass. It generates minimal fluctuations in soul power. What in the world is this? Yang Yang's expression tightened. These tendrils of blue-silver grass were not only remarkably resilient, but their edges were also serrated with lethal sharpness, and in an instant, they sliced through his skin, allowing the venom contained within to infiltrate his being. This is bad. The blue-silver grass is poisonous. Yang Yang felt his body growing increasingly heavy, a clear indication of impending poisoning. Ha ha ha, third brother, your control over the blue-silver grass is simply extraordinary. The next phase is up to me. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth and unleashed a slender flame. Although the blue-silver grass was a manifestation of condensed soul power, it was fundamentally a plant, and upon encountering Ma Hongjun's phoenix flame, it instantly transformed into a sea of fire engulfing Sanghui Academy. The air was filled with piercing cries of anguish amidst the inferno. Yet, Dai Mubai showed no signs of restraint, having already activated the White Tiger Vajra transformation. He unleashed a barrage of terrifying light waves. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. In an instant, the entire ground was torn asunder, and the members of Sanghui Academy soared into the air like marionettes. First soul skill, Netherworld Spike. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, swiftly maneuvered through the throngs, leaving a trail of fresh wounds upon the members of the Sanghui Academy. Notably, Yang Yang received particular attention. As in a mere blink of an eye, he sustained numerous fractures. By the time he crashed to the ground, he was barely clinging to life. I refuse to accept this. Yang Yang strained to open his swollen eyes, resembling a bun, uttering a few final words before his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining individuals fared little better, each suffering significant injuries. Even if they survived, it would likely take no less than half a year of recuperation to recover fully. Impudent. A pack of wretches daring to harm the students of Sanghui Academy. I shall make you pay dearly in blood. Suddenly, an enraged voice erupted from behind the Shrek group, accompanied by a staggering surge of soul power that soared into the heavens. The source of this power was none other than a formidable Soul King. Yet, Jinyu had previously slain a Soul King-level adversary, Imo Tianxing, during his time as a great Soul Master. Now, having ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, his strength had dramatically increased. A mere Soul King dares to shout in my presence? In my view, it is you who is courting death. Having refrained from engaging until now, Chunyu abruptly turned, while simultaneously, Ning Rongrong transferred the full auxiliary power of her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul to him. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Heaven Shatter. Chunyu channeled all his soul power into his right arm, and with a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon, his fist collided fiercely with the attack from the Soul King behind him. The earth-shattering impact unleashed a powerful shockwave that shattered the windows of the shops lining the street, while the ground beneath Chunyu's feet cracked open like a spider's web. Chapter 78. The Turtle Hermit. Yi Zhiqiu. You little rascal. To think you could withstand my blow with mere Soul Master strength. But do you truly believe that a Soul King possesses only such limited means? At long last, Chunyu discerned the appearance of the Soul King before him. The figure was a diminutive middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, whose back bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a giant tortoise shell, perhaps a result of his martial spirit or an inherent deformity. This individual was Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy, a formidable Soul King at level 53. In his recent outburst, Yi Zhiqiu had unleashed a significant portion of his power, at least 80 to 90%, yet Chunyu had managed to withstand the onslaught. While Yi Zhiqiu maintained an exterior of composure, tumultuous waves surged within him. How could a mere 30th level Soul Master possibly withstand his strike? Such formidable strength was hardly something a 12-year-old boy should possess. Young man, Yi Zhiqiu proposed, should you be willing to forsake the shadows and align yourself with Tsanghui Academy? I might overlook past grievances and accept you as my disciple. At this juncture, it was astonishing that Yi Zhiqiu still sought to recruit Chunyu. Whether due to his unwarranted confidence or sheer folly was debatable. A sudden laugh escaped from the side, belonging to Xiao Wu, which irked Yi Zhiqiu, prompting him to cast a vexed glare in her direction. Ha! I simply cannot contain myself. An old tortoise dares to shamelessly propose taking Xiao Yu as a disciple. What audacity! No, not a toad, but rather an old tortoise. Yi Zhiqiu harbored a deep-seated aversion to being likened to a tortoise or a wangba, a term of derision in his culture, given that his martial spirit was indeed the Xian Gui, and his physical form resembled that of a humanoid tortoise. Such ridicule had accompanied him throughout his youth, shaping his psyche in a profoundly distorted manner. You little girl. I shall not hesitate to silence you. Yi Zhiqiu's gaze turned icy as a shadowy Xian Gui martial spirit materialized behind him, resembling an ordinary tortoise but adorned with menacingly sharp spines. Indeed, an old tortoise. Your martial spirit mirrors your appearance quite well, Dai Mubai scoffed, exhibiting no respect for the Soul King standing before him. Do not forget, your opponent is me. In a sudden flash, Chunyu vanished from Yi Zhiqiu's line of sight, a terrifying speed that sent a shiver down Yi Zhiqiu's spine. Almost immediately, a crimson beam erupted from behind Yi Zhiqiu, emanating a unique glow from the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger. Humph! A mere Soul Master, no matter how strong, poses no significant threat. My Xian Gui martial spirit possesses unparalleled defensive capabilities, rendering even a fellow Soul King incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Yi Zhiqiu brimmed with confidence, unaware that the dagger in Chunyu's grasp was akin to a true artifact. As the dagger, glimmering with ferocious light, struck the back of Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Gui shell, the once iron-hard carapace crumbled as easily as tofu. With a resounding slice, a gaping wound, 30 centimeters long, appeared on the shell, tearing through the flesh and blood behind Yi Zhiqiu. Had he not possessed the ability to retract his body, he might have been cleaved in two by Chunyu. A cold sweat broke out on Yi Zhiqiu. He had narrowly escaped disaster. With a swift resolve, he unleashed his third soul skill, Xian Shui Surge. Having suffered such a grievous blow, Yi Zhiqiu recognized the lethal threat posed by Chunyu's close combat prowess. Therefore, engaging in direct confrontation was out of the question. Xian Shui Surge served as both a ranged assault and a freezing effect. Should he succeed in restraining Chunyu's terrifying speed, he would regain the upper hand. What is this technique? A turtle spitting water? Within 100 meters, the ground had formed a thick layer of solid ice, sending a bone-chilling draft even to Dai Mubai and the others, who were situated at a distance. It must be said, this old turtle possesses a fair amount of wit. His strength, albeit modest, is commendable. Dai Mubai removed his outer garment and draped it over Zhu Zhuqing, who persistently refused, yet was met with his unwavering insistence. Don't catch a chill. Yi Zhiqiu, witnessing the Shrek youngsters engaging in flirtation before him, felt a surge of indignation as the shell on his back began to spin away from his body. He summoned his fourth soul skill, Turtle Shell Whirling Blade. In truth, the Xiangui martial spirit is not merely a defensive type, but a unique spirit that embodies both defense and offense. The whirling shell resembled a massive blade, its razor-sharp edges capable of slicing through any formidable ore. Furthermore, this strike would be challenging for any soul master of the same rank to withstand. And compounded with the restrictions of his third soul skill, it seemed Chunyu would find it difficult to evade this onslaught. Old turtle, confined to your own small world. Do you truly believe that the meager strength of a soul king can surpass mine? You are far too naive. If these words were to escape Yi Zhiqiu's lips, they would seem entirely ordinary. However, it is Chunyu who utters them to Yi Zhiqiu, making it sound as though Yi Zhiqiu is at a disadvantage. Yet, in no time, Chunyu substantiates his claim through decisive action. The first soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. The first soul skill of Dust Feather can negate all negative effects of the opponent's soul skills, such as deceleration. Thus, before Dust Feather, Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill had no effect whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Dust Feather had already arrived before Yi Zhiqiu. The second soul skill, Dragon Slash. The dagger in Chunyu's hand had vanished, replaced by a 3-foot-long sword. With a single sweep, not only was there an astonishing dragon's roar, but also a fierce blade light that stretched a formidable 10 feet. Crack! The sword struck the continuously rotating turtle shell, cleaving it in two once more. Moreover, the residual sword energy struck Yi Zhiqiu, almost transforming his body into a honeycomb. Had it not been for the turtle shell on his chest mitigating the power of the dragon slash, he would have surely become a specter beneath Chunyu's blade. Nevertheless, Yi Zhiqiu was left bloodied, appearing quite wretched. Impossible. No matter how powerful your soul ring is, it is merely of a century's caliber. How could it possibly pierce through my turtle shell defense in one blow? Yi Zhiqiu's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. The power of Chunyu's soul skill was simply outrageous, a force unmatched even by a millennium soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring was beyond his wildest dreams. Even he possessed only a millennium soul ring at most. How could a mere soul sovereign possibly wield a second soul ring of 10,000-year caliber? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Yet, Chunyu shattered the long-standing rules of the Douluo continent. All three of his soul rings were over 10,000 years old. Yi Zhiqiu could scarcely fathom this revelation. The young figure before him, seemingly a novice, was adorned in divine attire. A mere soul king, a small boss, simply could not withstand such might. Turtle Sage, show me your Kamehameha. Chunyu could not help but jest, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yi Zhiqiu might unleash a grand move, proclaiming with fervor that he was the reincarnation of the Turtle Sage. Chapter 79. The little turtle hatchling has yet to become refined. Ah, do you realize how you shall meet your demise in the future? In my humble opinion, it is unequivocally destined to be through sheer foolishness. With an air of feigned regret, Chunyu shook his head, deliberately provoking Yi Zhiqiu. The moment Yi Zhiqiu wavered in his composure, Chunyu's chances of victory would significantly increase. Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu's initial desire to retreat was instantly cast aside. If he could not even vanquish a mere soul master, how could he ever return to Zhanghui Academy with any semblance of dignity? Young one, you have forced my hand. Fifth soul skill, Xianbing Turtle Spike. The moisture in the air began to coalesce, forming thousands of ice spikes around Yi Zhiqiu's body. Though these were merely condensed water vapor, they possessed the capability to penetrate the defenses of a soul master with ease. Furthermore, this was Yi Zhiqiu's most formidable offensive technique. You truly have a remarkable ability to unleash powerful moves, though regrettably, it is not the Kamehameha. Although Yi Zhiqiu was unsure of what Chunyu referred to as the Kamehameha, it hardly sounded like a compliment. You little beast, perish. With a swift motion of his hand, the ice spikes surged forth like a multitude of arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, and in an instant, they were upon Chunyu. With every ounce of his soul power summoned, Chunyu emanated faint arcs of crimson lightning, a manifestation of the heavenly tribulation energy absorbed by his body. Turtle Sage, allow me to let you experience the taste of tribulation. With a commanding presence, he unleashed his third soul skill, Dragon Soars and Shatters the Heavens. A colossal dragon surged forth from Chunyu's fist, crackling with dense, thunderous energy. In a mere instant, Yi Zhiqiu's fifth soul skill, which he had diligently cultivated for a considerable time, crumbled like a fragile clay pot. This dramatic scene unfolded before Yi Zhiqiu's eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered. The effort expended by Zhanghui Academy to acquire the fifth soul ring, a 9,000-year-old Blackwater Xian turtle, was not insignificant. This soul beast's compatibility with Yu Zhiqiu's martial spirit rendered the fifth soul ring nearly as formidable as a 10,000-year one. It was precisely this fifth soul skill that secured Yu Zhiqiu's position as a steward, yet today, the very skill he took pride in was effortlessly shattered by Qin Yu's punch, executed with overwhelming force. This reality was unbearable for Yu Zhiqiu. Had he unwittingly neglected the auspicious readings, resulting in diminished soul power? How else could he fail to subdue even a mere soul master? Little did Yu Zhiqiu know that Qin Yu's third soul ring had attained a level of approximately 30,000 years. The disparity between 30,000 and 9,000 years was glaringly apparent. Moreover, after obliterating Yu Zhiqiu's soul skill, the dragon soars and shatters the heavens did not dissipate. Instead, it opened its maw, lunging at Yu Zhiqiu. No. As Yu Zhiqiu attempted to evade, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. The flickering arc of lightning at his fingertips acted as a detonator, igniting the latent heavenly tribulation energy within the dragon soars and shatters the heavens. In an instant, the thunder dragon's size surged tenfold, the crimson thunder energy converging at its horns like dual blades, piercing through Yu Zhiqiu's chest. The colossal thunder dragon followed closely, its blinding radiance enveloping Yu Zhiqiu's form entirely. Boom. This time, a significant portion of the street was consumed by the lightning, and when the brilliance receded, the thoroughfare was transformed beyond recognition, charred and desolate. Hiss, Xiaoyu, while I am aware of your strength, I never anticipated you had grown this formidable. Even soul kings cannot withstand more than a few exchanges against you, Dai Mubai remarked, astonished by the scene wrought by Qin Yu. It was not that the protagonist was invincible, but rather that the opponent was woefully inadequate. Qin Yu winked at Dai Mubai. In truth, whether it was the previous Mo Tianqing or the recently fallen Yu Zhiqiu, their strength was merely mediocre among soul kings. Should Dai Mubai obtain his fourth soul ring, he would possess the capability to vanquish them. Ding. The system indicated that defeating such trivial opponents was entirely expected and thus offered no rewards. However, Dai Mubai's expression suddenly shifted. It became apparent that at the sight of Yu Zhiqiu's demise, a charred figure was stirring once more. Exhibiting remarkable agility and showing no signs of having sustained severe injuries, Yu Zhiqiu truly was tenacious, with a lifespan that was astonishingly resilient. As the ashen figure moved, its charred skin began to shed, revealing an unseemly form that scarcely resembled a human. Indeed, it was Yu Zhiqiu, now enveloped in a peculiar layer of bony armor, resembling a unique suit of armor that shielded him. This bony layer was astonishingly immune to thunderous forces and could withstand soul power attacks of other attributes. Yu Zhiqiu's fingers, encased in this bony layer, resembled sharp daggers, now aimed directly at Qin Yu's head. Just as Yu Zhiqiu believed, he was on the verge of success. His arm was suddenly struck by an unseen force, bending his sharp fingers as they slashed past Qin Yu's side. To his surprise, a gnawed chicken claw was lodged at an angle in Yu Zhiqiu's elbow. The mere chicken claw possessed such formidable strength. The individual wielding it must be even more terrifying. Who dares to bully my student in front of me? Zhao Wujin grumbled, leisurely emerging from the tavern while gnawing on a sizable piece of pig trotter. It appeared that the chicken claw had originated from Zhao Wujin's handiwork. So, you are the teacher of these little creatures. Very well. I'll eliminate you first before dealing with them. Clad in bone armor, Yu Zhiqiu seemed to regain his confidence, even forgetting the sting of his earlier humiliation, dismissing the formidable, immovable king. Yet, Yu Zhiqiu remained oblivious to the fact that the man before him was indeed the immovable king of the Soul Master realm. Had he known, he likely would not have been so arrogant. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Excellent. You little turtle, you have ignited my desire to take action. Zhao Wujie swiftly finished his pig trotter, beckoning Yu Zhiqiu with a playful curl of his finger, indicating that he could now make his move. With a startled cry, Yu Zhiqiu sprang into action. Yet Zhao Wujie's cheeks puffed out as he expelled a bone from his mouth, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing squarely on Yu Zhiqiu's chest. This seemingly mundane piece of pig bone shattered the armor that protected Yu Zhiqiu, sending him reeling back. Blood spewing from his mouth as his body collided violently with several buildings, nearly propelling him out of town. Who could have imagined that a mere bone could wield such terrifying power? Alas, this young rascal had yet to master his cultivation, faltering even against my casual strike. Indeed, throughout the encounter, Zhao Wujie had not lifted a finger, merely engaging his mouth. Oh, how I admire you, my idol. A paragon for us all. The admiration from the members of Shrek towards Zhao Wujia flowed like an unending river. Chapter 80. The Douluo Forest, Part 1. With a resounding crash, Yushichio strained to push aside the debris that pinned him down. The layer of armor on his body had saved his life, yet it was now utterly destroyed following this harrowing blow. This armor was not a soul skill, but rather a gift of talent inherent to Yushichio himself. Within his hunchback lay a reservoir of viscous liquid. When his life was threatened, this liquid coursed through his body, solidifying into the armor he had just lost. Even a full-force strike from a Soul Emperor would have been thwarted by this armor, yet before Zhao Wujia, it crumbled like paper. Blood gushed from Yushichio's mouth, a clear indication of his severe injuries, rendering even his martial soul listless. At this moment, the arrogance once etched upon his face had vanished, replaced by the stark realization that the individual before him had reached an unparalleled level of strength, likely a formidable soul sage. Soul sage, such a level could only be attained by the esteemed dean of Tsanghui Academy, and Yushichio was leagues away from that realm. Esteemed soul sage, I humbly beg your forgiveness for my previous transgressions. Though gravely wounded, Yushichio still clung to life, knowing that if he could survive this ordeal, his injuries would eventually heal. The thought that it is better to struggle through life than to succumb to death resonated within him, as it does within every person, including Yushichio. Humph! A mere Soul King dares to act boldly before me. Such ignorance of one's own mortality. Had Zhao Wujia chosen to exert just a fraction more of his strength, Yushichio would have been a corpse. Clearly, he was mindful of the Academy's reputation, deliberately sparing Yushichio's life. Begone! You lack even the qualification to die by my hand. Should I encounter you again, you ought to understand the consequences. Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, sending Yushichio and the others from Tsanghui Academy flying beyond the town's borders. While they might escape the death penalty, the scars of their ordeal would likely remain indelibly etched upon them. After all, not everyone can withstand the might of a soul sage's strike. You little ones have, at last, upheld Shrek's honor, and in doing so, have avenged Flander. Zhao Wuji remarked with satisfaction, gesturing for everyone to return to their quarters to rest, for they would face a long journey ahead come dawn. After a journey marked by stops and starts, Qin Yu and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of the Starry Forest on the third day. In his imagination, Qin Yu envisioned the Starry Forest as a primordial wilderness, devoid of human presence. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he realized that reality deviated significantly from his expectations. What lay before his eyes was a multitude of tints, and the ground was strewn with the remains of soul beasts, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulting his senses. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow tightly, feeling a tumultuous churn in her stomach, having never set foot in a kitchen her entire life. The sight before her filled her with nausea. They are nothing but a band of savages. Zhao Wujing, however, seemed unfazed by the grim spectacle, accustomed to such sights. The tents housed demon hunters, and the discarded remains of soul beasts served as both their trophies and a source of sustenance. Do your utmost to avoid conflict with these individuals. They are true demon hunters, unlike the half-hearted ones you encountered before. Zhao Wujing's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to a more serious tone. Qin Yu also discerned that the gazes of these demon hunters were indeed starkly different from that of the man, surnamed Yuan, encountered in the town. Cold and merciless. There was not a trace of emotional fluctuation emanating from them, as if they were merely humanoid soul beasts, driven solely by their primal instincts for slaughter. When someone cast a covetous glance upon Qin Yu and his companions, Zhao Wujia let out a cold snort, and the aura of a soul saint instantaneously radiated from his being. A soul saint. Though these demon hunters were cruel and bloodthirsty, they would not dare provoke a master like Zhao Wujia. One by one, they promptly averted their gazes. Stay close to me. This place is rife with all sorts of characters, and the entrance to the Douluo Forest lies just ahead. Qin Yu and his companions also discovered that surrounding the Douluo Forest were two towering mountain ranges, resembling a natural barrier that completely isolated the forest from the outside world. The sole entrance to the Douluo Forest lay at the juncture of these two mountains, where the steep terrain gradually flattened, forming a narrow passage merely a kilometer wide, with the demon hunters stationed along its edges. Teacher Zhao, I have heard from my instructor that the topography of the Douluo Forest does not appear to be naturally formed. It seems to be nothing less than an enlarged version of the soul-hunting forest, Tang Xin remarked as he observed the towering mountains flanking the passage. No matter how one looked at it, the Douluo Forest resembled a vast enclosure for soul beasts, with the surrounding mountains acting as a fence, confining the soul beast within. Xiao San, how could you entertain such a notion? The Douluo forest has existed for over 1,000,000 years, predating even the emergence of soul masters, Zhao Wujing said, casting a curious glance at Tang San before continuing. Even if what you propose is true, that the Douluo forest is indeed the largest soul-hunting forest on Douluo continent, who could have possibly constructed such a grand sanctuary for soul beasts? The mountains surrounding it could not have been created by human effort. Could it be a divine miracle? Daimu Bai ventured boldly. Zhao Wujing chuckled softly and replied, divine? That is merely a legend passed down in the realm of soul masters. However, I have never heard of any elder capable of achieving such a feat. The title Douluo represents the pinnacle of cultivation attainable by soul masters. Teacher Zhao, is it not true that the highest soul power achievable by human effort is merely level 99? Dustfeather stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he felt that the structure of the Douluo forest was strikingly similar to that of the soul-hunting forest, he could not find any evidence to support this conjecture. As Zhao Wujia had remarked, it was utterly impossible for human effort alone to create a soul beast realm of such magnitude as the Douluo forest. Do you know how many individuals have attained the rank of title Douluo at level 99 throughout the countless years of Douluo continent? Zhao Wujia suddenly halted his steps and gazed into Dustfeather's eyes. I would venture to say that the number is less than a handful. As Qinyu contemplated, he mused that despite the arduous journey of cultivating to the 99th level of soul power, the vast expanse of Douluo continent's history would surely unveil one or two prodigious talents capable of achieving such heights. However, let me elucidate. Throughout the annals of Douluo continent, a mere 13,253 individuals are documented to have attained 97 levels of soul power, while 3,621 have reached 98 levels. Yet, astonishingly, the recorded count for those who have achieved 99 levels stands at 0. Chapter 81, Douluo Forest, Part 2, 0? A chorus of astonishment erupted among the crowd. The distinction between 98 and 99 levels is but a single tier. Why then had those over 3,000 individuals failed to cross this final threshold? Teacher Zhao, from where did you acquire this data? Zhao Wujia, without reservation, candidly replied, the ability to possess such precise figures is a capability exclusive to the Spirit Hall. No other faction could achieve this. Years ago, I clandestinely infiltrated the Spirit Hall and perused some of their confidential documents, from which I gleaned this information. It is no surprise that even the Master was unaware of these details. It appears these are classified statistics compiled by the Spirit Hall. But why does the Spirit Hall collect such data? Could there be a more profound secret concealed within? In the depths of her heart, Qinyu was beset by a multitude of questions. Teacher Zhao, it is no wonder that the Spirit Hall seeks to hunt you down. It seems you boldly stormed into their lair and caused quite the uproar. Ma Hongjun held Zhao Wujia in the highest regard, recognizing him as a true powerhouse. Zhao Wujia scratched his head and chuckled. After gaining a modicum of fame in the Spirit Master community, I became somewhat complacent. I was incensed by the tyrannical conduct of certain individuals within the Spirit Hall and, in a fit of rage, I charged into the Spirit Sanctuary to create a disturbance. Coincidentally, at that time, the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the majority of the elders were engaged in significant affairs within the Douluo forest, which afforded Zhao Wujia the opportunity to escape unscathed. Teacher Zhao, did this incident occur over a decade ago? Suddenly, Xiao Wu became remarkably agitated, as if this particular time frame held special significance for her. I believe it was around 11 or 12 years ago. You all must have been born not long before that. Xiao Wu trembled violently, prompting Tang San to swiftly support her delicate frame. Xiao Wu, what is the matter? Tang San noted that she felt frigid, akin to touching a block of ice. I am fine, Tang San. My mother passed away over a decade ago. And when Teacher Zhao mentioned that time, it reminded me of her. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes after some time. Tang San's comforting words gradually helped her emerge from her sorrow. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Wu's fists were clenched so tightly that her skin had turned pale. Thus, it may be said that perhaps there has never been a title Douluo of the 99th rank on the continent of Douluo. Qinyu hastily resumed the previous topic. Perhaps it is so. After all, in nearly a century, the only individual I am aware of who has attained the formidable level of 98 spirit power is the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, that old fellow has likely become naught but dust by now. In the present day, there are only two individuals capable of challenging the realms of 98 or even 99 spirit power. Zhao Wujia's voice suddenly turned gravely serious, laced with a hint of envy and admiration. One of these individuals is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Do not let her status as the first female Pope of the Spirit Hall deceive you. Her martial spirit talent surpasses all her predecessors by a considerable margin. And who is the other? Oscar inquired eagerly. The other is the peerless Haotian Douluo. As Zhao Wujie uttered the name Haotian Douluo, his gaze lingered on Tang San for a brief moment. Haotian Douluo is renowned as the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo continent and is currently the most formidable titled Douluo. Upon reaching the pinnacle of 90-level titled Douluo, he single-handedly confronted 3 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, ultimately achieving an astonishing victory, having slain 1 and severely injured 2. This Haotian Douluo is akin to a war god descending upon the world. Everyone wore expressions of shock. Yet only 2 individuals in the gathering were privy to the true identity of this Haotian Douluo. Now, the conversation has strayed too far. Even someone as powerful as Haotian Douluo cannot single-handedly create the Douluo forest. Thus, you must understand that this forest could not possibly be artificially formed, but rather is a natural creation. For this reason, the Douluo forest and the outside world are 2 entirely distinct realms. When we enter the Douluo forest shortly, you must remain vigilant of every sound around you. What you perceive as withered branches and fallen leaves may conceal a fearsome spirit beast beneath. Zhao Wujie reminded everyone once more, although this time they would only be operating on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. The likelihood of encountering spirit beasts over 10,000 years old is nearly non-existent, yet Zhao Wujie dared not let his guard down. Who knows when a hot-headed 10,000-year spirit beast might unexpectedly venture to the forest's edge? Understood. The group responded in unison. Through that special passageway, they had now truly arrived at the largest spirit beast forest in the Douluo continent, the Douluo forest. In comparison to the soul-hunting forest in Nodding City, the Douluo forest is akin to a flickering firefly beside a bright moon. Even 1,000 soul-hunting forests combined would not amount to 1% of the area of the Douluo forest. Towering trees, some dozens to nearly 100 meters high, abound, their dense canopies overlapping and obscuring the sunlight above. Below, thick shrubs rise to human height, and beneath them lies a half-meter-deep layer of fallen leaves and rich, loamy soil. Teacher Zhao, is it true that the Douluo forest is perpetually shrouded in such gloom, rarely receiving a glimpse of sunlight? Jinyu felt a sense of perplexity. If the Douluo forest were enveloped in such a dim environment, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult to discern the soul beasts lurking within the shadows, thereby significantly amplifying the inherent dangers. However, Zhao Wujie clarified that the Douluo forest is divided into 4 distinct regions. One might envision it as 4 interlocking bowls. As one approaches the heart of the forest, the elevation rises, and the vegetation becomes less lush than it appears now, while the level of soul beasts correspondingly escalates. After all, it is only the feeble soul beasts that rely on external illusions for their protection. Upon hearing this, Jinyu grasped the concept. The Douluo forest resembles a terraced field, with each layer presenting its own unique illusion and varying tiers of soul beasts. The location where Jinyu currently stood represented the lowest stratum of the Douluo forest. Here, one predominantly encounters century-old and 10-year-old soul beasts, with the occasional appearance of beasts exceeding a millennium in age. Our mission is to procure the 3rd soul ring for Xiao Ao. Thus we must venture to the 2nd tier of the Douluo forest, although this 2nd layer still constitutes the periphery of the forest. Formidable 10,000-year soul beasts may be present. Move by, as the strongest among us, you shall lead the way. Xiao-san, you will take command thereafter. From this moment, I shall only intervene should you encounter life-threatening peril. Zhao Wujie voluntarily withdrew to the rear of the group, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for the Shrek team to hone their skills. Understood, Teacher Zhao, came the reply from Tang San, the soul control type soul master within Shrek and the true leader of the team. Rong Rong, Xiao Ao, you will position yourselves ahead of me. Xiao Wu, you and Zhuqing scout for vantage points to observe our surroundings. Xinyu, you will bring up the rear. Tang San's arrangement clearly took into account each member's strengths and weaknesses. As auxiliary soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, with their limited combat prowess, naturally required proximity to the control-type master for optimal protection. Meanwhile, the mightiest, Daimubai and Xinyu, formed the 2nd line of defense, while the agile Xiaowu and Zhuqing served as the team's vigilant eyes, capable of providing early warnings. Chapter 82, The Douluo Forest, Part 2, Xiao San. Your arrangement possesses a certain methodical quality. However, within the Douluo forest, you must also consider the distances between teammates. They must neither be too close nor too far apart, Zhao Wujie advised. The forest harbors dangers that are often imperceptible until too late, should the group cluster too closely. They risk being ensnared, yet if they become overly dispersed, they may find themselves unable to respond swiftly to a soul beast attack. This principle of moderation is essential. We should maintain a distance of 5 body lengths between us. Xiao Wu, you and Zhu Qing must not exceed the maximum extension of the blue-silver grass. After traversing the dense thicket for nearly half a day, Qin Yu and his companions finally emerged from the thick foliage. Along their journey, they encountered over 300 varieties of soul beasts, a far richer array than that found in the soul-hunting forest. Yet, as Zhao Wujie had previously indicated, the most prevalent among them were those around a century old. From the past to the present, Qin Yu has not encountered a trace of a millennium soul beast. Silence. Suddenly, Qin Yu gestured for everyone to halt, for he had just discerned an inexplicable sound. Though the noise was faint, it did not escape his keen ears. Xiao Yu. What is it? Dai Bai activated the white tiger's protective barrier, standing before everyone like a shield. I just heard a peculiar sound, which then vanished abruptly. It feels rather strange. As Qin Yu invoked the abyssal demon eye, he discerned no peculiar figures, yet the sound that had just echoed undeniably existed. Could it have been some soul beast traversing the underbrush? Dai Bai and his companions scanned their surroundings with keen eyes, uncovering no signs of anything amiss. No, this was not a sound that could be produced by a soul beast. Teacher Zhao, did you perceive anything unusual? Zhao Wujie slightly shook his head. Though he heard no noise, an inexplicable sense of being watched enveloped him, an instinct honed over many years. Everyone, be cautious. Within the Stardow forest, there exists a more terrifying threat than soul beasts, those who lurk in the shadows. Zhao Wujie discreetly laid down inconspicuous strands of soul power along the path. Should anyone pass through, he would undoubtedly be alerted. As the Shrek group vanished into the dense forest, a figure clad in agile attire emerged from the previously tranquil underbrush. That lad possesses remarkably acute senses. I merely made the slightest sound, and he detected it. No wonder old Gu urged me to keep an eye on him. This individual hailed from the Spirit Hall, personally assigned by old Gu. It appears the Spirit Hall has not yet abandoned its attempts to recruit Qin Yu. Since Soto City, this person had been shadowing Qin Yu and his companions, observing every action they took. However, this lad indeed possesses a modicum of potential. Should he join our Spirit Hall, he might have a chance to reach the levels of the Golden Generation. But just as he stepped forward, his expression tightened. He realized he had triggered the soul power strands intentionally left by Zhao Wujie. Xiao Yu is indeed correct. You have been tailing us all along. What is your intent? Zhao Wujie's cold voice echoed from behind a tree. The formidable immovable king had been followed without a hint of awareness. If this were to leak, it would be utterly embarrassing. The immovable king. Upon meeting Zhao Wujie's frigid gaze, the man trembled violently. He was acutely aware of the enmity between the immovable king and the Spirit Hall. It seemed the raging bear was about to unleash its fury. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned to plunge into the woods. Yet, at the instant he pivoted, countless blue-silver grasses intertwined to form several colossal nets, entirely sealing off his retreat. This was Tang San's first soul skill, binding. Do you think mere blue-silver grass can ensnare me? The man's martial spirit was the Black Serpent, adept at stealth and tracking, with a nimble and elusive movement style that explained why even Zhao Wujie had not sensed him until now. However, just as he summoned his martial spirit, a majestic heaven-sent dragon phoenix descended from above, heralding Qin Yu's third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. Bang! Although Qin Yu's punch was intercepted by the Soul Emperor, the formidable force of his soul power bore the paralyzing essence of the heavenly tribulation. As the numbing sensation coursed through his body, it was already too late. For Zhao Wujie's mighty golden bear had leapt high into the air, its massive paw descending with ferocious intent. A tempest erupted within a 100-meter radius, uprooting trees and vegetation, while the spot where the Soul Emperor once stood had transformed into an unfathomable pit. Humph! How dare the rabble of the Spirit Hall trail behind me? They truly seek their demise. Zhao Wujie clapped his hands, seemingly unperturbed, for to him, extinguishing a Soul Emperor was as effortless as squashing an ant. Ahem! Truly deserving of the title of unmoving king, such power rivals that of a Soul Douluo. Yet, from beneath the earth, a faint voice emerged, catching Zhao Wujie by surprise. The mere Soul Emperor had withstood his blow without succumbing. Humph! It seems your martial spirit holds some intrigue, but this is where it ends. As a glimmer of light flickered from the soul rings adorning Zhao Wujie, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the ground. Master Unmoving King, please wait. Though I am a member of the Spirit Hall, I did not come here to monitor you this time. The Soul Emperor offered a respectful bow, then shifted his gaze towards Qinyu, inquiring me. Qinyu pointed to himself, pondering why the Spirit Hall would suddenly take an interest in him. Or rather, had the Spirit Hall been monitoring him for the past 6 years? If that were indeed the case, the Spirit Hall would be truly formidable. In an instant, Qinyu's expression turned rather chilling. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to being manipulated, and the actions of the Spirit Hall had undoubtedly provoked his ire. Little brother, I wonder if you still remember Elder Gu? Elder Gu? Qinyu immediately recalled the soul sage he encountered 6 years ago in the Sacred Soul Village, who seemed to be named Elder Gu. However, at that time, the master had explicitly rejected Elder Gu's advances. To his astonishment, this old man remained undeterred and even sent someone to follow him all the way to Soto City. When did you start trailing behind me? Could it have been 6 years ago? Qinyu now seeks to ascertain but one matter. When, precisely, did Elder Gu dispatch someone to shadow him? No. Elder Gu merely heard of a significant event that recently transpired in Soto City, which prompted him to send me to investigate. Observing you is merely an ancillary task. Through keen observation and astute perception, Qinyu is naturally adept at discerning the veracity of the individual's words. Teacher Zhao, what he claims is indeed true. He has been trailing us these past few days. What do you suggest we do? Both Qinyu and Zhao Wuji are keen on concealing their movements from the Spirit Hall. The only viable course of action now is to eliminate this individual to prevent future complications. Teacher Zhao, Xiaoyu, I have a plan. Tang Xin held several silver needles in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, shimmering cold light fell upon the head of the Soul Emperor. My needle technique can erase all of his memories from the past fortnight. When he awakens, he will have completely forgotten the events of today. Chapter 83, The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake, Part 1. This minor episode did not impede Qinyu and the others in their quest for soul beasts. Indeed, the second layer of the Star Doe Forest harbored a considerably greater number of Millennium Soul Beasts than the first layer. Qinyu alone had encountered no fewer than 10. However, these soul beasts did not seem particularly compatible with Oscar's martial spirit, given that the team also included Ning Rongrong and her 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Oscar's third soul ring ability could not conflict with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Rongrong's first and second soul rings provided strength and speed. So it would be best if your third soul ring, Little Ao, offered an enhancement to team defense or mobility. After consulting with Oscar, Tang Xin narrowed their target to crustacean or flying-type soul beasts. 500 meters ahead, their S movement, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly alerted them from the treetops. Though her view was obscured by dense foliage, she caught a glimpse of some exceptionally vibrant scales. Move by, fatty. Follow my command and immediately unleash the White Tiger Light Wave and Phoenix Fire Line to sweep the vegetation within 100 meters. Rongrong. You and Little Ao stay close to Teacher Zhao. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, I need a detailed description of that soul beast. With his blue-silver grass martial spirit already unleashed, Tang Xin could maneuver adeptly among the treetops. The soul beast's agility promised to be quite remarkable, and Oscar's third soul ring might just be within reach. It appeared to be a gigantic python, yet its scales exhibited a striking combination of blue and red hues. Furthermore, it bore a fleshy growth on its head resembling a coxcomb. In unison, Tang Xin and Qinyu shouted the name of the soul beast, Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake is distinguished by a vividly red coxcomb-like fleshy growth atop its head, a tail shaped like a fan, and scales that display both red and blue colors. Notably, this creature possesses a pair of fleshy wings, enabling it to navigate the skies with agility. Little Ao, it seems your third soul ring has come to you. The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake is a relatively rare soul beast, making its soul ring exceptionally precious. More importantly, the ability to fly might be incorporated into the powers of its soul ring. Xiaowu, Zhuqing, lead that Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake towards me. Mubai, fatty, get ready, Xiaoyu. Take your position. Tang Xin took a deep breath, his tranquil gaze fixated on the location of the Phoenix-Tailed Cockatrice. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing split into 2 groups, maneuvering in a wide arc to approach from behind the Phoenix-Tailed Cockatrice. First soul skill, Nether Strike. First soul skill, Bow of the Waste. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a faint shadow, her sharp fingers swiftly clawing at the Phoenix-Tailed Cockatrice, leaving hundreds of marks upon its scales. However, the creature's hide was remarkably resilient, and Zhu Zhuqing's assault failed to leave a single trace. Yet, her actions captivated the Phoenix-Tailed Cockatrice's full attention. allowing Xiao Wu to seize the moment and launch herself forcefully onto the serpent's head. Bang! Though Xiao Wu appeared slender, her legs possessed astonishing explosive power. Her strike elicited a pained cry from the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, whose lengthy form, measuring 6 or 7 meters, snapped the branches beneath it as it crashed heavily to the ground. Given its length and the dark crimson hue of its flesh, this phoenix-tailed cockatrice was likely between 1,500 and 1,800 years old. Xiao. It falls well within your absorption range. As the phoenix-tailed cockatrice landed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately raced toward Tang San's direction. Meanwhile, the serpent, slightly dazed, shook its head, its wide eyes fixed intently on the retreating figures of the two humans. Swish! The phoenix-tailed cockatrice was not only capable of flight, but also exhibited considerable speed on the ground, in the blink of an eye. The distance between it and Xiao Wu had diminished by approximately 100 meters. Xiao, with their speed. Xiao Wu and the others will undoubtedly be overtaken by the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Go assist them in intercepting it. Aside from Tang San, the fastest on the field was undoubtedly Qinyu, making him the perfect choice to take over the task of luring the enemy away from Xiao Wu and her companions. Little San, just watch closely. The voice of Qinyu lingered in place, yet his body had already darted forth. The first soul skill, Dragon 2 Thrust. An astonishing dragon silhouette surged between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, colliding forcefully with the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The snake, measuring an impressive 7 meters in length, twisted through the air multiple times before crashing into several ancient trees, finally coming to a halt. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, your task is complete. I shall take it from here. Be careful, Xiao Yu. A mere millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake posed no threat to Qinyu whatsoever. Hiss! The snake was truly dazed from the impact, struggling on the ground for quite some time before it managed to rise again. Upon spotting Qinyu, it opened its menacing jaws wide, lunging to bite him. Although the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake bore no venom, its biting power was formidable. Come chase me if you dare. If you catch up, I shall grant you a delightful surprise. Underfoot, Qinyu executed the 7-star ghost steps, appearing leisurely yet maintaining a precise distance of 10 meters from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Neither more nor less. Mu Bai Fatty engage. Tang San commanded with authority, prompting Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun to unleash their full might, instantly leveling the area within 100 meters. This maneuver served a dual purpose: to eliminate the hiding spots of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and to deter any lurking opportunists eyeing the creature. Meanwhile, Tang San orchestrated his blue-silver grass martial spirit, weaving an expansive net that enveloped all directions. This strategy of capturing the turtle in a jar was the culmination of Tang San's battle plan. Hissing in realization, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake discerned the trap laid by the humans as the blue-silver grass unexpectedly emerged around it. Enraged, it unfurled its tightly pressed flesh wings, stirring a tempest that sent a myriad of withered branches and leaves swirling into the air, obscuring the skies. The snake intended to obscure the vision of Tang San and his companions, seizing the opportunity to flee. In truth, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was inherently timid, which had driven its evolution towards such swiftness and the development of its wings for flight. Faced with so many humans, it was unlikely to linger in one place. Having expended such effort, it was determined not to allow an easy escape. In Chunyu's hand, a crimson light flickered as the bloodthirsty dagger, adorned with tiger stripes, sliced through the fleshly wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, leaving behind several immense gashes. Stripped of its ability to soar, the serpent plummeted heavily to the ground. In a display of raw power, Dai Mu Bai, having invoked the white tiger's diamond transformation, unleashed a devastating punch directly upon the creature's vital spot, its 7-inch mark. The piercing roar echoed as this critical area, notorious for being the Achilles heel of all serpents, succumbed to the force of Dai Mu Bai's blow, shattering the snake's vertebrae and eliciting a mournful wail as it collapsed in defeat. Chapter 84. The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake, Part 2. Ah, splendid teamwork. Zhao Wujia remarked with a satisfied smile, nodding approvingly. The seamless coordination exhibited by Tang San and his companions in their ambush of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake offered Zhao Wujia a glimpse of a burgeoning, mature battle team. Xiao Ao, it's your turn, he said, handing Oscar a dagger and signaling him to deliver the final blow to the serpent. All right. Oscar was no stranger to the act of slaying soul beasts, yet facing a millennium-old creature stirred within him a mix of excitement and trepidation. Thank you, brothers, he grinned. Exchanging playful glances with Tang San and the others, radiating an infectious charm that elicited stifled laughter. Xiaoyao. The serpent's fatal weakness lies within the fleshy crown atop its head. A swift thrust from beneath it will bring an end to its suffering, Xiao Wu advised. Noticing Oscar inching closer, only to turn her gaze away, unable to bear the impending scene. This peculiar reaction puzzled Qinyu. For it was customary for soul masters to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Yet, why did Xiao Wu seem reluctant? Perhaps it was merely her aversion to the impending brutality. Qinyu merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, his indifference palpable. Yet, just as the tip of Oscar's dagger was poised to pierce the flesh of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, both Tang San and Qinyu's expression shifted dramatically. Xiaoyao. Be cautious. Tang San swiftly placed his hands upon the ground, summoning a multitude of blue-silver grasses that coalesced around Oscar, forming an immense shield. Meanwhile, Qinyu approached the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, his dagger slicing through the air, leaving trails of crimson light. The group was met with the clanging of metal colliding, as myriad shards rained down, forming a semicircle at Qinyu's feet. Concurrently, over a dozen short blades had embedded themselves into the blue-silver grass before Oscar, reminiscent of the willow leaf daggers wielded by Tang San. It was remarkable that, apart from Tang San and Qinyu, someone else on the Douluo continent could so adeptly employ hidden weapons. The very short daggers that Qinyu had just shattered were of this kind. Who could it be? Lurking in the shadows? Qinyu's eyes scanned the surroundings before abruptly locking onto a specific location, poised to charge forward, only to feel a large hand resting on his shoulder. Xiaoyu, allow me to handle this matter, Zhao Wujie said, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. It was evident that the individual lurking in the shadows, attempting a covert attack, had provoked the formidable figure known as the Unmoved King. With each step Zhao Wujie took, a soul ring materialized around him. After 7 strides, he was adorned with 7 soul rings, radiating the potent aura of a soul sage at level 76. Akin to an invisible sword that effortlessly swept away the stones and vegetation within 300 meters before him. When the King of Enlightenment was enraged, the world trembled. A soul sage? In Qinyu's line of sight, 2 figures emerged, one elderly and one youthful. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Yet her soul power had already reached the level of a 29-rank Great Soul Master. Beside her stood an elderly woman with hair as white as snow. Yet her spirit was vibrant. At this moment, the old woman wore a look of surprise. Prior to this, she had not sensed any trace of soul power emanating from Zhao Wujie, leading her to believe he was merely an obscure soul master. Despite her advanced age, exceeding 70 years, she was a soul emperor with soul power at level 68, wielding a serpent staff as her martial soul. Though the pressure from Zhao Wujie's soul sage presence was palpable, his expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of gravity. Despite Zhao Wujie's apparent advantage, his demeanor suggested a sense of trepidation. Qinyu suddenly realized that the old woman's identity might be more complicated than it seemed. Otherwise, with Zhao Wujie's strength, he could effortlessly vanquish both her and the girl. Might I inquire if you are the esteemed serpent matron of the dragon and serpent duo? Zhao Wujie respectfully inquired, retracting his imposing aura. Oh, this esteemed soul sage, you actually recognize me? The old woman responded, retracting her serpent staff. Although her words were courteous, her tone bore no trace of respect. Indeed, it was the serpent matron. This could pose a significant problem. Zhao Wujie's brow furrowed slightly. The dragon and serpent were a formidable couple, both possessing considerable prowess as soul masters. The serpent matron, Tianxiang, wielded a serpent staff and was a soul emperor of level 68. Meanwhile, her partner, Dragon Lord Meng Shu, possessed the martial soul of a dragon-headed cane and was a formidable soul Douluo at level 83. This couple seldom strayed far from one another. If the serpent matron was present in the Stardow Forest, Dragon Lord Meng Shu could not be far behind. Though Zhao Wujie was confident in his ability to defeat the serpent matron, he knew he would not stand a chance against Dragon Lord Meng Shu. May I ask, esteemed serpent matron, why you have chosen to intervene with my student? Such actions may tarnish your esteemed reputation, Zhao Wujie stated. Though he held a deep respect for the names of the dragon and serpent, he was not intimidated. He was determined to seek an explanation for Qinyu and the others. Higi, esteemed soul sage, your student has taken my soul beast. Who do you think is at fault here? The snake mistress let out a cold snort, her serpent-like frigid gaze fixating on Oscar, causing him to falter momentarily. Little Oscar, do not be afraid. With teacher Zhao here, Even a mere soul emperor cannot stir much trouble. Dai Mubai reassured, placing a hand on Oscar's back, encouraging him to straighten up under the intimidating stare of the snake mistress. Esteemed elder snake. The soul beasts within the Stardow forest are unclaimed entities. This phoenix-tailed chicken snake bears no inscription of your name, hence it cannot be deemed your possession. Zhao Wujin countered candidly. Humph, I anticipated you would respond thusly. The honorable soul sage may wish to inspect the snake's belly, where several wounds inflicted by my serpent staff can be found. For this creature, I have pursued it for several days, and today, I fortuitously intercepted it here, only to be thwarted by your interference. The ground beneath the feet of the dust feather trembled abruptly, and a peculiar force of thunder surged from the depths below to the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The colossal serpent quivered violently, as if experiencing a moment of resurrection. Esteemed Soul Emperor, you have misjudged us. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, though previously injured by another, is certainly not a result of your serpent staff. With a swift kick, Chinyu sent the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake tumbling, an exhibit of terrifying power that caught the attention of the serpent matriarch. The snake's abdomen was charred black, resembling the aftermath of a lightning strike, leaving no trace of the wounds inflicted by the serpent staff. The serpent matriarch, once brimming with confidence, found her expression transformed upon witnessing the sight of the snake's belly. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie discreetly gave Chinyu a thumbs up. Senior serpent matriarch, it seems you have made an error. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not the one you were pursuing. Zhao Wujie felt a surge of triumph. The matriarch's earlier aggressive demeanor had irked him, and had it not been for the formidable presence of the dragon sovereign, he might not have been so courteous to the elderly woman. You must have tampered with the evidence. Such trivial tricks cannot escape my keen eye. The serpent matriarch thrust her serpent staff forcefully into the ground, conjuring an ethereal soul force that morphed into a sharp serpent spear, aimed directly at Chinyu. Yet, Chinyu stood immobile, hands clasped behind his back, displaying no inclination to evade the attack. After all, standing beside him was the immovable king, and it was sheer folly for the serpent matriarch to think she could harm Chinyu under Zhao Wujie's watchful gaze. Zhao Wujie's expression turned icy as he let out a cold snort, dissipating the matriarch's soul force attack with the mere sound. This display of power forced the serpent matriarch to take a step back, revealing the considerable gap in strength between her and Zhao Wujie. Senior serpent matriarch, is it not a bit excessive to strike at my student in my presence? Even a clay figurine possesses some spirit, how much more so a formidable king? Zhao Wujie had already shown considerable restraint towards the matriarch, yet she persisted in her aggression, intensifying his irritation. In response, the Dali King Kong bear martial spirit materialized behind Zhao Wujie, exuding a fierce aura that caused both the serpent matriarch and the young girl to retreat. The Dali King Kong bear. You must be the immovable King Zhao Wujie? For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed the matriarch's face. Everyone had presumed Zhao Wujie had either retreated into seclusion or met his demise, yet here he stood, more powerful than ever. Indeed, it is I. Zhao Wujie's demeanor was devoid of any semblance of courtesy. Should the matriarch dare to strike again, he would not hesitate to act, regardless of her status. A man who dared to provoke the spirit hall would certainly not fear a mere serpent matriarch. If it came to it, he would eliminate her and then wander the world. For no matter how formidable the dragon sovereign, he could not capture a soul saint intent on fleeing. Recognizing the unyielding expression on Zhao Wujie's face, the serpent matriarch understood she could not press too hard, lest she provoke the wrath of this ferocious bear. Oh, so it is the esteemed immovable king. I wondered which soul saint possessed such formidable might. Since you assert that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not the one I was pursuing, I shall take your word for it. However, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Otherwise, it may spread that I, the old woman, relinquished the soul beast I had worked so hard to obtain out of fear of you, the unmoved king. The snake matriarch's tone shifted, as if she harbored some ulterior motive. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wujie replied coolly, realizing that the mask of civility was no longer necessary with this old hag. It is quite simple. Since you are acting for your student, and I am acting for my granddaughter, let us allow these young ones to compete. The victor shall claim the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The snake matriarch appeared confident in her granddaughter, boldly proposing such a wager. Very well. If you seek battle, then let us engage. Do you truly believe that our Shrek Academy fears you? Ma Hongjun, unable to tolerate the old woman's arrogance any longer, immediately stepped forward at the mention of a fight. You think you can defeat me? The girl cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun, knowing that his soul power was several levels below hers, and even if she were to win, it would be deemed an unworthy victory. What? Do you still look down upon me, fat lord? Ma Hongjun rolled up his sleeves, eager to teach the insolent girl a lesson, but was halted by Tang San. Let me handle this, fatty. Although Tang San was not entirely familiar with the girl's martial soul abilities, he had gleaned enough about her strength from her previous use of hidden weapons. While Ma Hongjun might have the upper hand in a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the girl's sneak attacks. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, a level 29 control system soul master. Tang San performed a gesture of respect before the duel, yet upon seeing the blue silver grass martial soul in his hand, the girl displayed a smirk of mockery. Humph. Such a worthless martial soul as blue silver grass dares to challenge me? Very well, let me humiliate you before your companions. Her name was Mengaran, and she was the only direct granddaughter of the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch, having inherited their exceptional cultivation talent. At just 15 years of age, she had already reached the rank of a second-ring Great Soul Master. You believe you can triumph over Iran with mere blue silver grass? Truly laughable. The Snake Matriarch snorted, previously concerned that Xinyu might take the initiative to fight, as Chao Tianxiang could not fully grasp Xinyu's true capabilities. Yet, she did not anticipate that it would be Tang San who stepped forward. Come, Tang San, let your path as a soul master shatter alongside your blue silver grass. Meng Yiran clenched her palm, summoning a formidable serpent spear martial soul into her delicate grasp. The sharp energy emanating from the spear tip easily slicing through the falling leaves above.